of Fate. The guy inside the capsule had white hair. The leader ordered him to wake up. The boy opened his eyes. They were a clear blue color. Then the leader held up a photo of Zero and ordered the Child of Fate to use his ability to influence the future and make Zero appear. Nothing happened for some time. The manager was waiting for any information. Finally, the Child of Fate replied that Zero would soon fall into a trap. He said he needed to go there. The manager asked hopefully when it would be. The Child of Destiny only said that it would happen soon. He didn't add anything else. Then, the head of Embryo ordered Cyberloss to immediately launch cyber soldiers. Cyberloss immediately took the order for execution. He pressed the button and said it was time for revenge. By doing so, he activated the release of super soldiers. The strong iron curtains rose. The first to be released was a high-level soldier, Valkyrie test subject number 2. He looked very ominous. The Valkyrie shouted frantically, 000, and threatened to kill him with his own hands. The Black Ghost was flying over the snow-capped mountains in his helicopter. He suddenly sneezed. Then he rubbed his nose and wondered who was mentioning him again. He has already gained experience by teaching players a skill. Now it was time to decide whether to change classes and upgrade his rank. His total experience was 140 million points. At first, he decided to use the skills he already had to the fullest. And then, you will need to build the purple class drawings that are required by the task. So, the Black Ghost set all these processes in motion. He had a lot of skills. The merger began. The Black Ghost only had to monitor the process. As a result, he had 120 million experience points left. He never thought that spending those points would be so exhausting. So, the Black Ghost created blueprints for 3 mechanisms that would be best suited for the task of changing class, as well as strengthen the mech in battle and allow for a combination of attack types. One of them was a folding blade with a magnetic chain. By using energy to adjust the structure of the magnetic chain, the blades can take on a variety of shapes. By combining certain actions, the blades can be used for both attack and defense in various forms. The second mechanism is the Iron Fist. This is a suspended heavy mechanical arm, can be disassembled. The third mechanism is a miniature maneuvering device. It shoots air currents, allowing the user to jump in the air. However, the materials that the Black Ghost had with him in the helicopter would not be enough, so he decided to go to the northern continent to replenish his supplies. It was winter on the northern continent. A Black Ghost came to a village of newcomers there. One player walked slowly through the snow, wrapped in a warm hooded cloak. His name was Hao Tian, level 16. Suddenly, he received a call from Li Gei, a professional player. Hao Tian lazily answered the call. Li Gei asked him if he had heard that the Esports Association had confirmed the creation of a professional league for Star Sea. Hao Tian replied briefly that he was a warrior. However, Li Gei did not give up. He said that he had an unusual ability. He invited Hao Tian to fight together in the league against foreign celebrities. Hao Tian replied that he would not be involved. Suddenly, Hao Tian stopped. Something alarmed and surprised him. A helicopter landed right there on the lawn in front of the village. The players went to meet whoever arrived on it. They asked each other if it was the NPS or the Black Ghost. There were already level 18 players in this village, and the Black Ghost needed to go through all the newbie villages as quickly as possible before any of the players reached level 20 and realized that the method of improving strength was just a lie. The players were happy to run to meet the Black Ghost. They had been waiting for him for a long time. Many of them wanted to change their class to mechanic. Suddenly, one of the players saw Hao Tian nearby and was very surprised. The players parted, letting the warrior go ahead. Everyone welcomed the Black Ghost to their village. Hao Tian went straight to the Black Ghost and said he wanted to buy a letter of recommendation. The Black Ghost thought about it. He knew that Hao Tian was a professional player. It would be very appropriate to give him a task to test his strength. Meanwhile, some people appeared in the forest near the village, ready for a battle. They even had a plan of their own. They came to fight the non-humans and decided that they could easily deal with them. And if the non-humans resisted, they would simply kill them. The head of the small unit said that the non-humans look like ordinary people, and I would not want to catch the wrong one. And then they saw someone in the distance. They began to look closely to see if it was a non-human. At first, they decided that it was, because in this forest, either animals or non-humans can walk alone. The men of the squad decided to attack immediately together, not to let the inhuman escape. Suddenly, the squad leader stopped abruptly and shouted for all his subordinates to stop as well. The soldiers asked him why he was stopping them, but obediently lowered their weapons. The manager looked even more closely and said excitedly that he was not a non-human. The Black Ghost himself was walking toward them. People were extremely surprised by what they saw. The Black Ghost immediately asked them who they were and what they were doing in the forest. He also pointed his weapon at the manager and asked if he would tell everything himself or if he needed help. People fell to their knees, bowed their heads, and said that they belonged to the family of Alamer. They had been sent here to capture the non-humans, and they meant him no harm at all. Then they began to beg for mercy. The Black Ghost recalled that last time he helped Lu Chen attack Alumera. No wonder these people are so afraid of him. He ordered those soldiers to return to their homes and tell their supervisor that he would visit him personally soon. The soldiers returned home with nothing and told the leader of Allumar, Daryl, what the Black Ghost had ordered them to do. Daryl was furious. He said that not only had the Black Ghost killed his men, but he dared to visit them. They hadn't even had a chance to find him and take revenge, and now he wants to come to them. This is a complete disrespect for them. The third commander of Allumar, Ziechi, told the leader not to make any mistakes and not to do anything stupid. After all, joking around with the Black Ghost is not good. If he still dared to come here uninvited, it means that someone is behind him. Allumar's second-in-command, Xiaojin, also supported this assumption. He said that if the Black Ghost wanted to attack them, he would not have given such a warning. First, we need to see what it wants. Then, the leader of the Alamera said menacingly that they would listen to the Black Ghost's explanation for Xiao Zhuai's murder. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost was on his way to Alamera. He was standing on a neighboring mountain and could see the walls there. Allumar has one of the strongest commanders on the entire northern continent. The Black Ghost once treated them cruelly, but they did not go to get even with him. If he is already here, we need to be very vigilant. After all, it is not known what the leader and commanders of Alamera are up to. Finally, the Black Ghost moved on. He had now reached the gates of the city, where he was met by armed soldiers standing guard. The guards recognized that the Black Ghost was approaching them. The soldiers immediately pointed their guns at him and told him that he was strictly forbidden to enter the city. However, the Black Ghost defiantly asked what would happen if he went through. One of the soldiers timidly replied that it would cause them a lot of trouble. And then one of the leaders of the soldiers, Ummel, came up to the gate and ordered the Black Ghost to pass. Ummel then turned to the Black Ghost and said that he had heard that he wanted to visit them. He also added that this surprised their commanders, because not too many unpleasant things had happened recently. Then Ummel, accompanied by his armed soldiers, escorted the Black Ghost inside the city. Along the way, he said that since the Black Ghost had come to them himself, he hoped that his intentions were friendly. The Black Ghost knew that, according to intelligence, this family was involved in factional struggles every year, and he simply asked Ummel which faction he belonged to, the house or the others. Ummel was flustered by this question. He answered briefly that he was a member of the Allumar family, and that was all. However, the Black Ghost continued to interrogate. He began to clarify whether his interlocutor was telling him the truth, but it was a rhetorical question. The Black Ghost was escorted to the reception of the leader of Allumara. The players who were there were surprised to see who the soldiers were bringing to them, and what was going on in general. A player named Bamboo Rain, Flight decided to go take a closer look. He hoped that some new tasks would appear. And then he joyfully shouted that it was the Black Ghost himself who had come to them. A player named Bamboo Rain Incense asked in surprise how the Black Ghost had ended up here. After all, just a few days ago, he was in the same newbie village. It seemed that everyone here had a special affection for him. Another player said that they were very lucky because it was an unexpected storyline, and there is hope that there will be hidden story tasks. The girls saw that the Black Ghost had gone to the leader's reception, and there is a high-level area to which they are not allowed to have personal access. However, the Black Ghost is very rarely seen, so the girls decided to wait for him outside. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost entered the reception hall. There he was offered a seat. The Black Ghost gladly took a chair and asked the leader to introduce himself. However, the leader of Alamera, Daryl, snarled at him, calling the visitor a cursed little man. He began to shout that in the village of Green Valley, he had attacked their property and killed their people. The leader asked the Black Ghost to explain his actions. But the Black Ghost calmly replied that he had certain reasons for doing so, and it was better to let them explain their cooperation with the embryo organization themselves. The leader of Alamera said that he was talking about such things. They had never been in cahoots with Embryo. The Black Ghost continued that Zero, for whom Embryon had set a huge reward, was a member of their family. Daryl became even more furious. He shouted, wondering if the Black Ghost had gone completely mad. The reward was for Han Xiao. However, the Black Ghost asked if Daryl really thought he would believe these stories. Then what about the intelligence organizations of the Six Nations? He also suggested that the Alamera family was helping Embryo find the wanted man, or even that they were looking for him themselves. Daryl stood his ground. He said that the Black Ghost had it all wrong. They have certain circumstances. The Black Ghost said with interest that he would really like to hear about those circumstances. Daryl thought feverishly that he needed to make it clear to the Black Ghost that they were against Embryo. The war between the Six Nations and Embryo was coming, and there could be no misunderstanding at such a pivotal moment. Daryl then turned to the leader Xiaojin to tell the Black Ghost everything in detail. Xiaojin, the second leader of Alamera, thought a bit about where to start explaining the situation. Then he decided to give the floor to his eldest son Xiaohai and told him to tell the Black Ghost the whole truth. Xiaohai began his story. He said that more than a year ago he was guarding a convoy with supplies. Halfway through the journey, they were suddenly attacked. The attackers headed for him, and he told Han Xiao to change into his clothes to distract the attackers and allow him to escape. But when they went back with help, Han Xiao was no longer there. Then, the Black Ghost asked if his younger brother was ready to die for him. Xiao Hai, in turn, also asked what the Black Ghost thought about it. But a murmur of discontent spread through the hall among the soldiers. They said that Xiao Hai had made a scapegoat out of his brother. This confirms that the people of the Xiao faction are truly heartless. This is very cruel. Then leader Daryl intervened and shouted for everyone to stop talking. Then he said to the Black Ghost that this is what happened. They can provide more evidence, but it doesn't matter to them whether he believes them or not. They don't cooperate with Embryo. The Black Ghost thought about what he had heard. He realized that what had happened to Han Xiao was terrible. Then his thoughts were interrupted. The second leader of Alumera addressed him. Xiaojin said that his son died at the hands of the Black Ghost, and that this cannot be ignored. The Black Ghost replied that it was better to discuss personal matters face to face. Xiaojin agreed with that statement. He understood the hint. Alumera's leader Daryl only huffed and puffed at this conspiracy. And the Black Ghost, crossing his arms over his chest, said that it was getting late and asked if everyone would mind if he stayed overnight. Leader Daryl then ordered Xiaojing to take care of the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost thought that it would be quite an interesting night in that castle. A boy came up to him and bowed to him. He introduced himself and said his name was Xiaoming. He is the adopted son of Leader Xiao. Xiaoming will take care of the Black Ghost during his stay here. He then invited me to follow him. The Black Ghost noticed that Daryl's men had left and that Xiao Jin's men had taken over. It seems that the internal conflict in Alumere is very serious indeed. When the Black Ghost, accompanied by Xiaoming, went out, he was immediately bombarded with requests from players who wanted to learn new abilities. The Black Ghost was very friendly with the players. Xiaoming asked if he knew them, to which the Black Ghost replied that it was the first time he had seen them. A player named Bamboo Rain Flight said that this is a sudden storyline. He was wondering why there was no challenge. The Black Ghost was brought to Xiao Jin's estate. He was fed. Now he was sitting at the table drinking tea and talking to the Zhao leader. He asked what he could do to compensate him for Xiao Jui's death. Xiao Jin coolly replied that he was only a son. Death was just the result of his bad luck. Then the Black Ghost asked why he was invited in that case. Xiao Jin replied that there was nothing wrong with meeting a famous murderer. The Black Ghost said he was interested in Han Xiao, so he suggested that we return to talk about him. Xiao Jin said that Han Xiao was his extremely talentless son, who unexpectedly became a criminal, and for whom Embryon had set a monetary reward. Xiao Jin's eldest son Xiao Hai interrupted the conversation. He said that he thought Han Xiao was already dead, but as the saying goes, an evil man lives long. He intends to cause them trouble. Then the Black Ghost asked if he was a nuisance to them. Xiao Hai responded with a question to a question and asked if it wasn't so. This dialogue was interrupted by Xiao Jin. He said that the time was very late and the Black Ghost needed to rest. He and his son went to their rooms. Then Xiaoming approached the Black Ghost and gave him the information about Han Xiao. His father had asked him to give it to him. So the conflict with Alumera was resolved, and the Black Ghost found out almost everything about the original owner of the body. He saw that no one wanted to conflict with him, so there was no point in provoking hostility again, and tomorrow he could leave. He laughed at the thought of how they would react if they found out that he was Han Xiao in Alumera. Meanwhile, the estate of the first leader, Alumera Daryl, was still awake. One of Daryl's sons reported to his father that the Black Ghost had left Xiao Jin's estate. The meeting lasted 1 hour and 37 minutes. Daryl said in anger that Xiao Jin was becoming more and more unruly. He dared to meet with the Black Ghost without his consent. Then the son asked if his father wanted to teach the Black Ghost a lesson, but Daryl told him not to provoke him. However, the son insisted on his point. He said that the Black Ghost had the audacity to do whatever he wanted on their territory. But Daryl jumped up and shouted in anger that he had ordered him not to mess with the Black Ghost. And then he kicked his son out of his chambers and went to rest. The next morning came. The sun began to rise above the horizon. The Black Ghost had a good night's sleep and rested in Xiao Jin's mansion. He woke up and stretched himself sweetly. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He was surrounded by armed soldiers. They ordered him not to move. Their leader had been killed, and they suspected him of being responsible. He have instantly destroyed him. He died instantly. There were no signs of resistance because the attacker acted very quickly. He assumed that everyone would accuse him of a crime, a thought that did not please him at all and never left his mind. Daryl's son, Lagos, shouted to the armed men behind him not to stand in lines, but to capture the Black Ghost rather. When the armed men were ready to capture the Black Ghost, they were stopped by the second commander, who told them not to jump to conclusions. He said that something was not clean here, because the Black Ghost had come to visit them, and he had no reason to do such a thing. The men began to argue with each other, one saying that it was a back alley and that the Black Ghost was counting on it, and the other asking why they had to visit them, since the crime could be committed quietly. Daryl's son asked whose side Xiao Jin was on if he was justifying the criminal, but Zaichi told him to calm down, because the Black Ghost had no motive to do so. The guy was surprised to hear that there was no motive because his father had passed away and his high position was now vacant. Second Commander Xiaojin looked at the guy and said that he was just making stuff up, that it was not like that, and that something was not clean. The third commander told the guy not to scream, but to first grab the black ghost and interrogate him. But he said that it would not work and that not a single word of his could be believed. Meanwhile, the black ghost pulled out a cigarette, lit it up, and looked at the men with a mocking look, then asked how old they were if they were still screaming. The black ghost thought to himself that as soon as he smoked a cigarette, a bunch of strong soldiers became alert. He carefully examined the crowd of soldiers and thought that it was quite possible that the real killer of the Illumer leader was among these guys. One of the soldiers in the crowd thought that if he started a fight now, it would be harder to clear himself of all suspicion later. The Black Phantom wondered how he could prove his innocence, since he had not really committed the crime. Daryl was discovered not so long ago, and Alamer's people have not yet conducted a thorough investigation of the crime scene, but the perpetrator could have left evidence. Daryl's son looked at the black ghost with anger and ordered him to surrender and lay down his arms immediately, otherwise his business would be bad. The second commander told the black ghost that if he was really innocent, they would definitely find out. The black ghost looked at the commander and then at the crowd of soldiers and said that it was better for them to disarm and not to set conditions for him. Daryl's son was surprised by the black ghost's statement and asked him how dare he behave like that and that he was wrong, to doubt that he would not have the courage to send him to the other side. The Black Phantom was surrounded by soldiers and he saw that they were in full combat readiness to open fire on him. At that very moment, a bullet came from somewhere from the side, directly at one of the soldiers and hit him dead on. After that, there were calls from all sides to open fire, and the atmosphere became more tense and dangerous. All the bullets flew towards the Black Ghost, but he was able to repel the attack by creating a dome that stopped the bullets, preventing them from harming him. The Black Phantom was far from stupid, and he realized that someone clearly wanted to force him to start this fight, that this was happening for a reason. He activated his ultra-modern weapon that could hit anyone in the room. The danger level was high. The Black Ghost realized that someone had just shot from around the corner, and he needed to find out who it was, because then he would prove his innocence. The Black Ghost headed towards the corner from which the shots were fired and thought that if he interrogated the shooter, the truth would immediately come out. At that very moment, the Black Ghost heard a noise above his head. Soldiers with weapons were rushing towards him, and one of them asked if he was thinking of escaping. There was a level expert and level fighters. They were D-ranked superhumans and were the best fighters in Alamera. The level expert was shouting that they had to catch up with the Black Ghost. All the fighters got together and opened fire to suppress. They had a main target to eliminate. Even though the Black Ghost was very agile and did a great job of attacking him, he was still tense about the situation and wanted to get it over with. At the same time, the fighters noticed that the Black Ghost was using blades to fight them. It was a very powerful and ultra-fast weapon. The level expert would not leave the ghost alone. He could not allow him to hide from him and wanted to send the ghost to the other side himself. The Black Ghost knew that with his abilities, it would be easy to defeat them, but then it would be difficult to remove all suspicion from him, and he knew he had to keep his cool. The Black Phantom did not hesitate to attack the expert level, and they joined in a fight so that lightning bolts could be heard everywhere. The Black Phantom still managed to deal damage to the expert level. He fell to his knees, feeling a stabbing pain throughout his body, at which point the fighters decided to attack the Phantom altogether. But the fighters underestimated the abilities and strength of the Black Ghost. He coped well with the attack of 3 people. He was not one of the timid 10. The fighters received reinforcements in the form of additional soldiers, but the Black Ghost successfully fought the newly arrived fighters, seeming to be completely untired. The soldiers finally realized that they had failed in the battle with the Black Ghost. He was too strong, and their skills did not allow them to defeat him. People in the city were watching and admiring how he defeated 4 high-level fighters with 1 punch, and they couldn't believe they weren't dreaming. Lagos, Daryl's son, was very angry and realized that those 4 guards were no match for the Black Ghost, for he had easily defeated them. The Black Phantom approached Lagos and said that he did not take Daryl's life, but he wanted to wait until they found out who was really involved, and said that if they raised their hand to him again, they would be sorry. Lagos was furious with the Black Ghost's statement, but Second Commander Xiaojin said they accept his terms. He also added that his people believed that he was not involved in Daryl's death and that it was all a conspiracy to provoke a conflict. Second Commander Xiaojin ordered all the soldiers to lay down their arms and stop fighting the Black Ghost. The Black Phantom was pleased that he did not have to use even more force and that the Second Commander and his men believed in his innocence. The Black Ghost turned around and began to leave the city walls, but Lagos, Daryl's son, was extremely unhappy with the outcome of the situation. He shouted that he could not just let him leave. Third Commander Zhe thought about it for a while and said that the Black Ghost had spared them and expressed a desire to stay, so it was unlikely that he was involved in this crime. Lagos said that he was too naive, because the Black Ghost would not dare to take their lives. Otherwise, Alamera would have become Darknet's enemy, and he just needed to clear himself of all suspicion. As soon as the Black Ghost left the city limits, he launched an urgent mission to catch the culprit in the crime. Because he was framed and drawn into the conspiracy, after completing the task he will receive a random ability or skill. People in the city received notifications of a new assignment and a high reward, and the girl thought about it and asked if they could choose sides. Which one would they take? The Black Ghost heard someone calling his name and saw people running to meet him, and he was surprised that the players had also received a task, had chosen his side, and were ready to help. He thought that the criminal wanted to become a leader, but his plan hadn't materialized yet, and the time would come when he would definitely give himself away, and the players would help him keep an eye on everything. He thought about it a bit and told the players to follow him. They looked at each other and followed the Black Ghost. At that moment, two men in black cloaks were discussing that the conflict had failed, and their man had left the world for nothing. Although intelligence had reported that the Black Ghost was a serial criminal, but this time he had somehow restrained himself. The man said that fortunately all the evidence had been destroyed, and the truth could not be revealed. The Black Ghost would remain the main suspect. This crime took place in Daryl's house, and there were many unanswered questions about how it happened and who was responsible. At the same time, in one of the rooms of Daryl's castle, there was a small meeting to discuss the leader's departure from this world and to decide who would take his place. Without hesitation, Lagos, Daryl's son, pointed to himself and said that he would take the place, because he was the most deserving. But then Daryl's younger brother intervened and said that Lagos was not suitable for the position and that they should think about other candidates. Lagos did not quite understand what Daryl's brother had said and asked him again what he meant. He was clearly not happy with this statement because he considered himself worthy of the position. Daryl's brother corrected Lagos, telling him not to call him you, but uncle, and he added that his older brother had passed away and that he should take his place in the family. Lagos was furious at what he heard. He said that this had happened only recently, and his uncle was already trying to seize power. He asked if he was being too impatient. He also added that his father had suddenly suffered a misfortune, and that Xiaojin and Zieqi were already making plans, discussing how to seize power, while his uncle was arguing with his relative. Daryl's brother told him not to say that, because he was still young and inexperienced. He added that he was just worried that he would make a mistake, and since Lagos wanted to be the head, he would give in. Lagos said that the most important thing now is to find the criminal, and that the Black Ghost is the most suspicious, so he will hire a couple of criminals to deal with him and interrogate him after he is caught. The guy who had been listening to their conversation all along asked hesitantly, "What if this Black Ghost was innocent?" Lagos looked at him carefully and replied that it must be Xiaojin, for this man was greedy for power and had been his father's close associate for many years. Daryl's brother added that on the night of the incident, the Black Phantom visited his mansion and stayed there for an hour. He also added that it is quite possible that Xiaojin paid him a round sum for the crime and then put on this whole show to confuse everyone. Meanwhile, Xiaojin was having a conversation in the mansion, and he asked his interlocutor what was happening in the house faction, and the latter replied that Lagos was now in charge and they were investigating the crime, but there was no news yet. He also added that no evidence was found in Daryl's house, and Xiaojin asked who gave the order to bring the Black Prince to the scene. The guy said that he was the leader of Mira's team. He came to capture the Black Ghost and left this world the same day during the battle, killed by a stray bullet. Xiaojin pondered the words of his companion once more, and then asked what the Black Ghost was doing now, and the man replied that he was doing nothing. He said that this was reasonable and that until the truth about the incident was revealed, no faction would want to deal with him, and anyone who did would become a common target of the others. At the same time, in his office, Zieqi was on the phone, addressing the Major General and asking what they should do now. He was asked on the phone what he was thinking about, and he said that Daryl had left this world and the position of leader was vacant. A new successor would have to be nominated, and he would put forward his candidacy. Yechi added that he hoped for his support, and the Major General said he would help him get the votes of high-ranking officials, but when he takes over Alamera, he should remember who got him there. The players ran towards the Black Ghost and shouted that they had completed the task, and after the burial, they stayed in their house and received a call from Zieqi. The Black Phantom thought that they suspected him and did not allow him to freely investigate, but these players could become his ears and eyes. He also thought that the real perpetrator's goal was likely to seize power and shift the evidence to him. The current evidence was conducive to this, and Alamera would give him trouble again. He heard footsteps behind him. Lagos was standing behind him with his men, saying that he suspected the Black Ghost of colluding with Xiaojin and that he had committed a crime against his father. Lagos also ordered him to follow him, and the Black Ghost looked at him and asked him why he was not taught anything by life. But it seems Lagos wasn't ready to just give up. He called in the legendary mercenary Vanessa and the mercenary Luan. It seems Lagos was satisfied that he had beaten the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost looked at the mercenary Vanessa and the mercenary Luan with a smile and told Lagos that he must have spent a lot of money. At that very moment, the black ghost heard someone call out to him and tell him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he immediately realized that the invisible demon was also there. Lagos angrily told the black ghost that when he was captured, they would beat all the information he needed out of him. It seems that the black ghost did not take Lagos's words seriously at all. He looked at him with a sneer and asked if he was tired of living. The players watched in horror as they saw that 3 high-level enemies were fighting against the black ghost and that he was in big trouble. Lagos watched the black ghost with undisguised mockery, thinking that he was definitely trapped. So he asked him if he was scared and suggested that he lay down his weapon. The Black Phantom just laughed at Lagos and told him to shut up, then pulled out his weapon and said that we could still fight. It was not difficult for him to find the location of the invisible demon. His weapon helped him in this. The black ghost pointed it at his opponent. He remembered that the invisible demon had been very lucky to escape in the city of White Seagull, and he did not expect him to run into trouble again. At that very moment, the legendary mercenary Luan was charging at the black ghost, and he shouted at him not to get cocky and think he could defeat them. The legendary mercenary dealt a strong blow to the black ghost, and the latter realized that the mercenary was strong and that he could not fight a level 60 warrior. This legendary mercenary had the power of fire, and his blows were strong. He asked the black ghost if he had any strength left and sent another powerful blow at him. The blow was really powerful, and the black ghost was unable to stand on his feet. He fell with a thud to the ground and seemed to have been badly injured. He realized that Luan had pumped up his abilities and became stronger, so he decided to get rid of the girl first and then focus on the mercenary Luan. The Black Phantom didn't think twice. He got up and prepared his weapon for battle. He pointed his gun directly at the legendary mercenary Vanessa, but the girl didn't seem to be too embarrassed by this. She brushed all the bullets away and didn't take any damage from them, as if she was wearing invisible armor. After a moment, Vanessa turned to the black ghost and pointed those bullets at him. They flew toward the ghost and seemed to obey her. The black ghost thought that Vanessa had also upgraded her abilities, and that in the open air it was like playing tennis. Then the black ghost decided that it was time for him to activate the mech, and then he would show what he was really capable of. Luan looked at the house and said that the phantom was hiding in the house, and Vanessa calmed him down and said that he was a mechanic and could set a trap there. Luan decided to waste no time and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. With his newly upgraded abilities, he could deal heavy damage. He aimed his fireball directly at the house where the black ghost was staying, and the mercenaries thought he was finished. But Luan was very surprised when he saw a figure emerge from the ruins of the house, and he immediately realized that the black ghost was still alive. The Black Phantom appeared in a suit that could select a strength mode, which is why he managed to survive such a strong blow. Luan was furious at this. He asked the black ghost if he really thought that if he put on the mech, everyone would be afraid of him. Luan struck him and did not understand what the black ghost's armor was made of, as it was able to withstand strong blows. Meanwhile, the armor has activated the function of an iron fist and a heavy mechanical arm, and now its blows are many times stronger. The ghost struck hard and knocked Luan to the ground, then said that tigers do not behave arrogantly, and asked if he had mistaken him for a big cat. Vanessa, a mercenary, was watching everything that was happening, and she was very angry. She shouted that she would not spare the black ghost and rushed at him. Vanessa tried to catch up with the black ghost, but she did not calculate mech's speed and power. She tried to deal him a crushing blow, but her attempts were unsuccessful. The mercenary never gave up trying to crush the black ghost, and she couldn't accept the fact that her attacks wouldn't pierce his armor. The Black Phantom told her to evaluate his blow and get ready to deliver it, and he swung and hit the mercenary with all his might. He crushed Vanessa with his powerful punch, and she lost her bearings for a while, but then got up and prepared to escape. But the black ghost stopped her attempt. After he struck the mercenary with another blow, he heard someone's voice behind him, and the black ghost realized it was Luan. He turned his head and saw Luan running toward him, about to strike the phantom, his hands burning with fire in anticipation of the blow. After the Black Phantom spotted Luan, he switched his weapon to the mode of Burning Will and Critical Strike, and the weapon was overloaded. The Black Phantom struck with his upgraded weapon and hit Luan, but he still didn't go to the next world because his armor was high enough. He realized that Luan could not be crushed by mere weapons, so the Black Ghost decided to use his special punch and see how Luan would stand. The Black Ghost struck him hard in the head, and Luan did not expect the blow to be so strong and send him to another world. Vanessa saw what happened to Luan and was surprised that she had never heard of such a strong mech before. She thought they were no match for him and decided to run away. The invisible demon saw Vanessa running away and was very angry about it, because he was left alone with the Black Ghost. The invisible demon joined Vanessa because he knew perfectly well that he could not stand up to the Black Ghost alone. Their powers were not equal. The Black Phantom saw the two trying to escape and asked them why they decided to leave so soon, after which he fired another gun at them. Vanessa and the invisible demon didn't understand what these weapons were. They looked like small watches and grenades at the same time. The invisible demon was struck and fell to the ground. He was dizzy, and the black ghost thought that this would buy him some time. Vanessa was the only one left and she had to be dealt with as well. The black ghost activated his electromagnetic shredder gloves and prepared to strike her. Vanessa was also crushed and went to the other side, while the black ghost gained 175,000 experience and was satisfied that he had defeated 3 strong enemies. The players secretly watched this battle and were shocked by what they saw. They said they did the right thing by choosing the side of the black ghost. The black ghost approached Lagos and said that now it was time to settle the score with him, and Lagos was frankly frightened by this statement. Lagos looked at the black ghost in a panic and said that he could not destroy him, and there was tension between them. The black ghost listened to Lagos and said that he had already forgiven him once, and that this could not happen again, especially since no evidence of his guilt had been found. Lagos was in a panic. He said that he was responsible for the faction at home and that he should never be sent to the other side. But the black ghost did not even listen to him. The black phantom used his weapon and killed Daryl's son, and the people who came with Lagos were simply shocked that the phantom had sent him to the next world. The black ghost did not hesitate to confirm that it was he who had destroyed Lagos and was not going to hide it. Because Lagos was to blame for it, he was sticking his neck out. Todd, Daryl's younger brother, said that the house faction is now under his control, and Lagos attacked him for personal reasons that have nothing to do with them. But the warrior who came with Lagos was not satisfied with this statement and said that the black ghost should pay for destroying Lagos. Daryl's younger brother ordered him to shut up and repeated that Lagos got what it deserved and their faction would not avenge him. After this conversation, Todd invited the black ghost to follow him and told him that he had prepared a new home for him, and everyone around him was surprised to hear this. The warrior asked Xiao Jin if the black ghost would really be released, and he replied that he only wanted to clear himself of suspicion and now had to wait for the investigation to reveal the truth. But for now, there was no reason to provoke him. The invisible demon was sitting tied up in a room when the black ghost came to him. He needed to talk to the demon. He looked at the demon and said that he had heard that he had become invisible due to a failed laboratory experiment, after which his skin had changed and could be sold for a fortune. When the invisible demon heard this speech, he was furious and shouted at the black ghost not to do it. But the ghost was not going to listen to him and carried out his plan. The black ghost was indignant at the invisible demon's answer and told him that he was his prisoner and had no say at all. The invisible demon saw a syringe in the black ghost's hand and immediately realized that he was up to no good, so he asked the ghost to let him go. He thought that today they were trying to aggravate his conflict with Alamera, but having seen his strength, Alamera would no longer dare to oppose him, and the culprit would either abandon his plan or continue to think about how to save his position. The black ghost sat down by the fireplace and began to look through the information, but he realized that the players in the darknet hadn't learned anything useful. The black phantom thought that he would observe the situation from the outside, and time would tell. The black ghost heard someone knocking on the door. It was Alamera's second-in-command, and he told the ghost that important evidence had been found. He also said that during the investigation, he found that an aide to a senior Northern faction official had left his post and disappeared for 27 minutes on the night of the murder. Xiao Jin added that the assistant's name was Su Dinghua. He was from the northern continent, and the spy Xiao Jin sent found that Su Dinghua was in cahoots with Raylan. Meanwhile, someone was listening in on the private conversation outside the door. The black ghost listened carefully to Alamera's second-in-command and asked why they hadn't arrested him yet, since they knew everything about this man. He replied that he was hoping for the Phantom's help in capturing Su Dinghua, as Raylan had surely sent many masters to protect him, and this was a great opportunity to clear the Phantom of suspicion. The Black Phantom listened to Xiao Jin and said that he would catch Su Dinghua only if his efforts were paid for. With a smirk on his face, the Black Ghost added that he could help the second-in-command with the capture at a market rate. When night fell, the Black Ghost finally made his way to Su Dinghua's mansion to capture him, hoping to find something useful for the case. He was dressed in meisha and had a black cloak on top to attract less attention. The Black Ghost thought he needed to deal with the video surveillance and security system first. After a little tinkering with the security system, the Black Ghost successfully hacked into it, without much effort. He climbed into Su Dinghua's mansion and began to examine everything around him, and the Black Ghost saw that there was a safe hidden behind the painting. The Black Phantom also noticed that all the drawers in the room had locks on them, which meant that someone was trying to hide something. But the mechanic can handle such locks in no time, which was a fairly simple task for such a powerful mechanic. When the Black Ghost opened the box, he saw that there was secret documentation, and he was very surprised that such things were so easily hidden. He began to study the documentation and realized that it contained all of Alamera's internal data and reports. In short, useless information. He also saw the key and password to the safe in the drawer, but he immediately realized that it was too obvious and very likely to be a trap that could raise the alarm in the mansion. The Black Ghost left the mansion room and thought that he would take care of the arrest and let them deal with the safe themselves. He didn't want to be involved. The black ghost began to scan the mansion's life activity with the help of his mechanic, which took only a couple of minutes. He saw that there were guards of different levels sitting at a large table, and they were unusual guards, and well-trained guards. There could be even stronger ones inside. The black ghost thought that it was strange for a simple assistant to set up such a serious security system. Something was clearly wrong. Without hesitation, he broke through the floor beneath him and jumped into the room where guards of different levels of training were gathered. One of them ordered to prepare weapons and open fire, their goal being to destroy the black ghost that suddenly burst in on them. After numerous bullets were fired, one of the guards realized that shooting against him was not working, and that it was pointless. Without hesitation, the black ghost delivered a crushing blow that knocked the fighter down, for the power in the mechanic was enormous. After the black ghost crushed the first guard, he saw a level Raylan special agent in front of him, and he prepared to strike. Then the black ghost realized that Su Dinghua was actually in cahoots with Raylan, and he was going to deflect the blow from the special agent. The black ghost was outraged that an ordinary special agent of the 40th level thought too much of himself because his power was not equal to the mechanic's. One punch from the black ghost was enough to crush the special agent, who fell to the floor and could no longer move. The Black Phantom sent Special Agent Raylan to the other side, and gained enough experience to show that there was no point in fighting him. Shi Dinghua went up to the black ghost and asked him why he had broken into their house and hurt everyone. He was clearly in a negative mood. The Black Phantom immediately told him that he could stop pretending, and that his plan had long since been exposed. After that, the second in command of Alumera, Xiao Jin, entered the room and surprised Shi Dinghua with his appearance, who was clearly dumbfounded. Shi Dinghua fell to his knees in front of Xiao Jin and asked how they had managed to find out and reveal his plan, since he had carefully concealed everything. He replied that Shi Dinghua had long been in secret contact with Raylan and had replaced all his bodyguards with his special agents over the past few years. When the Black Ghost appeared, he decided to blame him for the destruction of the chapter, bribed the guards to capture the Black Ghost, and tried to provoke him into a conflict. Shi Dinghua realized that he could not get away with it, because his whole secret had been revealed, and he confirmed that it was exactly like that. He was confused and started shouting that Raylan had provoked him to do this, and that he had sent this special agent to follow him. But no one wanted to listen to Shi Donghua's excuses, and Xiao Jin's fighter told him to save his words for prison. He would explain everything there. The Black Phantom got tired of listening to these conversations, waved his hand, and said that the killer had been caught, and he didn't care about the rest and didn't intend to stay here. He went back to his apartment and thought that he had completed the task ahead of schedule and that all the troubles in Alumera were due to their internal conflicts, and that until they elected a new head, his task would not end. He heard footsteps approaching his room, and he wasn't surprised because he had expected to see Xiao Jin after the task was completed. The Black Ghost asked the incoming second-in-command why he was looking for him, and Xiao Jin asked why he hadn't left Alumera if he had already been acquitted. The Black Phantom replied that he had come to visit them with pure intentions, but in the end, they blamed all the troubles on him, and even their people wanted to destroy him. He added that he could ask for compensation. Xiao Hai, who was standing next to Xiao Jin, was furious at what he heard and shouted that it was all planned by Raylan and that the Black Ghost had sent their people to the other side, and now he was talking about some kind of compensation. But the Black Ghost was not at all embarrassed by Xiao Hai's objection. He only added that Raylan was far away, so he would ask them for money first. Xiao Hai said that this was a real robbery, and the Black Ghost did not object to him, only asked what he would do to him now. Xiao Jin intervened in their conversation and told Xiao Hai to step back and not to object to the Black Ghost anymore, and he stepped back. Xiao Jin wrote something on paper, then said that he would personally pay compensation to the Black Ghost and asked if this amount was enough, and the ghost said that it was barely enough. After the Black Phantom got his way, he told Xiao Jin that since he parted with the money so easily, he had come to him on some business. Xiao Jin said that the post of the head is empty, and internal elections will be held in 2 days, and that rivals have secretly poached high-ranking officials, and he hopes for his help at any cost. The Black Ghost listened carefully to Xiao Jin and said that he did not belong to Alumera and had no influence here. Xiao Jin smiled and offered him to join his family. They would be equal in status, and his children would become stepchildren for the ghost. When Xiao Hai heard this from his father, he was speechless with surprise, and the Black Ghost thought it was not serious and asked if this childish method would work. Xiao Jin laughed and said that politics is child's play. Everything is much simpler than it seems from the outside. After that, he approached his son Xiao Hai and told him to greet his godfather, the Black Ghost. The Black Phantom listened carefully and said that he did not see any benefit for himself and that he did not understand why he should join. Xiao Jin replied with all seriousness that when he became head, Alumera would become his ally, and this would solve some difficulties. With a smile on his face, the Black Ghost said that it looked like Xiao Jin would do anything for the position of head, and then agreed to join Xiao's faction and reluctantly become a godfather to his children. The Black Ghost decided to make fun of Xiao Hai and asked him to call him his godfather, which made the guy furious. Xiao Hai squeezed out these words without any desire at all, calling the Black Ghost his godfather, unable to hide his dislike, and his expression said it all. But the Black Ghost didn't stop there and said he didn't hear anything, which made Xiao Hai shout as loud as he could. The Black Ghost smirked and thought that Xiao Hai was the elder brother of the previous owner of this body, and wondered how he would react when he found out who he really was. Xiaojin shook hands with the Black Ghost and wished that their cooperation would be fruitful, and that was the end of their dialogue. When Xiaojin and his son returned to their manor, Xiao Hai indignantly asked him why he had done this, because it was all wrong. Xiaojin sat down in his chair, looked at his son, and replied that the Black Ghost was much stingier than he thought, and that something had to be done. He also added that he thought that if he helped the Black Ghost get rid of suspicions, he would be grateful, but it didn't work out that way, and when he became the head, it would cover everything. Xiao Hai realized that this was a good move and that, after this, they would no longer need to worry about the Black Ghost. The issue would be resolved once and for all. He added that it was not so simple and that as a leader he would have to fulfill his promise, otherwise he would not live. Everyone saw that the ghost was very strong, and as long as he was on their side, he would be their support. Xiao Hai replied that he understood him. Everyone has already gathered in the Alumera boardroom to decide who will become the head after Daryl and Lagos die. It was clear that after Daryl's death, every faction would fight for his place, because there was so much power at stake. The Black Ghost also attended this meeting and remarked that it was an interesting show, with all the representatives of different factions gathered here. The meeting was called to order, and Daryl's brother announced that there were 4 people running for the position of chairman: himself, Xiao, the second chairman, Xiaqi, the third chairman, and Mr. Angleton. Ziji thought that he had made a deal with all the high-ranking officials and that he would definitely win. After the voting, Mr. Angleton realized that he would not become the head because he had received the minimum number of votes, and Xiaqi thought that participation was more important than victory. His confidence melted as soon as he saw the number of votes cast for him. Xiaoji was disappointed when he saw the number of votes cast for his candidacy because he had agreed with everyone that they would vote for him. As a result of the vote, Daryl's brother became the head of the company, and he was very happy about it, thanked everyone for their trust, and said that he would not disappoint their expectations. But it wasn't that simple. The Black Ghost asked to wait and said he had an objection, and everyone was shocked by this statement. When Daryl's brother saw the Black Ghost, he was very surprised and upset by his appearance. He could not understand what this man was doing at the Alumera meeting, but the Black Ghost was not bothered at all by the reaction to his appearance, saying that he considered Xiao Jin to be the best candidate for the position of head of the family. Daryl's brother was furious with the Black Ghost's words. He ran up to Xiao Jin and asked him how he dared to invite an outsider to participate in the family's affairs, as it was a violation of the rules. Xiao Jin was prepared for such a question and answered that the Black Ghost was no longer a stranger, for he was a member of the Xiao faction and that his children already called him godfather. And at that moment, all as one, Xiao Jin's children called the Black Ghost their godfather, and he was clearly amused by the whole performance. Daryl's brother was just beside himself with anger when he heard this. He thought it was the most real insolence, and it shouldn't be like this. But the Black Ghost only laughed at his words in reaction. He asked the audience if anyone wanted to throw the ballot. As soon as the Black Phantom suggested that the ballot be returned, most of the voters rushed to Xiao Jin's ballot box and wanted to vote for him, saying that they had made a mistake. The voting ended with a different outcome, with Xiao Jin becoming the new head, having gained the most votes and outperforming all his rivals. Xiaqi was outraged by this outcome because he had paid so much money to bribe officials, but it was nothing compared to the mere presence of the Black Ghost. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin celebrated the successful completion of the vote in his favor in his manner. He had put in the work, but it was worth it. He poured wine into glasses and thanked the Black Ghost for his help during the vote, adding that if the ghost needed anything from Alumera, he could contact him. The Black Ghost listened carefully to Xiao Jin and said that he had been thinking a lot in recent days and had realized something interesting. He said that Xiao Jin had known about Su Hua's plans for a long time, but he let it happen in order to become the head of the family, and while everyone doubted the Phantom, he believed and took the opportunity to gain his favor. The Black Ghost also added that it was logical to use his power to suppress other contenders for the position of head. Xiao Jin replied that he could not call the Black Ghost a criminal. He was the oil that fanned the flames for his own purposes. He added that it was a very interesting theory, but it was not like that at all, and said that it was just the Black Ghost's speculation. But the Black Ghost immediately replied that he did not need proof, because if he believed something to be true, it was true. Xiao Jin became visibly nervous when the Black Ghost finished speaking, for he realized that he could not be wrapped around his finger. The Black Phantom came closer to Xiao Jin and told him to remember that he could take back everything he borrowed from him at any time. It seemed that the Black Ghost was amused by Xiaojin's reaction because he was confused and frightened. The Black Ghost asked him what he would do with Raylan and Su Dinghua because they were involved in the crime against Daryl. Xiaojin realized that the Black Ghost was forcing him to choose a position, and he had to do something to calm him down. He replied that he would make them pay for it, that Alumera would pursue them and destroy Raylan's scouts, preventing them from getting back on their feet in every way possible. The Black Phantom was quite satisfied with this answer and was pleased, and he also expressed the hope that Xiaojin's reign would be pleasant. After the Black Ghost left Xiaojin, he called his son to him, and Xiaohai came into the room a moment later and asked why his father had called him. Xiaojin told his son to pass on his order to launch a full-scale attack on Raylan's army in the desert, and for this purpose, the branches outside the city should prepare. Xiaohai was surprised to hear this and told his father that he had just taken over as head and that the most important thing now was to strengthen his position. It seemed that Xiaojin did not want to listen to his son's objections. He told him that he did not need to say anything, just do what he ordered. The Black Ghost saw that his relationship with his family had changed to respect. Apparently, Xiaojin had compromised, and now, the Black Ghost could begin his mission. He started the task, and first he had to indicate the identity of the real criminal. The Black Ghost indicated that it was Su Dinghua and Raylan. He was given the opportunity to choose a skill or a random ability, and the Black Ghost decided to choose an ability, as there is a chance to get a rare or even body-enhancing one. The randomization was over, and he had to choose one of three options. Double activation duplicated abilities during an attack, Nature's Call gave him a chance to communicate with monsters, and Frost Resistance kept him from freezing. He considered all the options. He chose between Frost Resistance and the Call of Nature because they were the most useful abilities, but he chose the Call of Nature in the version it would be extremely useful. The main storyline of the version was a mutation disaster. An alien virus appeared, causing mutations in animals and plants on many planets, including Aquamarine. In a world where beasts are rampant, the Call of Nature can be just the right thing, which is why the Black Ghost chose it. Later, the cure was invented by a higher civilization, and maybe the Black Ghost will be able to get the antidote ahead of schedule and go through the storyline to quickly advance the mechanic class in the versions. He decided not to overwhelm his head with unnecessary information and leave the matters of the future for later, but to do what needed to be done now. The Black Phantom thought that although he had stayed in Alumera for a couple of days, he had also gained a lot from this visit. The Black Ghost decided that it was time for him to leave Alumera, and Xiaojin's children came to see him off and wished him well, calling him their godfather. The Black Phantom decided to go to the northern continent to the Darknet stronghold. He had something to offer them. He was met by a man in a suit and asked again if the Black Ghost really wanted to hand over the invisible demon for whom the reward was announced. The Black Phantom confirmed that the man had understood him correctly, and the man, in turn, asked where the invisible demon was. He was on the floor under the Black Phantom's foot. The Black Phantom kicked the invisible demon and told the man that he was right there in this room, in front of his eyes. The man was convinced that the Black Phantom's words were true, and told him that he was satisfied with everything, and that the money would be transferred to his account. The Black Ghost was surprised at how quickly and smoothly everything went. He saw that he had gained experience and money for completing the task, namely for catching the invisible demon. After receiving the money in his account, the Black Ghost left the Darknet stronghold, decided to cheat the common people one last time, and then he could return to the southern continent. No sooner had he left the checkpoint than a crowd of ordinary people rushed toward him, asking him the name of his mechanical suit, whether he was selling it, and shouting that they wanted to transfer to the mechanic class. The Black Ghost seemed to be expecting these questions. They were trivial to him, so he said that mechs are not for sale, and those who want to change classes should get in line. The people were pleased with his answer, and rejoiced that they would finally change classes, because they had been waiting for the Black Ghost and had not changed classes on purpose before. The Black Ghost seemed tired after talking to people, because the players were very active and asked too many questions. They were tiring. The Black Ghost saw that the Galaxy Times had published a story about the mechanics, how cool they were, and how everyone around them wanted a suit like that. The Black Ghost now understood why the players were so nice, and why there were so many more people wanting to change classes than there had been. He saw a notification saying that Hao Tian had completed the task, and the Black Ghost wasn't surprised, since he was a loser after all. The Black Ghost saw that there was something attached to the document, and it was quite important information for him. He thought that Hao Tian was really good, and he should take him with him. The Black Phantom told Hao Tian to wait for him on the border with Raylan and leave him the coordinates. And he also indicated that he would take him with him on his way from the northern continent. The Black Ghost did not waste any time and immediately went to the northern continent, straight to the ice field, which was quite cold at that time. With a couple of hours left before Darknet's plane arrived, he decided to shoot at the animals to fulfill the requirements for a kill shot. The Black Ghost thought that the ice bears above the 50th level were not at all responsive to the call of nature. They were aggressive and remained so. After Black Ghost hit a level ice bear, a level 12 ice bear cub ran up to him, and Black Ghost still thought that the ability had partially worked. The Black Ghost started waving his leg to make the ice bear cub leave him alone, saying that he was not a tree and that he should not climb it. But despite the fact that the Black Ghost threw the bear cub away from him into a snowdrift, he got up and ran back to him and climbed up his leg. He thought that the call of nature is influenced not only by charisma, but also by its difference with the beast in levels, and that animals also have a concept of charisma. The Black Ghost thought it over again, then picked up the ice bear cub and took it in his arms and decided that the cub would be his pet. He was on the border with Raylan. Hao Tian approached him. The Black Ghost said that he was returning to the southern continent and that he would fly with him, and Hao Tian agreed. When they got on board, the Black Ghost said that if there was nothing else to do, Hao Tian could help him with one thing. At the same moment, a cub of an ice bear climbed on top of Hao Tian, who was surprised to see any animals in the cabin, let alone a small bear. Hao Tian tried to put a diaper on the cub, but he was not very good at it, because the cub was constantly turning around, and the Black Ghost was laughing when he saw him trying to accomplish this task. After a while, the plane arrived in the South Continent at Fajuyan Airfield, and the Black Ghost was met by a man in a suit, who was clearly happy that the ghost had returned alive and well. The man said that it had only been a month, and the Black Ghost had managed to do a lot of things and added that he was so fast, and the ghost said that this was not true. The Black Ghost received a call from Bennett, who answered and said he was back, and asked if he still needed help with the sanctuary plan he had mentioned last time. The Black Ghost met with Bennett, and he showed him where the first shelter was being built, which was an impressive building. The Black Ghost looked around the huge building and saw that the first asylum was named after Bennett. He asked him if it was too modest of him. Bennett laughed at this remark and invited the Black Ghost to go with him to an official meeting. The ghost was surprised and asked what he had to do with this meeting, to which Bennett replied that the Black Ghost was also one of the high-ranking participants and should be present at the meeting. While being authorized to proceed to the meeting, Bennett told the Black Ghost that he had vouched for him and hoped he would not disappoint him. The Black Phantom looked at him and asked with a smile on his face that he had never disappointed him, that there had never been a case when he had let him down. The first sanctuary was a test project and was progressing quite well. It will have amenities to meet the needs of the residents. Even if war breaks out in the outside world, the shelter will be able to withstand it. Bennett also added that in the event of an attack, the walls of the shelter are equipped with various defense mechanisms against various kinds of enemies. Bennett wanted to build at least 3 to 5 shelters on all continents, and the Black Phantom said that even one shelter would cost a lot of money, and he wanted to build several. Bennett replied that if they succeed in preserving civilization, any costs will be insignificant, because people's lives are much more valuable. The Black Ghost smirked and said he could almost see a halo of divine light over Bennett's head, and they both laughed at that. They both proceeded to the meeting room of the first asylum. Bennett announced that the Black Ghost was here, and they could begin the meeting. Bennett started first and said that the shelters would have been better off being built in advance, and that he decided to start building the second and third shelters immediately. One of the attendees asked if Bennett was rushing things too fast and why they shouldn't wait until the first shelter was completed. Bennett did not understand the meaning of this question, as everything was obvious, but he replied that the war was about to break out and they had little time, so it was imperative to speed up construction. The man was not entirely satisfied with Bennett's answer and asked who would be responsible for the second shelter, because it was serious and required strict control. Bennett said that Xena would be in charge of the second shelter, and the audience confirmed that she is a talented current director of Darknet, and she is the perfect fit. After that, Bennett added that the Black Ghost would be responsible for the third shelter and pointed directly at him, which stunned the ghost, who had not expected such a turn of events. He was obviously surprised and could not believe that Bennett trusted him enough to let him run an entire shelter. Everyone present at the meeting was against this decision. They started saying that he had little experience and that this was not good. Someone else should be chosen. To which Bennett replied that every shelter needs someone with extraordinary strength to guard them, and if they have someone stronger than the Black Ghost, he will definitely listen to them. The Black Ghost read that he had launched an A-ranked mission, which meant that he would now be in charge of the third safe house. Bennett also added that the third shelter would be located on the ruins of Grey Metal, and the Black Ghost thought to himself that his little secret base was located there, and that this was all very convenient. Bennett noted that there are also small problems. Due to the lack of funds, the Black Ghost will have fewer employees than the first and second shelters. The Black Ghost asked Bennett how many employees he had been assigned, and he replied that he had about 1,000 people at his disposal. Everyone around me began to whisper that there were very few people and that it would be very difficult to create something worthwhile, so it was only logical to load the newcomer with hard work. The Black Ghost smiled and told Bennett not to worry, and that he would be able to build a basic model in a month, but he had one condition. Bennett told him to state his condition and that he would try to fulfill it. The Black Ghost said that the third shrine should be named in his honor, and Bennett agreed. He said that the Black Ghost didn't have much experience, and everyone present had participated in the construction of the first sanctuary, so Bennett appointed Huang Yu as a consultant and assistant. Huang Yu accepted the appointment, but his expression showed that he was not eager to help the Black Ghost. Everyone began to discuss Huang Yu's dissatisfaction. They realized that he would not earn much from planning, and he would have little merit in the status of assistant, and people did not understand why he was not given a normal assignment. Huang Yu told them to gloat less, and that he was not going to help him much, and that he would just rest and take a vacation this month. Later, Black Ghost was flying on a plane with Mad Sword, and he noticed that Hao Tian was in the cabin, so he sat down with him and asked when he had revealed the secret storyline. The Black Ghost, meanwhile, was thinking that there were already too few workers, and Bennett had given him a lazy man who had no enthusiasm whatsoever. But it wasn't that simple. They didn't know that the Black Ghost had a lot of helpers who could be used to build the third shrine. Meanwhile, on Andrea's continent, the forum at which the Black Ghost was present was being discussed, and he was a popular figure. The guy said that everyone was talking about an advanced method of energy training that unlocked itself, and he added that the Black Ghost had deceived them. Another guy said that this was not entirely true, because it is a pumping technique, and the sooner you get it, the faster you will raise your level. They did not understand when the Black Ghost would appear on Andrea's continent, because everyone was waiting for him to change his class to mechanic. One of them replied that the continent of Andrea is under the influence of the embryo, the enemy of the Black Ghost, so he is unlikely to come here. The guy with the glasses added that judging by the video that Banhitdog had just uploaded, the Black Ghost had already returned to the South Continent. Banhitdog, on the other side of the screen, said that the Black Ghost had led them to a special location where work was underway. Banhitdog also announced that he would be taking on a new main assignment here, called the Third Black Ghost Shrine. The guys were surprised that a city was being built there. It was a large-scale storyline, almost like an expeditionary war. Rather, it was also part of the main storyline of the planet Aquamarine. Banhitdog offered to listen to the Black Ghost's rallying cry, and the latter said that the dark clouds of war hung over Aquamarine like the wings of death. The Black Ghost said that the wounds from the previous war had opened up before they had time to heal completely. He added that only a few decades have passed, but no one has forgotten the pain that the war brought with it. He said that the war still affects the ground under our feet and the sky above our heads. Radiation, dust clouds, extinct lands, and vanished civilizations, all of which are consequences of the war. States destroyed ordinary defenseless people for false and empty motives, and the war took countless lives in a whirlwind. He said that because of them, the planet is slowly being destroyed, the world may end one day, and the construction of the sanctuary is intended to preserve our civilization. The Black Phantom also said that even if it happens tomorrow, he wants to save at least the last bit of civilization, and added that he is not great, but the world is filled with petty people. The Black Phantom, with all seriousness and responsibility, said that if no one wants to pay the price, then he will be the first to do so. He also added that he would not be the last. People liked his speech, started shouting words of support, and changed their minds about the Black Ghost. The guys watched Black Phantom's performance closely and really liked his opening speech. They thought he was very cool. The guy suddenly said that he had a proposal. Instead of wasting time on the embryo's lands, he offered to go over to the Black Ghost's side. Everyone supported him at the time because no one wanted to sit around meaninglessly. They wanted to escape from there, but they had to be quiet so as not to be discovered. Black Ghost observed that after Banhitdog's video, a large number of players wanted to join him. Bennett went up to the Black Ghost, hugged him, and said that the speech he had given had touched his heart and that he was his soulmate. The Black Phantom thought with a smirk that these were Bennett's words, only he was the first to voice them, and that players like it when additional information is given about a character, revealing a different side of him. It helps to win their love. Suddenly, he received a mission to protect the convoy until it reached the ruins of Grey Metal, and the Black Ghost thought that such sudden assignments do not go peacefully. The Black Phantom thought that military might would not be enough, and he needed to strengthen his team, so he decided to call Antonio. He went to a temporary camp, and the fighter said that perhaps the initial changes to the entire city would be completed within 3 months. Huang Yu added that this plan was designed for 30,000 workers, and they only had 1,000. The Black Ghost turned to Huang Yu and asked him if he had any suggestions, and with an indifferent expression, he replied that he had no suggestions and did not know how to help in this situation. He thought to himself that there was no cohesion and he would not rely on Huang Yu, then said that labor was not a problem and that he planned to finish building the prototype in a month. Antonio said that it would take at least 100,000 workers, and even the first sanctuary didn't have that many, but the Black Ghost told him not to worry because he would take care of it. After the conversation, one of the soldiers was told something on the radio, and he was seriously concerned. He was stunned by the news. The fighter turned to Black Ghost and said that an unknown aircraft was approaching them. He did not know anything about it. The Black Ghost smiled and said that everything was fine and that his order had arrived, so there was no reason to worry. Huang Yu thought that the Black Ghost had far more connections than he thought, and he was able to order weapons and ammunition from the well-known Fabian company. The Black Ghost was busy disassembling the new weapon. He saw that the defensive mechanisms were ready, and only needed to replenish ammunition. The silence was broken by the soldiers who were running from all sides and shouting that they were being attacked by animals, and the Black Ghost did not understand what was happening. He suddenly saw that one of the soldiers was being dragged by unknown creatures. They had claws like spiders, large fangs, and red glowing eyes. They did not bode well. These creatures were approaching their tent city from all sides. There were so many of them that the soldiers were forced to open fire. The Black Phantom did not understand how it was possible that so many huge spiders lived in this neighborhood. He said to report the situation. A fighter who was outside and holding back the attack said that they were surrounded by a colony of these spiders. They were furious, and there were a lot of them. Huang Yu shouted to the Black Ghost that this spider colony was unstoppable and that he should get on the plane as soon as possible because the situation was getting out of control. But the Black Ghost refused to get on the plane and fly away. He said he would not leave the fighters and would stay here because the fighters themselves would not make it. Huang Yu looked at him and thought that let the Black Ghost do as he pleased. He did not understand why he refused to leave and stayed in such a dangerous situation. The soldiers looked at the plane flying away from them and said that they had been left here with these spiders and had escaped. But the Black Ghost remained calm and unwavering, seemingly in control, telling the fighters that they had him and could relax. After saying that, the Black Ghost launched something on his tablet, and at the same moment robots appeared. The fighters did not expect to see them here, because they came out of nowhere. They looked at the robots and said that they looked fierce. They were powerful robots that could fight to the end. The Black Phantom ordered the soldier to move all the metal discs from the car and place them on the sides, and he obeyed his instructions without question. The Black Ghost also added that the artillery would deal with the insects, while the soldiers would deal with the criminals. Despite the fact that the number of spiders was huge, the artillery was successfully coping with this task, and the spiders had less and less chance of overcoming the humans. One of the fighters was watching the scene and was amazed at how powerful the shooting was. He could not fully believe it. The soldiers were equally impressed by this shooting because they hardly had to do anything. The robots did everything for them, and it made their situation much easier. 15 minutes later, the battle was over, and the soldiers still didn't understand how it happened, as it seemed that their chances of survival were negligible. But the robots helped them a lot. All the fighters around were amazed at the skill of the Black Ghost because he did not abandon them in such a very difficult situation, but stayed with them and fought to the end. Bandit Dog looked and saw that the task was completed and noticed that the main task gives a lot of experience. And Mad Sword added that the mechanic class is strong and that reclassification was a great choice. Bandit Dog was pleased that he still managed to gather material for his stories, which was to his advantage. One of the fighters told the Black Ghost that they had caught a vagrant near their camp, and he ordered them to bring the unknown man. The soldiers brought an unknown man with his hands tied. He was unremarkable and said that he was just hunting here when he saw them here and wanted to watch. The Black Ghost asked the soldier if there were any houses nearby, and he replied that there were a couple. The Black Ghost examined the unknown man once more and ordered Liu Zhao to give the vagrant some food and drink. He looked hungry and tired. He turned to the vagrant and said that they would build a city in the ruins of gray metal and that they needed many workers for this. And as a thank you, the vagrant could give this to his headman. They handed the vagrant a large box. He thanked them and went on his way. Liu Zhao told the Black Ghost that they also lacked materials and asked what to do. The Black Ghost smirked and asked if they needed a worker, then added that vagrants would do just fine. Huang Yu watched from the sidelines and thought that the Black Ghost had thought things through quite well, but there were too few vagrants and the plan was doomed to failure, so he would hold out for a month and apply for a transfer back to the head office. The Black Ghost told Liu Zhao to take some people and go and distribute food to the vagrants while telling them about their shelter. But Liu Zhao was surprised at what he heard, because if the guards were scattered, their defensive power would be weaker and the danger would increase. The Black Ghost smiled, pointed to the robots behind him, and assured Liu Zhao that everything would be under control and safe until they returned. Liu Zhao said that they would follow the Black Ghost's instructions. He gathered people, they took provisions, and went to the vagrants. The Black Ghost helicopters flew up to the ruins of gray metal. They looked gloomy and gave the impression that this place was absolutely not intended for human habitation. The Black Phantom saw that the goal of the assignment had changed, and now he had to complete the design in 3 months and meet the construction requirements during that time. The Black Ghost heard a noise from the street. Someone was shouting about a convoy. When he went outside, he saw a fighter pointing to the side and saying that something had happened there. He saw a large crowd of people, quite a lot of them, saying that they had come to fulfill his task. People said that they had heard about his intention to build a shelter, and they would be happy to help him with this. They no longer had any hope after a long wait. The soldiers put their weapons on alert and did not understand what this crowd of people was going to do. They did not expect anything good from them, but the Black Ghost ordered them to lay down their arms. He said that he was very grateful for their help and asked them to give way to the people, and the Black Ghost added that when they planned the construction, they would have a lot of work to do. Huang Yu thought that the outsiders, who were a huge headache for all states, were treating him well. He did not understand why and decided to report it to Bennett. Huang Yu approached the Black Ghost and said that they first needed to clean up the territory, but there were not enough workers to do so. The Black Ghost looked at him and said that there was a crowd of strangers idling outside, and why not address them? And Huang Yu agreed. He went outside and shouted to the strangers that the Black Ghost needed someone to clear the area near the safe zone and asked if they could help with this. At the same moment, they had a task in front of their eyes, and they saw that they would get a lot of experience as a reward for completing it, so they immediately agreed. The strangers got to work, clearing the area of rubble, construction debris, and other unnecessary garbage as much as possible. Huang Yu was very surprised that these strangers had obeyed him, but then he realized that it was all because of the mention of the Black Ghost. In the vicinity of gray metal, everyone was busy. While the outsiders were clearing the area of rubble, the fighters were counting armor and materials. At the same time, people were chasing Bandhit Dog and asking if he had released something new and promising to break his leg if he didn't hurry up, but he replied that they wouldn't catch up with him because he was at a higher level. Mad Sword, meanwhile, was sitting there thinking that the mechanics were strong, but he liked being a warrior better. It was his profession, and he needed to think things through. The Black Phantom looked around the city and realized that it was getting livelier. Everyone was working hard, and things were getting off the ground. The players involved in the creation of the city have a very strong sense of belonging, and this place may become the first zone of players in Aquamarine. But one thing that confused the Black Ghost was that the number of points it could give out for tasks was severely limited. He thought that if he allowed other players to issue tasks, he could get around the limit. Since he was in charge of the construction, he just needed to plan the general direction of the work and let the players contribute. The Black Ghost called the fighter and ordered him to contact all the leaders. He wanted to hold a meeting, and the fighter unconditionally fulfilled his order. The Black Ghost began the meeting by saying that building a shelter from scratch is a very big project that requires a lot of investment and effort. He also added that he has divided the project into items that include construction, search, and other management matters. He thought that he needed to manage the responsible persons to coordinate the whole work and said that someone would be responsible for each point of the plan, his goal being to complete the construction as quickly as possible, ideally in a month. All the leaders listened to the Black Ghost and went about their business, satisfied that they had understood him and accepted his instructions. The Black Phantom stopped them at the exit, as if he had forgotten to say something, and the leaders stopped, ready to listen to him. The Black Ghost said before they wrote in the name of the shelter, let them not forget that it should include his name. He saw a notification that Maple Moon had already reached the 20th level and was on its way to the ruins of Grey Metal. She used to be a mechanic, and when the Black Ghost was down, just watching her play lifted his spirits. But she was only good in the 3rd and 4th versions and then changed classes. Black Ghost wonders if his meeting with Maple Moon will change anything and how she will react to him when she sees him in Grey Metal. After a while, Maple Moon came into the tent where Black Ghost, Bandhit Dog, Hao Tian, and Mad Sword were sitting, and she was happy to see them. The Maple Fox saw the little bear cub in Hao Tian's arms and said that it was a very cute creature. She came closer to get a better look at the bear cub, liked it very much, and asked if she could hug it. Hao Tian gave her the teddy bear and told her to control her emotions better next time, but Maple Moon didn't really listen to him as she played with the bear. The Black Ghost watched Maple Moon and Bandit Dog play with a bear cub, still unsteady on its paws, rather clueless, but so cute. The Black Ghost told them to stop playing with the bear because they had more important things to do than play, and they didn't have much time. He said that he was building a shelter and they could help him with that too, because there was a lot of work to be done. Bandit Dog saw that they needed to complete a certain number of tasks to get additional rewards, and Mad Sword added that they had a good boss. Hao Tian, Maple Moon, Bandit Dog, and Mad Sword rushed out of the tent, wanting to complete the task and get their reward as soon as possible. The Black Ghost thought that his limit would be more than enough for these four, and he would look forward to their success in the competition. The workers noticed that these strange people were working like crazy and didn't seem to need any rest. They said that they would definitely be able to finish the initial form of the shelter in a month, and that this time they would get a lot of awards. Huang Yu thought that if he succeeded, he might be awarded as an assistant in the Darknet, and this would be very good for his reputation. But he realized that his previous attitude might have offended the Black Ghost, and now he was not giving him any instructions. Huang Yu realized that he needed to correct his mistake as soon as possible. Huang Yu came to the Black Ghost. He obviously wanted to talk about something. The Black Ghost asked him why he came, whether it was on business or not. Huang Yu smiled and said that he would like to take over some of the work, since he was his deputy, and he looked confused. The Black Ghost told him that he didn't want to work, and he entered his position and gave him a vacation. He didn't understand why Huang Yu was unhappy. Huang Yu was not satisfied with the Black Ghost's report and told him that he was his assistant and could contribute to the construction of the shelter. Huang Yu thought that he had really angered the Black Ghost. He was worried that he would be able to forget about the rewards, and he did not like this situation. The Black Ghost gave him a folder and told him that it was a plan for building a shelter. He needed to systematize the data and report back to him on the results. Huang Yu was happy that all was not lost and told the Black Ghost not to worry and that he would do everything in the best possible way. The western district of the third shelter was the least favorable for construction, with a tower bell in the center of the district. The workers went inside the building, and it was no wonder that no one was doing anything here because there was dirt and stench, and the building looked unfit for human life. They moved deeper into the building, and one of the workers said they only needed to inspect the drainage pipes. When the workers went a little further, they heard some noise, and the guy said that there was something there and they should run away as soon as possible because it was dangerous. One of the players saw a message that he was under the influence and in a state of fear, which did not bode well. Suddenly, the players saw something black rise out of the drainage pipes, which was clearly not good and put them all in danger. This black entity struck the workers with a blow that sent them scattering across the room. After that, the entity flew out into the street. It was a black blob of energy that was very strong and dangerous for people. None of the people here understood what they were dealing with. They had never seen anything like it before. The entity struck and the players flew in different directions. They were seriously injured, and one of them shouted that he had used up the number of resurrections for this week. This situation was immediately reported to the Black Ghost, who was clearly puzzled by the situation and said that he would soon be at the scene. When he arrived at the scene, he asked eyewitnesses if they could make out what happened, and the player replied that no, everything happened very quickly, and if he hadn't reacted in time, he would have gone to the other side. The Black Ghost approached his assistant Huang Yu and asked what their losses were after the incident. He replied that a monster had appeared in the area where the power grid was being laid, and that was why the power plant was destroyed. The Black Ghost was angry when he heard for the monster. Huang Yu revealed that it was hiding in the discharge channel, and they did not know what was happening inside. When the Black Ghost saw the impact mark on the wall, he realized that this monster was strong and fast, and that it must be a high level. He asked Huang Yu if there were monsters elsewhere, and he replied that only here in the rest of the neighborhood, everything was fine. The Black Ghost saw that it was a shadow-hunting viper. It was about level 40, and no wonder it quickly dealt with the players. He also found out that she likes warm and humid places, and he wondered what attracted her there, thinking that there might be a reactor or a high-energy heat source underground. Huang Yu suggested placing explosives on the cave's pillars to break its nest, so they could get rid of this monster. But the Black Ghost thought that the viper's corpse and its clutch were raw materials for medicine, and it was a pity to lose it, and then said that, to make them forget about it, they just needed to lure it out of its hole and take its life. The Black Ghost asked Banadog, the Mad Sword, and the Maple Moon to set up his security mechanisms at the entrance and call out to the strange people. The Black Ghost wanted people to throw a couple of grenades into the cave, which would lure the monster out. And when the monster leaves his cave, you need to take his life, but do not forget that he is very strong and fast. The players did everything as the Black Ghost told them to, and the monster left the cave. But there was more than one viper, and their level was too high for the players. The players couldn't cope with the vipers, so the Black Ghost used a weapon that could hit these monsters. And at one point, with the help of a powerful weapon, the Black Ghost was able to defeat all the monsters that were in the discharge channel. The players said that the Black Ghost's mechanisms were so strong that they quickly dealt with all the monsters, and one of them said that he had just been killed by this viper. The Black Ghost ordered the players to take the bodies of the vipers to the cold storage, as they could later be used to produce raw materials and medicines. The Black Phantom thought that after so many losses, the shadow vipers would not just come out of the nest, it would be harder to get them. He thought that such a challenging task would be just right for the players to improve their skills and earn a lot of reward points. The Black Ghost said that he needed several people to clear out the lair of the vipers, ideally within a day. At this point, all players received a notification about the task and saw that this particular task came with a prize pool. The Black Ghost turned to the Guild of the Celestial Territory and told them to listen to his order. The players stopped. He said that their squad lacks a support player, so they need to bring him in, but not below the level. The Black Phantom thought that the prize pool had quickly reached 1 million and that such a task would easily disperse the players. He told the players to take a measuring device that shows the level of radiation, and if they find anything else in the nest, they should definitely report to him. The catching vipers turned out to be much more powerful than the players could have guessed, and even the whole team couldn't defeat them. The Black Phantom thought that the current players were too strong for the catching vipers, but for the reward, they would definitely want to buy the equipment he had prepared for them. The Black Ghost went to the warehouse where the ammunition was stored, looking for something that could be sold as equipment that players could not do without. One of the requirements for advancement in the class was to create 5 purple-quality equipment, but there were many times more unsuccessful inventions. The Black Phantom thought it was time to get rid of the unnecessary stuff that was only cluttering up the warehouse, and now was the time to sell it. After a while, the Black Ghost was visited by players who wanted to buy equipment to fight the Vipers, as they were much stronger than expected. The Black Ghost smiled because he knew that the players would come to him and told them to choose their equipment for the fight. The players were surprised by such a wide range of equipment. There was at least green quality and even blue. They had never seen anything like it and wanted to buy everything. A player with red hair saw a lightweight mechanical arm among the assortment of equipment, and it was perfect for him, but also very expensive. The player thought that there were a lot of guilds now, and they would only achieve good results if they increased the gap between them. But he thought he definitely needed this equipment and said he was taking it, and all the players around him started shouting out what positions they were buying. The Black Ghost was pleased with this course of events and the fact that so much was bought. He said they owed 300,000 for all the equipment. A little later, Banhit Dog, Hao Tian, the Maple Fox, and the Mad Sword came to see the Black Ghost, returning from a mission he had given them. They said that they found a high concentration of radiation. It almost reached the maximum value. The Black Ghost thought that since they had been living in a place with high radiation for a long time, mutants must have appeared there. Mad Sword added that they also managed to identify the source of the radiation, which turned out to be crystals formed for an unknown reason. The Black Ghost asked where they had found them, and the boys replied that they were in the wall in the depths of the lair. All the walls were covered with crystals. The deeper you go down, the more crystals and monsters. The Black Ghost took a closer look at the crystal and realized that it radiated heat, which is probably why the Vipers live there. He called the Mad Sword to him. The Black Ghost wanted to see what effect this unknown crystal had. In order to see the body's reaction to the effects of the unknown crystal, it had to be swallowed, and that's what the Mad Sword did. The Black Ghost waited for a while and asked the Mad Sword if he felt anything unusual and if there was any reaction in his body. Mad Sword read that his condition was radiation damage. His health was reduced by a minimum. His physical strength was reduced by 33%. All attributes were halved, and it would continue for 2 hours. The Black Ghost thanked him for this experiment, and the Mad Sword saw that he had gained a lot of experience and asked if he could have some more. The Black Ghost thought that the crystals could be purified and turned into energy storage devices that could be used for various purposes. He also thought that the number of crystals should indicate the location of the lair, and he was 90% sure that it was there. The fighters went to the cave to find and move the eggs of the Vipers. They had to lure the monsters out of their lair as far as possible. The players were fighting monsters. They were about level 20, and the catching Viper was level 40. The battle was difficult for the players. The warriors had to attack the Viper at close range, as there was a higher probability of hitting its vital organs. The experts had to hold out a little longer, and if they got too hard in battle, they could step aside to regain their strength and health. The mechanics, in turn, were not supposed to be too close and deal damage from a distance. The player with the red hair said that the boss Viper is furious, so you need to hit it all at once, and then you will be able to damage it. He took a decent run, swung and struck with his mechanical arm, which had quite a bit of strength and power to hit such a beast. He read that he had destroyed the level's shadow-catching Viper, and it turned out that it was a mechanical arm that did a lot of damage, and he hadn't paid for it in vain. The players saw that they were in first place in terms of contributions, but the guy with the red hair told them not to rejoice too soon, because other guilds could catch up, and they still had one more Viper to destroy. The players saw something fly past them, and before they could see anything, it disappeared in a flash. The players rushed deep into the cave to see who this master was, who was unrealistically fast and agile. When they ran to the place, saw the monster's lifeless body and it was fresh, they thought that it was this silhouette they saw that took the monster's life. They were shocked to see how quickly the silhouette managed to deal with such a huge monster, which they had been trying to kill for half a day, and the players thought it was a black ghost, because only it had so much power. The players noticed that the silhouette had gone deeper into the cave, and they thought they should go further to have a look around. The silhouette was indeed a black ghost, and it could easily cope with the Vipers because it was very strong. The black ghost noticed that there were more and more monsters, and the further he moved into the cave, the more monsters he encountered. The temperature was also rising, which meant that the leader of the Shadow Vipers was somewhere nearby, and it was worth moving a little further into the cave. After some time, the Black Prince finally came across the lair of the leader of the Shadow Vipers, which turned out to be a level Viper, with many unknown crystals on the stones around it. This shadowy Viper was impressive in size, and many times stronger than its congeners, and the Black Ghost realized that it would be very difficult to destroy such a monster. The Black Ghost struck a devastating blow, hoping to hit the Shadow Viper, which had a very powerful weapon in its arsenal. He also noticed that one such shot takes away 1/10 of his health, and realized that this Shadow Viper boss was very strong. The Black Ghost noticed that the boss was eating waste and regenerating his health. There were a lot of these crystals, and he had to figure out a way to move the battlefield. He struck another blow at the Shadow Viper boss, his goal being to break through the cave wall to move the battlefield outside. Meanwhile, the players rushed to escape from the cave because it began to collapse. They were in danger and did not understand why the Black Ghost wanted to destroy the cave. The Black Ghost and the boss of the Shadow Vipers found themselves on the street, where the Viper had nothing to eat and therefore could not restore its strength and health. He was striking at the Shadow Viper boss, and the monster was beginning to lose its grip and seemed to be at its limit. The Black Ghost thought that without the radioactive waste that regenerated the monster, it was no different from ordinary Vipers. He realized that one hit would be enough to destroy the boss, so he overloaded on the fiery will. One more strike, and the Black Ghost destroyed the King of the Level's Shadow Hunting Vipers and gained 132,000 experience after this battle. After the King of Vipers went to the other side, the little catching Vipers began to attack the players. The players were surprised by the power with which the Black Ghost destroyed all the Vipers in the cave in which they lived. They thought that with such power, he must have been a maximum level boss. Huang Yu, along with the fighters, ran up to the Black Ghost and asked if he was okay after such an explosion in the dungeon. The Black Ghost said that when the non-humans were done with the monsters, they had to clear the ruins and deliver the radiation crystals along with the Viper carcasses to the warehouses, especially the carcass of the Viper King. Huang Yu took the order and thought to himself that it didn't take him half an hour to solve the problem. It was just amazing efficiency. Huang Yu said that they collected 746 Shadow Catcher Viper carcasses and 2 tons of radiation crystals, of which about 300 pounds were dark blue, which seemed to have a higher concentration. He also added that Twilight Vipers consumed highly effective waste as food. The mucus secreted from their bodies underwent special reactions, which hardened and turned into crystals. Simply put, the crystals are Viper feces. The Black Ghost remembered how recently a mad sword had swallowed one of these crystals and thought it would be better for him not to know about their origin. After talking to Huang Yu, the Black Ghost went to the warehouse of the third shelter to see what was going on there. When he entered the warehouse, he saw a huge number of radiation crystals, and he was pleased with the catch he had made this time. Radiation crystals can be turned into an energy unit, and Viper carcasses and eggs can be used to make medicines. The Black Ghost thought that it was a pharmacist they were missing, and they had to figure out how to solve this problem. At this time, it was time for the 6 powers to meet in the Star Dragon, namely in the secret meeting room. Right during the meeting, Gu Hui's phone rang. He ordered the meeting to be stopped, and those present said that they had a serious incident and how could they not turn off the phone. He left the meeting room, looked at the phone screen and saw that a Black Ghost was calling him. Gu Hui asked what he wanted this time. The Black Ghost replied that he needed someone and that person should be with him as soon as possible. Gu Hui asked who exactly the Black Ghost needed, and he replied that it was the Emerald Herb and she was a pharmacist. He was displeased with what he heard and said that she was a dangerous criminal, and even he could not take people from the island of the Bell of Destruction at his own discretion because it was illegal. The Black Ghost spoke as he heard that they would soon begin an expedition, and 6 nations would unite to attack the continent of Andrea from different directions. The Black Ghost asked if Gu Hui hoped that the embryo would surrender to them, and he did not understand how the ghost could have known this information. The Black Phantom replied that he knew a lot, including the location of the embryo's base and its battlefield defense. Gu Hui promised to bring the emerald grass, and the Black Ghost said that it was a pleasure to cooperate with him, and that he would soon send the data on the embryo. He thought that the emerald grass would not only help in the study of the cure, but also develop an antidote that would suppress the virus that had spread in the version, and if his hideout was the first to create it, then his reputation would increase. It occurred to him that if the Star Dragon found out that emerald grass was working here, they would find out that Han Xiao, Zero, and the Black Ghost were the same person. However, this will combine the authority of Zero and the Black Ghost, as well as the fact that he is now supported by the Darknet and is quite strong. The Black Ghost realized that there was no longer any need to hide, but in case the secret police were sent to him, it was better to wait. Meanwhile, people gathered at the Green Dragon organization, and it seemed that something was about to happen. The soldier told his commander that they brought the girl. She was sitting with her eyes closed, tied to a chair. He said that this is one of the 4 most important criminals of the island of the Bell of Destruction, and that one should be careful with it and not fall for its tricks. The man, who was wearing a mask, said that there was no need to worry because he had given her a large dose of tranquilizer and she was sleeping soundly. They were met by a Black Ghost, wearing a silver mask and a black cloak, who said that he had come for the emerald herb. The military said that the emerald grass was ready for transportation and he could take it. No one intends to keep it for long. When the Black Ghost boarded his helicopter, He turned to the emerald grass and told it not to pretend and to open its eyes, because it was a pharmacist and had developed resistance to drugs. The girl opened her eyes, looked at the black ghost and said that she could see right through him. He was very brave and courageous. The girl said that Star Dragon thought that she did not know about the bug that was planted in her body. She also said that he must have an interesting relationship with this organization and asked what she was exchanged for. The black ghost was not going to hide anything from her and said that she had been exchanged for a small amount of intelligence. Emerald Grass looked at the black ghost and said that she could feel how strong he was and that she was unlikely to be able to escape. The black ghost took off his mask, smiled at the girl and said that she was very smart and there was absolutely no point in running. The girl asked what was required of her, and the black ghost replied that he would tell her everything as soon as they reached their destination. The black phantom thought that she was scared for now, but in the future she would try to escape, and he didn't have time to follow her and needed to make her want to stay in the shelter. When they got to their destination, Emerald Grass asked where they were, and the black ghost told her that she had been locked up for a long time and would soon find out what was going on around her. Huang Yu met them and reported to the black ghost that the first district was already finished, and that the western district was being restored and would be completed in about 3 days. He also added that all the viper eggs and monster bodies had been moved to a cold storage facility, and the black ghost said that this was good news. Emerald Grass looked at the black ghost and realized that he was responsible for the shelter, and now she was not surprised that he needed her. The black ghost brought the emerald herb to the cold storage and said that her task was to make a medicine from this raw material. She noticed that there were a lot of shadow vipers and asked if they could be used to make medicine. The bodies of the vipers are suitable for creating hormonal drugs, and the eggs contain a substance for growth and metabolism, which can be extracted to create an effective health potion. And since there are so many eggs, she will try to breed vipers. The black ghost listened to her carefully, but understood almost nothing because she used pharmaceutical terms, and he asked her again what substance she was talking about. But the girl replied that he wouldn't understand what we were talking about anyway and asked him to leave it to her, as she knew about substances like no one else. The Black Phantom said that if she needed to test the reagent, she could ask the people outside, because they could not die, so they would be happy to help her. She reflected that there were undying beings and a shelter that offered freedom and safety, and she decided that she could stay here as she still needed time to figure out her current situation. In her studio, Emerald Grass decided to do some research on the Black Ghost and the situation around her. The girl realized that the Black Ghost turned out to be a rather famous person. There was a lot of information about him. She also read that one traitor had driven the entire embryo organization into a dead end, and she wondered who Zero was. And the article also said that 6 nations were going on an expedition. Emerald Grass realized that in the few years she had been in prison, the world had turned upside down and everything around her had changed. The Black Ghost watched the Emerald Grass and realized that the girl was a liberal who never bowed to anyone. The Black Ghost decided that he needed to keep an eye on the Emerald Grass so that it would be safe for her at work. Huang Yu came to the Black Ghost and reported that he had arranged the Emerald Grass in a new place and that it would be fine. Huang Yu noticed that the Black Ghost was peeping at her and thought that this was his hobby. The Black Ghost turned his head and saw that Huang Yu had seen the emerald grass on the screen and must have misunderstood everything. The Black Ghost turned away from him and said that if he told anyone what he saw on the screen in his office, he would lose his life. Huang Yu replied that he would not tell anyone and was not going to do so. Everything would be fine. After a while, Emerald Grass had some success in the pharmaceutical industry. She said she needed one volunteer to experiment with the drug. There were many people in the crowd who wanted to take part in this experiment. They could choose anyone and any number of people. Emerald Grass thought that non-humans were really very entertaining, because who else would argue with others for the right to be a guinea pig? So she chose one from the crowd and invited him along. The girl thought that the third shelter was a very good place, because here everyone helps her to achieve the final results in the development of the drug. The girl asked him if he could buy various medicines here and why the emerald herb was gone, and he told her that he only opened the pharmacy in the evening, and during the day he could do drug testing tasks for a good reward. Some guy in the crowd called out to the dark-haired girl and said that if she hadn't tripped him, he would have been the first to ask for a job, and asked how she was going to pay for it. The dark-haired girl was outraged by his statement and said that he had pushed her, not her, and could at least apologize for his behavior. The guy was surprised and outraged that she was also arguing with him. He told her that if she had the courage, they could fight, and the girl replied that she was not afraid of him. Soon, a black ghost appeared on the street and said that it was not good to fight and destroy the shelter that everyone had built so carefully, and henceforth, he forbade fighting. The black ghost pointed to an abandoned city and said that if they wanted to fight, they could go there, not on the territory of the shelter. The guy didn't understand why he couldn't fight on the spot, and the new girl immediately agreed to the Black Ghost's ban. The guy and the new girl decided to resolve the conflict with a fight, so they went to an abandoned city, followed by other non-humans. The Black Ghost thought that it was necessary to build a safe zone in the shelter, prohibiting fights. so it would be possible to protect the players, but this would not be enough. Later on, players like Emerald Grass should be attracted to develop the city's functionality. At the same time, a meeting was taking place in the embryo's secret boardroom to discuss that all their ports on the Andrea continent had been lost, and the 6 nations were blockading the surrounding waters. Looking at the map, the meeting said that their ground forces were preparing to land and move inland. Raylan and Theseus sent elite troops to the missile base in the east, and their plan was exposed, with traitors among them, of course. One of those present said that it was all the work of Zero. He had pulled it off in such a way as to confuse them. He also added that they would have a chance to win only after they destroyed Zero, and he was no longer under their feet. Meanwhile, at the 3rd Black Ghost hideout, he was on the phone with Bennett, who asked if he had completed the initial phase of construction. The Black Ghost could not help but be proud of himself, for he had accomplished the almost impossible, completing the initial phase of construction in such a short time. He told Bennett that he could praise him. Bennett was pleased with the answer and said that the speed of the Black Ghost exceeded the speed of construction of other shelters, and he had high hopes for them. He also added that the 6 nations started the expedition because Darknet is neutral, and the Black Ghost should not join them. The Black Ghost said that he would not join the 6 nations, but he still held his own on this point. The Black Ghost finished the first phase of the shelter, and everything went well. There was no need for him to be there anymore. His reputation with Darknet had risen to the level of respect. He thought he could finally concentrate on something else, and opened the notification on the screen, which indicated that the embryo's fall had advanced by a percentage point. The Black Phantom thought that the war had already begun, and the embryo had plenty of things to do, so it was time to visit them. Before going to the embryo, the Black Ghost entered the workshop of the 3rd Asylum, at which point they were finishing the production of a part. The workshop was making a violet quality item that was necessary to raise the skill of a Black Ghost. In order to be promoted, it was necessary to fulfill the requirement, namely to collect equipment of purple quality, and the Black Ghost successfully passed the promotion. Black Ghost has also learned high-level mechanism affinity and shock mechanical power, which will help him become even stronger. He did not stop there but studied electromagnetic energy extraction and energy modification. After this training, the Black Ghost gained the specialty Magnetic Sphere Mechanic, added points to energy, dexterity, endurance, and intelligence, and the final level became. The Black Ghost realized that he had reached the maximum level in the version as he expected. He had no limitations on the version to increase the level, since the Black Ghost was not a player. He has received the final task to advance his Go level class, and test points can be obtained by fighting strong enemies, and the embryo is full of strong enemies, which will help him successfully complete the task. The Black Ghost thought that he could also try to save Hel and her sister, thus rewriting history. Meanwhile, there was some movement in the Star Dragon, namely at the Kameni port base. The soldiers talked among themselves that not only mercenaries from large organizations were involved in the war, but also criminals from the Blood Pact Society. One of the soldiers said that since they were new to the war, they were surprised by everything, and there was no small-scale slaughter on the front line, so there was no reason to risk their lives for money. The newcomer said that when the time comes, the elders will give them a task, but now all they have to do is follow orders. While the newcomers were talking to the soldiers, a Black Ghost walked past them, looking concentrated, and everyone around them was happy to see him. The fighter invited the Black Prince to board the plane, and the other fighter said that he was honored to join them on the mission. The newcomer didn't understand how the Black Ghost had ended up here. It was as if he could move between locations unnoticed by others. The Black Phantom considered that the 6 nations had blocked all access to Andrea, and if he joined the battle as a third party, he would be mistaken for the enemy, so it would be better to join the mercenary corps of the Star Dragon. As soon as the plane took off, the Black Ghost received a call from Bennett, who was furious and shouted for him to come back immediately, and the Black Ghost asked him not to shout. Bennett didn't understand why the Black Ghost didn't talk to him about it, since he was a representative of Darknet, and their participation in the war meant that they were no longer neutral. The Black Phantom replied that Bennett should stay out of it, and that it was his personal business. Bennett emphasized that it was really the Black Phantom's business, not Darknet's, so he had no right to involve the organization. The Black Ghost added that the embryo is not even able to take care of itself now, so why not take advantage of this situation? He also asked how important their neutrality is at a crucial moment. Bennett seemed to become even angrier as they talked, asking if the Black Ghost had even listened to what he had just said about him. But the Black Ghost wasn't going to answer his questions. He pretended that the connection was lost when the plane was landing. The Black Ghost saw on the news that 6 nations had expressed their intention to suppress Darknet, and it no longer mattered whether the organization would maintain a neutral position, because if the embryo was destroyed, Darknet would be next on the list. The military guy approached the Black Ghost and said that in 8 hours they would arrive on Andrea. He also provided data on the current situation on the southern battlefields and some tasks. The Black Ghost said that the soldier would give him a map of the entire battlefield with the organization's territory and their main troops. The soldier immediately gave him a map, and the Black Ghost thought that the reason the Star Dragon treated him so well was due to his reputation. He saw that Embryo's headquarters was surrounded by a large number of defensive positions that were marked on the map, but there are small gaps between them, and he could have used them to get in and attack, although these gaps looked too obvious and strange. After some time in flight, the plane landed on the continent of Andrea, namely in the border area of the fighting. There were a lot of refugees on the continent, and they needed to evacuate urgently. The fighters showed them the direction in which the evacuation with Andrea was taking place. When the soldiers saw the Black Ghost, they said that they would like to see him take command of them. But the Black Ghost turned around and walked in his direction. The soldier wanted to stop him and asked where he was going, because he had orders to act with them. The Black Phantom replied that he was not interested in this task. He was used to acting alone, and this situation was no exception. At that moment, Embryo's fighters stormed the building, one of them saying that he was sending refugees to the other side, but he had accumulated only 95 points, while the other fighter had already accumulated 127 points. Another fighter said that killing refugees does not give contribution points. You need to kill the Star Dragon soldiers, and asked if he had read the requirements for the task. When they entered the room, they saw a Star Dragon scout, and they prepared to deliver a crushing blow, but they didn't have time, because the scout worked much faster. At that very moment, at the point of resurrection of the Embryo fighters, the number of killed soldiers was added to the list. The soldiers saw a notification on their screens that an unknown person had inflicted a lot of damage on them and then sent them to the other side. They sincerely did not understand how an unknown person managed to inflict so much damage in a second, and they were interested in who it could be. When the Star Dragon fighters saw that a fighter belonging to the Embryo organization was coming at them, they prepared to strike. The Embryo fighter looked at his opponents and thought that they were no match for him and that he would defeat them quickly. He sent all the Star Dragon fighters to the other side, and only one was able to escape, and he could only hope that he would not be found. But the enemy still found him, which only meant that he was doomed to die, and the Embryo fighter was ready to strike a decisive blow. But it happened quite differently. An unknown man came up from behind Embryo's fighter and struck him, which sent him to the other side. The Star Dragon fighter could not understand how this refugee had dealt with the strong Embryo fighter in a second, and how he had come to be here in the first place. An Embryo fighter spoke into the radio that reinforcements from the Star Dragon would soon arrive, so they should prepare to retreat. The Black Ghost was pleased that he had finally found the Embryo's unit. Thanks to the appearance of their fighter Carius, he managed to infiltrate their ranks. A fighter from the Embryo squad noticed the man Carius, who was actually a Black Ghost, and asked him where he had been for so long. At that very moment, Carius's opponent, a Star Dragon, was charging at the fighter, holding a sword with which he was going to destroy Carius. But the latter managed to strike first and send his opponent to the other side. Embryo's fighter was shocked to see how much stronger his comrade in arms had become, and he was able to hit the enemy with a single blow. The Embryo's fighters noticed that the Star Dragon had reinforcements and had to retreat, so they told Carius to keep up. The Black Ghost was pleased that the battlefield was so chaotic that no one would suspect him. It was a perfect disguise. The soldiers began unloading the goods because they had to return to the head office in 10 minutes, and there was no time to lose. A Black Ghost in the guise of Carius sneaked up on the car in which the fighters were supposed to go to the head office, killed the driver, left the body in the bushes, and gave them a mission. The other soldiers found the body and thought it was the mysterious man who had given them the strange task of hiding the body, although they were not interested in this, because they would get a lot of experience for completing this task. The Black Ghost was pleased to let the players deal with the driver's body, so he saved time and didn't give himself away before the time was up. He was thinking that Embryo's boss would never have thought that he could sneak into their headquarters so easily. His idea was brilliant. The Black Ghost thought that they had obviously increased surveillance in the area of weakness reserved for defense. So far, the Black Ghost hasn't been able to find any traces of the Embryo boss. He hasn't given himself away in any way. He sat and played chess and wondered why Embryo's boss would want to come to their headquarters, how he could give himself away. The Black Ghost wondered if the prophecy of the Child of Destiny would never come true, but it remained unknown. The Black Ghost saw that there was an underground headquarters ahead, where important devices and employees of the Embryo were located. In order to save Aurora, he needed to disable the protection through the main computer, and for this he would need a hostage who had host privileges. He suddenly remembered that there was an experimenter in the Embryo, Cyberlos, who was in charge of research and responsible for Aurora. This experimenter had absolutely no principles. He was ready to do anything to save his life. The Black Ghost had a task to find the Cyber Moose laboratory, which was not as easy as it seemed, because there were many different rooms in the dungeon. He suddenly realized that there were players here too, and he had to take advantage of this to find the experimenter's laboratory faster. At the same time, the player was given a task to find Cyberlos, and was pleasantly surprised to see that this task was rewarded with a lot of experience. The player, without hesitation, ran in the other direction to look for Cyberlos. and the Black Ghost only had to wait a little longer. The players soon found Cyberlos' laboratory. It was surprising that no guards were posted, probably because he was constantly at the headquarters, but it was only better for the Black Ghost. He went into the lab and saw Cyberlos experimenting on something. There was a lot of different equipment and test tubes with unknown substances. He took another test tube in his hand and heard someone enter the lab. It was an embryo fighter, but he pointed a weapon at him. Zero told him not to twitch or shout. He added that Cyberlos should act as if nothing was happening and listen to him carefully, otherwise he would go to the other side, and the scientist replied that he shouldn't do anything stupid and asked what he needed. Zero ordered him to leave the lab and behave naturally and not raise the alarm, otherwise he would go to the other side, and Cyberlos agreed. They left the lab and the experimenter asked what to do now, and Zero told him to take him to the room with the main computer and not to try anything tricky. Zero said that if a scientist does something wrong and raises the alarm, he will turn him to dust in a second. Cyberlos said that he agreed to everything and that extreme measures had to be taken. He was not going to raise and panic. After saying that, the experimenter looked at him and asked if he was Zero. The Black Ghost was surprised how Cyberlos could guess. The scientist was authenticated and added to capture Zero. The boss set traps all over the headquarters, but he still managed to slip through. Zero realized why the embryo had arranged the troops' position so strangely. They wanted to catch him, but no one knew about his plan. He wondered if there was anyone here with a talent for seeing the future. He also thought that if their boss really knew his plan, he would have carried out the attack by now. Zero turned to the experimenter and asked who told him that he was Zero, and he ordered him to tell him everything he knew. They walked further down the corridor, the experimenter still silent, but then he said that the Child of Fate had informed him of his arrival. Zero wondered if there was such a person in the embryo, and Cyberlos said that the Child of Destiny could foresee and even influence the future. They did not fully understand it themselves, but he predicted Zero's appearance. Zero wondered if it could be that the Child of Destiny's ability made him decide to come here. He was clearly puzzled by this question, but later he decided that it couldn't be, because when Zero saw Hyla more than a year ago, he was already thinking about saving Aurora. The scientist interrupted Zero's thoughts and said that the headquarters was full of officers who were just waiting to deal with him. It seemed quite logical to Zero that their boss knew he was coming, but didn't know when or why, so they couldn't delay any longer. The boss was on the lookout and could discover Cyberlos missing at any moment. They had to save Aurora and get out of here as soon as possible. Cyberlos and Zero approached the central room of the embryo, and all that remained was to get inside and find what they needed. The experimenter asked Zero what he wanted to see here, and he replied that he needed to see a full map of the headquarters. Cyberlos was not happy about what was happening, but he had no other choice, so he authenticated again. Zero put his mask on the main computer and started the process of copying the data. He needed all the information. The copying was completed in a matter of minutes. It all went so fast, thanks to the high technology that Zero had. Zero looked at Cyberlos and told him to open the database of confidential information, and the scientist didn't even try to resist and did everything he was told. Among other information, Zero found a project for a super soldier, and they actually used the technology of a lightweight mechanical arm that he left behind when he escaped. He also found the location of the nuclear bomb in the documents and decided that he needed to send all the data to the 6 nations so that they would cut off the embryo's ability to retreat. After he found the information he needed and sent the data to the 6 nations, he ordered the experimenter to open the knowledge base. Vera thought that the embryo possessed some advanced information, and of course it had to be taken with it, and he was going to sell the information he didn't need to the players. He saw that there were tasks for advancement in the mechanic class, so he spent 2 points, took the training, and mastered the nerve connection. Zero was observed by the experimenter, who noticed that it was an accelerated learning skill, and Cyberlos asked if he was non-human. Zero smirked, looked at the experimenter, and asked him what he thought. The answer was obvious, and the scientist understood it perfectly. Cyberlos realized that the enemy of their organization was an invulnerable non-human, and he did not understand what the point was in contacting him. The scientist turned to Zero and asked him if he had really appeared much earlier than the other non-humans. He also asked if Zero was the first, and if he was the creator of the non-human phenomenon. Cyberlos thought that was his ability. Zero noticed that the data transfer had been successfully completed, and he already had all the information he needed. Zero turned to the experimenter and asked if the main computer had a self-destruct program. Cyberlos replied that this computer did not have such a function because it would be a great folly, as the information would then be at risk at any time. Zero told the scientist to disable all security measures in Zone A and all surveillance cameras, and Cyberlos immediately agreed. The experimenter wondered if the little girl who had the life force was there, and he immediately wanted to test his guess. But Zero beat him to it and said that he wanted to take the girl and they had to go. because it was not the right time to waste precious time. The scientist didn't understand how Zero had found out about her, because Aurora was a secret of the organization. He had gained access to confidential information 5 minutes ago and wouldn't have been able to read anything out. Cyberlos realized that Zero had specifically chosen him as a hostage, knowing that he would follow all his instructions without question. The scientist and Zero walked through long corridors and finally came to the area where the girl was, when a soldier stopped them and asked why Cyberlos had come here. The scientist realized that he couldn't tell the truth because Zero would definitely not be nice to him, so he said that he needed to take a blood sample again. They went into the laboratory. There were doctors there. One of them suggested that this time the girl should not have anesthesia. The other supported him and said it was a great idea. There was a little girl sitting on the floor in a dark room, looking very scared and tired, and it was clear that some kind of experimentation had been carried out on her. Zero quickly dealt with the doctors in the laboratory, approached the girl, held out his hand, and told her that he had come to save her and asked her to follow him. She was even more frightened because she did not understand what was happening and who he was. Zero told her his name so that she would not be so afraid. The girl suddenly realized who the stranger was. She was glad to see him and stopped being afraid. She called him Uncle Zero. When Embryo's boss saw that the data from the central office had been copied by Cyberlos, he realized that someone was behind it. He ordered me to find the experimenter and display the CCTV images on his computer. He saw that there was a man in the room with Cyberlos where the main computer was located, but he was not a subordinate of the experimenter. The Embryo's boss realized that only Zero could get into their headquarters unnoticed, so he told Zero not to even try to escape. Zero put the girl in the bag to lie there for a while, as it was the safest place for her at the moment. Cyberlos said that Zero had saved the girl and thus solved the problem on the surface, but the embryo still has a way to control Aurora. Zero was angry when he found out that this organization could still continue to control the girl. He ordered Cyberlos to tell everything he knew about it. The scientist said that the girl was brainwashed, but because of her older sister, they chose the sedation method. Usually, Aurora behaves like a normal child, but as soon as you say special words, her personality changes. Zero thought that this was not a problem. He just needed to clap his hands to bring the girl back to consciousness. Meanwhile, in the break room at Embryo's headquarters, there was some movement, and everyone around them started running and fussing. Hila noticed that the life marker she had left on Aurora began to move. She pushed all the fighters in front of her and quickly ran towards the marker. The soldiers could not understand what was happening to this woman, and where she was running to so quickly. Hila was obviously worried about something. All the fighters who were at the Embryo headquarters received a notification that the head was calling everyone to Zone A, and they had to go there immediately. Zero noticed that the atmosphere here was rather strange. They had walked far enough but hadn't met a single person yet. He asked the experimenter if he had activated the alarm. Cyberlos said that the boss must have noticed that he was looking at the data in the central room and obviously suspected something. Meanwhile, Group C soldiers had already begun preparations to assault the position where Zero, the experimenter, and Aurora were located. They rushed to their places to prevent Zero from escaping and their headquarters, let alone taking the girl with him. Embryo's boss stood watching the fighters. He ordered them not to shoot and wait until Zero was completely surrounded. But at the same moment, he saw that Hila had run away earlier, and it was impossible to stop her because she thought her sister was in danger. Embryo's boss ordered the men to stop and let Hila exhaust Zero and then attack him. He realized that the further he went, the more Hila got out of his control. Hila instantly ran to the place where Zero was, ready to deal him a crushing blow, but he noticed her when Hila was about to swing at him. Zero handed the bag with the girl to the experimenter and told him to take care of her until things calmed down, because the girl could have been accidentally hurt. Hila continued to attack Zero, still not realizing that it was he who was hiding behind the fighter's face. The girl ordered him to let Aurora go. Zero realized that Hila had grown much stronger since the last time he had seen her, and that she had mastered new skills. Zero realized that Hila would not stop in this fight, as he believed that Aurora was in danger. He said that he had come to save her sister. The girl was furious when she heard Zero's words. She did not understand who he was and what he wanted from her sister. Aurora looked out of the bag and looked at Hila, her eyes filled with happiness and hope for liberation. Hila ran up to the girl, hugged her tightly and asked if she was okay and if she was hurt, and Aurora said she was fine. The girl clung to Hila and said that she had been saved today by Zero, about whom her older sister had told her stories. At first, Hila did not believe her sister's words, because there was no Zero in this room, only Cyberlos, and some kind of embryo battle. Zero said that since the situation was such, there was no longer any reason to hide his identity. He took off his mask and showed his true face. He said that it was really him, and there was no more time to explain. He had already saved the girl, and no matter how much Hila believed in what was happening, he intended to save her too. The girl stood next to Aurora and said that Zero was being chased, and he knew perfectly well that this could well happen after the girl was rescued. Zero asked Gila if she really didn't mind the organization continuing to use her sister, because now she had a great opportunity to escape. Aurora took her older sister by the hand and asked to be taken away. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she clearly did not want to stay here. Gila recalled all the moments when the embryo organization had hurt Aurora and realized that she could not allow the girl to stay here. She hugged her sister and thought to herself that in the worst-case scenario, they would go to the next world together, but no one would harm Aurora again. Gila took her sister's hand and they headed for the exit. They didn't have much time to think, they had to act immediately. They accelerated their run, and Cyberlos could not keep up with them and asked them to run slowly. He did not want to suffer from the fact that he had to help Zero. Gila said that the experimenter had already been exposed and temporarily deprived of his powers, and he was only delaying and distracting them. Zero said that he would not take his life because the scientist could still be useful to the living, and Cyberlos asked him not to do anything stupid. Zero disconnected the scientist so that he would not interfere with them. Gila said that she knew a secret passage to escape from the general staff. Zero added that the boss must not know that Gila had switched sides and she must pretend to be chasing him. Embryo's boss said that if Zero and Hyla continued to interfere, he would have to deal with them both because they were crossing all the lines. He gave an order to all the executive directors to find Zero. He was last seen in Zone A. They had to find him as soon as possible. The embryo's boss also added that if they couldn't capture him alive, they could eliminate him. As long as he didn't escape, the executive director found Zero not far from him. Gila told Zero to be careful, because CEOs have unusual powers, and Zero told her not to think about him and to protect her sister. He would deal with his enemies himself. He successfully used his weapon in the form of 2 balls, which, although they looked frivolous at first glance, were very powerful. Zero delivered precise, devastating blows to his enemies. He was very strong, and even the CEOs with their powers were no match for him. Zero destroyed a level 5 executive and received a challenge point for it, and the voice of Embryo's boss was heard on the radio, asking about the situation. Zero thought that an executive director with a level above the 40th was given a point, and there were many of them in this base, so he would be able to score the maximum. Gila couldn't understand how it was that Zero had become so strong that he could easily defeat 5 CEOs. The embryo's boss realized that he had actually underestimated Zero's capabilities and power, and now he would have to deal with him personally. The soldiers prepared to stop Zero. One of them said that he was very dangerous and they might not be able to do it, and the other said that it was worth a try because the boss ordered not to let him leave and promised 200,000 experience as a reward. The executive directors also joined the fighters, and they found Zero and prepared to deal him a crushing blow. Zero easily dealt with all the fighters, as they were of low levels, and even the executive directors were not a hindrance to him. The executive directors decided to attack Zero from 2 sides, thinking that they could do a lot of damage. Zero thought that they were not being fed at all, because the executives could not penetrate his shield even at close range. Zero received a notification that he had destroyed 2 executives and gained a normal amount of experience. Zero realized that by destroying high-level enemies, he could continue to earn test points. He had already been able to get points, and this was not the limit. The soldiers began to surround Zero, and Gila pretended to take part in his capture, because they could not let the soldiers suspect that they were in on it. One of the fighters told Gila to attack Zero while he distracted him, thinking that they could neutralize Zero. Gila thought to herself that the fighter was not particularly bright if he had not yet realized that he and Zero were on the same side. Zero struck him and said that the fighter could not cope on his own and asked for help, as he could call himself an executive director after that. Zero took care of the executive director, and they continued to run. He told Gila that the other executives were nothing but her. Gila told him not to relax, because these directors were only the frontrunners, and the main forces had probably set up an ambush on the 2nd floor, so they could escape through a secret passage. Zero said that sooner or later they would find out about her betrayal, and that she should take Aurora and leave, while he would distract the soldiers. The girl asked what about him, and Zero asked where the secret passage was and said that as soon as he distracted everyone, he would come to them. Gila thought that if she lied to him, he would not be able to escape and thus buy her time, and for her sister's sake, she was willing to use any means to reduce the risk. The girl thought about her decision once again and said that the code of the room 0H needed was the secret passage. She added that there would be a brick on the 4th floor on the left that would open the passage, and Zero said he had memorized everything and they could go. When the girl left, he thought that to get everyone's attention he would need something impressive and quite loud. Zero had no choice but to blow up the corridor, which was the right decision, because all the fighters heard the explosion far from the epicenter. The soldiers were surprised by such a powerful explosion and realized that Zero could be there. They ran to the place where the explosion was supposed to have taken place. At that moment, a cyborg appeared in front of the soldiers. He was test subject number 2. He told them to stay in their places and he would deal with Zero himself. He approached Zero and said that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time to pay him back twice for what Zero had done to him. The cyborg prepared to strike, but Zero dealt with him very quickly and eliminated the cyborg. Soldiers and executives from all sides ran to the place where Zero was. They could not let him escape. Zero realized that they were sending more and more reinforcements, and he really didn't want to run into them. It would add to his problems and drag on. He decided to activate the ability of the character Dion, namely, You Can't See Me. The ability was that the sense of presence of others weakens and he becomes invisible to others. All the soldiers ran past him and did not notice Zero's presence at all. He literally became invisible and unnoticeable. Zero was very pleased with this ability because all the fighters and executives did not notice him. He could easily leave the place. Gila and Aurora got into a secret passage and hid there. The girl asked her sister if they managed to escape. Because she was in a bag and did not see anything, Gila said that they almost escaped. After that, the girl asked where Zero was now. Because he was not with them and it seemed strange to her, they had to run away together. Gila replied that he would come in about 5 minutes. He must be somewhere nearby. She hoped that he was okay and managed to escape from the fighters. The girl looked at her sister, wondering why Zero decided to save her, since he had come for a reason, namely to get the girl out of the embryo's headquarters. Gila wondered how he knew about Aurora. Maybe Zero had the ability to see the future. The girl told Aurora not to praise Zero. Gila didn't want to show her true attitude towards him. Aurora said that her sister admired him herself when she told stories about him, but Gila just told her not to talk nonsense. But before they could finish speaking, they heard Zero's voice, standing behind them, and he seemed to have heard a fragment of their conversation. Zero asked Gila if she really admired him, and he seemed pleased with what he heard. His ego couldn't help but rejoice. The fighters examined all the corridors and rooms in the embryo's headquarters, but Zero was nowhere to be found, as if he had vanished into thin air, and the fighters did not understand how this was possible. Embryo's boss was furious at what he heard. He said that the last time he was seen here, he asked how they could have missed him and let him escape. The fighters said that they discovered that protective measures in Zone A had been deactivated, the guards had been eliminated, and the girl was gone, all of which was definitely connected to Zero. The embryo's boss was very unhappy that the girl was taken away. He wondered if Gila was in league with Zero. He didn't understand how they managed to outwit him. He saw on the camera that they were fighting all the time, but Aurora was not hurt at all. He shouted that Gila was a traitor and told her not to look for Zero anymore, but to find out where Gila went. Zero was in the same place. One of the fighters brought Cyberloss in and told the embryo boss that they had found him. The experimenter was unconscious when they found him. Embryo's boss asked if he took Zero to the room with the main computer and let him take Aurora. Cyberloss said that he got a lot of information from Zero. Cyberloss said that Zero was able to sneak onto the base completely unnoticed because he is most likely a non-human. The boss replied that he would check this information when he destroyed Zero, and now it was necessary to expand the search area. Zero could leave the headquarters but not the continent. Meanwhile, Zero, Gila, and Aurora were walking through the tunnel, and he told the girl that he did not expect to hear the true location of the secret passage from her. He thought she trusted him after all. The girl ignored his words and said that it used to be an underground tunnel, abandoned after the headquarters expanded. The exit was on the edge of the base, and it took 4 hours to walk to it. Zero wanted to lighten the mood and joked that the girl was so good at storytelling that she could have become a tour guide, but Gila didn't appreciate his joke. Aurora looked at Zero and asked him what his real name was. She thought that Zero was not his real name. The girl also added that her sister thinks Zero is cool because he was able to escape after being brainwashed, which is not something that everyone can do. Zero looked at Aurora. He liked what she said. He added that this was his destiny. He often gets out of difficult situations. He looked at Gila. She was walking in silence as if not noticing their conversation. Zero asked her why her sister was always talking and she was walking in silence. The girl was a little upset and thanked him. Zero said that it wasn't very sincere, judging by the tone. He had gone so far to save her sister that he deserved at least a little courtesy. Gila looked at him with surprised eyes and asked him how he had even heard about Aurora and what his future plan was. Zero lit a cigarette and asked Gila if she doubted that he would do the same as Embryo and keep the girl for himself, and he added that he might try to do so. Gila rolled her eyes in indignation. She said how good it was that he had the energy to make jokes and asked what he was trying to achieve, and Zero said he wanted world peace. Gila didn't share his good mood and asked if he could say anything serious, but Zero didn't answer her, and they continued walking. They reached the end of the road and there was no further road. He didn't quite understand how they were supposed to get out of here if it was a dead end. Gila came up to him and told him that the exit was at the top, and to get out of the tunnel they had to climb up this wall. They climbed up. There was a hatch that opened a new way out. Zero climbed up first and helped Gila lift Aurora. Gila said that it was a warehouse and no one would inspect it, and that there was a secure zone to the south, so as soon as they crossed it, they would be safe. Zero received a notification that his mine had sent a soldier of the organization to the other side, and he received 1 point of experience for this. He said that the landmines in the tunnel had just exploded, and Embryon's men would soon catch up with them, so they should hurry. In the southern part of Embryo's headquarters, preparations were underway to meet Zero, and the soldiers were on full alert, confident that the fugitives would come straight to them. Embryo's boss said that Zero would probably head in their direction, and if they met a suspicious colleague, they should immediately open fire and not let him get out of the headquarters. The executive director of the Keydoor level said that Zero would not get out of his zone alive, but he did not know what to do with Hyla and Aurora. Embryo's boss replied that they had betrayed them and that it would be okay if Keydoor's executive director liquidated them. Zero and Gila successfully made it out of the dungeon, and the girls saw that the security in the area had been tightened, which meant that the soldiers had prepared for their arrival. Zero looked around the area and realized that there were many times more enemies here, but they had no other way. They had to fight. He said that the search team was tightening the circle of encirclement, and the longer they stalled, the higher the risk of getting caught, and Gila asked if he had any ideas. Zero, without hesitation, replied that he would have to go ahead and do it. He saw no other way out of the situation. Gila angrily replied that there were too many enemies, and even if they managed to kill 100, they would be swept away by a wave of reinforcements, and fighting one-on-one was not an option, and she needed to protect her sister. Zero listened carefully to Gila, tried to calm her down a bit, and said that he would deal with them himself, and that she and her sister would follow him. After saying that, Zero turned around and put on a mechanical suit, and Gila was very surprised and couldn't believe that Zero was the Black Ghost. Immediately afterwards, Zero rushed to meet the soldiers, who were at a loss as to how the Black Ghost could have gotten here. They could not understand anything. Gila ran out after him, and the soldiers realized that she was on the same page with him, which meant that Zero was the Black Ghost, a turn of events no one expected. The executive director rushed to meet them and ordered the soldiers to follow suit, adding that the main force would soon arrive. The soldiers did not understand who they had contacted. The Black Ghost shouted if they were serious about trying to stop him. They were doomed to fail. The soldiers from the hideout opened fire on the Black Ghost, hoping to eliminate him and Hyla, but it seems they did not realize how strong he was. The Black Ghost could easily cope with the soldiers. Their strength was not enough to inflict serious damage on him, and the bullets did not hit him at all. The Black Ghost picked up a weapon with a lot of ammunition and shouted that it was their turn to take cover from the bullets, as he had just done. The tanker received orders to open fire on the Black Ghost and not to let it break through the encirclement. All the forces of the soldiers were directed to eliminate the Black Ghost and Gila, but he successfully repelled the attack and seems to have taken absolutely no damage. The Black Ghost saw a tank coming at him. He covered himself with a dome that did not let bullets through. He was completely safe. It seemed that the tank was absolutely not dangerous for him, because the Black Ghost was unrealistically strong and his skills were on top. When the embryo's plan with the tank failed, the Black Ghost heard the sound of a fighter jet and realized that they had decided to use all means to defeat him. Full-radius missiles were flying at the Black Ghost, and there would have been no chance of survival. But this was not a problem for the Black Ghost. He redirected the missiles in the direction of the fighter with a single movement of his leg, and in a moment, there was nothing left of the fighter. It was blown to pieces. The force of the explosion was so powerful that the soldiers and executive directors were scattered in different directions. No one expected such a turn of events. The Black Ghost realized that he needed to shoot down all the other fighters so that they would not interfere with his progress toward the exit from the headquarters. Gila watched him and thought that he was very strong. It was no wonder that he was acting alone. He was the strongest man whose power was comparable to an entire army. Gila continued to watch the Black Ghost deal with the soldiers and thought that he used to be extremely weak and what had happened to him in a year. Her thoughts were interrupted by a Black Ghost who asked her why she was frozen in place and said that they should leave as soon as possible before the right moment came. The players realized that the Black Ghost was Zero and said that he was the main character of the planet. One of the players filmed the battle and decided to post it on the forum. He thought that the players would definitely post the video on the forum, and then everyone would know that Zero and the Black Ghost were him, and his popularity would increase dramatically. The players did not understand how it was possible for them to have a negative reputation with a Black Ghost. It would take a long time to raise it to Zero, and they realized that they should not have attacked him. The Black Ghost received a notification that Mech's energy was quickly running out, with only one left, and it was unprofitable for him to prolong the battle. He had to find a car and leave immediately. Embryo's executive director, Keydoor, ordered the soldiers to immediately eliminate the Black Ghost. He could not allow it to leave the headquarters. The Black Phantom was pleased that the soldiers and the executive director had arrived on time, and he wanted to deal with them as soon as possible. But the executive director didn't last long. He was no match for the Black Ghost, and Keydoor's strength was not enough to defeat the Ghost. When the soldiers saw that the Black Ghost was dealing with the executive director, They rushed to meet him and decided to attack together. But even this did not become a strong obstacle for him. Despite the fact that there were many soldiers, the Black Ghost already knew how to deal with them. He readied his weapon and delivered a crushing blow. All the soldiers were eliminated and did not pose an obstacle to the further advance of the Black Ghost, Gila and Aurora. The Black Ghost saw that for destroying the executive director of Kedor, he received test points, which was quite a lot. When he had dealt with the last soldier, he called Gila and Aurora. They had to get in the car and get out of here as soon as possible. There was very little time. Gila still couldn't believe what was happening. They still managed to escape from the pursuit, even though it seemed impossible. The players received a notification that the mission to capture Zero had failed, but this seemed like nothing compared to the material they received, which was a video of a Black Ghost fighting with soldiers. The Embryo's boss watched the Black Ghost leave the headquarters and realized that Zero was the Black Ghost. He thought about sending people to look for him, but the Black Ghost wasn't even going to hide and was in full view all along. The soldier asked the Embryo boss if they should continue to chase the Black Ghost or if it no longer made sense. Embryo's boss said that it was worth pursuing them further, that all executive directors should be recalled, and that reserve troops should be sent to block the neighborhood. The Black Ghost told Gila that they had to switch places. She would drive the car and he would have to retrofit it. But first he would install an anti-radar coating so that they wouldn't be bombed from the sky. Gila was feeling very tired, and she told the Black Ghost that his driving did not make the passengers feel safe. The Black Ghost listened to her carefully and said that her sister had more prospects in the future than Gila, while Aurora slept soundly in the backseat of the car. Gila said that they are now on Embryo's territory, so they can't drive on the road. It will take at least days to get out of the organization's property, and in the meantime, they will take measures to catch up with them. The Black Ghost, meanwhile, was retooling Gila and said that she knew these places well and would find an unremarkable path. The girl replied that the fuel would last for hours, and they had no water or food, and if they did not stock up on food, they would not be able to escape. The Black Phantom told her not to worry about it, that everything they needed would be delivered by their enemies, because he was a mechanic, and although he did not have weapons or missiles, he could create things from the parts that his enemies gave him. Meanwhile, the Six Nations organization discussed how the Embryo had sent many units to Comet's territory. Air and ground forces were sent simultaneously, and their power was great. First of all, the Six Nations organization decided that the purpose of the Embryo was to chase a person, but it was not clear which person. Guhoi said that they needed to interrupt. They had received important information that someone who was being chased by the Embryo organization wanted to contact their intelligence service. He asked to bring him to the main screen. When Zero appeared on the screen, everyone present at the meeting was surprised that he was the one the Embryo was looking for. They didn't understand how it was possible. He said that he had infiltrated their headquarters and obtained a lot of information regarding the strategic plan and the detailed situation for its implementation, so Embryo had thrown all its resources into catching him, and Zero wanted to make a deal with them. Zero asked them to send troops to support him and hold back the Embryo, ensuring its safety, and when it leaves the danger zone, he will give them all the available data. One of those present at the Six Nations meeting said that these were just words, that Zero should first pass on the information, and then they would consider his demands. Zero said that the information available would help destroy the Embryo. If they did not agree to his terms, the data would die with him. When the Embryo was cornered, he would detonate all the nuclear bombs and destroy the entire planet Aquamarine. The meeting participants could not be sure that Zero actually had the information they needed. He could have simply lied to them. Zero replied that, as a sign of his sincerity, he had just given the Star Dragon detailed information about the first part of the Death Hand system. The Star Dragon could vouch for him. Guhoi verified this information and told everyone present that Zero was telling the truth. He had indeed passed on information about the Death Hand system. One of the attendees said that Embryo's headquarters was heavily guarded. Their best agents had not been able to get in, and he wondered how Zero had managed to pull it off. The Black Ghost, without hesitation, replied that their people were amateurs, while he had a completely different approach to the case. When Guhoi saw the Black Ghost on the screen, he couldn't believe that Zero and the Black Ghost were the same person. It seemed impossible. The Black Phantom smirked and said that if that was the case, he no longer had to hide his identity. Guhoi said that they would send troops to the front line and restrain the Embryo from attacking them, and they would try to do so as soon as possible. Gila looked at the Black Ghost carefully and said that she had no idea what kind of connections he had, and with their support, they would definitely be safe. The Black Ghost told her not to relax and that they would have to hold out until help arrived. Meanwhile, in the first shelter, Bennett was thinking about the fact that the war had begun, a thought that haunted him. The soldier came into the office, distracted Bennett from his thoughts, and told him that the situation on Andrea's front had changed dramatically. It seemed strange to Bennett that the defending Embryo had sent troops to the headquarters district, and the allied forces of the 6 states had also begun to press them on all fronts, as if both sides were targeting the same person, Zero. Bennett said he knew Zero. He used to be a legend whose stories made headlines, but he had no idea that Zero was so much closer. He looked at the document and saw that Zero, Han Xiao's real name, has a mask that can quickly change his appearance, and the Black Ghost is also one of his identities. He remembered the Black Ghost's words that everyone has a past they don't want to face, and that he wore a mask, and never knew who he really was. And Bennett realized he had been fooled. Bennett threw the folder with the Black Ghost expose out the window. He was very angry with Han Xiao and the fact that he had hidden the whole truth from him. Meanwhile, the 13th unit of the Star Dragon also learned that Zero was indeed a Black Ghost. The girl realized that he was also the man for whose capture Embryo had set a substantial reward, and she had to take advantage of it. No one in the Star Dragon thought it was surprising that information about his identity was not disclosed, as he was a wanted man. The guy said that the Black Ghost really had an incredible past, but he was a real legend, and everyone imitated him. Their thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the boss, who asked what everyone was doing here and when he should expect their report. The girl looked at him and said that Han Xiao was in serious danger at the moment, and she was upset about it. The boss said that the top management had formed a small support unit. They would infiltrate the battlefield and get Han Xiao out of the organization's territory in one piece. One of those present said that Han Xiao was their partner and that it was their absolute duty to protect him. But the chief replied with a smile that they did not have the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the head of Alamer, Xiao Jin, was visited by his son, who said that the Red Islander and House factions had come to visit him, and he did not understand why they had come to his house. Daryl's younger brother stood at the head and told Xiao Jin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they would like to discuss the plan they had discussed last time. With a smile on his face, he said that it turned out that Xiao Jin's second son was a Black Ghost, and that Daryl's brother had been unceremonious to him earlier, so he hoped that he would put in a good word for him with the Black Ghost. Xiao Jin did not believe what Daryl's brother said. He could not understand that he was telling the truth and what he wanted from him. He added that he wouldn't dare to lie and that Darknet had confirmed the data, and he promised to listen to Xiao Jin's plan. Xiao Jin's son realized that Han Xiao was a Black Ghost, and that he had deliberately made him call him Godfather. He probably wanted to get even with him for the past. Meanwhile, Hila, the Black Ghost, and Aurora continued on their way, and the girl offered her sister a drink of juice. The Black Ghost said that it was not a juice but an energy drink. It relieves fatigue and invigorates, so you don't need to drink a lot of it. But it seems that this remark was too late. Because the girl drank a lot of this energy drink, she said it was very tasty. The Black Ghost saw in the mirror how they were being chased again. He told Hila to turn around and he would deal with them, and told Aurora to lie on the floor and keep her head down. The Black Ghost activated the mechanic and activated the ranged combat mode, and was ready to strike a blow that would destroy those who were chasing them. He found that they were followed by 4 executives, 30 Valkyrie units, and 10 players, 10 cars in all, and he also realized that they were sending their people again. The Black Ghost has activated its weapons and has already destroyed several cars, and the executive directors have ordered to dodge its attacks. From the car, the executive directors pointed their guns in the direction of the Black Ghost. They wanted to destroy it and take revenge for betraying them. One of them was shouting for the pursuit to continue. He wanted to see how long the Black Ghost's shield would last. She jumped out from behind the soldier who was attacking them and destroyed him. And before sending him to the other side, she shouted to him that they had completely forgotten about her. Her partner saw that she was able to take out one person who was shooting at them, and he thought that this was his chance, and he opened fire to kill. He had no room for error. His shots hit the target. The cars driving at them began to explode and crash into each other. He thought that his suit had done a great job. His flamethrower had saved them. He took off his mask and read the notification. Their battle was over, and given the difference in numbers between the two sides, he received additional test points. He noted that he had not noticed before that additional rewards were given at the end of the battle. He noticed that his partner felt sick. She almost fell down. He ran up to her and said that she had been driving for several days and was still fighting against the pursuers. Her body could not withstand such a load. She replied that she was fine. They got into the car and drove on. He received another notification and was glad that thanks to the player forum he could immediately find out the embryo's strategy. He noted that it was very convenient. But he came across a fanfic about the love story of Zero. When he read it, he spat his drink out on the screen in surprise. He couldn't understand what it was about and thought that the players had too much imagination. He was shocked by the text from his fans. His partner turned to him and asked him what he was reading and why he was acting so strangely, and he replied hesitantly that nothing was happening to him. He was glad that Hila would not know about the forum. She had not seen what he was reading, she was watching the road. He read that help was needed and people were needed to complete a task. He was curious about the task to be completed, and he opened the email to learn more about it. He saw a lot of soldiers standing around their military equipment. He read that the military had received a new assignment, and this time it was a large-scale encirclement operation, and he asked the group members to get together. The soldier reported that the New Stone Wasteland was completely surrounded. according to their data. In 16 hours, they would meet Zero. The boss carefully studied the information and asked him how many people they had. He replied that they had CEOs, super soldiers, and several thousand armored infantry fighters, more tanks and attack helicopters. Nations were pressuring them on all fronts, and their forces were dispersed. The boss slammed the table and said that if it weren't for those bastards from the 6 nations, they would have been able to surround Zero from all sides long ago, and he suspected that he had probably made some kind of deal with them. He said that they had already tried to hit it 4 times with missiles, establishing its coordinates, but they were all intercepted by 6 nations. He said that they would have started to tighten the ring of encirclement and pulled Zero out. The boss wanted to see if Zero would dare to fight his army. He was sure they could stop him. He sent enough forces to stop him. The soldier pulled out a tablet and handed him additional information, telling him that they had also sent 5 people who could complete the mission and stop Zero. The boss took the tablet to study the information. He saw 5 fighters he knew well. He said that even he would have a hard time standing up to them in a fight. He was sure they could handle him. He was satisfied that his army was close to catching Zero. He had no doubt that his end was near. They were traveling under the cover of night so that no one could catch up with them. But suddenly, Zero asked Hell to stop, and she replied that she could barely get away from the pursuers, and if she stopped, they would have caught up with them. Zero exhaled heavily and told her the unpleasant news. He told her that the embryo had already surrounded the New Stone Wasteland, and there was nowhere for them to go. Hell asked him how he could know that it was not safe for them to go to the Stone Wasteland, and he thought he was a prophet and could see the future. Zero said they had 2 options. The first was to keep driving and break through the encirclement, and the second was to wait for a good opportunity. She replied that the longer they waited, the closer they were to them, and the less chance they had of surviving. She was not sure they would have been able to break through. He thought that according to the forum, this time the embryo had gathered a lot of fighters and it was unlikely that they would have been able to handle them. He said that there was a chance, but it was risky, and they would not have been able to protect her sister, but waiting was even worse. They drove and were silent. They had different thoughts in their heads. And then Hell looked at Zero and asked if he had a plan. He said that first he would contact their boss and find out the situation for further actions. The boss was sitting in his office thinking about how to catch and neutralize Zero, and suddenly the phone rang, but he couldn't figure out who was trying to talk to him. Zero, sitting in the car, told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so he decided to contact him. He was calm and confident. He wasn't afraid of the boss, so he decided to start finding out information. The boss looked at him and said that it was too late to ask for mercy now. He was sure that Zero had called him for that very reason. He had no doubt that they would have been able to catch him. Zero asked him if he remembered their little secret when he said he would destroy his organization. The boss didn't believe him, but he promised him to fulfill his promise and destroy his empire. The boss thought his promise was just a joke. He said that even if he could predict the future, it didn't change anything. He could continue to run away from him while he had the chance, but he didn't understand why he had contacted him. Zero smiled and asked about whether he had expected his army to be able to stop him. The boss was a bit shocked that Zero already knew about his army that was hunting him. The boss replied that he could deceive them since he had the ability to predict the future, but this time he would not be able to escape when they destroyed him, and then he could smirk. Zero couldn't stop smirking at him and said that he had sent others to deal with him. He wondered why he didn't want to come to him and fight. The boss realized that Zero was provoking him. He said that he was not yet a strong enough opponent to fight the boss himself, and then he passed out. Zero exhaled and said that the head was very confident, which meant that the troops were already fully prepared. He said that they needed to contact the reinforcements of the 6 nations, just in case. She said she understood and would contact the 6 nations. They drove on. She noticed that something was wrong with him, and she asked him what was wrong, why he was so tense. Zero said that the embryo hadn't detected them yet. Tomorrow, when they reached the encirclement, the 6 nations would help them. Tomorrow they would start the operation, but they couldn't take her sister with them. It was dangerous. They needed to focus on the battle. She decided to turn to her sister and try to explain everything, and her sister looked at her and asked if she had to stay here, to which Hell replied that it was just for a while, and it would be safer for her. Her sister agreed with her. They got out of the car to hide her. Zero told her that she had enough supplies to stay here for days. If she heard the embryo search party approaching, she had to not make a sound. Hell was just about to leave when her little sister told her that she would be waiting for her. She would be looking forward to picking her up. It hurt her to leave her sister alone, but there was no way out. They hid it well and headed for the car. They needed to keep moving to lead the search party for the embryo. When they got into the car, Hell asked if he was sure of his actions, to which he replied that he was as sure as ever. She said, with sadness in her voice, that if she had fallen on the battlefield, she would have wanted him to take care of her younger sister. She realized that he had a better chance of survival. Zero replied that if she continued to talk like that, death would indeed come for her. He was sure they would have survived. He asked her to calm down. Even if it was difficult, reinforcements would join them. And if things didn't go according to his plan, they wouldn't need them. Zero asked her to concentrate on the task at hand and not to think about the bad. She had to remember that in 10 hours they would start acting. He handed her a watch and told her that she had to put on the mech. She would need to master all its weapons and controls as quickly as possible. She put on the suit and the system notified her that the owner had been changed. She asked what was up with him. She added that they were prepared for his cloaking ability. He replied that he would use stealth to get to their vehicles and ammunition so that he could wreak havoc on them. She said that following his plan, it turned out that she had to pretend to be him because he was their target. And Zero replied that she had understood him correctly. The executive director, Devin, was sitting outside their base. He thought he didn't want the black ghost to go in his direction. He thought he couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the lights on the watchtower caught fire, and the soldiers started shouting that something was in the northwest, but they could not yet understand what it was. When the object approached their base, they saw a car moving in their direction. It was coming at them at high speed, and it was not going to stop. Director Devin shouted to everyone to prepare for the destruction of Zero, to be ready for the attack. The soldiers were confused and in a hurry began to prepare for the battle with Zero. Hell in the mech suit immediately launched an attack. She had learned the controls of the suit and knew what it was capable of. Zero continued to drive in the car. They split up and began to implement Zero's plan. It was already as close as possible to their first defensive unit, and the soldiers did not hesitate to open fire on the moving target, hoping to stop it. The soldiers could not hit her. She deftly dodged all the shells flying at her. She was almost perfectly in command of the suit that Zero gave her. She was already near the soldiers who could not shoot her down and hit her. Hell attacked them. She successfully managed to disarm them and neutralize them. They were too weak to fight her on equal terms. The head of the organization radioed everyone that a black ghost had appeared at their base, and he ordered everyone to take immediate action before it destroyed their base. Executive Director Devin saw that the ordinary soldiers could not hold the black ghost, and he realized that only he could do something about it. He decided that the best option for him would be to pretend that he was fighting, but at the right moment he wanted to slip away from the battle. He didn't want the black ghost to finish him off. She attacked a standing executive who tried to avoid the fight with the black ghost, but he managed to catch the blow and avoid taking damage. CEO Devin couldn't believe he had managed to stop the black ghost's attack. He was sure it was much stronger, but now he wasn't so sure. He grabbed Hell by the arm and threw her to the ground effortlessly. He was sure that he was fighting the black ghost itself, and he was able to defeat it. CEO Devin thought that it was as if he had become weaker. He was quite surprised that he was able to stop his attack. His subordinates wished him good luck in the battle. They were happy that he was able to give him a fight. He told them that he understood why he had become weaker. He thought that the black ghost had been running away from them for too long, so he was physically exhausted. The executive director, Devin, rushed to attack and shouted to his soldiers to attack him all together. They had to take advantage of his condition and finish him off. Zero watched them and did not interfere in the duel. This was part of his plan, and he stuck to it. He knew that the character's summoning card was activated from, and it would soon disappear. He used invisibility and started running past the soldiers who couldn't detect him. He needed Gila to hold out a little longer, and he started putting bombs on their combat vehicles. Hell distracted them as best she could. It was becoming increasingly difficult for her to defend herself. She fell to the ground and Zero told her that he had stolen the SUV and had planted explosives. They would go off in seconds. She had to take her chance and escape. The executive director was already happy that they had managed to defeat such a powerful enemy. He was ready to strike the decisive blow. While she was lying on the ground, he directed his attack at her in the hope of destroying the black ghost. Suddenly, cars started exploding behind him, which Zero managed to handle. The director was at a loss to understand what had happened. He saw that the black ghost had escaped and ordered everyone to go in pursuit of him. Hell ran towards Zero. No one could see her. Because of the smoke coming from the burning cars, she threw him the watch and asked him to take his combat suit. She opened the car door and was about to get in. She asked Zero to hurry into the car, but the executive director was right in front of them, preventing them from escaping. The executive director was furious that the black ghost was going to run away. He wanted to continue the fight. He didn't understand how he dared to run away from him at such a moment. He threw a powerful punch at the black ghost, but he managed to block it. They hit fist to fist, and then the executive director was sure that Zero's arm was badly damaged by the blow. But the black ghost's arm was fine. From the force of the blow, the director's arm was broken in several places. He was shocked and didn't know how to fight on. Zero attacked him and managed to successfully knock him down. The black ghost told him that he could hurt Hyla, but not him. He would not be able to defeat him. He was in perfect command of his supersuit, and he knew what he was capable of. The executive director could not understand how he could suddenly become so strong. He was sure that together they would be able to destroy him, but he was incredibly strong again. He asked them not to approach him. The black ghost was not paying attention to all his words and was getting closer and closer to him to finish him off. He knew that he would have needed one blow to destroy the director, and he delivered his decisive blow. The executive director was destroyed. He was unable to defend himself against his attack. The system notified Zero that he had destroyed Devon and received experience points. He also received a challenge point. When the soldiers saw the body of their commander, they were incredibly shocked. They could not believe that the Black Ghost was able to defeat him with just one blow. It frightened them. They began to run in different directions in panic. They shouted that the Black Ghost could scatter them like children. They raised their hands in the air and shouted that they did not want him to destroy them. Zero and Hell got into the car and were ready to go after her sister. She took a deep breath and said that they had succeeded, and now they could safely go on. But suddenly, 3 helicopters appeared above their car, flying very close to them. And one of the directors said that the target had been detected and he was ready to start attacking them. Zero turned to her and said that it was her fault that they had discovered them, that she had predicted that they would not succeed, and asked her to keep quiet next time. He stuck his weapon out the window and fired a shot at the man sitting in the helicopter. But it blocked his shot. He realized that the owner of the force field was at least level 55. The director, who was in the helicopter, decided to demonstrate his power and used a force field to destroy the road they were traveling on. He did it quite easily, and now they had to overcome this obstacle. Their car was almost unmanageable. Hell could barely control it, and they drove down the steep cliff as carefully as possible to avoid crashing into a pile of rocks. They realized that they wanted to destroy the road so that they would have to get out of the car and run away from them. But they decided not to leave the car until the last moment. One of the helicopters started attacking them with missiles that could have destroyed not only the car, but also the 2 of them, and they fired several missiles to make sure they reached their targets. The rockets hit the car next to them, destroying the road. They could no longer drive in it and had to jump out of it to stay alive. They managed to leave the car at the last moment before the next rocket hit it. They quickly got up and started running. They couldn't stop, otherwise they could be caught or killed. They didn't want to risk waiting for the helicopters to land near them. Hell recognized the directors who attacked them. She told Zero that there were 5 top executives, 2 of them were Esper, and the other 3 were fighters. Zero managed to put on the mecha suit, grabbed her hand and asked her to shut up and keep running. They couldn't slow down, otherwise they could die if they engaged in a fight. The forces were not equal, but the 5 directors managed to get ahead of them and stood right in front of them. They were incredibly fast. One of them said that they would not have been able to run away from the top 5 directors. The Black Ghost didn't care what they told them. He wasn't afraid of their threats. He said it was time to have fun and have a good fight. He started attacking them first. He threw a combat tesserae hidden in his hand at one of them, which almost hit the target, but the director managed to react and dodge the unexpected attack. Zero shouted at her to run as fast as she could, but one of the directors who had made a huge stone wall stood in their way, telling them not to even hope to get past it. Hell attacked him and they continued to run away. She stopped and said that she used her abilities too often and asked him to leave her. She realized that she was a burden to him. She said that if he ran away alone, she would have detained them. He told her not to think about sacrificing herself for the sake of others. He was sure that she could not hold them off for long. They were outnumbered and stronger than her. She had virtually no chance of survival. She looked at him and replied that he did not understand the situation, and if he left her, he would have more chances to escape, and she took her hand away. Zero told her that she was not particularly valuable, that if he really needed help, he would not hesitate to leave her, but for now she had to keep quiet and not tell him about her noble motives. He took her by the hand and dragged her with him. He didn't want to leave her alone, but they were attacked by another director who wanted to physically attack them and kick them. Zero was able to dodge and counterattack him, and he had no trouble inflicting physical damage on him, which caused the director to fall to the ground unconscious, the blow he received being several times greater than his kick. The directors who were attacking them decided to change their tactics and attack them together, as they had a better chance of defeating them if they acted as one organism. All 4 directors stood in front of them, demonstrating their abilities, and they told them to stand still and not to run away from them anymore, because they had nowhere to run. They began to attack them with the power of the earth. The director directed his attack at Hyla, who had managed to put up a protective barrier. They were sure that they could not be afraid of her, and first they had to deal with the main Black Ghost. The directors split up and began to attack him several at a time. Zero saw them and fired his battle tesserae at them, which almost took them by surprise. The directors noted that they were incredibly fast. Zero finished the attack, and as he waited for them to start their new attack, the director ran at him and shouted that his inventions were nothing in the face of absolute power. He tried to make a physical attack, but the Black Ghost put up a block, and the director's attack did not reach its target. Zero decided to strike back and was able to successfully attack the director. The Black Ghost felt another one of the 5 directors attacking him from behind, but he managed to dodge, and he broke through the ground with his powerful attack. The director agreed that they shouldn't have fought it alone, so he asked his 2 partners to help him with their abilities so that he could launch a physical attack on the Black Ghost. They started to act together and tried to trap him. They used their abilities and detained him. They were sure that he was caught, and they managed to catch him. He got close to him, and with all his might launched his physical attack on the black ghost, which caused him to fall to the ground and fly away several meters. The other directors rushed in to finish him off. They wanted to stop him and hand him over to the head of the embryo, who had long ago started hunting him down. Zero dodged their attacks and thought that if he continued to fight in this way, his mecha suit would lose too much strength, so he decided that it would be better to distance himself from them. He didn't notice that one of the directors used his ground ability and made a huge hand that stopped him. He was pinned down, and the two fighters attacking him were able to strike him with their own blows. Zero was not going to give up. He realized that they were too weak for him. Despite the fact that they had now launched a successful attack, he used a protective barrier, and they flew in different directions. He thought that Ingress, by controlling the land, was restricting his movement. He had to deal with her first. He decided to try to overcome her with a burning will, but if Jaros noticed, he would protect her with his force field. Zero asked Hyla if she could use her punch to weaken the force field Jaros had created. He needed her to prevent him from using his ability. Hyla told him that she needed a few minutes to deal with the directors who were attacking her. She was already at the end of her rope, but she was not going to give up. She concentrated and began to use her ability, and when the principals saw this, they thought she was going to use some strange ability and prepared to defend themselves against her attack. Hyla directed her gaze and attack at Ingress, who was unprotected, but Jaros managed to put a protective barrier in front of her, and she was unable to launch her attack. She wasn't going to actually attack Ingress. That was part of the plan, and she executed it. As soon as Jaros put a protective barrier in front of Ingress, he realized that Hyla was aiming to attack him. Hyla was able to destroy Jaros, leaving Ingress unprotected, who watched her friend get destroyed, but she was in no position to help him. Zero had already targeted Ingress and told her she was looking in the wrong place and attacked her with a blazing will. He fired at her and hit the target. The system notified him that he had activated the critical strike skill. He was able to increase the damage level and activated the lethal shot. The enemy received pure damage, ignoring physical resistance. Zero was able to gain experience points and test points. He thought that it had been almost a year since he had learned this ability, and now he was able to deal maximum critical damage for the first time. The directors could not believe that he was able to defeat two of their partners. They thought it was impossible. They attacked them 5 times, and they were able to destroy Ingress. They thought he was a monster. Zero didn't waste any time. He told Hyla to run to the car as fast as possible. They had to get out of this place as soon as possible. They could be attacked at any moment. His suit and Hyla were already at their limit. They turned around and noticed that tanks were already moving towards them and fighter jets were flying. Zero said that reinforcements had arrived and now they were in danger. They had to come up with something urgently. The fighters fired a volley of missiles at them, which almost destroyed them. They managed to dodge a direct hit, but were thrown to the ground by a blast wave. Ingress caught Zero again with his ability. He held him down so that the fighters could hit the target accurately. Zero screamed that he couldn't move. He added that the force field was driving him crazy. He turned around and saw that missiles were flying at him again. He had nothing to do but stay where he was. After the explosion, he fell to the ground. His helmet was broken, and the fighters rushed to him. They realized that he was wounded and that this was their chance. The director told everyone to spare no effort. They had to destroy him and take revenge for Ingress. They all obeyed the order and were already near Zero, who could not recover from the missile attack. Hyla saw them directing their attacks at the defenseless Black Ghost. She could not let him die and stood up to defend him. She took the brunt of the attack and was seriously wounded. Zero was shocked that she covered him with herself. He quickly got up and took her in his arms and rushed to a safe place to help her. He asked her to hold on and never leave him. Hyla was unconscious and had lost a lot of blood. Zero took out the epinephrine from the first aid kit and gave her an injection. He looked at him and asked her to come to. The fighters were already there. They realized that Hyla had ruined their only chance. But now the Black Ghost had no assistant, and he would have to fight them alone. The Black Ghost turned around and saw his enemies attacking him, but Hyla was still unconscious. He did not know what to do and how to stop the enemies. He had a difficult choice to make. He looked at Hyla carefully and thought that he would have to leave her to the enemies. He thought that he needed to leave her to survive himself, but suddenly he noticed that something strange began to happen. The Black Ghost noticed that the energy of all the warriors who had fallen on the battlefield began to gather together. There was an incredible amount of energy, and it all began to flow into Hyla's body. With the help of the collected energy, Hyla's wounds began to heal slowly, and she soon regained consciousness. But she was not yet strong enough to fight or run away from the battlefield. Their enemies were quite shocked that she did not die. They could not understand how it was possible because she took the full force of their attacks, which should have destroyed her. Zero remembered that she had the ability to ignore sudden death, activated when her health points dropped below 1%. For a short time she could not die, but she could regain her health. He thought that this was to be expected from the future goddess of death. He was sure that now she would surely release a stronger shockwave. She looked at him and told him to leave as soon as possible. She was too weak. Zero was upset, and thinking that this was not some special energy flow after which it would destroy all their enemies at once, he realized that he had been rejoicing in vain. They both saw that the enemies were already very close, and Gila recalled that he told her that he would leave her if necessary, and asked him to leave immediately. She wanted him to take care of her sister. Zero heard someone calling him in his mask. He answered the call and heard a familiar voice that he did not expect to hear at such a good time. He turned his head and saw the combat vehicles of their allies approaching them, who had come to help him evacuate from this dangerous place, and they came at the right time. The Black Ghost picked up Hyla and helped her walk. He told her to hold on. The help team was close and they could get out of there alive, but they needed to get to their allies. The allies returned fire at the enemy. They tried to cover the Black Ghost and Gila until they reached them. As soon as they approached, the soldiers asked them to get in the car as soon as possible. Zero didn't just get to the car and decided to cover his back. He took out 3 grenades and threw them at his enemies. They exploded, and the enemies started choking on tear gas. He was able to buy them time, and they successfully reached the rescue vehicles of their allies. Gila took a deep breath and thought that they were now safe. The Black Ghost hurried to cover her mouth. He asked her not to bring trouble on them again with her loud words. Gila was a little shocked that the Black Ghost believed in such omens. There was a man sitting in the front seat who turned to them and said that he had heard a lot about them, and now they had met. His name was Tang Tang from the Star Dragon unit. He said that the CEO had often mentioned him. Tan Tan began to introduce the entire crew that was traveling with them in the same car. He said that a man named Alapog was driving. He was from Theseus. He went on to say that the girl who called Zero was named Diana. She was from Maple. She told them that they were not out of the woods yet and asked if any of them had an escape plan. Tan was confident that the enemy would not have been able to catch them. He said that they would have continued along the planned route, and soon they would have been able to break away from the enemy. The Black Ghost restored the helmet of his suit, after which he told them that he would like to take this moment to check the condition of his mecha suit. He put it on and said that it was not bad, only the armor was a little damaged, the main components were fine, it would only need a little repair. Zero received a communication request from an unknown person. As soon as he confirmed the request, he heard the voice of the head saying that he had done well and was able to get out of the encirclement on the plains. The Black Ghost was not expecting to hear his voice at all. He remained silent and listened to what the leader was going to say to him next. The leader asked him if he thought he was already safe. The head of the embryo said that he immediately noticed when his support unit entered his territory a couple of days ago, so he developed a special plan of action for it. He told him that he did not do anything to them so that he could fall into his trap, and they would have captured them all at once. Knowing where he had escaped from and where they had infiltrated, he was able to calculate where they would have planned to break through the encirclement. The embryo head asked the Black Ghost he still felt omniscient and omnipotent now that he knew he was trapped by them. Zero thought how they could escape from the other trap left by the head. He asked the Black Ghost to open his eyes wide and see which place would be the last for him, because he had a very unpleasant surprise for him. The car with Zero stopped ahead of them. There was a whole army that the head of the embryo had managed to gather. A very large amount of military equipment was directed at them. Tan shouted to everyone to get ready for battle. They would stand to the last. The enemies opened fire to kill, but Diana used her fire powers to attack them back, and they were unable to dodge her attack. The enemy executives rushed to attack, hoping to destroy Zero and his allies. But the Sharnak warrior Alapog stood in their way, using his powers to become incredibly large. His entire body grew several times larger, and now it was difficult to overcome him. Alapog grabbed the passing executive director and told him that he was just a weak insect that he could easily defeat. The Alapog warrior threw him to the ground with all his might and knocked him out, but he didn't notice the other executive attacking him from behind. His back was covered by one of his allies, who stopped the enemy, who did not understand what kind of man would attack his opponent from behind, and destroyed him. He continued to destroy the enemies around him, but his partner shouted at him not to get carried away because he could die by underestimating his opponent. And at that moment, a warrior appeared in front of them, and with a blow to the ground, managed to scatter them in different directions. They could not repel this attack or defend themselves against it. The Black Ghost stopped to see who possessed such destructive power, and the head of the embryo appeared before him, saying that he had fulfilled his request and was now here to fight him. The head of the embryo looked at him carefully and said that now he was here and he was ready to fight him. He had only one question: would the Black Ghost have the courage to attack him? Zero received a notification that he had initiated a special C-class mission, Ambush the Traitor. He had to defeat the embryo boss. He did not expect the boss to personally appear to destroy him. The Black Ghost looked at his characteristics and thought that the boss was the main character of the planet Aquamarine, and he was very strong, and his current state was not the best. He thought about it for a while and decided that he had to try his best to defeat a very serious and strong opponent. He had never had such a powerful opponent before, but he was not going to run away or give up. Zero checked his costume and was ready to start the fight, but suddenly he noticed cars approaching them. They stopped not far from them, and out of the car came Bennett, who said that Zero was playing too hard. He looked at Bennett carefully and asked him why he had come. He was sure he could have handled the head of the embryo alone, but he was still curious about the reason for his arrival. Bennett told him that he had caused such a stir that it was impossible to do otherwise, and he decided to come personally to help them get out of the evacuation safely. He added that no one had seen the embryo boss go all out, and it looked like it was his lucky day. He told the boss that he would not let him touch his people without his permission. Bennett clenched his fist and decided to attack the embryo boss for threatening his people. He used his ability of burning will, but the boss stood calm and waited for him to approach him. The head of the embryo asked Bennett not to interfere in their affairs. He wanted to personally fight the black ghost that had summoned him to this duel. Bennett attacked him, but the head of the embryo also used his ability, but no one could understand what kind of power he had and how strong he was. Their blows were incredibly strong. They were felt by everyone present. Zero covered his face with his hands from the blast wave and was amazed by their incredible strength. He thought that now there would be a battle between the two main characters of this planet. He was surprised that the head of the embryo had withstood Bennett's blazing will, which meant that it must have had some incredibly strong ability. Zero realized that his attacks were weaker than Bennett's, and they were useless against the boss. He didn't understand how he could get a percentage of the total damage in such circumstances. The soldiers of the head of the embryo decided to help their leader. They opened fire with all their guns. They wanted to destroy the army of the Six Nations while they had the opportunity. Fazad, the patron saint of violet radiation, put a protective barrier in front of them so that enemy shells could not destroy them. He was able to protect all the allies of the Six Nations. Tang Tang was incredibly impressed by how strong the embryo boss was. Only Bennett could counter him. The others were too weak for him. Fazad replied that they were both legends. They did not need to interfere in their fight. He added that they should have seized the moment and destroyed the enemy troops in an ambush and broken the deadlock. Zero thought it was a great opportunity. All the CEOs present were elite and would give him a lot of challenge points. He decided to accumulate enough and complete the promotion task and would be able to beat the boss. He looked around and decided to find a target that he would destroy first. He noticed that two soldiers were fighting without weapons and thought that the enemy was on the verge of death. Zero pulled out his weapon and decided to finish him off. He took aim and fired. He was able to hit the target perfectly, and his enemy was defeated. The Black Ghost thought that as long as there was confusion around him, no one would notice what he was doing. The Black Ghost looked carefully at his enemies and chose his next victim. Diana noticed that the Black Ghost stood aside and did not stand out on the battlefield. She could not understand why he was hiding there and did not help them defeat such a strong enemy. She told the Black Ghost to leave the superhumans to them. They would deal with them. He needed to deal with the ordinary fighters in the neighborhood. The Black Ghost pretended not to hear her. He didn't want to tell anyone what he was really doing and why he was destroying superhumans. He didn't want to reveal his plan to anyone. Diana said it was for his own safety. They couldn't spend their energy protecting him. She couldn't understand that he was behaving so liberally because he was under their protection. The Black Ghost did not listen to her and continued to do his job, destroying executive directors and receiving additional test points for them. He destroyed one by one the executive directors of the embryo of different levels, and the reward was just as different. The higher the level, the higher the reward. After a while, the Black Ghost realized that he had accumulated a lot of challenge points, and he only had to finish off one more executive. The enemy attacked Tauntaun, who was standing nearby with his magnetic field. He held him down and shouted to his partner Ares that he had him and he could target him. But a Black Ghost stood in their way and managed to break the magnetic field and free Tauntaun. He thanked him, but the Black Ghost tried to find the last executive director, who was hiding from him somewhere. The Black Ghost, having once again carefully examined the battlefield, was able to find his last enemy, and without hesitation he destroyed him, despite the fact that his ally had almost defeated him. He made a precise shot that instantly destroyed the executive director. He dealt damage to Tyrone, and was able to destroy him, for which he received experience points and test points. His weapon had not yet cooled when the Black Spectre realized that he now had enough test points and was almost ready to step into the duel with the head of the embryo to replace Bennett. The Black Ghost thought that he needed to exit the battle mode to level up. He abruptly rose and decided to run away as soon as possible to do what he had planned. Diana saw that the Black Ghost began to run away from the battlefield, leaving them all to fight the enemies from the embryo, and she thought that he was going to run away from them forever. The head of the embryo also noticed that the Black Ghost was running away, but he could not let that happen. He had come to fight him, as he wanted, and he could not let him escape. Repulsing Bennett's attacks, the embryo's head shouted to his men that they were in pursuit of him. They needed to destroy him when they had the chance. The Black Ghost tried to accelerate as fast as possible to leave the battlefield. He deftly jumped the gorge and soon managed to get out of combat mode. He opened the notification window, where it was written that the mission to advance in the class level was completed. His characteristics increased. He carefully looked at what could be improved and distributed his points. The Black Ghost distributed the points, he made his choice and confirmed it, and evolution began for him. He chose the space race of humans, and the process was launched. His body was subjected to incredible pain. All his bones were changed. He could hardly bear such pain, but he had no other choice. He had to defeat the head of the embryo. The process took a lot of time, and the longer the evolution was, the more pain the Black Ghost experienced. He screamed in pain, but could do nothing. But still, he managed to complete the evolution. He was able to overcome the limitations of this version of the game. He saw new characteristics in front of him, and his new skills. The embryo fighters could not understand what was happening in the depths of the forest. They saw a bright blue flash, but could not understand what it was. The soldiers who were chasing him did not pay attention to this. They had orders to destroy Zero. They realized that he was running out of strength, and they had to act quickly. After evolving, Zero thought that all he had to do now was use his accumulated experience points and attributes to become the strongest being on the planet. Now he had reached the level, he had increased all his characteristics, he was qualified by the game system as a space explorer. Zero was ready to test his abilities in action. A squad of the Embryo Head's men were approaching the place where the Black Ghost was evolving. They spotted it and decided it would be safer to attack it together. The Black Ghost did not wait for them to come even closer to him and launched his battle tesserae at them. They did not expect it, and he was able to destroy Jaros with a single blow. The other fighters gathered around Jaros's body, shocked and frightened, but soon Zero, whom they had been chasing, stood in front of him, shaking with fear and begging for mercy. But the Black Ghost decided that he would not spare anyone. He realized that if he were in their place, they would have destroyed him long ago. He dealt with them, and leaving warned the embryo to prepare for his arrival. Tang Tang continued to defend himself against the embryo army that was trying to destroy them all. He fought back with dignity against the attacking CEOs, but his strength was not enough. He turned his head and saw a Black Ghost approaching him at an incredible speed, and Tang Tang couldn't understand why he turned back. Diana assumed that he must have met a stronger enemy whom he could not defeat on his own. He was afraid of him, and decided to return back under their protection. Gila noticed that his health and strength seemed to have changed. He moved very quickly and agilely, and now the embryo fighters were in big trouble. His power grew several times. He could destroy several executive directors who stood in his way with a single blow. He was ready to fight the head of the embryo. Diana was also shocked by the power the Black Ghost had, thinking that he had suddenly become different. She couldn't understand how he had managed to do it. The Black Ghost was already almost at the head of the embryo, and Bennett, the head, saw him and thought that Zero had the nerve to come back. It surprised him. The head of the embryo ordered his soldiers to fire only at Zero, and his entire army obeyed the order, with all the fighters and tanks directed at him, firing at him without ceasing. The Black Ghost dodged the missiles. He used the force field to get rid of the missiles in one blow. He headed for the tanks and managed to disable them. When he appeared in front of the soldiers, they realized that they could not stop him. Zero walked past them, telling them to get out of his way if they didn't want to die. The men obeyed him and didn't attack him, letting him pass. The Black Ghost approached the fighting Bennett and the head of the embryo. He looked at Bennett and said that he had done a good job, but now it was his turn to fight. Bennett smiled and went to him. He put his hands on his shoulder and said that he could start his battle. He would not interfere with him. He was sure that he would have handled the head of the embryo. The head of the embryo saw the Black Ghost heading towards him. He said that until now he had been protected by Bennett, but now he was voluntarily coming at him. He added that if he drained his strength, he would be able to deal with him. He was sure that one punch would have been enough to deal with the Black Ghost, which kept coming at him without stopping. The Black Ghost took out his gun and fired several shots at the head of the embryo, but he was able to easily stop them. He said that it was nothing for him, and he would not be able to defeat it with such attacks. Zero fired a few more shots, and the boss was still able to dodge them. But now the boss started his attack, and as he approached him, he struck him with a precise blow, but Zero managed to put up a block. The Black Ghost jumped to a safe distance, but he wasn't going to stay there for long. He quickly began to attack the boss. He jumped in front of him and struck him with a very strong and accurate blow. The head of the embryo failed to put up a defense unit and was thrown several meters away from the impact. Zero received a notification that, while in combat mode, he could receive information about the enemy. He looked at the head of the embryo, which was trying to get up after a heavy blow, and saw that it had a percentage of health left, which meant that he could still take percentages from it for the task. The head of the embryo realized that the Black Ghost was quite a strong opponent. He told him that he had underestimated him, but it would not happen again. He got up and decided that it was time to show him his real, true power. Now he would attack him with all his might to destroy him once and for all. the head of the embryo began to move much faster than before, and it had already approached the black ghost and dealt it a powerful blow that could have destroyed all its armor. The protective helmet of the black ghost was partially destroyed by the incredibly strong impact, but the head of the embryo did not stop and continued to deliver its deadly blows to him. The black ghost fell down, but soon got up. He spat out blood and thought that he could do a lot of damage to him in melee. It would be better to use the mechanisms to wear him down first. Zero pulled out his weapon and started shooting at the head of the embryo. He decided that this way he would not be able to get too close to it. Now Zero realized that it was very dangerous for him. The head of the embryo dodged the bullets flying at him. He shouted to him that he would not be able to defeat him with his shooting. He had to do something else if he wanted to win. He was able to quickly bridge the distance between them and deal a very strong blow to the black ghost, not helped by his long-range shooting with his weapon. The black ghost flew away from the impact for several meters until it hit the wall, which stopped it hard. The black ghost was losing more and more of its armor, and it was in big trouble. The head of the embryo picked up his weapon and said that the mechanic without a weapon was like a dog without teeth. He broke his weapon and said that now they would see what he would do without a weapon. The black ghost got up and was ready to continue their battle, and he told him that he did not understand why he thought he had deprived him of his weapons, because he had quite a few. Zero decided not to engage him in close combat and threw his weapon at him, which could have destroyed him with its sharp little blades. His weapon hit the target. It was clear that the head of the embryo did not expect the black ghost to use this weapon. He could not dodge them, and they passed through him, causing him a lot of damage. The embryo's head fell to his knee in pain. He started coughing a little and had difficulty breathing. Because he had managed to inflict a lot of damage on him, he could not realize how many toys he had hidden. The black ghost thought that he had more health than him at level 70, and he also had mech's armor, so if he exchanged his attack for his, he would still be in the black. Zero threw his sharp toys at him again, but the head of the embryo stopped them with a protective field. He told him that the same techniques did not work on him. The black ghost shouted to him that in that case he could be the first to try his new weapon, and directed his attack at him, and activated the light gun, and struck him with a fireball. The head of the embryo flew into the wall and could hardly get up. The black ghost thought that the impact had put him in a state of rigor mortis. He could not move, and Zero thought that this was his chance. The black ghost decided to take the chance. It approached him to make a physical attack and managed to inflict several strong and life-threatening blows. But his hand was grabbed by the head of the embryo, who was surprised that the mechanic dared to go into hand-to-hand combat with him. He thought that Zero wanted to meet his demise as soon as possible. The head of the embryo got up and launched his very strong attacks, which made Zero fall to the ground. He was in a lot of pain, and he was on the verge of losing to him because the head did not stop and beat him. He was able to break his defense. Zero was lying on the ground and couldn't move from the pain. The head said that without the shield, he could have crushed him and could have tormented him as he wanted. The head of the embryo gathered all his strength to destroy Zero. He ran at him to deliver his last blow. He was sure that after it, Zero would be finished. He hit the target, he got up and was about to leave. He said that would be enough, and that the black ghost would probably not be able to continue their duel. But suddenly he heard Zero activate the last recovery. He turned around and saw him. He looked like he hadn't taken any damage from the embryo head's attacks. Zero thought that when the equipment's strength was less than a percentage using energy points, it was possible to temporarily restore the equipment to a percentage of strength. The higher the quality and more complex the mechanism, the shorter the skill's duration. The head of the embryo couldn't believe that Zero was able to restore his armor again. He tried to understand how he had managed it, but now he needed to focus on the fight. The black ghost struck the head of the embryo with a strong blow that sent it flying several meters away, and it could barely stop. It raised its head and thought that it was impossible. It did not understand where it had such destructive power. Zero looked at the Six Nations fighter and called out to him. He turned around and the black ghost asked him to lend him his weapon. It was a huge hammer. The fighter did not hesitate to throw his hammer to him. He wished the black ghost good luck and asked him to destroy the head of the embryo. He caught the hammer and immediately rushed to attack the boss. The black ghost didn't wait for the boss to get up. He was already approaching him with his attack. The head of the embryo looked up and saw that Zero was already above him, and he needed to put up a defense immediately. But he was unable to protect himself from the blow of Zero, who hit him with his hammer with all his might. The blow sent the head flying into the wall, and then he began to fall to the ground. The blow was incredibly strong and managed to break the head's mask. The boss could barely move. His mask was broken. He was practically defeated. All his soldiers were on the verge of destruction, and he had nowhere to wait for help. Tang Tang was amazed that the black ghost was able to break his mask, and now they could see the true face of the embryo head, which no one had ever seen before. The embryo's head rose, and everyone saw what it really looked like. It looked at its opponent and said that Zero was able to pleasantly surprise it. He started walking toward the black ghost and said he was impressed that he was able to restore his armor when he thought he had already dealt with it. The head of the embryo began to attack him. He shouted at him that even though he had managed to restore his armor, he was ready to break it again, which is exactly what he tried to do again. The black ghost managed to put up a defensive block using a hammer. He was thrown back by the force of the blow, but managed to stay on his feet. He took the hammer and attacked the head of the embryo, which barely had time to put up its hands as a shield. The embryo head did not give up, and he struck again at Zero, who was able to break his protective suit again, his strength dropping back down to and recharge time would be minutes away. The boss thought that this was his chance to destroy Zero. He gathered all his strength and channeled it into his ability. Zero realized that he had nothing to deflect the danger, and the boss struck at the defenseless Zero in a moment. The head thought that he had managed to destroy Zero, but suddenly there was an unharmed Zero standing in front of him again, determined to end this battle. The head could not understand why he was still alive. He was beginning to lose faith in his own strength. He was hitting him too many times, after which he always managed to come back in one piece, and he asked him if he could really raise his level in such conditions. The black ghost smiled and replied that he would tell him this secret only after a few blows. He was going to use all his strength so that the head would not have time to recover. He took the hammer and started to attack him. He was already on the head of the embryo and almost gave him a blow, for which he invented a name and shouted at him to taste his air hammer technique. Diana and Tang Tang did not expect such a powerful attack from the black ghost. Tang Tang felt a strange feeling, but thought he might be wrong. He realized that Zero was able to overcome his limit during the battle. The black ghost did not stop and continued to attack the head of the embryo, who was no longer able to stop him. The embryo's fighters could not believe that their boss had lost. They began to run away, because they were many times weaker than their boss. The head was able to get up after taking incredible damage. Zero looked at him and wanted him to show him some other signature move that he had been hiding from him in battle. But the head of the embryo was able to shock Zero. He turned around and ran away. He decided that he had better retreat before he finally lost this battle. He needed to recover his strength before their next meeting. Zero didn't pursue him. He thought he had a percentage of health left. It was enough for him to take off a percentage of his health. Then he left him to the allies of the Six Nations. The soldiers from the Six Nations decided to leave the place quickly, and Tang Tang called the Black Ghost and asked him to get in the car as soon as possible. They had little time. They decided that while the boss was severely injured by the Black Ghost, the embryo's powers were undermined, and decided to go after them in pursuit to destroy as many enemies as possible. The fighters from the Six Nations did not spare their enemies. They mercilessly destroyed everyone who stood in their way, and once in the car, Zero exhaled and thought that it was finally over. They arrived at the temporary base of the Six Nations troops. Zero decided to confirm the completion of his traitor ambush mission. He wanted to see if he would be lucky with his abilities this time. Zero opened the window of the abilities he had gained and studied everything he had received for completing the task and for removing percentage health from the head of the embryo. He only had to choose 2 of the 5 skills and confirm them. He looked at the list and chose 2 abilities that he thought were pretty good. He got the Reflect Spike skill and the Steel Body skill. Zero thought that he was beginning to resemble a tank. Suddenly, he unlocked new requirements for advancement. He knew it was enough to gain advanced knowledge and increase intelligence to start a new stage. Zero realized that it wasn't difficult to get advanced knowledge. He just needed to find a way to level up, and attribute points were not easy to come by either. He would have to look for more subclasses to gain intelligence points. He thought sadly that the easiest thing to do was to choose rarer subclasses that gave more attribute points per level, but nothing could be changed. Zero wondered who the embryo's boss was, why he couldn't remember his face without the mask, and he was haunted by this question, but suddenly he heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Bennett, the head of the Six Nations, who wanted to hear an explanation from him. He grabbed him, that he had not managed to escape from him. Bennett asked him if he wanted to tell him about his past. He was sure he missed him. He was angry with him because he didn't tell him he was an alien. Zero looked away from him and said he guessed right. When he calmed down, they stood by the car, and Bennett said that the past was in the past, and now he was interested in another issue that was much more important than the others. Bennett asked him how he had managed to overcome his limit, and to do so right in the middle of their duel with the head of the embryo, which interested him more than anything else. Zero wondered if he should tell this information to a non-game character, but he decided that he would show him and teach him how to do it as well. He said that an old saying said that you had to train your muscles and breath. He asked him if he knew what dantian was, and he explained to him that it was basically a bladder, and you had to concentrate your energy there. He added that at first the energy was slow to flow out of him, but he shouldn't have worried. As soon as he learned to control this feeling and hold the energy of his own free will, he would be able to break through his limit. Bennett hit him again and said he was incorrigible, asking him if he looked like someone who could be deceived like that. But they were interrupted by a Six Nations fighter who called them. He told them that he had something to tell them. He had managed to find out about the origin of the embryo boss. Zero was surprised that he managed to find out this information so quickly. He didn't want to delay the moment and asked him where he was from. He was very curious. But the fighter said they would be better off talking about it elsewhere and asked them to follow them. He asked Zero if he remembered the task he had assigned him. Zero remembered that he had given him the task of the hidden A-level storyline, the new era origin. He was amazed that the fighter had managed to complete this task. Now Zero was even more interested. The fighter said that the data he found gave them new clues, and during their investigations they were able to find a reference to the embryo organization in a sealed confidential scroll from a vanished country. He handed him a tablet that he could look at himself and study the information he found. He saw that in the new era of origin, the first round was complete. The fighter said that during the old era, there was a small country called Gollum, and its government went through many changes and revolutions throughout its history. He added that at that time a terrorist group called Mimok appeared in Gollum and attacked the government many times, causing panic in the society. He went on to say that people did not feel safe and demanded that the government take stricter measures to bring peace and tranquility to their country. The government issued various laws, regulations in the country became strict, and the Gollum children were under constant surveillance and management, after which Mimok disappeared overnight and the attacks stopped. They thought that the measures worked. However, in reality, Mimok was an organization secretly created by the Gollum government. The government controlled them and told them who they should attack. For security reasons, the residents of Gollum willingly accepted strict security, while the government deprived people of all their rights one by one. All the media and any platform that could give people a voice was under strict government control, and people could do nothing about it. Bennett realized that they had created an image of the enemy for the people and began to defend themselves against it. And that fear had prompted most people to give up their freedom in exchange for security and the adoption of strict rules. The fighter told them that some people had found out the truth about Mimoki and exposed their organization, and they were distributing leaflets to make people aware that they had been brutally deceived. As soon as they learned the truth, the people of Gollum were furious. They showed their anger, protested, and created a civil resistance organization to fight back against the government. But when the conflict in Gollum reached its peak, a galactic civilization emerged that gave people knowledge that could change their world. The emergence of a galactic civilization plunged the world into absolute chaos. Gollum was invaded by a neighboring country. The government fell due to threats both inside and outside the country, and Gollum was wiped off the map, and added that Mimok was the current embryo organization. The current leader of the organization was a member of the Gollum Civil Resistance. These events happened a long time ago, and detailed information about his identity has not been preserved. Gollum fell, but Mimok was freed from control. The organization was active during the War of the Old Era, but then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was called the Embryo Organization. Zero said that since the relationship between the Resistance and Mimok was not hostile, he understood that it looked like the boss had seized power in Mimok. The fighter replied that no one knew how he had become the head. Only one thing was clear. When Mimok reappeared, he became the enemy of 6 nations, and his power had increased. He added that the nation that had invaded Gollum was now called Raylan. Zero said that they now knew the reason for the embryo boss's hostility to the 6 nations. It was because he had lost his homeland, so he wanted revenge. He looked at what awaited him in the second round, where the main reward was thousands of experience points. The reward for the assessment was unknown, and he was unclear how the excavation of historical secrets would affect the Aquamarine. Zero stood there thinking that he might have found something that would change the way people view the world, and he was suddenly approached by Hyla, who asked him when they would return for her sister. She was worried about her. He told her that it was too dangerous for them to go back. He told her that the people of the 6 nations would not have agreed to take such a risky step for her sister. Hyla couldn't leave her sister in that terrible place. She was already running out of the supplies they had left her, so she suggested that they go together and save her sister. Zero nodded his head in the negative and said that if he went back, the head of the embryo could reappear there, and they would be in big trouble. Hyla did not understand him, because they had made a promise that they would save her sister. Zero lit a cigarette and told her to calm down. He had a candidate who was better than him. The New Stone Wasteland had not yet cooled down from the battles that had taken place on this land not long ago. In the distance, equipment was still burning, but people were no longer to be found here. Hyla's little sister, who had already eaten her 13th ration, was running out of food, sitting quietly, not making a sound, only thinking about when her sister would come for her. Suddenly she heard sounds. Someone was making their way to her shelter. She didn't know who it could be, but she hoped it was her sister. But it was a guy who held out his hand and said that Zero had sent him to get her, and they had to leave immediately. At the 6 Nations temporary base, Hyla approached Zero again. She said it had been a day, she didn't know if she could trust his man, to which Zero replied that she shouldn't worry, he would bring her sister. She was sitting and looking into the distance. She couldn't wait to meet her sister, and after a moment she saw her. Her sister shouted to her that now they would be together. Hyla ran up to her and hugged her tightly. She asked her if she was okay. She was happy that nothing had happened to her and they could be reunited again. Hyla could not hold back her tears of joy. Zero approached the guy who had saved Hyla's sister and thanked him for his help. Without him, it would have been very difficult for them to save her. He replied that he hadn't done anything special, and there was no need to thank him. He apologized for forcing him to risk his life. He was now indebted to him. He realized that without him, the Six Nations would not have agreed to go after Hyla's sister. The guy started to walk away and told Zero not to worry about it. He had helped him once, and now he could consider that he had repaid him. He added that the things he ordered had already been delivered to the southern continent, and he asked him to check them when he got back there. Hyla's little sister looked at her and asked her where they would go, because they had nowhere to go. Hyla was shocked by this question and did not know how to answer it. Zero overheard their conversation and told them that if they had nowhere to go, they could go with him, adding that it was very safe in his property and no one could harm them. Hyla was surprised by his offer. She did not expect him to invite them to go with him, to his property, but they had no other options. They had nowhere else to go. Zero said that her sister had been imprisoned for a long time and was very weak, and if she wanted to take her somewhere, she needed to get stronger first. Hyla thought that he was right, and her sister was indeed weak after the long imprisonment. Her sister was glad that they went home to Uncle Zero. That same evening at the Six Nations temporary base, there was a meeting with Zero. He told the head that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked him how he was doing, whether he had received any promotions, although it was easier to get a demotion in his position. But the head of the meeting wanted him to get down to business. He had no time to sit and listen to him. He got a little angry because Zero didn't tell him why they were meeting. Zero replied that no one was interested in simple questions now. Everyone was immersed in their work and their plans for the future. No one lived one day at a time. Everyone was thinking ahead, and this upset him a little. The head again asked him to stop talking. They had a deal, and asked him to fulfill part of his promise. Then Zero handed him a flash drive with very valuable information. He hurried to connect the flash drive to the computer to see what Zero had given them. When he opened the file, he was quite amazed. He couldn't understand how he had this information. They said it was incredibly valuable information. Everyone who attended the meeting was insanely happy. They realized that with this information, they could quickly end the war. They told Zero that he had done a good job. Zero replied that the rest was up to them, and he hurried away. He realized that the embryo drop task was now 1% complete. His information would increase the progress of the task, which made him very happy. In Zero's domain, the residents of the asylum were sad that they had no assignments, because he hadn't appeared for many days. They missed him and were waiting for him to return. The guy was sitting on a bench reading the comments people left under his last video, demanding a new video from him. But he realized that he had no material for new videos, so he couldn't release an update. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a helicopter, which only meant that the Black Ghost had finally arrived back in his domain, which everyone was very happy about. They had been waiting for him. Zero got out of the helicopter with Hyla and her younger sister. All the people who lived on his property came out to greet him. They were happy to see him. He had been gone too long, but now he was home. Hyla couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't think he had such a gorgeous property. Her sister was amazed that he had so many people. He was greeted by a subordinate who said that during his absence they had created and improved everything that had been specified in his plan, and that the shelter now housed about 23,000 vagrants. After listening to his report, the Black Ghost asked him what had happened to the non-humans, what successes they had, and what they had been able to achieve in his absence, and he was very interested in them. He saw two fighters preparing for a duel, and one of them said that his martial arts class was the strongest, while his opponent's was so bad that even dogs wouldn't play with him. The non-humans started their battle, but he didn't hit with his attack. His opponent managed to dodge, and told him that he had the speed of a snail. The subordinate said that they often fought each other and destroyed their buildings. The Black Ghost thought that there was no need to stop them. He looked at their fight and told his subordinate to send them to build a large arena. His subordinate was shocked by his decision. He couldn't understand what good the arena in the shelter would do. He thought that this place was not for an arena. He didn't think it could benefit them. The Black Ghost replied that the arena was a place where they could release their energy. They could make money on it by organizing a system of fair bets. And now the subordinate understood what the arena was for. Zero thought that as soon as the arena became famous, they might want to host the future professional league of the galaxy. Time would pass, and he would earn a lot of fame and money. He was sitting in the workshop of the third asylum, where he thought that the storyline of the planet Aquamarine was coming to an end, and it was time to prepare for departure to the galaxy. Zero wanted to improve his suit. He realized that the Viper could hardly cope with the power of the embryo boss, and he could no longer continue to walk in it, so he decided to start creating a new mechanical suit. He managed to create a new suit that was much stronger than the previous one. When he tested it, he realized that the radiation crystals from the Viper's lair were excellent fuel, and now the power of the reaction furnace was enough to allow him to fly. He logged into the system and saw that he had successfully upgraded the Viper suit, and he could give the suit a new name. Zero thought that since it now had a module for flight, He decided to call the suit an amphipter. Zero decided to test what the suit was capable of and fired one shot from his hand, which was incredibly powerful. He thought that he had become even more powerful, and by combining the suit with its attributes, he could become invincible. He wanted to test his new suit to its fullest capacity. He was curious about what it was capable of, and after all the tests, he went to the Emerald Grass Laboratory. The laboratory doctor told her patient that she was losing a lot of blood every year, which led to physical weakness, dysplasia, and deterioration of organ function. Gila and her younger sister came to see her, accompanied by Zero, who recommended that they go to this laboratory, and the doctor added that she estimated that she had 3 years to live. Gila was shocked to find out that it was only 3 years old. She didn't know what to do. She thought that the doctor must have mixed up the results and that the diagnosis was wrong. The doctor tried to calm her down. She asked her not to worry. It was an ordinary person, but her sister Aurora, although physically weak, had a cellular activity that amazed her imagination. She showed her cells and told her that usually it took a long time for a human body to heal itself because of the slow renewal of cells. But Aurora's was different. Superhumans had a much better ability to heal themselves. The doctor leaned over to Aurora and said that she would like to take a blood sample for testing. Aurora was frightened and hid behind her sister. Gila angrily told her that she would not allow this to happen. Zero decided to intervene before Gila started destroying the lab. He thanked the doctor for her persistence, but she was a patient, not a test subject. He added that besides, she was no match for her sister. The doctor agreed with Zero and said that she did not need treatment in principle. She recommended that she suppress her abilities and recover in complete peace. Zero remembered that in his past life, Aurora had been used up on medication, so he hadn't been able to see the effect of her power, and now he would look forward to seeing it. He said that she had been brainwashed, and now another personality was living with her, which was awakened by the code word, turning her into a controlled puppet. He asked if she could fix it. She said that he needed to find the right doctor. Zero asked Hyla if mind control wasn't her strong suit, and Hyla hesitantly replied that her abilities were too aggressive and she was afraid of accidentally hurting her sister. He realized that this was too risky for Aurora, and he told Hyla that in that case she needed to work on it better so that she could control her abilities. The doctor said that if they had no more business or questions for her, she asked them to leave. She had arranged for a couple of non-humans to test her drugs and asked them not to interfere with her research. A couple of non-humans were already standing outside the door listening to their conversation. The late girl asked if today's drug testing assignment had started yet. The guy replied that she should keep her voice down because there was a black ghost in there. Gila asked Zero for advice on what they should do, and he said that Aurora should get more rest, and he would make her a special wheelchair so that she could have more contact with the outside world and make friends. She told him that she was incredibly grateful to him and that she owed him for being so kind to them. Zero calmly replied that her debt continued to grow. When they left the lab, Gila asked why he had helped Aurora, to which Zero replied that he could foresee the future and that her abilities would save him in the future. He asked if she believed him. Aurora heard their conversation. She smiled and said that she would have saved him no matter what it took. He could be sure that after what he had done for them, she would not have left him in trouble. He made the stroller and told me that the armrests were made of genuine leather, and the seat was made of elastic cotton. It would be very pleasant to sit in, and the coolest thing was that it was controlled by pedals, and there was a gear lever next to the armrests. Gila was amazed by his invention. He said it was nothing for a mechanic. Aurora got into the stroller and said it was gorgeous and very comfortable. Zero was not alone. There were 4 other residents of the shelter with them, and he told Gila that these 4 were now her sister's new friends. They immediately went to Aurora and gave her a bear. Aurora was happy to have friends and a bear, which she thought was very cute, and Gila was happy to see her sister happy. Zero's subordinate came up to them and said that the arena had been built, but the non-humans preferred to fight on the free city grounds, and he wanted to tell him how much they had spent on building the arena, but Zero interrupted him. He took all the information from him and told him that everything was fine. He understood what he needed to do to lure non-humans to fight in his new arena. Zero explained to his subordinate that since the arena was not yet in demand among players, he would personally create demand for it. He decided to check out the arena that was located in the 3rd shelter. He needed to attract players to fight in his arena. He had a plan to do it, but first he decided to visit his arena. Several players were with him. A player with the nickname Rebels Rule said that their guild was quite large. He told about its advantages. Zero knew that he was the deputy head of the Heavenly Territory, and it was a good option for him. Zero heard that he was trying to lure a player with the nickname Cake Moro to join his guild. The player almost agreed to join their guild. Zero turned away from them, took a deep breath, and said how unlucky he was, which drew their attention to him. He thought that when a non-player character talked to himself, it meant that a task was about to appear, and a player with the nickname Rebels Rule asked him what he was upset about and if they could help him in any way. But Zero pretended that they couldn't help him. He told him that he needed at least 10 people, and then Maybe they could help him. The player turned around and shouted to everyone else to come to him. He managed to activate the group task from the Black Ghost, and all the other players hurried to him. The Black Ghost waited for everyone to come up to him, and then he told them that one of his robots was malfunctioning and out of control, and he hoped they could help him get his chip back. The system notified the player and showed them the task of finding the faulty chip. It was a group task in which they had to defeat the Rover Ranger and return the chip to the Black Ghost. The player was shocked that it was a chain task, and the first reward for completing it was a point of relationship with the Black Ghost. He said that it was impossible to get more than 10 even for money, but by completing this task, it was possible. He was very excited about this task. He said that he had been wanting to buy equipment from him for a long time, which required more than 10 relationship points, and all the players went to fulfill this task. The two players, Mosaic and Jupiter, thought they were incredibly lucky, but it was strange that they were also here. Why didn't the task activate for them? Zero noticed them and thought it looked like they were from the Guild of Gods. Zero decided to involve them in this task. He took another deep breath and repeated that he was unlucky. The players noticed and were happy that the task appeared for them as well. More players gathered around him, shouting that they would help him. They were happy to have the opportunity to get points to get closer to him. It was a very valuable reward. In the northern part of the shelter, all the players who accepted the task were chasing the robot. They noticed that it was incredibly fast. They did not understand whether it was more familiar with the terrain than they were. It easily escaped from the chase. The robot turned the corner of the building and slowed down a bit, and the players who were running after it accelerated in the hope of catching it when the opportunity arose, and the robot ran away from them more slowly. Zero saw that the players were trying their best to catch up with his robot, and he laughed at their attempts to stop the robot, because he was controlling it personally, and he could control all its movements with the joystick. He saw that the players had almost caught the robot, so he decided it was time to use acceleration, and the robot started moving even faster than before, and the players couldn't believe that it had gotten away from them again. A group of other players who were hunting for the robot on the other side of the shelter went looking for it between the houses, hoping to be the first to find it. One of the players shouted that he had found it, and it was right in front of them. He was insanely happy that they had managed to find the robot. Now they had to find the chip. The robot stood motionless in front of them and pointed its weapon at them, but it did not attack them. It was waiting for further actions from the players. They did not wait for the robot to attack and opened fire on it. They shot at it with their weapons and the robot did not respond to them. They completely destroyed it, but it did not fall down yet, and they continued their attack until the robot was completely destroyed. The players were shocked that the robot collapsed after a couple of shots. They couldn't understand why the task was so simple and easy. They expected more resistance from the robot. A group of other players who were running after the robot, they were trying to run faster to catch it. They saw that it was very close to them. The players were very upset that they were late and that this task had already been completed by other players. They were shocked. They were very close to catching this robot. They wondered how they were able to catch the robot so quickly because it had a very high speed of movement, and all the players were discouraged that they had the same task. The Black Ghost was watching them from the side. When he saw a conflict brewing between them, he thought it was great. They ran into each other. He heard the late players threatening to steal the task from them. Zero returned to his office. Convinced that the players were beginning to feud with each other, he called his subordinates and told them not to let non-humans in today. It didn't take long for a whole crowd of players to gather near the third shelter, demanding to go inside. The players didn't understand why they couldn't enter the reception area to see the Black Ghost, so they completed the task and brought him the chip he asked for. The security guard at the entrance forbade them to approach him. He explained to the players that he could not let them in. It was an order from above, and now outsiders were not allowed to enter. The players from the Heavenly Territory Guild also came to the reception. They told the players from the Gods Guild that they had ruined the task for them. He asked them if they had a conscience. Jupiter from the Guild of Gods answered him that coming on time was better than coming early. He said that this time they were just unlucky, and it was not their fault. The Rebels rule player asked him to give him their item, which they had first started hunting for, but Jupiter replied that now they could only dream of it. He could not stand it and suggested that he go to the arena, where they could find out who had the right to take the chip for themselves. He believed that Jupiter should have accepted his challenge, but Jupiter didn't understand why he had to fight him. Since the chip was already his, he and his team were the first to catch up and neutralize the robot. It wasn't his fault that they didn't get the chip first, so this battle was useless for him. The Rebels rule player was beside himself with anger. He offered him to bet money, weapons, items, anything. He added that if they were not cowards, they would accept his challenge. But Jupiter smiled and told him that he was denying him and rejected his challenge. He already had the chip and he didn't want to risk losing it. It would not be wise of him. The players didn't know what to do to get the chip. The Rebels rule player decided to take extreme measures and told everyone to post on the forum they needed to provoke them. If Jupiter refused, they would have to force him to change his mind. Zero sat back and watched what was happening. He noticed that there was already a lot of buzz on the forum, and he realized that it looked like his arena would be useful to the players very soon. People had already begun to gather in the arena to watch the fight, and two guys noticed that the arena was already quite crowded, and one of them asked who he thought would win today, to which he replied that it would probably be the Guild of the Gods. He expressed the opinion that their actions were immoral, but the guy next to him disagreed, thinking it was a joke. He didn't understand what was wrong with stealing a kill in the game and asked not to blow the issue out of proportion. The host, accompanied by his charming assistants, took the microphone and greeted all the people in the arena, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement among the audience. He announced that on the left side was the defending team's bet, which was the chip of an unruly ranger, and on the right side was the attacking team's bet, which was Sophie's dagger, and he added that the winner would get everything. The gates rose, and he asked to greet the defending team as they prepared to enter the arena, and people froze in anticipation of the team's appearance. With bated breath, every eye was on the opening passage where the team was supposed to appear, and the team of the Gods Guild entered the arena. The audience was delighted with their appearance. Two spectators were sitting and could not believe their eyes that professional players appeared in front of them. It was incredible. The host now asked to welcome the side that dared to challenge, and the Long Sky team entered the arena, and people noticed that their team also included only professionals. The player the Rebels rule was sitting in the arena and said that fortunately there were professionals here. He was almost able to fall for their machinations. Jupiter replied that the enemy were cunning, and it was good that he also managed to find professionals. The people in the arena were divided. Some were rooting for the Long Sky team, others wanted to see the Gods Guild team win. They were sure they would see good fights now. People understood that battles in the arena could glorify both the guild and the player, and if they stayed in the arena, they could compete with different players and earn money from betting. One of the spectators thought it was a good use of fighting, and he realized that one could make good money in the arena by betting on the competing teams. The host said that the rules were simple. Each team had 5 players, they would take turns fighting, and the winner would get 1 point. The first team to score 3 points would win the match. He went on and asked to invite the first player from the Gods Guild, Mao Daxiang, who was a martial artist, and he would start the fight. He just had to wait for his opponent. The host said that his opponent from the Long Sky team would be Hao Tian, who was also proficient in martial arts, and both fighters were determined only to win and were absolutely calm. There was a judge between them who would determine the winner. He asked them both if they were ready to start the fight, and when he heard positive answers, he gave the command to start the fight. Hao Tian threw off his cloak and prepared to defend himself against Mao Daxiang, who was shouting that he would finish him off. He was confident in his abilities and wanted to end this meal as soon as possible. The player from the Gods Guild made his first strike, but his strike was successfully blocked by the Long Sky player, who was able to stop his attack without difficulty, despite the fact that he was quite fast. The player of the Long Sky, having repelled the attack, decided to counterattack the opponent. While he was caught off guard, he dealt him a series of very strong blows, from which the player of the Gods Guild fell to the ground. He received maximum damage and could not continue the fight. The host announced that the Long Sky player had earned 1 point for his team and asked the next player from the God Guild, Roast Ham, to enter the arena. The losing player of the Gods Guild came back and said that it was an incredible shame. He was defeated in a minute. The spectators in the arena cheered and wanted the Long Sky player to continue to defeat his opponents. The long-range player was able to dodge all the attacks that the new player was making. He was dodging his blows with incredible agility, waiting for him to slow down and be able to counterattack him. He jumped up on the player who was attacking him, and with all his might, he struck him with a very strong blow, which hit the target, from which the player of the Gods Guild fell to the ground and could not stop for several meters. The host approached the defeated player and could not believe how strong the player from the Long Sky was. He told the audience that another member of the Gods Guild had been defeated, while the player from the Long Sky had not spent a percentage of his health. The 2 players from the Battle Guild were frightened by the monstrous power of the Long Sky player. They realized that they could not defeat him. He was too strong for them. They were not his opponents. A girl player standing next to them said that they were quite pathetic. He couldn't believe that they were afraid of a player like them. She told them that it was her turn to fight him. She confidently stepped into the middle of the arena and asked her opponent to attack her. She was not afraid of him, and she was ready to fight back. She was sure that she would have the strength to defeat him. The player from the Long Sky did not wait long and fulfilled her request. He began to attack her. He made a punch, but she managed to dodge. The host said that she skillfully dodged the enemy's attack, but it was unknown whether she would be able to defeat him. She was sure that she had done enough to defeat him. She attacked him by shouting at him that he was a complete nobody and that she was not afraid of him. The people in the arena were surprised that she managed to strike. The presenter said that she had a very beautiful shot that hit the target, and for a moment she thought that it was enough, and she had the victory in her pocket. But the fight was not over yet. After she attacked, the Long Sky player unexpectedly counterattacked her. He struck a very strong blow that she did not have time to dodge. The host said that he had deliberately succumbed to it so that he could stun his opponent later. She fell to the ground and tried to get up, but she couldn't do it, and soon she realized that it was over, and she had underestimated her opponent. The Long Sky player did not give her a single chance to win, and decided to end the fight. He launched an incredibly strong attack, which the spectators in the stands were delighted with. They were impressed by the destructive power of the Long Sky player. The host couldn't understand how this happened, so he announced to everyone that the player who had managed to earn 3 points without spending even half of his health had won, and now the Long Sky players could take the award for themselves. The audience was delighted with the performance. They shouted that Long Sky did a great job. They were amazed that only one player was able to bring them victory without being hurt. Jupiter was upset that the Guild of Gods was defeated. He was sure that if their boss was here, the Long Sky player would not have been able to defeat them so easily. The Rebels Rule player thanked Hao Tian for getting them the item they needed to complete the task. They told him that he did a good job. Hao Tian thought that the hidden storyline of the Black Ghost had taken him very far. He realized that he should have continued to follow it. The Black Ghost thought that the arena was one of the factors that would attract people to the city. Another was holding various events, and to attract players to it, you had to show them an obvious benefit. In the third shelter in a desert karst, construction work was underway on one of the walls. One worker took a bucket and reached up. His comrade told him to be careful. He could easily slip and fall down. Every day, players fell and died. One of them admitted that if he fell a couple more times, he would have died, and all the rewards would have gone to the death penalty. He explained that the easy tasks were taken apart by large guilds, leaving only dangerous ones for ordinary players. The player who went down was not yet fully recovered from the fact that he was dead. He realized that there were no other tasks for them, and they had to do what they had. He told his friend that unfortunately they were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Suddenly, new players appeared behind them and asked them to leave immediately, saying that their guild was doing the quests here, and there was no room for them. The player saw something in the distance and asked his friend to look where he was pointing. At first, the friend couldn't see it, but soon noticed a strange shadow on the horizon that seemed to be moving and shimmering in the sun. They noticed that a lot of people had already gathered in the square, and they thought that this most likely meant that a black ghost had appeared in the arena. The players who were working on the construction site decided to come down and watch as well, thinking that they might have a good chance and would no longer have to work on the construction site. All the players began to run to the place where the black ghost arrived. They were asked not to crowd. They all came to get a cherished photo with their idol. The black ghost told everyone that he had a lot of unnecessary things in his warehouse, each of which was already packed, so he didn't know if they would take them. The first player to approach him was a player with the nickname Jade Green Sky, who asked him to sell him 10 suitcases, and the other players standing behind him were shocked by his purchase, as they realized that the big guilds had a lot of money. The black ghost smiled at him and told him that one of his boxes was worth 3,000 aquamarine dollars, and then they could make their own choice whether to take his goods or not. Jade Green Sky, when he heard the price, was a little shocked. He didn't understand why his goods were so expensive, but he realized that he probably had useful things. He would definitely not be at a loss. He put his hand over his eyes to avoid seeing how much money he was giving to the black ghost. He handed him a bag of money and said that he had bought suitcases with his inventions from him. After the black ghost got his money from him, he handed him a suitcase with his invention, and people wanted him to open the suitcase as soon as possible, and they would see an amazing weapon. The player Jade Green Sky opened the suitcase as the other players asked him to, but he didn't see any elegant and powerful weapons. He only saw broken parts. Everyone gathered around Jade Green Sky. Some thought that the suitcases might have contained some junk that no one wanted. They shouted that they would not have taken it even if it was free. The players thought that only fools could spend money on such useless things, and his friend called him over to watch Jade Green Sky open another suitcase. Jade Green Sky was very worried that he might have gotten the same junk as in the other suitcase. He opened the suitcase slightly, from which a bright purple light burst out. The player opened it completely and found that he had a mechanical suitcase of a black ghost. He got a folding sword, which was of purple quality. Now Jade Green Sky was very pleased with the acquisition. The player behind him said that it was the first time he had seen such a weapon. Jade Green Sky thought it was a very good trade. He was happy that the costs were recouped. Now the players had no doubt that they could get different things, both useful and useless, from the black ghost suitcase, and they had a chance to get a very good thing to resell later. They all rushed to the black ghost with a request to sell them one suitcase. The players were asked not to crowd around him. There would be enough suitcases for everyone. They needed to remain calm. Some of them were unlucky and failed to get good items from the black ghost. They got one useless junk. Some players spent all their money and now they didn't know how to get another suitcase. The girl opened her suitcase in the hope of finding something worthwhile, but she also got useless junk. She thought that if other players got good weapons several times in a row, the winning rate decreased. It became very difficult for her to say more precisely. She thought the winning mechanism was a bit strange. It needed to be refined, because many players got unnecessary items. The king of the single could not understand whether the black ghost was getting rid of things because it was part of the gameplay, or whether he was just cleaning out his warehouse. This game was very realistic. Each character had a personal mind, just like in the real world. He added that if the black ghost really decided to clean out his warehouse, why didn't he just throw away everything he didn't need and instead sell it to them? And a player standing next to him asked how they could find out the real reason for the sale. The king of singles thought about it for a while and decided to approach the black ghost to ask him some questions. He asked him to tell him how many suitcases he had in total. The black ghost, with a disgruntled face, replied that all the suitcases were after the sale. He had more suitcases left. He did not understand why he asked him this question. The king of the single told everyone that if their number was limited, the black ghost was basically secretly giving them useful things. If it was a prank from the developers, they would have told them what their chances were. The black ghost listened to the king of singles' speech and thought that he didn't remember hiring an actor to encourage players to buy his product. He couldn't understand where the king of singles came from. After the king of the single shared his thoughts with the other players, they became even more eager to buy the black ghost items. Some buying one suitcase from him, some buying. Zero was driving in a truck and thought that the players were already used to him selling loot boxes. When they saw him, they immediately followed him to the square. There were many posts about it on the forum. He knew that the more deliveries he made, the more players he would attract. The players were literally delighted to see the black ghost truck arrive at the square, and they were ready to buy almost any of his goods. They talked to each other, asking if any of them were going to buy goods from the black ghost today, and the atmosphere in the square was friendly, and everyone was happy that the black ghost was selling them his inventions. Suddenly, a player with the nickname Poor Only Money Left appeared on the square and shouted to the whole square that he had come to buy 100 loot boxes from the black ghost. 100 loot boxes cost 300 aquamarine dollars, and the players thought he was a money spender because only large guilds used to take 10 boxes each, and this guy was mega rich. A player who bought 100 loot boxes decided to open them right on the square. He didn't put it off, and when he was finishing, he realized that the last loot boxes were completely sad. He realized that out of the 100 boxes, there was a solid blue outfit. It was very cute. The players admired his courage. It was a ready-made plot for a new documentary called Starry Sea: The Fall of a Rich Man. The Black Ghost thought that he hadn't set up a mechanism to ensure that such players and guilds didn't buy up loot boxes and monopolize all the winnings. The king of the single said that it was expected. There was no point in throwing away so much money at once. It was enough to observe and think a little to determine the chance of an item falling out. He decided to simply not talk anymore, and to demonstrate his ability to choose loot boxes, he looked at the players and said that it was now his turn to see what he could get. The king of singles approached the Black Ghost and ordered a single loot box from him. The Black Ghost smiled and handed him his order. He was also curious what he would get. He turned to the players around him and asked them to look closely at the loot box. He was sure that there would surely be a very good thing there. The king of singles started to open the box slowly. The players were expecting to see an unusual item, but when he opened the box completely, everyone saw that he got 3 small pieces. The players said that it was even worse than usual. He told them that it was a matter of probability. If they didn't succeed the first time, they had to try again, and then they would definitely succeed. The king of singles picked up another loot box with full confidence that he would get something special. But when he opened the box, he got garbage again. He started trying again and again, and all the time he was pulling out garbage, and the other players were already doubting that he could pull out something normal. The players recalled that he told them beautifully how to choose the right loot box, but it was all in vain, and his advice did not work. He could not understand why this was happening. He could not believe that he had made a mistake in his calculations somewhere. He thought that the loot boxes were fake, and the whole world was fake. Everything around him was fake too. The player approached the Black Ghost and asked him if he still had the box. He told him that he only had thousands of aquamarine dollars. The Black Ghost sold him a box. His friend asked him to open it as soon as possible, and the player said that it was very exciting for him. As soon as the player opened the box, a purple light burst out of it and everyone around him ran to him. They couldn't believe that he had a purple outfit. His friend immediately congratulated him on such incredible equipment. He told him that he was unrealistically cool. He considered him lucky to have been able to get the purple box. The other players were shocked to hear that there was another lucky player. They thought that this player's luck was clearly beyond the usual. The lucky player looked at his friend and said, "What if he bought another box and tried his luck?" And his friend encouraged him and said he could lend him the money. He went up to the Black Ghost and asked him to sell him another box for the same price. As soon as he took the box, all the players ran to see what he got and asked him to open it as soon as possible. The player opened the box and luck smiled on him again. He got the purple equipment again. The observers were shocked with surprise. Not believing in his luck, It seemed to them that luck was his constant companion. All the players ran up to him to stand next to him and soak up his good luck. They couldn't believe he had 2 wins in 2 tries. He suggested he go buy a lottery ticket. The king of the single reacted painfully to the other player's luck. He thought that he had definitely miscalculated. He thought that the purple equipment should have been his. The lucky player was approached by his friend and offered to buy another box. He said that 3 purple-colored outfits were beyond his dreams. The player listened to his friend and went to the black ghost to buy another box of equipment. The envious people were telling him in his back that he could only dream. They did not believe that it was possible to win 3 times in a row. He took his box and slowly began to open it, excited, wondering if he would be able to win the purple gear again. The player opened the black ghost's loot box and he got a folding saber. He couldn't believe it was real. His friend was also happy for him. He was sure he would have gotten something worthwhile. No one could believe that they had come across 3 purple loot boxes in a row. They thought they were dreaming. It was beyond their comprehension. The black ghost looked at the lucky player and thought that he had put only 3 purple objects in this game, and he was the only one who got them all. A player received an offer to sell all his equipment, and they could agree on a price. But the player abruptly replied that he was not going to sell anything. A player in the morning snow, in the twilight frost, hearing the refusal to sell, asked the lucky player if he wanted to join their guild. Everyone recognized the morning snow, the twilight frost. He was a guild master of the ancient dynasty. One of the players said that if you start comparing yourself to others, you could die of anger. Lucky replied that he agreed to join their guild, but he asked that his friend could join their guild with him. Morning snow, dusky frost, said his friend could also join them. He added that their house was near the square. They could come there as soon as they finished buying loot boxes. Their joy was boundless. When they learned that they had joined the guild of an ancient dynasty, they could not contain their delight and shouted throughout the square, their voices echoing around the area, attracting the attention of everyone around them. The lucky man's friend hugged him and cried. He was grateful to him, for now they would no longer have to carry bricks, they could do some worthy task. Vesenchik realized that the guilds had usurped resources, so such lotteries were a chance for players with little capital to get back on their feet. They turned around and headed for the guild house, taking their rare equipment with them, and the lucky one turned around and thanked the black ghost for helping them get back on their feet. The black ghost sold all his loot boxes and returned to his home. He was sitting in his chair and saw that a new episode of Galaxy Times was released and decided to watch it while he had time. The hosts lively discussed the topic of the war on the planet Aquamarine, each of them trying to imagine how conflicts and political intrigues influence the fate of this mysterious world. The Black Ghost was shocked to see this episode about the war on Aquamarine. He couldn't remember this episode ever being released in his previous life. The hosts said that a lot of events happened on the planet Aquamarine. A war between 6 nations and the embryo organization began, which affected the entire planet. The players managed to survive it. In this issue, they would analyze the main story war. The war lasted about a month, and now the final stage had come. The embryo was on the verge of defeat. The position of the players who joined this organization was unfavorable. They did not know where to go after the war. They wanted to go to the 6 nations. The host said that it was possible to conclude that one of the characteristics of the main storyline was the huge impact and radical changes, as it was very large scale. He added that the players of the planet participated in the storyline of the war, but they had no influence on it. Many players believed that it was rushed. With this idea, their teams collected data from players on the forums and noticed something interesting. The host said that the war could have dragged on to give players time to level up to a high level, and only then would the decisive battle take place. But the derivative storyline had more characteristics of the main one. But what led to this difference? He explained that this difference was caused by the events that were marked in red on the screen, the escape from the embryo, and the leak that led to the collapse of the embryo's base, which were the key turning points that led to the war. The Black Ghost heard the host say that the key to everything was someone with whom all the players on the planet Aquamarine were very familiar, and that person was himself. Zero was shocked that the host called him the key, and now all the players would think so. He thought he had a wild imagination, but it helped him guess. The host said that it was safe to say that the Black Ghost played a major role in the storyline. Based on the information gathered by the players, they could make bold assumptions that in every storyline, there would be a player like Zero. The Black Ghost exhaled and thought that the embryo boss was originally the main character in the story. He realized that the whole plot had developed around him, but now all attention was focused on him as the main character. He said that the main characters were limited by the map they were based on. They didn't know if Zero would have remained an important player. Someone who had connections to galactic organizations could have potential and could have influenced the future development of the plot. The Black Ghost nervously closed the episode. The host's words infuriated him. He thought they could have no doubt that he would remain an important player in the future. The player Mad Sword ran into his room and hurried to tell him that there was an emergency, and Hyla, and Emerald Grass began to fight. The Black Ghost couldn't believe that Hyla and Emerald Grass were fighting, and he got up to go to the lab as soon as possible to resolve the conflict. While the Black Ghost was watching an episode with important news, Hyla came to the Emerald Herb Lab, after which the Mad Sword heard strange sounds. He saw that they started fighting, and he hurried to Zero. Hyla couldn't believe that Emerald Grass dared to use her sister's DNA to create a cure, and she threatened to blow her lab to smithereens. The Emerald Grass tried to wrap its plants around Hyla's hands so that it could not harm her. It thought that Hyla had gone mad, but the plants could not stop her. She was easily able to free herself. A Black Ghost ran into the laboratory at the right time and menacingly told them to stop fighting immediately. He was determined, and if necessary, he would intervene in their fight. The Emerald Grass was able to take control of Hyla's legs and arm again with its plants. She told Zero that she would only let her go after she calmed down. Hyla asked the Black Ghost not to interfere in their fight. The Black Ghost raised his hand and 2 guns came out from under the floor, which could have shot them both. He told them that they had forgotten whose property they were in. Emerald Grass said she had a headache and let go of Hyla, who had already calmed down a bit. She turned to him and said he had promised her to protect her sister. She told them that she had used the DNA obtained from Aurora's hair, which had fallen out of her head, that she had not done her any harm, and that she did not understand why she had to be so angry. Hyla looked at her and asked her what else she could have done. This was her little sister who had already suffered enough, and now she would not let anyone harm her. After she said that, Aurora arrived in the laboratory on a chair, and she rushed to her sister when she heard that she was going to destroy the laboratory. She came up to her and asked why she was fighting with the doctor, and she told her that she had given her a strand of her hair to help the Black Ghost. Hyla was incredibly surprised that she had given her hair to her, and Aurora asked her sister not to worry about her. She was not as fragile as she might have thought. She finally calmed down and believed the words of her sister, who definitely could not have deceived her. She breathed a sigh of relief, felt the tension leave her body and her heart fill with warmth and trust. The Black Ghost asked the guards to clean up the lab, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. He wanted them to hide the weapons again. He had to use. Emerald Grass looked at the Black Ghost and said that she didn't know there were so many turrets near her lab. She wanted to know if he needed them to keep an eye on her. She saw him think about what to say, and then she added that he shouldn't worry, that she wasn't stupid, and understood that she was just a tool for him, and that he didn't care about her opinion. The Black Ghost sighed and headed for the exit. The Emerald Grass was furious that he just sighed and left. She didn't understand what that reaction was. She wondered if it was hard for him to say anything to her. Hyla left the lab and went to the roof of one of the buildings to be alone with her thoughts. Zero saw her and decided to join her. When Hyla saw him, she asked why he came to her. The Black Ghost told her that he saw her sitting on the roof so late and not sleeping, so he decided to join her and talk to her. But Hyla was not in the mood for conversation. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. He looked at her and said that it was obvious that she was nervous today. His calmness contrasted with her anxiety, emphasizing the difference in their states. Hyla lowered her head and rudely replied that it was none of his business, her voice full of defensiveness, as if she was trying to hide her vulnerability. The Black Ghost replied that she spoke well. He would have liked to hear such words when he saved her sister. Hyla was silent and immersed in her thoughts. After some thought, she decided to say that she was still confused. Her words sounded uncertain. It seemed that the situation was more complicated than she could express. The Black Ghost said it was easy to settle. He said she could take her sister and go back to the embryo. He could guarantee that they wouldn't be bored there. Hyla explained that she hadn't taken good care of her before, which caused her to go through a lot of difficulties, and she admitted that it was entirely her fault. She said that to protect her sister, she was constantly practicing. Even now, remembering the people she destroyed, she did not feel sorry for them. Hyla added that the more blood she had on her hands, the calmer she felt, because it was the only way she could prove that she could protect her sister. She told him that in the fetus they could not see each other for long periods of time. She knew that her sister wanted to live outside those walls. Well, now she had a new life, new friends, and even a favorite pet, and she no longer needed her stories. The Black Ghost answered her that the pet she was talking about was his. His voice was cold, he was confident, he left no room for doubt. She said that she had dreamed of saving her sister, and now that she had succeeded, her sister no longer needed her protection, and it upset her. She used to spend all her free time training to become even stronger, and now the embryo was on the verge of destruction, and she and her sister were in a safe place. Hyla told the Black Ghost that for some reason this life, which was like a dream, made her feel confused. He told her that she was constantly in danger, so she could not get used to relaxing, but he was inclined to the other option. She had warrior's blood in her veins, and she craved battles. He thought that peaceful life was not for her. Hyla replied that he said she needed to get involved in something so that her feelings would return to normal, and she could relax. And he said he needed to say something to calm her down. He said her sister didn't want to see her suffer by suppressing her nature. She wanted her to be herself. He said she wasn't the strongest on the aquamarine. He could handle her. and the universe was full of people who were stronger than him. Gila was surprised by the Black Ghost's words that he could handle 10 of her kind. She had no idea he was so strong. The Black Ghost turned around and looked at her menacingly, asking if she wanted to see if he could handle her or not. Suddenly, Gila felt threatened by the Black Ghost. She couldn't believe that he was serious about fighting her, and she jumped to a safe distance, preparing for a possible attack. The Black Ghost turned around and said that it could happen that one day he would lock her sisters up like the embryo did. If by then she didn't have the strength to resist him, he asked her to continue her training to keep fit. As Zero was leaving, he told her that if she wanted, he could make training robots for her, or she could look for non-humans to practice with. He added that he hadn't finished his cigarette yet, and decided to leave her his cigarette. Gila picked up the burning cigarette, looked at it, and wondered what kind of black ghost the monster was. Her eyes reflected deep disappointment, and she took a deep drag of cigarette smoke. She looked out at the sunset, and suddenly realized that she was as much a monster as the Black Ghost, a shadow of regret flickering across her face, emphasizing the gravity of this discovery. The Black Ghost went to Bennett's first hideout, to which he had summoned him. Zero asked him unhappily why he had rushed him to come to him. Bennett told him that after the official end of the war, a secret council meeting was held to discuss what had happened in recent days. The Black Ghost sat down on the table and asked him what the situation was like. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden wariness in it. Bennett took the control panel and wanted to show him something important. He told him that the situation was a bit complicated, and he would soon be able to appreciate how complicated it was. He said that the embryo's supporters were destroyed. All available forces rallied around the general staff. He added that 6 nations formed a cordon, but none of the parties did anything to attack, and the front was frozen. The Black Ghost replied that since the embryo had only one general staff, 6 nations could bombard it, and he believed that a few hundred missiles should have been enough to destroy it. Bennett looked at him and said that he was not the first to think of this. The board had considered this option, but it was not possible to do it, so they were looking for another option. He explained to the Black Ghost that the nuclear bombs near the headquarters had already been dismantled, but there were still many of them underground. If they had been released simultaneously, the radiation dust would have made the entire continent of Andrea uninhabitable, and meteorologists believed that it would have ruined the climate on the entire planet Aquamarine. Bennett said this is why the 6 nations disagreed, with Raylan and Theseus suggesting that the consequences and the lives of the hostages be ignored, and that the headquarters be directly attacked to get rid of the embryo once and for all. The Star Dragon was still silent. Maple wanted to force the organization to surrender, and Hesla suggested attacking with ground troops. And as for the Horde, they were worried about the climate threat, so they were against the attack. Zero couldn't understand why, after all that had happened, they wanted to back off and discuss making peace. But Bennett replied that it was the last year of the Horde leader's reign, and he needed the war to be re-elected for the next term. The Black Ghost thought it was very foolish of the Horde leader. He looked at Bennett and asked him what the 6 nations were leaning toward. Bennett told him that they were only going to surround the headquarters and try to get the embryo to surrender. They had already sent the embryo their ultimatum, and they had not yet received a response. On the continent of Andrea, near the embryo's general headquarters, fierce fighting was still going on, with many dead, destroyed military equipment, and destroyed buildings. In a secret meeting room of the embryo, the head of the organization gathered all his bosses and asked them what they thought about the ultimatum of the 6 nations and how they could best get out of the situation. The embryo's boss was incredibly angry at the 6 nations organization. He told his subordinates that they should have launched all the nuclear bombs they had in their general staff. One of his subordinates said that 6 nations already had them in their sights, and he believed that launching nuclear bombs was a disastrous decision for them. The boss could not believe that he was hinting at asking for mercy. He asked him not to forget the purpose of their organization. He added that there was no room for defeat and that their death was the only way out. Suddenly, the boss heard that one of his subordinates disagreed with his proposal, and the boss was surprised to see this particular person disagree with his proposal. He looked at all of his subordinates and asked who else was against it, his gaze sliding over faces full of doubt and fear, the atmosphere in the room thickening, and everyone feeling the weight of his words, knowing that their answer could change the fate of everyone present. Megel told him that 2 keys were required to launch the nuclear weapon, and he had only one, the other being with the vice leader who was on their side. The head once again looked at all his subordinates and asked them where the vice leader was, who had the necessary key to launch a nuclear weapon. Megel replied with full confidence that the chapter would not have been able to find a vice leader, his words sounding sharp and confident, causing a slight shock among those present. There was a tense silence in the room. The head listened to him attentively, realizing that they had already made up their minds, and his eyes flashed with the realization that the situation was out of his control. Megel asked the head not to be reckless. He said they still had a chance to rise up as a nation, but suddenly fear appeared on his face. The head took out 2 keys to nuclear weapons. In the room, all the subordinates were incredibly shocked that the head was able to get the second key. They did not understand why he had it. They wanted to know what he had done with the vice leader. The head looked at them with contempt and said, "Don't seriously think he didn't know anything." His words made everyone freeze. They felt cold fear, realizing that the head was much more perceptive than they had anticipated. He looked at Megal and said that he had been in secret contact with the Maple the other day, his voice icy and accusatory, making everyone present feel betrayed. The head of the organization said that Dorios had secretly negotiated a compromise with the Horde, and Dorios was shocked that the head knew about it. He added that Newt, Raylan promised to take him under his protection, and they felt that the situation had become even more confusing and complicated. The head of the embryo asked them not to pretend to be righteous people. If they needed the key, they could take it. Taking it by force, he was ready to fight his subordinates. They rushed to attack him, surrounded him from all sides. They took out their weapons and were ready to destroy his head. They understood that he could not be allowed to launch nuclear weapons. The head of the embryo was ready for their attack. He began to demonstrate his abilities to them, emitting dark blue, ominous energy. He told his charges that he had sent them to the same place he had sent their vice leader. He managed to defeat all of his charges whom he ran to destroy, and made his way to the scanner to complete the scanning of his fingerprints. After scanning his fingerprints, he had to scan the irises of his eyes, after which the system was able to identify him. The head of the embryo inserted the encryption keys, the system switched to waiting for the launch of nuclear warheads, and he was ready to press the red button and end the world. But suddenly he saw a request for communication on his tablet, a black ghost calling him, who looked around and saw scattered bodies, and then he realized that the boss had already decided everything. The head looked at him, smiled, and asked him why he had called him. He thought the black ghost wanted to convince him not to release the nuclear warheads. He asked him not to waste time because he had taken everything from him, and he would not humiliate himself in front of him. He added that he should have destroyed him back then. Zero replied that it was too late to talk about it. The black ghost saw that the embryo's boss was ready to launch missiles, and he told him that he would not interfere with his decisions, but that he would like to ask him a few questions before doing so. The head of the embryo thought that he could delay launching the missiles. He was curious what the black ghost wanted to know, and he allowed him to ask him a few questions. The black ghost's face changed. It became serious, and he asked the first question, wondering what had happened to the child of destiny. The head of the embryo replied that he was a miserable nothing. He could see the future and change fates, but he could not control his own life. He was born to be used by others. The head said that Zero could also share his fate. The black ghost handed him a cigarette and said that his fate was not his boss's concern, and asked him to tell him about himself. He mentioned that he knew he was from Gollum. The head of the embryo realized that they already knew everything about him. He confirmed that he had once been a citizen of Gollum. He realized that there was no point in hiding his origins anymore. He told him that during his youth, a mimic organization was created, and he joined it to save his homeland from a rotten government. But suddenly war broke out. His country fell under the onslaught of internal and external unrest. His government was destroyed, and his country no longer existed. The boss said that the Golem was destroyed. They were persecuted as those who caused the riots. All his friends were sentenced to death. He recalled that a few managed to escape, and he was among the lucky ones. He recalled that at that time he was a simple guy. He didn't know what to do. I felt like a walking dead man. He realized that his old life was over. The embryo's boss added that when he saw the flag of his country, Gollum, burning, it was as if he woke up from a dream and realized what his true destiny was. He said in a black ghost that Gollum was not a perfect country, but it was still his homeland, which he loved, where he was born and raised, and which was so easily taken away from him. But for the bloodshed there, he made a promise that he would repay them in the same coin. His words were full of vengeful determination. He could not forgive them for the destruction of his country. The embryo's boss said that he had anger in him, and he had to leave the city and go to the wasteland to find refuge. He knew that without strength he would not be able to take revenge, so he began to live in the wilderness, fighting beasts to temper himself like indestructible steel. The embryo's boss began to lose control of his emotions. He was angry again at those who had taken away his homeland. He said that the price of his power was the scars he had earned in the wilderness. The black ghost was quite surprised that the embryo boss had once been a really ordinary person, a discovery that shocked him, reminding him that even the most sinister entities had a past full of pain. The embryo's boss could not understand why he was surprised by the black ghost. He did not see anything special in it. His gaze was still unperturbed. He told him that he had killed the mimic's leader and renamed the organization an embryo, and was slowly building its power, with its influence growing every day like a steadily growing germ, ready to break through to its goal. The boss said that many people had lost their homes because of the war, so he brought together those who hated their oppressors, and the embryo drew strength from the war and grew quickly, like a tree. He added that the black ghost knew the rest of his story very well himself, and now the secrets of his past had been unraveled, and he had nothing to add. The embryo's boss accused the Black Ghost of putting an end to his organization, to which he replied that after assessing the damage it could have caused in the future, he decided that it would be safer for the environment to destroy his organization. He said that he underestimated it because it was created experimentally. He understood that defeat was destruction. 6 nations would not have received the secret knowledge that the embryo had accumulated over the years. The Black Ghost said that a nuclear explosion would only worsen the condition of the entire planet. It was not beneficial for anyone. He asked him if he was sure he wanted it. The embryo's boss replied that he understood why the Black Ghost had contacted him, to try to convince him not to release the nuclear warheads. The Black Ghost replied that this was not why he had contacted him, but the man across from him had asked that he try to change his mind. Zero thought that now Bennett would not bother. The embryo's boss replied that he would take all people with him to the next world, so that this world could experience all the pain and injustice for itself. He told them that if he hated this world, why should he care about it? He said that the 6 nations would win, but they would have to pay a heavy price. The Black Ghost acted as if he wasn't listening. He said that the deadline for the 6's offer would not be here soon. He asked why he shouldn't wait a little while. With the destruction of the world, the embryo's boss replied that he would prefer to choose when he went to the next world, his eyes sparkling with determination, as if he had already accepted the inevitable but was ready to control his fate to the last. Exhaling cigarette smoke, the Black Ghost asked for his real name, his eyes never leaving the other person, peering into every reaction, as if trying to read the hidden thoughts and secrets that lay behind the outward calm. The embryo's boss replied that it didn't matter anymore, and he didn't tell the Black Ghost his real name. He smiled, realizing that he had already made his choice, and now he couldn't back out. The Black Ghost said that he was right, and it didn't matter now, and said goodbye to him. Bennett tried to persuade Zero to talk to the boss again, but Zero had had enough of the conversation. Embryo's boss said goodbye to them, then, without flinching, pressed the red button, releasing the nuclear warheads, the cold determination in his eyes saying that he was ready to go all the way, leaving a trail of destruction and chaos in his wake. An alarm was sounded at the 6 Nations base, and everyone was warned that high-speed moving objects were taking off from the embryo's headquarters. All the soldiers panicked. They were afraid that the embryo had launched nuclear missiles at them, and they decided to immediately activate air defense. Air defense began to fight against the missiles, shooting them down while still above the water. Explosions were heard in the sky, and debris fell into the sea as the defenders tried to minimize the damage to their city, preparing for the possible consequences. But the defense forces could not hit so many missiles fired by the embryo, and soon there was a huge, powerful nuclear explosion. All the soldiers witnessed the aftermath of the nuclear warhead explosion. A fireball erupted on the horizon, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the ground. The silence that followed was filled with anxiety and awareness of the scale of the destruction. Bennett said it was overkill. He said the embryo boss was crazy. He knowingly fired missiles that could have ended their world. After the embryo boss destroyed himself and his soldiers, the Black Ghost thought that it was finally over, and now he could complete the main task. He noticed that he was highly praised for completing the task, even given a medal, which was given only after completing the main story. It increased all attributes by a percentage, and after collecting medals, you could exchange them for one special one. With the help of a special medal, he could ensure a percentage increase in all attributes. Suddenly, he discovered a new legend, and that his reward quota increased again. The Black Ghost thought that with such a grade for the task, he would surely be given many good things. His lips curved into a slight smile, anticipating the reward he would receive for completing the task. His first reward was a few summoning cards. He could summon the embryo boss, the Child of Destiny. He could summon the Aurora and her sister Gila. These powerful cards could dramatically change the course of any battle. When he saw the Child of Destiny calling card, he wondered if this ability could predict where he should go, so he decided to try to find out. As soon as he used this card, images appeared in his mind, and it was quite astonishing for the Black Ghost, as if a secret had suddenly been revealed, giving him access to power and knowledge he could not even imagine. A Black Ghost saw an airplane crash. It was falling at a terrifying speed, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The ship was flying directly to their planet. He realized that looking at the future did not give him such an answer. He could only see the general picture. He thought that he needed to find a place, this place, and wait for the ship to crash. The Black Ghost decided to see what the next reward was. Now he was given the opportunity to choose one of the items. He had to think carefully before making his choice. He chose a liquid that increased the potential for becoming an Esper. It was extremely rare, and Esperians were willing to give up everything they had to acquire it. The Black Ghost looked at it and thought that the liquid had a very high potential value, regardless of whether he would sell it to the players or not. He noticed a notification. The system was offering him to create a dungeon. The Black Ghost thought that when he completed the main story with a high score, he could interrupt his story into a dungeon story. The Black Ghost thought that this was great news, and if he could create dungeons for different events, the players would be even more interested in him. Bennett couldn't understand why he was smiling. He said that now that the greatest enemy of the Six Nations had been destroyed, it was time to deal with the rest. The Black Ghost realized that they needed to deal with the catastrophe caused by the nuclear explosion. The Six Nations could use the situation to take in more refugees, expand the project with shelters, and increase the influence of the Darknet. He added that by taking advantage of the opportunity, they would become stronger, and then the Six Nations would have to think before wanting to subjugate them. Bennett was delighted with his idea and immediately accepted it. The helicopter landed on one of the roofs of a building, and Huang Yu said that one of the Black Ghost's relatives had come to see him. The Black Ghost could not understand which relative Huang Yu was talking about. He thought it must be someone from the Illumer family. He asked to be brought to him. He went to the reception area of the third shelter and waited for his subordinate to bring his relative to him for a conversation. And after a while, the two of them came to the Black Ghost. He was approached by a relative who was obviously nervous, sweating profusely, and didn't know where to begin. He said that it had been a long time since they had last met. Zero asked him to call him a Black Ghost. He was surprised that he came. He asked him why the Alamera needed him. The relative became even more worried because he did not recognize his former name, which was a bad sign for him. He said that his father was worried about him and wanted to see him to explain everything. The Black Ghost was outraged by what he heard from his relative, and he told him menacingly that they did not understand how things really were. The Black Ghost added that if his father wanted to see him, he had to come to him himself. Huang Yu noticed that the Black Ghost was getting very nervous. He asked his relative to follow him. He needed to get him out before Zero lost control. Zero took out a cigarette, thinking that the alum wanted to strengthen his position by using his family ties to him. But he had a case for them. If he could get the alum to move to the third shelter, there would be even more non-game characters. When the relative left the waiting room, he thought that the Black Ghost scared him to death. He was giving off a strong oppressive energy, and suddenly his phone rang in his pocket. He received a call from the head of the Illumer. He accepted the call and said that the Black Ghost wanted him to come to meet him personally, and he would not talk to him. He kicked him out of the door. The head of the Illumer could not believe that the Black Ghost had rejected his offer. He sadly realized that it was time for him to pay for his sins that he had committed in the past. He stood up and said that it was time to apologize and make peace with the Black Ghost. His eyes were determined, and this step seemed to him the only way to make amends and restore the lost trust. The Black Ghost was standing near the residential area of the third shelter. He saw the players approaching him. He was waiting for them. They were his guinea pigs trying out a new role. He asked them to come to him. He had something interesting for them. They ran to him joyfully, realizing that his call was not accidental, with smiles on their faces and excitement in their eyes, knowing that there was an important reason behind it that could change their lives for the better. The ghost took out one crystal that was meant for them. Its light shimmered with magical hues, and he held it with care. This gift was not just a symbol, but a powerful artifact that could change their fate. They were shocked that the Black Ghost gave them the crystal of the dungeon. They took it carefully. They felt the powerful energy coming from it, and realized that it carried great possibilities and responsibility. The players realized that no one had ever passed the dungeon crystal, so they thought of asking a player from the first team of the Heavenly Territory to join them to make sure they passed the test. They had carefully studied the details of the test and what they were to do. They were determined to complete it successfully. They were ready to prove to the Black Spectre that they were worthy of his trust. By crushing the crystal, a portal opened in front of them, through which they all went together and their test began. They did not know what awaited them, but they were confident in their abilities. They couldn't understand why they were wearing the clothes of embryo soldiers. One of them, noticing something strange, asked the others to pay attention to what was in front of them, and they saw the conditions of the test and his reward. The players read that their mission was to defend the Dark Raven Valley base as best they could. Their test would begin in minutes. They were surprised at how high the reward was for this mission. Banhit Dog told them that the higher the reward, the harder it was to get, and he was sure that this mission was incredibly difficult. Mad Sword couldn't understand why the dungeon mission was starting in minutes, but they could already move around, which alarmed him. Minutes passed and one of the players saw them and could not understand why they were walking around and chilling. He ordered them to go patrol the area immediately. They smilingly told him that they were immediately going to the territory to continue patrolling. The player could not understand why they were so cheerful. Banhit Dog took up his weapon and said it was time to get down to business. On the first day of the evening, the Mad Sword could not understand why there were no enemies anywhere. On the second day, they also patrolled the territory, but there were still no enemies, and Mad Sword thought that the invaders would not have come because nothing had happened during the day. But suddenly, he heard a loud sound that made all the birds around him fly away. He received a notification that his comrade Banhidog had been destroyed. Mad Sword decided that he needed to find shelter. As soon as he hid, he received a second notification that his comrade Hao Tian was also destroyed. He couldn't understand what happened to them. He opened the map and wanted to know where their enemies were. He saw that all his comrades had already been destroyed, but he could not understand who could destroy them so quickly. Mad Sword received a notification notification that Hao Tian's squad had been completely destroyed by the Black Ghost. He was shocked that their enemy was the Black Ghost itself. As soon as he thought about it, he was immediately destroyed. He went back through the portal, where Hao Tian's entire squad was waiting for him. He told them that he had not found the Black Ghost, and he was destroyed. They realized that they hadn't been careful enough and wanted to try again. Zero heard what they were talking about and thought that the players liked the dungeon crystal, but it couldn't be sold. So he started thinking about how he could make money from it. But suddenly a brilliant idea came to him, and he realized that he had been thinking wrong. He would not have had to sell those crystals. The Black Ghost came to the town square of the third refuge, and the players immediately noticed his presence and immediately formed a line for the loot boxes. Before players had time to line up, they already received a new task. They were surprised that it appeared immediately. They had to spend contribution points to get it. They read the notification and found out that they could get a bonus reward in the form of a dungeon crystal for buying an item, learning an ability, or buying a loot box. So they thought it was very simple and decided to buy loot boxes. A few minutes later, the queue for the Black Ghost was incredibly long. Everyone wanted his loot boxes and wanted to learn his abilities. Some players even tried to get through without waiting in line. The Black Ghost had been selling for several hours. It was getting dark, he was incredibly tired, and all the players were incredibly assertive and kept buying loot boxes from him. He watched those who received his bonus crystals. He saw players returning back through the portal and saying that the dungeon was too difficult and they could not complete the mission. One very tired player leaving the portal said that on the second day of patrolling, a Black Ghost destroyed him in a second. The players thought that they didn't have to follow orders and go on patrol. They just had to find a room where no one was and sit there. One player added that it would be great if they could finish the main task, but they also knew that there were bonus tasks that they could also complete. The Black Ghost was sitting by his merchandise, and he noticed that there was a very lively conversation among the players, their voices buzzing as they discussed something important, and he realized that it could be about his merchandise or the tasks they were about to complete. He thought that since they couldn't manage, he could definitely make good money if he developed special equipment for sale. The Black Ghost went to the shelter to quietly develop the necessary equipment. He managed to make a helmet that protected against long-range shots, boots that accelerated walking in the forest, and a disposable shield. He was pleased with the work he had done. He knew perfectly well that this equipment was specially designed for dungeons, and he understood that he would be able to make good money with it. The Black Ghost saw that he had received a call on his phone. He picked up the phone and was told that people from the Alamer family had approached the gates of the shelter. He was asked whether to let them in or not, and Zero gave the command to let them in. They were met by Huang Yu, who pointed to an open door and kindly asked them to go through, gesturing that the way was clear. The first to enter was Xiao Jin, who greeted the Black Ghost, his relaxed demeanor seemingly unusual in such a tense environment. The Black Ghost was sitting on the couch, not paying attention to them, and he seemed completely absorbed in his thoughts, an aura of cold indifference emanating from him that made everyone around him feel insignificant and invisible. Xiaojin didn't understand why the Black Ghost didn't react to them, but he soon raised his head and asked them what their purpose was. They didn't know where to start and couldn't say a word to him, so Zero got up in anger and said that if they had something to say, it was time to start doing it and not waste his time. Xiaojin stopped his assistant and said that he himself would start this dialogue, his confident tone and decisive step attracting the attention of the Black Ghost. He said that the embryo had been defeated, and now the Six Nations had no major enemies left, so sooner or later they would decide to destroy them. The Black Ghost replied that this is exactly what would have happened, except that they would have found a serious patron who could have held back the Six Nations. Xiaojin said that he was not sure that the Black Ghost would want to be their patron. His words sounded confident, but a bit of doubt slipped into his voice. The Black Ghost replied that he had apparently forgotten who had helped Xiaojin to his current position. Xiaojin looked at him and asked what he wanted, and the Black Ghost calmly and confidently replied that he wanted his money and his men. The Black Ghost said that Xiaojin could give up everything he owned and take his entire family and move to his shelter. Xiaojin realized that he had no choice and that he could only accept his offer, otherwise the Six Nations would have destroyed them. But with the Black Ghost, he did not have to fear this, and he agreed to its terms. In the Black Pine colony, an anonymous call was received. The field commander took it. He heard a strange voice saying that the Alamura would no longer cause him inconvenience. The commander could not tell who was talking to him. The voice said that he knew that the field commander and the Alam had a conflict, but now they had joined him, so he could make them leave him alone. He added that the Six Nations would have no more enemies. There would be fewer wanderers in the future, and all field commanders would be destroyed. He listened carefully to everything the unfamiliar voice said, and when their conversation came to an end, he told him that he would think about what he said. This call to the Black Pine colony was made anonymously by a Black Ghost. After the conversation, he thought of Old Man Lu. He decided that if he helped his son, he could count on his 4 valuable drawings. As the evening came, all the shops in the Star Dragon began to close. The streets were filled with the soft light of lanterns, creating an atmosphere of calm. The sellers locked their doors, and passers-by hurried home. A customer walked into Lu Jian's shop. She greeted him and asked what he needed. She looked at the man carefully, feeling that there was something more behind his arrival. The man replied that he had come to her shop to order a small mechanical statue. He had come to her on the recommendation of his friends. He was a black ghost who had changed his appearance so that she would not recognize him and would not suspect anything. She replied that she was ready to place his order. She looked carefully at her tablet and thought about something. Her eyebrows moved slightly as if she had discovered something unexpected. Lu Jian thought that there was still 1 more hour left in the day, and she didn't want to stay late in the store, so she smiled and asked the customer to come and pick up his order tomorrow. He replied that he had to leave town tomorrow and needed the statue tonight, and he was a little upset that she couldn't fulfill his order today. Lu Jian replied that it would have taken her about 2 hours to create the statue, but by then it would have been dark outside, and she would have been afraid to go home alone at night. He turned around and headed for the exit, saying that in that case he would have to look for another workshop, adding that he wondered if anyone would agree to do it for thousands today. When she heard about such big money, she stopped him and said with a smile on her face that she could have stayed longer and asked him to wait for his statue in her shop. He sat down on the couch and thought that Lu Jian still loved money. He thought it was too easy to change her mind. Another customer walked into Lu Jian's store. He greeted her and said that he would like to buy home appliances and asked her what she had on sale. She told him that he could buy everything that was in the window and showed him where he could find the equipment. She apologized and said that she was a little busy at the moment and asked him to look at the goods himself. The black ghost saw him at once, noticed that his gait was confident, and thought that he was obviously trained in the army. He did not know whether he was from the 13th unit or not, but he tried not to draw attention to himself and continued to wait calmly for his order. He was sure that this man was definitely watching him, so he couldn't go looking for the drawing he needed. So he got a small spider robot and sent it out to find it. Zero pulled out his tablet to follow the spider robot's movements. He also kept an eye on Lu Jian and the man who was pretending to pick out appliances. The robot completed its task, and he found the blueprints. They were in a room on the 2nd floor. He approached Lu Jian to ask where the restroom was. She turned to him and said it was on the 2nd floor and was going to show him. He stopped her and told her to continue working on the statue. He could find the restroom himself. The man who was choosing the equipment said that he also needed to use the restroom. The black ghost was not surprised that he would follow him. The black ghost went first. He hid behind a corner on his way to the restroom and waited for the man. As soon as he approached him, he struck him with a powerful blow that knocked him to the floor. Zero said goodnight to him. The man was unconscious and could no longer continue to watch him in the shadows of the room. Zero smiled, knowing that his plan was going well. The black ghost headed to the room where his little robot spider assistant was waiting for him. He approached the safe and thought it was good that he remembered the password to it. He opened the safe and took out the blueprints he came to this store for. He achieved what he wanted, despite the man who could have ruined his plan. The black ghost decided to replace the drawings with ordinary ones, and even if a player tried to complete this task, he would not be left empty-handed. He took the blueprints and went downstairs to Lu Jian. She saw a man unconscious on his shoulder and asked what happened to him. Zero said that he wanted to use the toilet with him. He found it disgusting, and he hit him for it. The soldiers watching the store tried to get in touch with their agent, who was supposed to be watching the black ghost. They tried again and again, but there was only silence in response. They realized that they had lost contact with their agent. They thought something had happened in the store. The anxiety was growing, and they realized that they needed to act immediately. The soldiers were put on full alert. They took their weapons and hurried to the store. The seriousness of the situation was reflected in their faces, and the tension in the air was becoming more and more palpable. The black ghost said that their family's workshop had been here for a long time, and he wondered how their sales were going, and Lu Jian replied that the location was not good, so the business was not doing well. He pulled out a cigarette and said that despite the location, she was very busy when he entered. His voice was calm and confident, and he waited patiently for an answer. Lu Jian replied that she was the only one working here. There were a lot of orders, so she always had something to do. She had almost no time to rest, but despite the difficulties, she enjoyed her work. The black ghost stepped aside and asked her if she wanted to hire an assistant, in which case someone could help her cope with this amount of work. Lu Jing lowered her head and sadly replied that she had already hired one assistant, but he had left, and the black ghost noticed that her voice was quiet and distressed. The black ghost decided to diffuse the tension and said that maybe he left because she didn't pay him enough and he found a job with better pay. Lu Jing was quite surprised that this could be the reason for his departure. She believed that money was not the most important thing in life, and her eyes reflected the bewilderment of his actions. The black ghost said that since business was not going well, it might be a good idea to move her store to some other area. But she flatly refused. She couldn't move to another place. even if her business was booming, because this was her home and she couldn't leave it. Their conversation was interrupted by soldiers who ordered them to stand still and put their hands up, saying they were from the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Unit and needed to identify him, and asked him to come with them. The Black Ghost smiled, and without answering, he made a sharp attack on their weapons. The soldiers were shocked that he was able to cut through their weapons with such speed and dexterity. The Black Ghost heard that they were asking for reinforcements and attacked them. He knew that the guards were completely outnumbered. He hoped that what happened would force the unit to strengthen security, but it would have been better if they hadn't even let the players in. Lu Jing was shocked at how strong he was. She noticed that he didn't have a single scratch on him. She looked at him and asked if they had met him before. The Black Ghost confidently replied that they had never met before, and this was their first meeting. He turned around and left her store. Lu Jing wondered if it was Zero or if she was mistaken. Zero was able to develop sound spheres. He thought that these trinkets, which were made according to Old Man Lu's drawings, might look ugly, but thanks to them, he would have a unique fighting style. After holding them in his hands for a while, the Black Ghost decided to test them in action, throwing 3 sound spheres to test the stun effect on his robots. He noticed that the sound sphere produced a high-frequency sound that caused dizziness, disorientation, deafness, and more, all of which lasted for seconds. The Black Ghost took out 3 more sound spheres and threw them at the other robots to test the splitting effect, which was already accompanied by a powerful explosion. He was impressed by the effect of the sound spheres, his eyes sparkling with wonder. He noted that their damage was quite powerful, but still he was confused. The Black Ghost heard the players sitting on the bench and calling other players to them. They were in a hurry. The first season of the Pro League was about to begin. They noticed that the venue was on the planet Winter Frost in a canyon crevice, and on the planet Aquamarine it was the 3rd hideout of the Black Ghost. The players were excited. They knew that all the players could come to the qualifying round. One of them offered to try his luck, but they were in the water division with Hao Tian. The sleepy winter player told him that the club had already selected the members and sent them to him to practice tactics, and gave him a list of 3 other members and 2 substitutes. Hao Tian said that there were no problems with the lineup. They had been playing for a long time, and after a little training, they would work well. Sleepy Winter asked if Hao Tian had registered for singles, to which he replied positively. Sleepy Winter added that Mad Sword had joined the Rivervale Club and said that he should not have underestimated his strength. At the Riverwalk Club, Mad Sword was quite angry. He had been denied registration so many times that he didn't know what the reason would be this time. He didn't understand why he couldn't register for singles. The leader of the Rivervale Lone Crane Club replied that he was their trump card, and if he showed what he was capable of in singles, the others would be able to develop tactics against them to defeat them. Mad Sword wanted to ask something else, but the leader said that he had joined their team to show off. He didn't understand how he dared to disobey his orders. He could not even hope for it. He would not have succeeded. Suddenly, a director walked into the leader's office, whom the leader hadn't noticed, and he was confused and couldn't understand what made him come to him. He said that the Mad Sword could have participated in singles. They took it to make their team a good name. As a leader, he had to pay attention to the main goals, not the little things. The leader could not disobey the director. He nervously replied that he would do as he told him, despite the fact that he personally did not want the Mad Sword to participate in the singles. Mad Sword went up to the director and thanked him for his trust and the opportunity to prove himself, saying that he would try his best not to let him down. All the players who took part in the singles went to the square to buy equipment for the battle, the vendors calling them, assuring them that they had the lowest prices. 2 players thought that they had arrived too early. One of them said that the Black Ghost would sell his loot boxes before the competition. A good thing could fall out of them, and if it was not useful, it could be sold to another participant. They were standing there discussing the competition. They were thinking about buying some loot boxes when the Black Ghost arrived, and one of the players turned his head and noticed something coming towards them. The players noticed that a Black Ghost vehicle was approaching the square and was ready to offer them its mysterious goods. A crowd of players rushed to his car, hoping to be the first to buy a loot box that could give them the necessary equipment for the upcoming competition. The players who participated in the competition tried to go to the Black Ghost first and asked other players to let them pass without a turn, but the regular players did not let them pass. They decided to go to the forum and tell everyone what item the Black Ghost was selling today. He decided to sell his energy blast. The players knew that this ability was of an advanced level. The players exchanged information about what was written on the forum, that the Black Ghost decided to sell advanced knowledge to advance in the class. They knew that the Black Ghost was the head of the mechanics class, and they were confused that he had advanced knowledge for other classes. The heads of the other classes ordered their contestants to quickly send their competitors to the Black Ghost, all of them wanting to get ahead of their rivals so that they could buy the best goods first. Some players were driving, others were riding bicycles so that they could quickly outrun their cars, and they were hurrying to the square to meet the Black Ghost. A few minutes later, the square was already crowded with players rushing to the truck with the Black Ghost's loot boxes, all wanting to be the first and all wanting to learn advanced skills. Suddenly, they heard the sound of approaching helicopters. They looked up and saw 3 helicopters hovering over the square, and they realized that someone very important had arrived to buy the Black Ghost's goods. The helicopters landed right on the square, and players who were experts in their classes came out of it, and all the players decided that they were the first to buy from the Black Ghost. The girls surrounded Ligue, asking him to give them his autograph, some of them asking to take a photo with him. All of them were crazy about him, and all of them were in love with him. They approached the Black Ghost and said that they would like to buy an energy blast. They were still looking through his goods, and they were thinking about what skill would be most useful to them in the competition. The experts couldn't understand why the Black Ghost suddenly decided to sell powers, but it was a great opportunity for them to enhance their abilities, and they couldn't miss this chance. Liga from the Temple of God thought that his guild had exhausted all their resources to help him before the competition. They had originally planned to use a trump card in the competition, but suddenly all the players had them. The second prince of the dynasty was sure that with an expert like him, the dynasty could easily reach the final of the competition. But other experts doubted his words. They knew that the center of the dynasty was the King Admiral. Liga put his hand on the second prince's shoulder and said that his confidence was impressive, and he hoped that everyone would hone their skills because he would need an assistant to defend China's honor at the competition. One of the experts did not like Li's words, saying that he was always standing out at the expense of others, and it made him angry, and he asked him to speak only for himself and leave others out of it. Liga told him that the most important thing in the competition was not to let him win too easily, as they had a personal dislike for each other. The king, an admiral from the dynasty, told the second-rate to go with him to train, to which the second prince of the dynasty was very angry and asked him not to call him that. After the second prince's words, the king's admiral approached him and took him by the ear, saying that he would no longer call him that. The second prince asked him to reduce his arrogance. He was sure that one day he would answer for his actions. Some players laughed at the second prince and thought he was stupid. They didn't believe he could beat the Admiral King. But there were those who thought he could take first place this time. Lu Ge said that it was time for everyone to go to their training. He thought that in this competition he had to defeat the King Admiral and take first place. The players were shocked that experts could pay thousands for an ability. They understood that they were very wealthy, but they paid nothing themselves. The league was about to start, and it was very stupid for them not to buy the ability. Experts borrowed money from each other so that they could also buy abilities. In this world of power and magic, everyone wanted to become stronger, and no one was above using any means to achieve their goals. One expert approached the Black Ghost and said that he would like to buy knowledge to advance in the class, and those behind him wanted the same thing. Ban Hit Dog was reporting. He said that the forum was telling the truth, and now it was indeed possible to buy an ability from the Black Ghost. He would leave information about updates. He hoped that his data would help prepare for the league. The Black Ghost noticed him and thought that he reacted quickly to all the events. He realized that with his help, even more players would have come to his shelter. But he was pleased that he was able to earn millions in a day, and he thanked the embryo that stored advanced knowledge on his server for this, and the profit for it was fabulous for him. The Black Ghost woke up in his bed from the sharp and strong explosions of fireworks. He realized that the league had started, which meant only one thing, a time of battles and trials, where every step could be the last. The host said it was time to start the opening singles battle and asked the audience to welcome the first participants. He said that the person on the right was already familiar to all the spectators. He was a veteran who had fought in the esports ring for years, the owner of many combat honors, the head of the Long Sky Club, Hao Tian. The player on the left was not so well known to the audience, but he was also a veteran of esports. He belonged to the Temple of God, but now he was back for his old glory and victory, and to sign a contract with the Temple of God again. He was a star chess player. The host turned to the audience and asked if they liked the 2 players they had chosen for the opening battle, and the entire arena literally exploded with emotion. The player from the Temple of God said that he was in good shape and was confident that he could compete with any opponent. He returned to the professional arena only to find new promising players. He wanted to pass on his experience to them. The audience noticed that the star chess player was praising himself. They realized that he had squandered all his money after retiring, and now he hoped that he could earn money again. The host said that it looked like both players were ready to start the battle. The host added that he would expect a fair fight from them. He started the countdown, and all the viewers froze in anticipation of the upcoming battles. He said that the players could start using all their skills and abilities against each other, and the match was officially started in front of hundreds of spectators. The players did not wait long and began to delight the audience with their abilities and skills. Their every move was filled with magic and skill, and the crowd roared in delight, anticipating epic battles. The player from the Temple of God launched the first heavy attack on his opponent, but his blow hit the defense. failing to produce the desired result. Hao Tian's defense glistened in the light of the arena, reflecting the power he had to overcome. Experts who commented on the battle said that since both players were fighters, everything went steadily, each of them using an A-level ability to scout the enemy. They added that the health of both players was still above percentage, and it looked like they wanted to find each other's weakness to use a combo attack on it. The hosts noticed that Hao Tian was in an unstable position. They thought he had stumbled when he dodged his attack, but he continued to fight and did not give up. The player from the Temple of God saw that Hao Tian had big problems with his leg, and he thought that this was his chance to defeat such a serious opponent. He decided to use a fiery stroke to finish off Hao Tian with a single attack, unleashing all his powerful energy to end the fight with a single blow. Hao Tian decided to avoid a direct attack and used levitation to move away to a safe distance. The host was shocked to learn that the star chess player was hiding such a trump card as a fire move. The commentator said that he was really well prepared for the competition, and he kept coming. While Hao Tian was in the air, he had no strength to resist. The star chess player was attacking more and more furiously. His attacks were doing a lot of damage. He took the initiative. The commentators couldn't believe that he wanted to finish him off in one combo. They knew that before the fight, Hao Tian had been studying an energy blast that could push the enemy away and interrupt his combos by entering a state of rage. But due to the high energy consumption, he could only use it once, and everyone was curious about what he had come up with. Commentators noticed that the star chess player had already taken away his health, and if he had a little more, he would have been able to defeat his opponent, who missed heavy attacks. They were afraid that if Hao Tian did not respond to the attack, he would be in danger. Zero watched the fight and realized that they saw that Hao Tian, while in the air, was on the defense, and if the star chess player stumbled, the situation would change. Star chess attacked him from the ground. He was sure he could teach a good lesson to the youngsters who were too arrogant towards the older players. Hao Tian smiled and thought that star chess was completely relaxed and was setting himself up for his attack. He was preparing to deliver a decisive blow that could change the course of the fight. Waiting for the right moment, Hao Tian used his ability to return from behind the clouds, and he had already begun to counterattack the star chess player. The commentators were shocked. They couldn't believe that he used the return from behind the clouds. They were amazed that he mastered such a rare technique of evading in the air. They added that the star chess player opened himself up for an attack, and Hao Tian took advantage of this moment to attack him from the air while he was at a loss. Commentators realized that Hao Tian was using return from the clouds to bypass star chess and launch more powerful and accurate attacks. They were shocked that he was dealing so much damage. Both sides were at the same level at first glance, but Hao Tian had invested his experience in upgrading his abilities, so his combos were so powerful. Hao Tian used his energy blast ability, and the commentators saw it and thought he wanted to end their fight with just one punch. Star Chess thought that after using the energy blast, he should have only had enough power for one ability, and he still had health, so it was impossible to defeat him in one hit, and he considered himself a winner. Hao Tian quickly approached him and dealt him an incredibly strong blow, which caused the star chess player to fall to the ground. The crowd roared. The host held his breath. This blow could have been decisive in the fight. Star Chess couldn't believe how this could happen, how Hao Tian could deal him such an incredibly strong blow that took away almost all of his health. He fell to the ground unconscious. The host, shocked by the spectacle, announced Hao Tian's victory, and the audience burst into loud applause. The competition also included team qualifiers, which took place in an area unknown to the players, one of which was a desert. Lone Crane, the leader of the Riverwalk team, said that it was an open desert area, and the opponent was full of long-range players, which was very bad for them. The Mad Sword said that they had to keep their spirits up. It was the last round of qualification. If they had done well, they would have qualified. The team leader said that their chances of winning were too low. The Mad Sword didn't like the leader's words. He asked him not to talk like that because he was the team captain and his words were lowering the morale of the whole team. The team leader smiled and asked if he had any ideas, and he waited for the answer with interest, hoping to hear something useful that could help the team defeat the opponent. The Mad Sword said that since the enemy was strong at long range, they would lose if they ran forward recklessly. They had to use the terrain flexibly. They needed to ambush the enemy by pretending to run away. He said that he had 2 oxygen masks. He suggested that one of the fighters hide with him in the sand, and if the enemy took the bait, they would attack them from behind and be able to surround them. The team leader said that it was his idea, and if they had lost, he would have been the only one to blame, and the Mad Sword was ready to accept any outcome, knowing that he had done everything possible to win. Isaac, the captain of the Electrolux team, said that the Rivervale team tried to hide the most, and he was happy about that, knowing that they had the advantage. He told his team that their opponent was a small club with short-range players and terrible chemistry, and he suggested that the team attack them from afar. The leader of the Riverwalker team and his men tried to run away from the enemy's attacks as much as possible, but they noticed that their attacks were strong and tried not to get hit. The captain of the Electrolux team suddenly stopped his men and ordered them not to chase them. He noticed that two of their team members were missing, and it could be a trap. Rivervale's players noticed that the enemy had stopped and thought they should slow down and continue to lure. But the leader said they should keep running. He believed they had already fulfilled their role as bait. The rest was not their concern. The leader of the Riverwalk team thought that if they had lost, it would have been the fault of the Mad Sword alone, and then the club's leaders would have been disappointed in it. The team captain was surprised that they kept running. Even when they stopped, he thought it didn't look like a trap. It was such an open area that it was impossible to set up an ambush. And then he decided that he had to continue to chase the fleeing Riverwalk team, and his men had to start chasing them again. They started attacking them from a long distance to knock them down. The Riverwalkers told the leader that they were chasing them again. They were pretty sure their plan had worked. As soon as the Electrolux team approached the ambush site, a mad sword popped out from under the sand and immediately began attacking them, its blade glittering in the air, threatening every member of the enemy team. The captain of the Electrolux team told his players that first they had to deal with two opposing players who were in an ambush. The Mad Sword replied that he could only dream of destroying them. He was sure that his team would be able to defeat a difficult opponent. He furiously attacked the opposing players, telling them that they were too slow for him and that he could easily have finished them off. The players of the Electrolux team began to run back to the safety of the distance. They did not want to engage in close combat because they were too weak for it. They needed to attack them from a long distance. But it was too late. They were attacked by a Mad Sword. His teammates were amazed that he was able to destroy two players in a matter of seconds, and now the enemy was outnumbered. The leader decided that they had to go back and fight back. He assessed the situation and realized that they had to be more active in resisting and regaining control of the situation. The team had to act quickly and decisively. The Riverwalk team surrounded the opponent, who was down to 3 men, and they had no choice but to accept the fight, realizing that they had virtually no chance of winning. They started attacking them. The team acted in a coordinated manner and quickly disabled 2 opponents, leaving only their captain, who resisted them as best he could, but still could not defeat them. The Riverwave team successfully destroyed the enemy team. The host congratulated them on their incredible victory, and the Mad Sword was incredibly happy to be able to benefit the team. The team leader did not share the joy with his players. He thought that their plan was incredibly obvious. He was surprised that the enemy fell into this trap. At the Hub Cirrus space station, the ships docked. Captain Kurlod arrived at the station. He was a researcher of the Goddard. He was greeted by a station employee who was surprised to see a purebred Godorian standing in front of him, as he considered people like him to be very rare. The captain of the research team, Godor Kurlod, told him that he was a half-breed, which explained his unique abilities and complex status in a world where blood and ancestry played an important role. The officer asked him to register at the station, specifying how long he planned to stay on the station. He replied that he would stay for a day while refueling the ship, then went to the sector to investigate the anomaly in the lower civilizations. The station officer was quite surprised that he would go to the sector. He knew it was a dangerous place. He said it looked like the captain was given a tough job. The captain replied that the inhabitants of the Aquamarine said that a strange phenomenon had occurred on their planet, and it was decided to send him to investigate the anomaly. He added that he had to see for himself what it was like, and he was very curious, so he decided to go to a low-level civilization. The station employee was shocked that the captain was going to personally investigate it. It looked like something big might have happened in the sector. The captain replied that no one knew. Aquamarine technology was so backward that the inhabitants could make a fuss out of nothing. He just wanted to fly to the planet and take a look with one eye. It wouldn't take him long. After their conversation, the employee walked the captain to his ship, told him that the ship's fuel had been replenished, and wished him good luck in his research. In Raytheon's intelligence department, the operator reported to management that satellite radar had detected an anomalous object that was rapidly approaching the atmosphere. The commander saw a huge flaming object approaching the Earth. He thought it might be a meteorite, but the alertness in his eyes betrayed deep concern. The operator told him that the target had been detected by radar minutes ago, and the meteorite could not have been moving so fast, which caused the commander to become alarmed and suspicious. The commander thought it could be an alien spacecraft approaching the Earth at an incredible speed. The operator shouted to him that he was accelerating and falling even faster, adding that at this rate he would hit the ground in about a minute. They wanted to know where exactly the unknown object would have landed, and the operator replied that the target was likely to land in a barren mountain range on the northern continent, with the specific location right on their country's border. The commander ordered to immediately notify the troops and cordon off the place where the unknown object would land. They had to set up an ambush before the object would fall to the ground. On the icy mountain range of the northern continent, a black ghost pitched a tent and enjoyed the nature. He drank a hot drink and thought about nothing. The black ghost took an assistant with him, who told him that it was terribly cold in the north and asked him how much longer they were supposed to stay here. He told his assistant to wait a bit. He would soon find out everything, and now he could enjoy nature. but his assistant was not used to sitting in such cold weather. Suddenly, his assistant noticed something and shouted for the black ghost to pay attention, pointing to an ominous figure slowly approaching them, his voice shaking and frightened. At that moment, a huge burning ship that reminded them of a meteorite crashed into the ground, lighting up everything around them, and a wave of heat and smoke rose from the impact, forcing them to cover their hands. His assistant was the first to arrive at the scene. He was very scared and did not know what exactly was in front of him, but as he got closer, he saw that it was a spacecraft that had crashed. The black ghost waited for his appearance with a shiver of anticipation. He thought that at last he was here. He thought that with his appearance everything would change. The assistant looked at the black ghost and asked him what they had to do next. It was the first time he had seen a real spaceship in front of him. The black ghost, wearing his special suit that he had recently designed, told the assistant that he needed to take a closer look at the ship and headed for it. On the spaceship, the system notified the captain that the location had been detected and fixed, and he had arrived at Aquamarine, an interstellar sector. The system added that the level of gravity on the Aquamarine was low, the air temperature was equal to degrees, and the captain could barely reach the receiver to take it closer. The captain found out that the level of civilization here was planetary, the level of danger was low, and the overall assessment of this land was habitable. The system informed the captain that he had 3 fractures, multiple soft tissue contusions, and a mild concussion, and was advised to administer nano-repair fluid. A black ghost approached the ship and noticed a living person. He was surprised that someone could survive after such a wreck. The captain saw him and thought that he was a local resident of this land. He took out a special device so that he could talk to it and turned on the automatic translator mode on it, and he asked the black ghost to tell him what kind of place it was. The black ghost was very surprised. It seemed strange to him that someone could survive the crash of a spaceship, because the prediction did not mention any survivors. He realized that he needed his interstellar communicator to contact the ship and leave the Aquamarine, but there was a question of what to do with the surviving man. The blonde-haired guy replied that he was an interstellar explorer and ordered the black ghost to answer his questions immediately. The black ghost said that it was the planet Aquamarine, and he was sent to meet the explorer, and the explorer ordered him to take him to the leader of the civilization immediately. But in response to his words, the black ghost struck him and said that he could not allow the 6 nations to take him away, and ordered the interstellar explorer to be obedient and not to make any unnecessary movements. The interstellar explorer was angered by this behavior of the black ghost and told him that he had made a big mistake. The researcher made one movement, and at the same moment, some orbs appeared. After that, he asked the black ghost how he dared to attack the Ghidorah researcher. After saying that, the researcher took out a weapon from the orb and told the ghost to get ready to accept its fate and repent. But the black ghost only laughed with his statement and said that he was not afraid of him. After that, he attacked the researcher with small weapons. But it didn't seem to bother him in the slightest. The researcher was able to protect himself with a protective dome through which nothing could get through. When the black ghost finished attacking the researcher, he prepared to deliver a devastating blow. He thought he could overpower his opponent, but the black ghost was able to dodge the blow. The researcher thought he could easily deal with someone like the ghost, but he was wrong. He didn't know what the stranger was capable of. The researcher took out a long-range weapon and pointed it at the black ghost, then said that he was not the only one who could shoot from afar. After saying that, the interstellar explorer fired at the black ghost. The weapon was long-range and capable of causing damage. The black ghost thought that its long-range attack damage was too high, and long-range combat was not beneficial. They should find a way to get closer. He also thought that he should first take control of the interstellar explorer before engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. Black Ghost decided that now would be a good time to use a sonic attack to shock the explorer and take him by surprise. He still managed to achieve the desired result, and the interstellar explorer got a state of dizziness for 18 seconds. Black Ghost realized that it had worked, and now he had a chance to attack while the explorer was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. At that very moment, he lunged at the interstellar explorer and attacked him, but overpowering him was not as easy as it seemed from the outside. The interstellar explorer thought how difficult it was for him to deal with these people, much less fight them. He prepared his weapons for battle, and the Black Ghost saw that his opponent was a level 70 Godor researcher. The interstellar explorer swung his weapon. It seemed that he was capable of dealing significant damage to the Black Ghost. It did. The Amphipter did negative 560 damage to it. It wasn't critical, but still, the Black Ghost armor wasn't eternal, and it was better to avoid such hits. The interstellar explorer said that the Black Ghost was quite strong, as for a member of an undeveloped civilization, but it was still useless. He was satisfied with himself in this fight and prepared to strike again. The explorer was sure that his opponent's armor would not hold up this time. The interstellar explorer clashed with the Black Ghost, but it was not so easy to defeat him. The ghost used the technique of reflection. Thanks to this technique, the Black Ghost managed to knock the interstellar explorer off his feet, and he could no longer resist. The Black Ghost thought that he had done well and was able to defeat the Explorer. The Explorer would no longer try to resist him. Still, the Ghost summoned a character with which he was able to inflict more damage to the armor of the Interstellar Explorer, and the Explorer was no longer a threat. The Black Ghost took the Explorer on his shoulder and told him to launch the helicopter, for they needed to get out of here before Raylan's army came up. The guy didn't expect to see such a picture. He didn't think the Black Ghost would be able to grab the Interstellar Explorer and bring him along. But the Interstellar Explorer was obviously not happy with this turn of events, because it was not in his plans to be captured by the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost looked at the guy and said that he had an alien on his shoulder and that it took a lot of effort for him to catch it. They all loaded aboard the helicopter and left the place of stay. There was nothing to wait for, as there was a real hunt for the Interstellar Explorer. Everyone wanted to catch him. The guy on board asked the Black Ghost if the alien would bite, because he was tied up and seemed dangerous, but the Black Ghost said that he should not bite. The Black Ghost added that the Explorer looks pretty fierce and maybe he has a similar hobby of doing harm. The Explorer didn't like talking about him. The Interstellar Explorer tried his best to resist his fate. He absolutely hated the fact that he was caught by a stranger. Meanwhile, a couple of cars pulled up to where the wreckage was, and in them were Raylan's men, in military uniforms, trying to figure out what had happened here. One of them said that it was an alien spaceship, most likely of the Godor civilization, that had been invited by the higher-ups to deal with the current situation. He reported to the senior officer that the inside of the ship was empty with no dead, and that there were signs of a battle outside. They also found out that the radiation level at this place was quite high, so it was most likely a Hodorian, and his opponent used firearms. It must be someone very strong from Aquamarine. The man said that the attacker must have caught and taken the Godorian away, so they should start investigating with him, find out his identity from the remains of his armor and shell casings. Raylan's men collected the remains of the ship, armor, and shell casings. They had to find out exactly who the attacker was and what he wanted with the Godoran. In the snow, not far from where the spaceship had crashed, there were traces of unknown origin. The stain looked like fuel or propellant. In his office, the Black Ghost began to study the weapon the Interstellar Explorer had fought with. It was a Godora battle spear, a model for supers. The Black Ghost was surprised by the fact that the Hodora equipment could be compressed into a ball and carried around, and could be easily activated when needed. The Explorer thought that the locals were not smart enough to use his items, and the stranger would definitely come to him to ask him how to use them, and then he would be able to trick him into sending a signal to headquarters. The Black Ghost seemed to read the interstellar researcher's mind and asked him for his personal account number. The Explorer was puzzled. He couldn't understand how the stranger knew how to use the communicator and how he knew about the private office and his accounts. He asked the Ghost who he was. The Black Ghost replied that their meeting had been a bit hectic, and now he could formally introduce himself. He said his name was Han Xiao, and the researcher didn't need to know more. Han Xiao knew that the researcher had been ordered to investigate the incident with the non-humans on planet Aquamarine, but for some unknown reason, his ship lost control and crashed. The Interstellar Explorer sincerely did not understand how Han Xiao knew everything. He thought that he was a prophet or could read minds. Han Xiao saw that the Explorer was puzzled and told him that he was not hostile, but the Explorer had a different opinion about the situation. The Black Ghost said that he just needed access to the communicator to contact the Travel Bureau and leave this place. He added that the Explorer should transfer money to him from his account, and he would let him go or take him even with him. The Interstellar Explorer couldn't believe his ears, and once again asked Han Xiao if he was really willing to let him go. Han Xiao replied that his intentions of letting the Interstellar Explorer go were indeed true. He only wanted money, and harming the Explorer was not in his plans. The Interstellar Explorer agreed to transfer money to Han Xiao's account in exchange for letting him go, but there wasn't much money. Han Xiao said that the Explorer was a poor man, and the Explorer replied that he was not in the habit of saving money and sometimes liked to relax. After saying this, the Interstellar Explorer got angry and asked why on earth he should even have to justify himself to anyone. Han Xiao didn't seem to pay any attention to the researcher's words and thought that he would have to be patient and summon an ordinary spaceship. He called the Garten Travel Bureau and was promised the best quality and cheapest service, and asked how many seats he needed. Han Xiao replied that he needed a regular class with 50 seats. The Bureau said that the spaceship would pass by Sector 9 in 20 days and pick them up. The Interstellar Explorer asked Han Xiao when he was going to leave here. After all, he wanted to go home early. Han Xiao replied that it would be soon. Han Xiao thought that once the players finished the tournament, they could all go on an interstellar journey together. After Han Xiao's conversation with the Interstellar Explorer, Bennett came to the third shrine. He seemed upset and thoughtful. Han Xiao approached him with a smile on his face and asked him why he suddenly decided to come to him. Did he miss him? Bennett didn't like his question and told him not to say anything stupid, then asked where Han Xiao had taken the alien to. Bennett also suggested that he might have destroyed the alien, but Han Xiao said that wasn't a funny joke and led Bennett down the hallway of the shrine. He led him to the room where the researcher was. The researcher was eating burgers and marveling at the delicious food on this planet. Bennett was surprised at what he saw. Han Xiao said that they had reached a consensus and were now partners, and then asked Bennett who had told him about the alien. Bennett said that Raylan had determined it from the debris of equipment left at the scene, so Raylan also asked to be told that Han Xiao should hand over the alien to them. Han Xiao listened carefully to Bennett and asked what would happen if he didn't hand over the interstellar explorer to Raylan. Bennett replied that Raylan was particularly persistent this time, and they didn't even rule out violence. So Bennett also asked Han Xiao what was going on since he had gone out for a walk and returned with the alien. Han Xiao replied that he was going to leave Aquamarine. Bennett didn't expect to hear such an answer. Bennett waited a moment, thinking about what Han Xiao had said, and asked if he was an alien as well. Han Xiao said that compared to the whole galaxy, Aquamarine is a very small place. The world is too huge and he would like to see it. Bennett got a little upset, and replied that since Han Xiao had made that decision, he would miss him and wished him good luck. Han Xiao said that this is a real interstellar world, and isn't Bennett excited and want to go with him? Bennett thought about it and said that he wanted to do the shrine business, and it was too important for him right now, so he would stay on Aquamarine. Han Xiao asked that if a real disaster happened to Aquamarine in 3 years, would Bennett decide to leave this planet? He listened to Han Xiao and said that after what he said, he wanted to stay here even more because this was his hometown and he needed it. Han Xiao accepted Bennett's words and said that it was his choice, and that's the kind of person he is. They look at life differently and make different decisions too. Bennett asked Han Xiao if he wanted to leave to avoid this disaster, or if he had other motives. He replied that it's not like that. The key to determining the disaster is hidden in the interstellar space. It can be said that he is combining pleasant and useful. Bennett rejoiced after Han Xiao's words and said that he always thought he was a reliable guy and couldn't be mistaken that they were the same person, but Han Xiao didn't think so. But Bennett didn't understand what he should do about the non-humans in the shrine, because their origins were unknown, and they were mysterious and too dangerous. Han Xiao said not to worry. These non-humans would help him later. Bennett should accept them, for they were reliable. Bennett said that since Han Xiao thought and said so, he felt somewhat relieved about the situation. They shook hands and Bennett wished Han Xiao a smooth journey. He hoped they would see each other again in the future. After talking to Bennett, Han Xiao met up with Hyla and Aurora. The girl asked what the universe was like and if he had seen aliens. When Aurora asked what aliens really looked like, that's when Han Xiao showed her an interstellar alien and said, "Here's one." The girl looked at the researcher with interest and said that this alien looked a lot like them, and also asked if the alien bites. But as soon as the researcher heard this question, he immediately got angry and shouted at the girl. He was angered that everyone around him was asking him this question. Han Xiao, when he heard that the researcher yelled at the girl, hit him and told him not to dare to offend the child. Aurora got scared and looked at the researcher and told Hyla that he was scary, but she said that Han Xiao was much scarier. A little later, Han Xiao told Hyla about his plans. She told him that she wouldn't leave Aquamarine. The starry sky is too dangerous for Aurora. Hyla also added that a stable life here is more suitable for Aurora, and so she will definitely stay here. Han Xiao listened to Hyla. He hardly expected any other answer from her. He told the girl to take care of her sister. He handed her the keys to the secret shelter, just in case the calamity did affect them. It should be safe there. The girl took the keys to the shelter and told Han Xiao to be careful and take care of herself. He wished her the same. Meanwhile, the competition was in full swing. The qualifiers between the players were just about to end. The host mentioned that after a long day of competition, they had finally chosen the top 3 players who had overcome the individual and team qualifiers. They would represent the Aquamarine division in the interstellar competition. The host wished them excellent results and great games. Han Xiao thought that finally the games were over and these players were free. He needed them. Han Xiao's plan was to take them with him into space. He had a difficult journey ahead of him, and such strong players would be of great use to him. The Black Ghost appeared in front of the players. He arrived on his powerful car. They were happy to see him. The crowd shouted that Black Ghost was here. The players had saved some money to buy a couple of loot boxes today. The Black Ghost said that he was looking for helpers and was going to choose a few strong players to follow him to new adventures. And if they were confident in their abilities, let them come and take the test. The players read the conditions that if they passed the test, they could become a member of the Black Ghost team and go to space with him. They thought that was cool, and if they could go to space, their progress would definitely overtake the other players. One of the players wondered what the test would be like because it could be anything. He wondered how hard it would be to pass. Black Ghost said that the rules were very simple. The condition was that if the players could last 30 seconds in a battle with him, then they would pass the test. The second prince from Team Dynasty rushed out first. He said that it was only 30 seconds and he even with a level 60 wild boss could last a few minutes. But he was stopped by the King Admiral from the same team. He said to the guy not to be so impulsive. It's better to wait and see how the challenge goes. The second prince thought and heeded the advice. Meanwhile, a player from Team Fallen Leaves level 60 entered the arena to try first. The Black Ghost stood waiting for the first player who would be ready to fight him. He didn't care who entered the arena or in what order. The player thought to himself that he only had to last 60 seconds. This challenge didn't seem to be anything difficult. But before he could even finish his thought, the Black Ghost pulled out his weapon. They were small polygons. The player was surprised at how fast it happened. The Black Ghost applied the dizziness effect on the player in a matter of seconds. He was in that state for 18 seconds. While the guy was in a state of vertigo, he was unable to resist the Black Ghost, and he was able to overpower him with the weapons that were located around the arena area. However, when the player landed on the ground, the Black Ghost announced to him that he had failed the challenge. Everyone around them was puzzled by what was happening. They couldn't believe their eyes that the Black Ghost was so strong that he could defeat a level 60 player in just 5 seconds. Another player appeared from the crowd and said that the Black Ghost wasn't that good and that he would definitely pass this test. But this player only lasted 3 seconds. Everyone was outraged that this guy had the nerve to say something about Black Ghost before the challenge. One by one, the players tried to pass the challenge. It was not as easy as it seemed at first, because the Black Ghost was very strong. This trial lasted for 5 days, because there were so many people who wanted to join the team of the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost approached the next player and said that the test was over and that he was the last one to pass. Everyone was happy that Lee Gay, that was the player's name, had done well and passed on. He said that it was dangerous and the test was very difficult. One of the players was upset that his resurrection attempts for this week were over, and he still hadn't passed the test. The other players comforted him and said that everyone who didn't pass the test were professional players. Black Ghost turned to the players who didn't pass the test and told them not to get upset, because they would get another chance. And now he had an important assignment for them. The players couldn't believe their ears that the Black Ghost had a mission for them. They were all eagerly waiting for him to give the details. He said that one day in the future, disaster would strike Aquamarine, and the third sanctuary would be the last bastion of humanity. They must protect this fading flame from the encroaching darkness. Then there would be hope to greet the new day. Players read the description and realize that Black Ghost had released the main mission, but the quest had not yet launched, and it looked like they would have to wait for an updated version. The Black Ghost thought that this way, even if he wasn't here, he could maintain his prestige among the players. He called the chosen ones to come with him. The players followed the Black Ghost. He said that the spaceship would arrive soon and they would go on an interstellar journey. The players saw 2 guys walking along with them. One asked why there was no one from when they were going through the challenge. It was Mad Sword and Hao Tian. Mad Sword replied that in fact, the Black Ghost had invited them to travel much earlier. That was why they didn't participate in the trial. One of the losing players said that they had gotten the quota without the test, and the other added that Hao Tian and Mad Sword were high-level players, and it was no wonder they came directly. Someone in the crowd asked what Bandit Dog was doing here. The players thought that he wasn't better than them in battle, but had also joined the Black Ghost team. The player who didn't pass the test said that the rewards for this mission were very big, and he envied the players who passed the test. And another player said that there were many more missions to come. The crowd of players saw a spaceship with players and a Black Ghost on board rise into the air. It was preparing to leave Aquamarine. Aurora looked at the wake of the departing ship and asked her sister if the Black Ghost would return. The girl replied that this world was so vast, and he had decided to leave and there was no reason for him to come back. The girl was upset by the words she heard and asked Gila if they would never see the Black Ghost again. The girl hurriedly calmed her little sister and said that they would definitely meet him again under different circumstances. The spaceship with the Black Ghost and the players were already gradually going into outer space. There were many unknown things waiting for them. The players were in a pleasant shock from what they saw, because none of them had not yet gone beyond their planet. The open space was a mystery to them. The Black Ghost, with a smile on his face, looked through the porthole of the spaceship at Aquamarine and said that he would definitely come back. The explorer came running to them and said that they were aboard the spaceship and that their deal was done. He wanted to contact headquarters. The Black Ghost said once they reached Jubilee, he would let him go right away. The interstellar explorer was very happy at the Black Ghost's words, and he felt like having a little drink. The Black Ghost transferred some money to the explorer's personal account and told him to relax and have some fun. The Black Ghost turned to his players and said that as long as they were on board, they could move around freely. They rejoiced. As soon as the Black Ghost transferred the money to the explorer, he immediately went to the spaceship's bar to have a few drinks. He sat and enjoyed his drink. He could use a little relaxation, because the adventures that caught up with him were not the easiest and successful. At that moment, an unknown man approached the interstellar explorer and asked for permission to buy him a drink. The stranger said that the explorer had boarded with a group of low-level natives from Aquamarine and asked if these people were supers. The explorer told the stranger it was none of his business, and the stranger responded by offering to make a deal. His name was Cezoli. The interstellar explorer looked at him and saw a tattoo of a bird in chains. He immediately knew that he was from a slave trade organization. They were doing dirty business. But the researcher told Sasoli to get away from him. The stranger replied that he would not impose and stepped back. The black ghost turned his attention to him. The black ghost clearly didn't like the stranger. He looked sinister and didn't inspire confidence. Something was going to happen. The researcher said that this stranger was a slave trader middleman in charge of finding targets. He belonged to a group of scavengers. Meanwhile, the stranger was watching them and sent a message that the ordered Hodorian was found on the Shorthorn Star. Along with him was a group of low-level natives. On the next, the players sat and occupied their leisure time playing cards. The atmosphere on the spaceship was more than favorable. Suddenly, something shook the ship. It was like some kind of collision or some kind of explosion. Banhit Dog and the other players didn't realize what was going on. Banhit Dog asked Mad Sword what was going on in the ship, and he said that they needed to find Han Xiao as soon as possible. It turned out that the spaceship the players and the Black Ghost were flying on had been attacked from outer space. Someone was hunting them. At this point, everyone aboard the ship heard the captain of the Shorthorn Star address that they were facing a scavenger attack, Black Ghost, and the explorer saw that it was a boneless bird spaceship, and they immediately realized that yesterday's stranger had brought them here. The interstellar explorer looked at the Black Ghost and did not understand what they should do now, for the situation was not easy and something had to be done immediately. The Black Prince rushed the door and said that it was only a matter of time before the ship's shield was breached. He also said for the explorer to draw his weapon and prepare to fight. The Black Ghost received notice of a surprise mission. The gist of it was to repel the scavenger attack and protect the Shorthorn Star. Han Xiao thought that they attacked too fast and it looks like they have hidden targets. He and the interstellar explorer ran past and the players noticed them. Mad Sword asked Han Xiao what they should do now since the spaceship was attacked. He thought there was some plan of action. Han Xiao said to first get their weapons, then split into 3 groups, the first going to the main control room, the second going to find the captain, and the third going to look for the rescue shuttles. All players did not waste time and divided into groups. It was necessary to react quickly so that the enemy could not do more damage. But the scavengers were already on the spaceship. They were destroying the guards who prevented them from advancing on the ship. The gang leader told them to hurry up and split into groups. The gazers would go to mop up the main control room, and the beast hooves would take the hostages. The leader of the boneless bird gang was Snakeskin. He looked quite intimidating and dangerous. He needed to capture this ship in no time. Meanwhile, in the main control room, the ship's commander asked if a distress signal had been sent, but was told that all their communication channels had been jammed and the signals intercepted. The captain of the Shorthorn told his assistants to quickly check through the passenger list to see if there was anyone strong and able to help. The senior mercenary of the Mercenary Alliance, Green Knight Lurden Sunil, heard the captain say over the loudspeaker that he hoped to help passengers with fighting abilities. He would pay a generous cash reward. Snakeskin ordered his men to occupy this ship and seize the control room. He said this yearling was not going anywhere from them. Snakeskin didn't have time to finish his speech before Lurden Sunil was already flying at him. He was fully prepared for battle, but Snakeskin was able to stop Lurden Sunil's strike and asked how with such weak abilities he dared to engage him in battle. But the Green Knight didn't stop. He aimed his laser weapon directly at Snake Scythe. He thought he could deal a staggering blow, but the Snake Scythe didn't get much damage. It seemed that his armor was too strong and wouldn't let the laser beams through. The Green Knight realized that this guy had the blood of a stone giant flowing in him, and his defense was too strong. Something urgent had to be done. Snake Scythe realized that the Green Knight couldn't do much damage to him, and said that it was his turn to strike now. Snakeskin swung his huge hammer and struck Lurden Sunil. He couldn't stand on his feet and fell to the ground. Lurden Sunil thought that Snake Scythe had explosive combat power, and no wonder he dared to attack. He realized that he could not defend the entire ship alone. The Green Knight realized that the best choice now was to retreat. Snake Scythe laughed at him and asked why he was running away so fast. Snakeskin was pleased with himself and said, that was all the abilities of the famous Green Knight. He thought he was capable of more. The gang of scavengers walked into the main control room. Snakeskin said to stop resisting immediately, and then they would spare their lives. But at the same moment, something distracted him, and he turned back. Snakeskin saw someone approaching him. It was a black ghost. He was in his costume and ready to do battle with a gang of scavengers. There was a serious cash reward at stake, and he needed the money now. The black ghost aimed his blow at the Snake Scythe, and he could not stay on his feet, because the blow was quite powerful. The Black Ghost's blow was so strong that it was able to melt the huge hammer that belonged to the Snake Scythe. The Black Ghost struck again, and the Serpent Scythe was once again unable to stand on its feet. Although it was quite powerful, it still missed the strike. The next blow that the Black Ghost dealt to the Snake Scythe was even stronger than the previous one. It flew off into the wall, but still the Snake Scythe's armor was not penetrated. Snakeskin rose to his feet after the blow and told his gang that he would deal with the attacker himself, and they should go and take over the control room. But it seems that the Black Ghost got ahead of Snakeskin's plans and told him to stay put. In parallel, he used Gila's character summon card. With the help of the character summoning card, The Black Ghost was able to deal a heavy blow to the scavenger gang. They couldn't resist the power of the Black Ghost. The captain of the ship was surprised to have such strong people on board. He wanted to know who the man in the suit was. When the Black Ghost took off the suit, the ship captain was shocked, for he thought the man was an assistant researcher from Ghidorah. The Black Ghost looked at the ship captain and said, as he heard that the captain would pay a bounty to whoever could defeat the gang of scavengers. The captain confirmed that he was willing to pay a lot of money just to have the Black Ghost stop the gang of these scavengers and save the crew. In the meantime, the scavengers pulled back from the powerful blow and told Snakeskin that the ship was approaching the guards' patrol area and that their time was running out. Snakebite said into the radio that the plan had changed, and now the main thing for them was to capture the Godorovian, because when he was with them, their employer would pay them. The Interstellar Explorer was just running to help Black Ghost defeat the scavenger gang. He couldn't find Han Xiao anywhere. Snake Scythe was happy to see the Interstellar Explorer. After all, he was a free prize for them. He ordered his gang to capture the yearling immediately. But the scavenger gang, led by Snake Scythe, could not expect the super players to come after the Explorer. The Explorer told the players to support their leader, as he was fighting ahead. Snakeskin was furious at what he saw. He didn't understand how there could be so many super players among a group of these underdeveloped natives. At that moment, the Green Knight ran and thought that there was no sign of battle here. The scavengers had not yet reached the escape pods, so he must survive today for the sake of his clan. When the Green Knight reached his destination, he saw the players sitting and calmly playing cards. He didn't understand what was going on. He looked at them once more and said that this spaceship was about to explode and that they should run after it. The Green Knight didn't understand why the players were so leisurely. One of them said that their leader and other comrades were fighting with the scavengers on board. The situation was under control, and they didn't understand why they had to run anywhere. The Green Knight couldn't believe his own ears. Because the situation couldn't be under control, there was a gang of scavengers on the ship, and they could destroy the ship. One player received a notification that the Black Ghost had ordered them to go back and get together. They got excited that he finally needed their help. They ran to the Black Ghost and were glad that there was no more need for them to guard those escape pods. The Green Knight realized that it looked like the situation had changed and the Snake Scythe would lose. He realized that if he ran away now, he would get nothing, but if he stayed, he could earn a reward from the captain. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost continued the fight with the gang of scavengers. They weren't planning to give up yet, although they had little chance of winning. Black Ghost struck another blow to Snake Scythe, and he seemed to be exhausted and unable to resist his opponent. The Snake Scythe fell to the ground and was unconscious. He could no longer continue the fight, for the Black Ghost proved to be a strong opponent. The Black Ghost approached Snakeskin when he regained consciousness and asked who had hired them, and for what purpose they wanted to kidnap this Ghidoran. Snakeskin said he would say nothing and that he wasn't going to betray their employer. It was a foolish decision on his part. After all, he was disarmed. The Black Ghost suggested that Snake Scythe should turn in his employer, for after all, he could get a bounty on his head and still make money from the materials. These words and threats worked on Snake Scythe. He asked the Black Ghost to take his time and replied that his employer was Darkstar. The Interstellar Explorer was clearly surprised to hear that the employer who had hired a gang of scavengers to capture the Ghidoran was Darkstar. Snakebite said that Darkstar was secretly buying up purebred Ghidorians for blood sacrifice or something, which is why he hired his scavenger gang. He also said that when they saw a Gordorian aboard a cheap commercial ship, they decided to contact the Dark Star and get a lot of money. The Black Ghost told the researcher that it was all his lack of money to blame. After a while, the players ran into the hall where the Black Ghost and Snake Scythe were. They said they had come to help and asked what they should do. The Black Ghost told them to tie Snake Scythe up tighter and follow him so he couldn't escape. Black Ghost thought that the Dark Star had a direct relation to the mutation disaster, and he never thought he would encounter them so soon. The scavengers realized that their opponents were too strong and they wouldn't be able to overpower them, so they made the decision to retreat as soon as possible. The Black Ghost sent a large number of members of the scavenger gang to the other world. They didn't think that there was anyone on this ship that could stand up to them. The captain of the interstellar ship exhaled a sigh of relief and told his assistant that this time they were saved thanks to the heroic passengers. He approached the Black Ghost and the Green Knight. The captain thanked them for their help and told them that he always keeps his word, and soon they would be rewarded. The captain of the ship came closer to the Black Ghost and asked him to give his name. He wanted to know who saved his ship and the passengers on board. Han Xiao thought that the reputation system was now available to him, so that he could get more missions and do business more conveniently. All the players from the Black Ghost team received 1,500 Ana each. They were very happy with this reward. After all, it was not small money. Black Ghost heard the players discussing about the unfair reward for the Green Knight. In their opinion, he would have run away long ago if they hadn't stopped him. Black Ghost heard the mention of the Green Knight and realized it was Lyrdan Sunil. He had heard of him before. He remembered that they have a pretty busy storyline and it provides unlock a rare subclass. And since Black Ghost was stuck on class advancement, he needed it. Black Ghost thought he needed to figure out a way to talk privately with the Green Knight. He clearly had a plan. He told the Green Knight that he was going to get a reward for catching the snake scythe, but didn't want to fly that far and offered to buy Sunil the reward. The Green Knight asked how much money he wanted for it. The Black Ghost said his reward is 3,500 INA and asked the Green Knight to transfer the money to his personal account. But the Green Knight said that the Black Ghost wanted the full amount and it was impossible, then added that he was refusing the offer. The Black Ghost replied not to jump to conclusions and the price can be negotiable. He asked the Green Knight how much he was willing to pay. The Green Knight replied that he was willing to pay 2,500 INA. The Black Ghost was outraged when he heard his price. They started haggling and each stood their ground. The Black Ghost named his final price of 2,501 INA. The Green Knight accepted this condition. The Black Ghost seemed to be very pleased with himself. He had managed to bargain for an extra 1 INA. Any amount of money mattered to him now. The Green Knight transferred the money to Han Xiao, and the Snake Scythe said that the Dark Star had hired scavengers to catch the Gadoran. The Black Ghost also suggested that it seems that the Dark Star is ripening some kind of conspiracy again. We should look into it. The Green Knight didn't reply anything to the Black Ghost's words, only adding that he thanked him for his understanding. Han Xiao thought that this way he could start Sunil's storyline, and it would be much easier for him to fulfill his future plans. Meanwhile, the ship hit the Jubilee hub. The radio said that they were about to enter and dock at Dock 273. All passengers should head to the waiting area near the bridge of the ship and wait for boarding. The radio also said they were grateful to the passengers for choosing their company and apologized for the incident on the ship. The players were shocked at the size of the space station. Black Ghost said this was the first step in their interstellar journey. This place was called Jubilee Hub. It was the center of information dissemination from all over the Colton Star Cluster. Many forces have their offices and divisions here. There are many factions here. The interstellar explorer was very excited about his freedom. The Black Ghost asked him why he was so agitated. After all, he hadn't hurt him. The explorer told the Black Ghost not to worry. He promised to write his report in a way that would not attract unnecessary attention. The Black Ghost asked the researcher to include one thing in his report. The researcher said he was a conscientious researcher and would not give false information. He said he foresaw a disaster from space sweeping through Aquamarine. Black Ghost hoped the researcher would inform his department so that if Aquamarine was investigated, they would look for clues. The interstellar researcher listened to the Black Ghost carefully and said he would be sure to include this information in his report. The Black Ghost stood in the waiting room and looked around. It was very bright here, and a large number of rust from various stars. Black Ghost said that first they needed to register here and rent a room as a temporary base. Banhit Dog said that the place was crowded and they could queue for hours. And Mad Sword added that it would be good to have a place to rest. It could be used as a save point when going offline. The players noticed that there was another registration window off to the side, and some other people's representatives were able to get through without queuing. Mad Sword didn't understand how they managed to do that. Han Shio said that they are a group of free mercenaries from the Split Heaven Ring. They have the privilege of not having to stand in line. Mad Sword said that Black Ghost is also famous on Aquamarine. The Black Ghost said that the planet Aquamarine is too far away, and now that they are in space, they have to start from scratch. Then they waited their turn and asked for a mid-level room. Black Ghost entered his details and successfully registered. He said that they would be staying in Jubilee Hub for a while, so players should familiarize themselves with the local rules and not break them. He also added that in order for the players not to crowd the waiting room and attract attention, he had rented a restroom and told them to proceed there and wait for him. Black Ghost walked into the exchange center. He needed to exchange money from his personal account and pay for the waiting room for him and the players. When Black Ghost saw that he had 2,000 INA left in his account, he became very upset that he was poor again. He started thinking about how he could make money because he was used to always having a round sum in his personal account on Aquamarine. Black Ghost thought how unfortunate it was that his players had little money in their accounts. He assumed that his first task was to make them rich, so that he could then have a steady income by selling them improvements. Black Ghost, after his thoughts, returned to the lounge. The players were already waiting for him there. They had time to recover after the road. Mad Sword saw the Black Ghost and was glad that he had returned to them. The Black Ghost asked why not all the players were in the room. Bandit Dog said that they wanted to walk around to familiarize themselves with the environment and would be back soon. Black Ghost thought that a group of these guys just ran ahead of everyone else to explore the Jubilee Hub. They couldn't resist the temptation of the interstellar world. The Black Ghost told the players that they wouldn't wait for them then and asked everyone to follow him. The players were intrigued to see what lay ahead of them. They all moved together from the lounge to the Jubilee Hub, specifically the Mercenary Alliance. The players stood and surveyed the area around them. Banhit Dog asked what kind of place this was, and Mad Sword remarked that all the people around looked like good fighters and they clearly knew how to fight well. Han Xiao said that the Mercenary Alliance was a powerful neutral organization that offered relevant services. They also resolved issues between mercenaries and clients, issued tasks, and provided a comfortable environment to secure the deal. After saying that, the Black Ghost took out a golden ball from his pocket. The Mad Sword was surprised and asked what it was. He replied that it was an automatic control system for mercenaries. When the Black Ghost pressed the balloon, a pop-up window appeared where he had to enter a username or register in order to continue. He thought that Black Ghost didn't sound bossy enough anymore, and he thought he should change his codename to freshen up the impression with the players. On his resume, he indicated that he was the defender of the Shorthorn Star. Black Ghost changed his codename. He is now Black Star. He was welcomed to the Mercenary Alliance and asked if he wanted to start a mercenary group. He thought that mercenary was an extremely dangerous profession, but players could resurrect themselves, so one didn't have to worry about casualties. They should utilize their innate advantages and develop a base with double the results for half the effort. Black Ghost turned to the players and said that everyone had a requirement to register as a mercenary, join his mercenary group, and he would take care of all of them. Bandhit Dog heard that Black Ghost promised to take care of everyone, and he and Mad Sword immediately, without a second thought, made the decision that they should join his mercenary group. The players received notifications that they had joined Black Star's mercenary group. The relationship immediately rose to neutral. They received contribution points, and they realized that following Han Xiao was the right path. As Han Xiao expected, after forming the mercenary group, he activated the faction management function. Previously, he belonged to the Darknet, so he didn't develop his faction, but now he would finally be able to start. All players saw notification pop-ups where the faction store was opened. Bandhit Dog noticed that there were a lot more things. This faction store even had a mechanical python suit and a Rover Ranger 2.5 generation. The players were ecstatic and thought this equipment was divine. Black Ghost calculated everything and realized that once the players knew the advantages of his faction, they wouldn't go anywhere. Han Xiao turned to the players and said that the mercenary group had just been established and the trust rating was still quite low. Now they were all associates, and he suggested that they all work hard together for the future of the mercenary group. Black Ghost decided that now it was time to take on the Sunul tribe mission and get an additional subclass. But then he saw that the trust rating was needed to pass this mission. Players received the faction's first mission, the Trust Standard. In order for them to reach the minimum trust level required for the away mission, they must complete daily missions in the hub center. The players were enthusiastic about completing their first mission. Bandhit noticed that there were special rewards for the top 3. He knew that the Black Ghost rewards must be good things. The players who had excused themselves were returning to the lounge and were discussing if she should tell the players about the Mercenary Alliance. One of them said that they were all competitors here, and there was no need to inform the other players right now. Black Ghost was waiting for them, and when they entered the room he said that if they had already registered as mercenaries, they could join his group. One of the players was shocked that Black Ghost already knew that they had become mercenaries. The other guy said that this group looked good and suggested that the other guy should add as well. They all looked at the Black Ghost, still not understanding how he knew everything. The players also noticed that the faction store was already open, and the first faction mission was also open. One of the players did not understand why there was such a big difference in contribution points. After all, they were only a few hours late. The guys were outraged by this fact. The player read in the message that the first group of people who joined the mercenary group received 300 contribution points as a bonus. The players finally realized that in the time they had been away and looking around, they had already fallen far behind the other players in points. The guys were pretty upset, with one of them saying that if they had known about it earlier, they wouldn't have run around in vain and waited for the Black Ghost instead. In the meantime, the latecomers were bemoaning themselves for the lost time. The Black Ghost went to the equipment modification room. It was a spacious, bright room. The Black Ghost put on a helmet, and he saw the notification that the life support system was working properly and the air was being filtered. This helmet also had a radar that could scan for signs of life at a range of 5 kilometers around. This helmet was designed with new technology. It was great for selling to players as they simply needed it for missions in space. The players performed simple daily tasks, such as mopping the floor, delivering packages, and so on. These tasks, although they gave few trust rating points, but there were many mercenaries in the group. Black Ghost sat and waited for the players to do the daily tasks. He decided not to waste time and check what was going on in the forum right now. He saw that Bandhit Dog's video of the galaxy travel everyone had been waiting for was on the front page, and that was great news. The video also talked about the organization of the slave traders on the spaceship and how the Black Ghost had once again shown its power and led the players to victory. Bandhit Dog also reported that after the events on the spaceship, they arrived at the space station, Jubilee Hub. There was information in the video that Han Xiao formed a Black Star mercenary group and all the players joined him. They now had their own faction and a faction store with divine gear. Black Ghost realized that this video had become so popular, it seemed that space was a tidbit for all the players. He also saw that the Galaxy Times issue also came out about him. Everyone thought that Han Xiao was only the hero of Planet Aquamarine, but apparently everyone was very wrong. The news anchor said that Han Xiao's story didn't end with one storyline. He had another more advanced storyline. On space exploration, Han Xiao opened the way to explore new territory and storylines. The news said that Black Star Han Xiao would now continue his story in space. Everyone was curious how far he would be able to go. Han Xiao thought that he didn't care about anyone's evaluations, but the fact that they corrected their mistakes was quite pleasing to his ego. Black Ghost's musings were interrupted by the players who rushed into his room. They said that they had scored 120 confidence points. The Black Ghost was quite pleased with the players' success in his faction and told them that he would not forget their hard work for the good of the mercenary group. He singled out 3 players. Among them were Yang Ran, Hao Tian, and the King Admiral. The Black Ghost said that they had contributed the most. Black Ghost gave each of the above players an award. It was a helmet needed for missions in space. He also said that this helmet could greatly improve their visibility and could function in many extreme conditions, so it was indispensable for interstellar battles. Hao Tian put on this helmet and was shocked at how many useful functions were contained in just one item. Mad Sword approached Hao Tian and asked him how he felt about the helmet. He replied that it was simply amazing. Mad Sword asked him to try the helmet on and evaluate its functionality. As soon as Mad Sword put the helmet on, he was ecstatic. It was a really cool item that combined a lot of useful functions. The players around him became jealous and wanted a helmet too. They wanted to buy one for themselves, but they thought that this item was obviously high quality and must be very expensive. While 2 players were speculating about the helmet, another player told them to pay attention to the faction store. They read that the Sin was a carbon helmet with an A-type lifeform detection sensor. It cost 800 contribution points, but there was also a function to exchange the N currency for contribution points. When all the players were familiarized with the conditions of exchanging currency for contribution points, all of them, as one, said that they wanted to exchange their points for this helmet. Black Ghost was pleased with himself. He had managed to make money with the sale of the functional helmet. The players were delighted with this improvement. After the Black Ghost's group of mercenaries had gained enough contribution points, they could begin the Sunil tribe's mission. A stranger approached the Black Ghost and said that this was the terminal for accepting combat missions. He also asked if they had just recently formulated their mercenary group. The Black Ghost confirmed that they were the ones who had recently formed the faction, but their resume was top-notch. He allowed the stranger to look at the resume if he didn't believe it. The stranger saw that these players had done a bunch of low-level missions. He figured those ones had plenty of free time. Black Ghost laughed with the stranger's remark and said that they were now going to do a combat mission. He also told the players to show their strength. The players were happy that they finally had a combat mission waiting for them. Everyone was ready for new adventures and rewards. One of the players noticed that the Green Knight belonged to the Sunil tribe. She didn't understand if he was so strong why they were looking for help from other mercenaries. Black Ghost answered her that this matter is actually related to the conflict between Darkstar and Ghidorah. It's not that simple there. Black Ghost continued and said that Sunil has always been a peaceful civilization, indifferent to the outside world. The Darkstar was Ghidorah's mortal enemy. They discovered a weakness in Ghidorah's governance and attacked the planets under her rule. Sunil had no way to fight back as the Darkstar fleet repeatedly bombarded them from space. With Ghidorah's help, the few who managed to survive the Darkstar's bombardments relocated to another planet. But none of the survivors suspected that this planet was experiencing beast tides time and time again. The Sunilians felt that they already owed too much to Ghidorah, so they didn't want to ask for their help anymore. The players were excited about the story and said that they would be the heroes who would have to save the whole planet. They liked that kind of setup. The players started discussing that the Black Ghost was a very courageous hero. He thought that those misunderstood him, but didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the spaceship with the Black Ghost's crew landed on Sunil Star. It was quite gloomy and seemed lifeless. The players got off the spaceship and stepped on Sunil Star. They were surprised that the star looked like this. They also noticed a lot of mechanical equipment around and thought that Sunil was a mechanical civilization. 6961. Black Ghost followed the players and smelled the smell of machine oil and heard the sounds of engines running. He liked this place immediately. It was a mechanic's paradise. They were met by the captain of the defense team, B-12 Neville. On behalf of the Sunil tribe, he greeted the group of Black Star mercenaries. He said that the disaster had not yet begun and asked them to proceed to the mercenaries' rest area. The players, led by the Black Ghost, didn't waste a moment and immediately made their way to the mercenary rest area. Neville showed them the prophecy stones and said that they could affect the souls of the surrounding people. The energy contained in these stones was released in waves every few years, which was the problem behind the beast's rampage. He said that 2 months ago, observers detected signs of monster activity. Their specialized observation department predicts that the wave of disaster will hit in full force in 7 days. Their enemies are all the beasts of this planet. In the first 3 to 6 days, the mercenaries will only encounter small animals. Closer to the 10th day, the frequency and intensity of the beast raids will increase. The last 5 days will be the most dangerous and difficult. Someone in the crowd said that they had tanks and even starships, and asked if it would be easier to fight the monsters from a starship. Neville was surprised at such a question and said that the mercenary would figure it out when the tide of beasts began to flow, and then he would see what would be easier. The Black Ghost came to Sunil tribe's main city, Forest City. The guards asked him why he, the mercenary, was going to the city. Black Ghost was not confused and said that he was going to the city for a personal matter. He also said that he had a friend living there whom he wanted to visit. The guard replied that it was forbidden by the rules to let outsiders into the city without reason, then added that if his friend was there, he could go out and visit him in the mercenary camp. The Black Ghost thought that the key character didn't know him yet. He thought it might be best to sneak out at night and enter the town. As he stepped away from the entrance to the city, the Black Ghost saw a spaceship approaching in the sky and landing on the Sunil star. The people on Sunil star lined up and cheered their supers. The Black Ghost watched from the sidelines. All the Sunil tribe's supers had returned to fight the tide of beasts as well. It looked like the Green Knight was also among them. Black Ghost thought that seeing the Green Knight would be easy, and he wouldn't even need to enter the city at night. The Black Ghost called out to Lurden Sunil. He turned around and asked what Han Xiao was doing here. The Green Ghost couldn't understand it. One of Sunil's tribe men said that Black Star was a group of mercenaries they recruited to fight the beasts. The Green Knight was surprised that the Black Ghost had become a mercenary. Han Xiao said that soon after he registered, he heard that the Green Knight race was facing a crisis and rushed to accept this mission. He also asked if he could help him visit a friend in the city. Lurden said that he would guide him into the city, but according to the rules, he would follow the Black Ghost to the end. When the guards saw Han Xiao with the Green Knight, they immediately let him into the city. The people of Sunil tribe were very happy to see the supers return to their star. They believed that these heroes would save them from the beast invasion. The Black Ghost, seeing what was happening, suggested that this tribe worship the supers, but Lurden said it was not worship, but gratitude. When the tribe first moved in, everyone still hadn't established themselves on the planet and couldn't get out of the crisis. The efficiency of resource gathering was too slow, so they have to buy the rest of the materials from other civilizations. In order for the race to survive, strong enough supers go into space and become mercenaries. Most of their earnings are sent home. This is the main source of economic income. Black Ghost said the consequences would be catastrophic if their civilization relied solely on supers for everything. Green Knight said that is indeed true, but they have no other choice. Without solving the catastrophe problem, they will not be able to break out of this vicious cycle. The Green Knight, with all confidence, added that he surely believed that the hard times would definitely pass, and his tribe would be able to live normally. Black Ghost thought that this sounded hopeful. It was a pity that in the original story the ending of their tribe was far from what the Green Knight saw. Over the conversation, unnoticed, the Black Ghost and the Green Knight approached the bar. There were lights on everywhere. When they got closer, the Green Knight was surprised that the friend the Black Ghost wanted to see was in the bar. 6991. As they approached the bar, they saw that the bartender was sleeping. The Green Knight was about to wake him up, but the Black Ghost stopped him. The Black Ghost approached the boss's room. If he remembered correctly, the key item he needed was in there. Seeing the Black Ghost approach the boss room, the Green Knight stopped him and asked him what he was doing. The Black Ghost responded by telling Lurden to keep quiet and that he would explain everything to him in detail later. After entering the room and looking around a bit, the Black Ghost found the item he needed. This item was on the table. This item turned out to be Delvis's personal diary. It contained useful information for the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost did not waste time because the owner of the bar could wake up at any moment. He opened the diary and began to study it. After a while, after studying the information, the Black Ghost received a new subclass of military engineer. He also gained skills and extra points. This subclass had a production bonus. This feature not only reduced the time spent on production, but also increased the efficiency of selling machines. The Black Ghost had gained a new subclass, and now he needed 2 more skills and could advance in the class. Finished with the diary, the Black Ghost walked out into the hall and told the Green Knight that they could leave now, and the Green Knight asked where his friend they had come to see was. The Green Knight searched the Black Ghost and thought he had stolen something, but Han Xiao said he had just looked at his diary entries and hadn't taken anything. But the Green Knight didn't believe the Black Ghost's words and asked why he was trying to lie to him. The Black Ghost smiled and said that the bar owner's brother was a famous mechanic. He just came to pay his respects to him. This answer did not appease the Green Knight. He said that since the Black Ghost had finished his business, it was time to leave town. Meanwhile, at Sunil's base, a siren went off over all the loudspeakers, followed by a warning that the enemy had launched an attack and disaster was brewing. Immediately, the squads prepared to take their battle positions. The supers wasted no time either. At that moment, in the forest near the military base, there was a roar of beasts. They were huge wolves with glowing, ferocious eyes. The first line of defense opened fire on the beasts. This was to slow down the invasion of these creatures and give the other units a head start in preparing. The beasts that were the first to advance were badly wounded and sent to the other side, for the open fire was quite powerful. When the other beasts saw their lifeless kin, they became even more angry. Their eyes had a green glow and their grin was furious. The second line of defense was in the form of huge sharp spikes sticking out of the ground. They also slowed down the invasion, because many beasts jumped and did not see them, thus going to the other world. But unfortunately, the first two lines of defense could not fully ensure the safety of the inhabitants. The beasts were still able to cross the fence. Meanwhile, on the third line of defense, the fighters realized that the second line had already been breached and now the beasts were moving on. The ferocious beasts easily jumped over the barricade and advanced deep into the military base. It seemed that there were no barriers for them. The soldiers did not understand what had happened this time and why the first wave of attack was so fierce. When one of the attacking beasts came close to the fighter, he thought that it was the end, because the beast was of impressive size and blazed with rage. But at that very moment, there was a loud explosion and dozens of missiles flew towards the attacking beasts. This was the support from the fourth line of defense. Thanks to the missiles fired, the units were able to hold back the attacking force a little. The fighters were a little emboldened and realized that this was their chance and needed to fire faster at the enemies to do as much damage as possible. The fourth line of defense consisted mostly of artillery and was enclosed by a spiked wall. A fighter sat on a huge cannon and marveled at how powerful it was. His comrade also wanted to try the performance of this weapon. The power of the cannon was so strong that the beasts flew in different directions from the explosions. The number of attackers slightly decreased. Watching what was happening, one player said that this disaster wasn't as bad as Sunil described it. The beasts could easily be destroyed with the cannons. Black Ghost had his own opinion on what was happening. He realized that it wasn't easy for the Sunils to maintain such a high tempo of battle. Meanwhile, in the sky above the military base, aviation appeared. There were not very many fighters, but their numbers should be enough. The pilot was ordered to get ready to shoot at ground targets. He had to hit the beasts that were trying to break through the defenses. But after a while, the pilot saw strange targets on the radar that were in the sky. They were approaching towards the fighters. The pilot did not want to believe his eyes because these targets were flying beasts. Now the danger was not only on the ground, but also in the sky. The flying beasts were very powerful. Their wingspan was large enough, capable of damaging a fighter jet. But that wasn't the only danger. The flying beasts could spew fire, making it much more difficult for the fighters to defend and fight. Neville realized that the flying beasts had shown up much ahead of schedule. He ordered them to switch to anti-aircraft shells and adjusted the scope of fire across the sky. The squad of fighters shifted their fire on the beasts that were in the sky. This manipulation should have helped them in their defense. But the flying beasts did not seem to be affected by this turn of events, as they dodged the cannon's fire. The fighters realized that these monsters are too maneuverable, and it would be very difficult to hit them with any weapon. But at that moment, a black ghost came onto the battlefield. He told the fighters to leave this task to him. He walked over to the cannon and took the levers in his hands. With one turn of the lever, the black ghost directed the cannon just so that it could hit the flying beast and cause it maximum damage. The fighter wondered how the black ghost could hit such a fast-flying target. He asked who the mercenary was, and the player told him that it was the leader of his group, Blackstar. During the invasion of furious beasts, all the equipment at the military base comes on alert, because it is very difficult to cope with the attackers. The invasion did not stop. The beasts were both on the ground and in the air. They were not stopped by cannon blasts and other weapons. The beasts advanced further through the defense lines. The other ground beasts were joined by wild boars. They were huge in size with glowing eyes and intimidating fangs. Captain Neville ordered his men to hold formation and not allow the beasts to break through the defense line, even at the cost of their own lives. It seemed that no bullets could destroy these boars as they charged towards the men. Upon seeing the boars, the players were shocked to see that the skin of these monsters was thicker than a steel plate. At that very moment, the black ghost pointed its muzzle directly at the approaching beasts. Fire volleyed out from the cannon. The powerful strike managed to damage those wild boars. They went to the other world and no longer carried any danger. The players thanked the black ghost, as he had basically saved their lives. The boars were heading towards these players, and who knows how this fight would have ended. The battle with the monsters continued into the night. At this point, all danger had passed and no new threat was yet to be seen. The fighters were able to contain the first wave of invasion, and they needed to rest, because all the forces were directed to the battle with angry beasts. But not long they were able to rest. After a moment, the earth was covered with cracks. Something burst from under the ground and it became clear that the danger had not passed. On the surface of the earth broke through a huge monster. It was impressive size, and the fighters realized that now for them definitely came to an end. This monster was not like the previous beasts. It was much bigger. Its body moved with the help of a huge number of paws, and its eyes were filled with rage. The fighters rushed to run, screaming for help. Seeing what was happening, the supers did not waste a minute and rushed to the battlefield. They had to destroy this monster because the simple fighters could not do it. The supers rushed towards the monster. They had to hold the line and prevent the advancement of this beast, because he is able to cause huge damage to the fighters. The fighters saw that Sunil's supers had already entered the battle and decided to support them with fire, because in order to defeat this monster, it was necessary to make every effort. But to destroy this huge monster was not easy. His size was impressive and the power in it was huge. No sooner had the fighters finished with the underground monster as a new danger fell on them in the form of huge insects. The beasts became more and more. Now the fighters aimed their weapons at the flying beasts, for they could easily send them to the other world. Black Ghost saw what was happening and pointed the muzzle of the cannon towards the underground monster. Only such power could damage the beast. The impact of the cannon hit the monster directly. It lost coordination, and thus the fighter was able to survive. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster had lost body coordination, the fighter immediately dealt it a devastating blow, thus sending it to the other side. Meanwhile, the supers were fighting the same monsters, because it turned out that not just one beast came out of the ground, there were also a large number of them. After a while, the fighters and the supers, with the help of the Black Ghost, managed to deal with all the enemies. Captain Neville said that the fighters should rest a bit and gain strength, because this was not the last battle. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost approached Neville and said that he had some skills as a mechanic and could repair the damaged equipment during the break. Neville seemed to be pleased with his offer and said that the Black Ghost could do the repairs if he had the desire. But the Black Ghost had his own reasons for doing so. He would be able to get new blueprints after repairing their equipment. He also said that his group would like to join the scouting squad. After all, only high risk pays big money. Neville was stunned by the words he heard. After all, the scouting mission was very dangerous. He didn't understand why the Black Ghost was asking him to do this. The Black Ghost replied that the members of his group had special abilities, so they were perfect for the job. He also said that Lurden had fought with them before and knew what they were capable of. The fighters heard the dialogue between Black Ghost and Neville and thought, "It's great to be young and hardworking like this group of Black Star mercenaries, but it's not worth their lives." Meanwhile, the members of Black Star Mercenary Squad received notifications of a new scouting mission with a payment of 8,000 ine. They were happy with this news, because the players were tired of sitting still and firing a cannon. Fighters from the Sunil tribe's scouting squad went on a reconnaissance mission. While they were on their way, they decided to argue over who would destroy more monsters. It was not clear what happened to the disaster and why these monsters appeared so early. After all, before their appearance should have been a dozen days. And at this moment, they noticed that the night moths were flying after them. They were no less dangerous than other beasts. The scout fighters needed to run faster, but one of the fighters still did not manage to escape from the night moth, and it caused him irreparable damage. The scout went to the other world. Other scouts tried to shoot back from the night monsters, but it was not very useful because the beasts were strong. And at that moment, a flying monster appeared on the horizon. It was many times larger than the night moths, and accordingly stronger than them. After the night attack of monsters in the reconnaissance, two fighters, Franz and Hild covered his comrades and transferred all the attention of the flying monster to himself. The fighters were incredibly upset at the loss of their comrades. They didn't understand why all this was happening to them. One of the fighters wondered why they had to work as mercenaries, give all the money to their tribe, and then sacrifice their lives to protect the tribe upon their return. He realized that he was tired of living like this, and that if he survived this disaster, he would leave the planet and never come back. Meanwhile, the invasion of flying monsters continued at the military base. The fighters tried to destroy them with guns and other weapons. But despite the resistance of the fighters, the flying monsters still brought a lot of damage. Their fiery breath was able to send to the other world. An announcement sounded over the loudspeaker that night moths had appeared. The disaster was approaching the middle stage. It was also announced that all repair field crews should immediately retreat behind the 5th line of defense. Meanwhile, inside the fort, the Black Ghost was pondering the same thing, that the night moths possessed strength equal to super rank. Ordinary soldiers were no match for them at all. It was also unclear to the Black Ghost how the fighters used to cope, because the monsters were indeed very strong. One of the fighters pointed his huge headlights to the southeast, directly at the night moths. This should help them. As it turned out, the night moths were afraid of bright light, and powerful light beams could deter them. After a fierce fight against the monsters at night, by morning, things had quieted down and the beast invasion had stopped. Everyone around was busy cleaning up the bodies that had left this world. After such a difficult battle, many fighters did not return alive. The parents of the fallen warriors were crushed by grief. They didn't understand how they could live without their children now. The fighters offered their condolences to them. The Black Ghost was depressed by the events and thought that, no matter what corner of the universe, the suffering brought by war is the same everywhere. The leader of the scouting group, super-ranked mercenary Furnos, reported that they had a hard time, but they did their best to bring back the bodies of all the fallen soldiers. He had been promised the organization would take care of properly arranging funerals for Sunil's fallen heroes. Furnos hoped they would do what they promised. After all, the soldiers had fought terrible monsters and paid with their lives for the peaceful lives of civilians. Black Ghost decided to visit the Green Knight in the hospital and asked him how he was feeling. He replied that he had met a couple of dangerous beasts and almost died. Black Ghost also noticed that the Green Knight was missing an arm and said that he could use the help of an excellent mechanic. The Green Knight thought that the mechanic's services would be very expensive and said that he couldn't afford the large expense. Black Ghost did not name any amount for his services, but asked that the Green Knight just buy him a drink. Afterward, the two of them went to a bar and Black Ghost asked Lurden why he had surgery to add implants to his body, since the process weakens the super's powers. Lurden said that although adding the implants would weaken him, it would also help keep him alive in a dangerous situation. Although he was raised by his tribe, he had a happy family as a child. When the Dark Star attacked the planet Sunil with a laser, his parents were reduced to ashes before his eyes. The orphaned survivors were given to the veterans who told them that when a race faced annihilation, they must take up arms, and that was the only way to save themselves and others. Black Ghost listened attentively to Lurden's story and asked where the veteran who had raised him after the death of his parents was now. The Green Knight continued the story and added that when the first disaster happened, volunteers were needed. Even though he was a disabled veteran, he still fought valiantly on the battlefield. When the Green Knight was able to see him again, the veteran had already gone to the other world. Lurden was taking the loss hard. The Black Ghost wondered what happened to the veteran. He asked the Green Knight this question, but he did not answer. When the Black Ghost looked at the Green Knight, he saw that he was drunk and had fallen asleep. Lurden could not drink. Meanwhile, the Black Ghost had long ago discovered that they were being overheard. He asked the stranger if he had heard enough. The stranger replied that he was just a bar owner and he wasn't interested in listening to their stories. But Black Ghost thought that this bar hid a journal with materials to study a rare subclass, and its owner couldn't be a simple character. Black Ghost said he knows many things about the stranger and his power and what his older brother left him. Black Ghost also asked if the stranger wanted to talk about what the future holds for Sunil's tribe, since he is the main character of this planet. The stranger didn't understand how the Black Ghost knew everything about him. The bar owner asked if he was a prophet. The Black Ghost confirmed that he was indeed a prophet, but the bar owner didn't believe him and mockingly asked him what he would be to her tomorrow morning. Black Ghost replied with a smile that the stranger might not believe him, but eventually time would prove him right. He said that soon most of your tribe's supers, tired of serving your homeland without pay, would separate from you and leave the planet for good. From that moment, the Sunil tribe will lose its defense and exhaust its strength in the face of disaster, and to save itself will be forced to ask for help from other civilizations, because of what will become their subordinates and lose their independence. The bar owner became nervous and asked why the Black Ghost told him all this. He added that he was not interested in the rise and fall of civilization. Black Ghost replied that the end of the stranger's life was closely tied to the fate of his race. Black Ghost took the sleeping Green Knight, looked at the owner of the bar and asked if he would believe that he was a prophet if he heard about the end of his life, then turned around and left. In the other room of the bar, meanwhile, the inhabitants of the planet Sunil were sitting and talking about how it was all Ghidorah's scheming. They thought their tribe had been sent to such a horrible planet on purpose. One of them shouted that they had to go and beg the Ghidorahs for help, otherwise they would all die here. Their resistance was useless, so the guy thought they should accept help. The other guy didn't like this speech and shouted that everything they were enjoying now was due to the sacrifices of the supers. He didn't understand what right he had to insult the heroes. But the light-haired guy said that the supers had to do it for them, and if it wasn't for the race's efforts to educate the supers, they would be mere humans. The dark-haired guy said that one was just disgusting, and he'd run him out of town if it were up to him. The blonde guy also added that even if the city fell, as a civilian he had every right to be the first to enter the shelter. These words made the guy named Lana angry. Lana, not thinking long, attacked the blonde guy and shouted that he didn't deserve the protection of the fighters at all. The owner of the bar saw a fight break out and ran over to break them up. He didn't want any trouble in his bar. He yelled for Lana to stop fighting because he could send his opponent to the other side of the world, then added that the two men should leave his bar, go home, and sleep it off. The guys silently got up and left the bar. On the street, they continued their conversation, but without fighting. The owner of the bar, after kicking out the troublemakers, remembered the words of the Black Prince and thought that he was indeed a prophet. At that moment, a guy in a cloak sat down at the bar, held out a coin and asked for a glass of wine. The bar owner called him by the name of Furnace and said that he had kind of stopped drinking. The guy took off the hood of his cloak and told the bar owner to assume he was celebrating his return alive. The bar owner poured Furnace a glass of wine and said that the guy had always been a sensible person. He didn't understand what had happened to him. Furnace drank a glass of wine and did not answer anything. It was obvious that the guy was puzzled about something. Furnace called the bar owner his brother and after a pause said that he couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to leave. He said that the universe holds an infinite number of possibilities. Only by putting the past aside can one move forward, and he no longer wants to drag the whole race with him. Furnace added that they have given so much for the race, invested all their energy, money, and even lives. But many take it for granted and don't think they should be thanked. As a kid, Furnace definitely wanted to be a hero and protect his tribe. That's what happened. When he grew up, he became the leader of a group of scouts. The owner of the steam thought that even Furnace was ready to give up, and he replied that life is more important than anything else, because as long as people are alive, their hopes will not die. The bar owner didn't understand why Furnace had come to him and told him all this just now when he was about to leave. Furnace thought to himself that he hated his brother because he was much stronger than he was, but he continued to hide his power. But he only said out loud that he had come to tell him his decision. Furnace also added that his brother should decide whether to continue avoiding everything or to start acting. The bar owner, in his turn, just kept silent. Meanwhile, in the logistics area, Black Ghost and the other guys were preparing for the new wave of beast attacks. They could be expected at any time. A soldier approached Black Ghost and said that the shift had come, and the guys could go rest. Han Xiao said that he would pick up his guys. The Black Ghost wasted no time. He touched the Super's suit and was able to get the blueprint of the Sunal Tribe Corporal's mechanical suit. The Super Fighter said that the Black Ghost was the best repairman he had ever met. He thanked him for his help. The fighters from the mercenary group sat around talking about how they were the only two left of their group. The guys didn't expect the mission to be so dangerous. One of them suggested leaving before it was too late. After nightfall, the city was again attacked by beasts, but this time it started with insects. There were a huge number of them. The insects were no less dangerous to humans as huge beasts. They bit and thus caused irreparable damage. The civilians did not have time to run and hide from the insects. They were very numerous and attacked people. After being bitten, people fell to the ground without signs of life. Troops immediately ran to the defense of civilians because the number of insects became more and more. The soldiers took torches and burned the insects. They needed to buy time before launching the poisonous gas. The soldiers handed out gas masks to the civilians because they needed to release the poison gas to stop the insects. They told the civilians to run to the shelter. Near the shelter, a fighter was waiting for the civilians and told them to run downstairs because the monsters were very close. Just outside the shelter, an insect managed to grab a little boy. He was screaming and calling for his mom to help him, but Captain Neville managed to snatch the child from the insect's clutches and brought the boy to the safe haven to his mother. He said they were safe now, and the girl asked him to stay with them and not go out because it was so dangerous outside. Captain Neville looked at the girl and said that there was no way he could stay with them because his duty as a soldier was to protect people. And at the last moment before the gates to the asylum closed, Captain Neville managed to rush outside, where a dangerous battle with monsters awaited him. Already outside, Neville saw that the poison gas easily destroyed these insects. This wave of enemies was very light. Joining his fighters, Neville told them not to let their guard down, for the appearance of the insects meant that the disaster was entering its most difficult and dangerous phase. At that very moment, the roar of the beast was heard from afar, and they began their attack on the battlefield. This time, it was the leopards. They inhaled poisonous gas and weakened, allowing the soldiers to destroy them with laser shots. But there was nothing to be happy about, because right after the leopards attacked, elephants appeared on the horizon. The soldiers thought it was the end, because the elephants had bone armor. Captain Neville turned to his soldiers and said that their home and their families were behind them. He ordered them to hold the line and not let the elephants break through. But the shots did absolutely no damage to the elephants, for his skin was too thick and it was almost impossible to shoot through. The elephant moved forward, destroying everything in its path. Neville turned to the fighters again and said that they had to stop the elephants even at the cost of their lives. They could not let the beasts advance. But even the supers could not fight such an enemy. They could not stop the elephants from advancing. They were too strong. Captain Neville ordered his soldiers to retreat. He intended to block the elephant himself. Neville tried to do some damage to the enemy, but the elephant easily threw the captain off. He flew into a stone wall, and it was unclear if he was alive. Neville was fine. He got to his feet just as the elephant was coming at him and was about to send him to the other side. When the elephant had tried to get close to him, the captain had used a barrier that stopped further advance. But now other beasts, equally dangerous and enraged, joined the elephant in the attack. One such beast pounced on the superfighter and tried to send him to the other side of the world. The soldier had little chance of survival. Captain Neville realized that very soon he would have no strength left to maintain the barrier that protected him from the onslaught of the beasts. But there was no way he was going to let any of the beasts break through the defenses. He requested the ship's command center to request a bombardment, the target of which was an elephant in bone armor. The ship's command center accepted his request and opened fire on the elephant with bone armor. The elephant took maximum damage. The mercenary soldiers saw the flying monsters approaching them. They called out to their captain to see what was happening. The flying monster was indeed of impressive size. The captain turned to the mercenary soldiers and told them not to leave the front line without orders. But the mercenaries turned around and began to run away from the battlefield. The soldier said that he did not need such money. He has one life and he was not going to die. And the second fighter was waiting for the arrival of his son and also did not want to go to the other world. The captain said that these mercenaries were too unreliable, but his partner said that not everyone was like that. A group of guys from Black Star contributed a lot to the battle. The captain saw the guys from Black Star's group of mercenaries arguing over who contributed more to this battle. He used to feel that these guys were too frivolous, stupid, and unreliable, but it turned out to be completely different. Meanwhile, the news was reporting that the intensity of the tide of wild beasts and their ferocity had far exceeded all predictions, and many brave warriors had died in yesterday's battle. The bar owner was watching the news. It asked for a tribute to the brave heroes and a tribute to the soldiers still fighting on the front lines. He drank a lot of wine and couldn't watch the news anymore. The bar owner decided to go outside and walk around the city at night and think things over. He wandered through the empty city. There was no one else on the street. All the people were too scared by the ongoing invasion of wild beasts. He saw through one of the windows how the guy who got into a fight at his bar was telling his mother that he was going to become a soldier, and she in turn said she wouldn't let that happen. The guy didn't understand how his mother could say such a thing. After all, defending the race was an honorable thing to do. Countless numbers of their fellow man had sacrificed themselves for the lives of others. His mother replied that he was still young and didn't understand anything. Every year, a lot of people join the army, and she thought that they could easily manage without him there. At this point, the owner of the bar caught a piece of paper that said military draft, and the guy in the window yelled to his mother that he was ashamed to sit idly by and wanted to defend his people like Captain Neville. She got even angrier at her son and yelled that Captain Neville had died in battle yesterday and that there was little left of his body. The captain's family was left with an orphan and a widow, who would now live on a small allowance from the government. The woman was very upset. She asked her son what they would do if he died on the battlefield. The father told the boy that the supers, soldiers, and Neville are great heroes, but they are ordinary civilians. They will continue to work to contribute to the race, because their place is not only on the battlefield. Lana took all of his parents' arguments into consideration and told his mother that he wasn't going anywhere and not to cry. The bar owner remembered how he used to come to his older brother as a child and ask him to play with him, since his brother wasn't going to school anyway. But the brother replied that he couldn't play since he was busy doing his homework. He asked his younger brother why he shouldn't learn from others and study harder. But the younger brother answered that he was not interested in studying, but he liked to have fun, not to sit at school all the time. Little Fernand called him to fight him and said that this time he would not lose the battle. The bar owner replayed Fernand's words in his head, saying that he hated him and didn't understand how he could sit idly by with such power. He remembered that when they were older, he had gone to his older brother and told him that Ghidorah's rescue ship had arrived and that they had to leave. But the older brother replied that this was a time when their race needed weapons designers and mechanics. There was no way he could leave, and told the younger brother to leave and live well. He also asked his younger brother if he had tried to break the code of his room. He had left something for his brother. The password was the birthday of his parents backwards. These memories made the bar owner cry. He felt bitter at heart and sad at the thought of his older brother not being around. He came to his senses and saw that everything around him was on fire, and all the people on this planet were in great danger. The guy rushed to escape and found himself in his bar. He went to the safe and started to enter the password. His brother left him this, but he used it only once and never dared to touch it again. The bar owner put the suit on and realized that it was probably the last working commander-level mech suit on the entire planet Sunil, and it was his time to shine. Meanwhile, a new wave of enormous beasts were advancing on the planet. The soldiers began to defend their city. The soldiers saw that this time, huge acid bugs were coming. They had to hide from them immediately. These bugs were just huge in size and emitted acid slime, which was very dangerous to people. Humans were simply melting from the effects of this acid. Their bodies were not designed to withstand such chemical compounds. Having assessed the situation, the spaceship requested and aimed fire at the huge bugs. But no sooner had the cannons fired at the bugs than one of them jumped the spaceship and it exploded. People wondered what these bugs were feeding on that they could bring down a spaceship. Mad Sword asked the Black Ghost if he wasn't going to help the Sunil tribe that was in danger. But the Black Ghost replied that the Sunil tribe's problems would still have to be solved by themselves. They were outsiders here. He thought that if their help would disrupt the storyline, then all plans would be ruined. The Black Ghost said that the Sunil tribe had already experienced this disaster several times and would surely deal with it again. 7220 At this very moment, the Black Ghost saw a hatch open in the ground. He thought it might be a secret weapon. This weapon turned out to be a huge cannon. It seemed that it could destroy any target in its path. It was a marvelous weapon. When Black Ghost saw this cannon, he couldn't contain his admiration. He had only seen this molecular high-frequency cannon before on videos of other players, but now he finally saw it with his own eyes. Black Ghost saw the charge indicator on the cannon. It was fully charged and ready to be launched. The striking power of this cannon was incredibly high. A single hit was enough to deal a lot of damage to the enemy. The cannon's shot was aimed directly at the acid bug. It was pierced by a beam of fire and destroyed it. The bug had no chance of surviving. After the cannon shot, the beetle fell to the ground after receiving a huge power hit. It was no longer a threat. One of the players was surprised by the power of this weapon and said that at this rate, the battle would soon be over. The other players looked up and noticed something in the sky. An object was heading in their direction, straight for the planet Sunil. Apparently, this object was a meteorite approaching the planet. No sooner had the fighters dealt with the wild beasts than another danger was approaching. The meteorite was fast approaching the planet Sunil, and something had to be done immediately. The spaceships activated a combined force field to contain the meteorite. In the time while the combined force field would slow down the meteorite fall, the soldiers should start reloading the cannon. Time had to be bought. Black Ghost, watching what was happening, thought that it turns out that several force fields of spaceships can be combined together, and this is a very interesting idea. Meanwhile, the cannon was already loaded and fully prepared for firing. Its muzzle was aimed at the meteorite. The laser beam passed through the space meteorite and shattered it into a large number of pieces of different shapes. The soldiers were pleased that thanks to the cannon and its powerful shot, they were able to smash the meteorite. One of the soldiers warned everyone that there was a mountain beast ahead, one of the most dangerous on the planet. They needed to be as careful as possible. If suddenly the meteorite debris would anger the mountain beast, then there would definitely be trouble and the people of Sunil would hardly be able to save their lives. The most interesting thing was that this meteorite contained prophecy stones. These stones had a special effect on the behavior of the beasts. The wild beasts, after being influenced by the prophecy stones, would most likely become enraged. This would further complicate the situation of Sunil's people. The soldiers had an assumption that this meteorite with the prophecy stones couldn't have fallen like this during the time itself. It must have been a conspiracy of the Dark Star. The soldier, seeing the beast nearby, pointed his weapon at it and prepared to fire at it to kill it. This beast was huge in size, could move on its hind legs, and also had sharp blades on its front legs. The soldiers and mercenaries were already beginning to think that the defense would fall very soon, as the number of wild beasts was increasing and the soldiers were becoming fewer and fewer. This beast was called King Predator, an extremely ferocious and dangerous beast. During the first disaster, they lost half of the army in a battle with them. The fighters thought that these beasts were extinct, but they had been hiding all these years. One of the fighters climbed a hill and said that the Predator Kings were coming and the soldiers should hold formation. He ordered them to take their melee weapons and stand in defense. Everyone around them realized the danger and that the supers had it even worse as they are fighting the giant monsters ahead. The soldiers' main task at first was to hold back the beast's attack until the cannon was fully charged. But the Predator Kings were already very close. These beasts were trying to break through the defenses and pass deep into the military base. All the soldiers had a very difficult time because to hold back the attack of these monsters was very difficult. The forces of the fighters and their opponents could not be compared. As expected, the Predator Kings were able to break through the defense. It was not difficult, given that the soldiers were exhausted by the invasion of the beasts. A large number of soldiers were unable to withstand these ferocious beasts and went to the other world. After a while, the cannon was fully charged and ready for battle. The laser beam of this weapon was aimed straight at the Predator Kings. The strength of the laser beam in the cannon was large enough and was able to damage these wild beasts. But in the end, after the cannon fired, a large number of these beasts survived. The soldiers thought that the shot just missed. The Predator Kings started their attack with renewed vigor. It seemed that the cannon shot had angered them even more. The soldiers had lost all hope for salvation and a bright future, and had already resigned themselves to the idea that they would be finished. But just at that moment, a stranger in a mechanical suit came from somewhere. He was easily able to defeat the Predator King. The stranger told the soldiers to leave these ravenous beasts to him and go help the supers, for they were not at all easy there. The soldier thanked the stranger for his help, but still decided to ask if he was sure he could handle the Predator King alone. The stranger listened to the soldier and told him not to worry about him because he had the suit. He activated the suit and everyone around him saw that it was a legendary. Everyone around him was stunned because no one expected to see a legendary here. It wasn't just a suit. The stranger possessed a commander suit. Thanks to it, the stranger could wield incredible power. The legendary, with the help of the commander's suit, could easily fight these ferocious beasts, because he was no less powerful and strong. The stranger took out his weapon and started fighting the Predator Kings. He was able to destroy more than a dozen beasts. The soldiers watched in amazement and admiration at what was happening and only wondered what the combat power of this legendary armor really was. One of the soldiers shouted that they now had help. He said to leave one discharge here to help this hero, and the rest of the soldiers followed him to the front and helped the supers in battle. The appearance of the hero in the legendary armor cheered their spirits a bit and gave them faith in victory. They ran to help the supers. On the front lines, meanwhile, the cannons were going full blast, and the supers were trying to stop the invasion of the ferocious beasts. Black Ghost saw a stranger with legendary armor appear on the horizon. He was waiting for him to appear. Black Ghost was pleased that the protagonist Sunil had appeared after all, and now the civilians and soldiers had a chance to win. Meanwhile, the stranger in the legendary armor was fighting against a huge number of wild beasts, and he was doing a great job. The soldiers had a new incentive and new strength. They had to work harder and push, that they did not lag behind the pace of the great hero. The legendary hero, with the help of his weapons, easily destroyed the Predator Kings, and the soldiers helped him in this. The monsters started running away from the battlefield and retreating. The soldiers started cheering from all sides and thought that they had won this battle. The soldiers immediately ran up to the legendary hero to ask who he really was. But the hero immediately flew away without saying a single word. He wished to remain in the shadows and not reveal his name. Despite the fact that the tide of beasts had stopped, there were many rabid beasts left in the forest. One of the fighters wondered when they would be able to rest, and his comrade replied that a vacation awaited them after she had dealt with all the monsters. And at the very moment when the fighters were trying to defeat a huge beast living in the forest, they came to the aid of a legendary hero. He effortlessly managed to defeat the monster and thus save the fighters and the people from great danger. After destroying the beast, the legendary hero immediately disappeared and did not give his name. The soldiers were very grateful for his help. The soldiers began to talk about who this hero really was, but no one knew about it. The legendary hero sat alone in the forest and thought that maybe he needed to reveal himself to the inhabitants and fighters. But in that case, the military would definitely use this armor for their research, and he couldn't allow that. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the reporter, on behalf of the entire Sunil tribe, expressed his gratitude to everyone who fought on the front lines against the ferocious beasts. He also added that the disaster was finally over and the great warriors had once again protected the Sunil tribe. But not without losses in this battle. Many brave soldiers died in this battle, and traditionally all the inhabitants honored their memory. All the inhabitants of the planet Sunil gathered in the square to honor the memory of the fallen soldiers in this battle. Soldiers stood with their heads bowed near their fellow soldiers who gave their lives to save the citizens of Sunil. And at the main square, where the reporter was continuing his report, Furnace ran up to the stage and grabbed the microphone. He obviously wanted to say something. Furnace turned to the people and said that it was finally time for him to make an announcement to all the people of Sunil. He announced that today, on behalf of the 40% of the people that the residents call the Protectors, they were leaving the planet Sunil and would never turn back again. When the residents in the square heard this announcement, they did not understand why this was happening, why their protectors were leaving the planet. When the owner of the bar, the mysterious hero of the planet Sunil, heard Furnace, he was very angry. He did not understand why he made such a decision. Curious players were watching and saw that the supers led by Furnace made their choice. Black Ghost was also watching this picture and thought that the fun was finally starting. Furnace was about to leave the impromptu scene when he heard someone behind him asking why he was doing this. Before Furnace could answer the question, a green knight ran up and punched him in the face in front of everyone. Furnace wiped his face a little weighted and said that so many years of labor and sacrifice, many of their brothers had died in that time, they had done their best for the tribe. After listening to Furnace, the Green Knight asked why they had to announce it in public and make a fuss. After all, they could have done it quietly. Furnace said that he did it for the truth. He didn't want his departure to be hushed up by the top brass. He also wanted all the people of Sunil to witness their departure and make their own choices. Furnace and the super fighters turned around and left the square. The people realized that they were not coming back. The residents were very upset and didn't understand why this was happening. After all, they had barely lived to see this day. Someone in the crowd shouted that this was the end. Everyone around them was in despair, and they had no understanding of how they would now live on planet Sunil without defenders and heroes. At that moment, there was a noise of breaking glass in the square, and the legendary hero who had helped Sunilians deal with the beasts appeared. He stopped in front of the crowd of people and told them not to lose hope and listen to his words. The people were surprised at the appearance of this mysterious hero. They waited to see what he would say next. The mysterious hero took off his mask and announced that his name was Hurlis. People recognized him as the owner of the bar. Hurlis also added that from today, the planet Sunil would be under his protection, and that he would do everything to keep the people safe. After the meeting in the center of the city, the people dispersed to their homes and began to go about their business, while Hurlis and the military went to the Sunil barracks. The military man thanked him for making his armor available for research and for stepping forward when the tribe was in danger. Hurlis replied that he had done what he had to do, and then asked if the military man had figured out why the disaster had been so serious this time. The military man replied that the Dark Star was to blame. Their intelligence network had figured out that the Dark Star had stimulated the prophecy stones, causing the beast tides to become so fierce. Hurlis couldn't understand why the Dark Star was so eager to destroy their planet. He also wondered what his tribe had done wrong. He looked around and saw a huge line at the military recruitment center. A large number of men wanted to stand in defense of their tribe. Hurlis noticed that this year the draft had started so early. Most likely it was because of Furnace leaving. He saw a guy in the crowd who had gotten into a fight at his bar the day before, but Hurlis thought that Lana's parents were against him joining the ranks of the soldiers. The guy had approached the military man and said he wanted to join the army to protect his tribe. The military man, who was taking the men's records, said that the lad was so young that his parents obviously wouldn't agree to let him join the army. Lana said that was true, but he felt he was entitled to make his own decision, especially if it was the right one. The military man replied that once his application was accepted, there would be no turning back. It was the last chance when the guy could change his mind. But these words hurt the lad. He shouted that he would never regret it and handed over his application. Hurlis thought that even a guy this young had self-awareness and a desire to help the tribe. He was upset that he had been inactive all this time. Hurlis was walking along thinking about what was happening when he heard someone behind him call out to him and tell him that they had met again. This person turned out to be a black ghost. He had been waiting for Hurlis's appearance for a long time and wanted to discuss something with him. Hurlis did not expect to see the black ghost and asked him how he knew he would be here, and also asked if the black ghost was really a prophet. The black ghost sarcastically replied that he did indeed know that the bar owner would turn out to be a hidden B-class supers, and even more so knew that he would have an armored commander suit called Splitlight. Hearing his reply, Hurlis realized that no one could know the name of his suit, and Black Ghost was indeed a prophet. Hurlis did not understand what his purpose was. The Black Ghost waited a moment and told Hurlis that he wanted to tell him an entertaining story. On a planet with a backward civilization, there was a guy who was caught as a test subject. He was subjected to various experiments, and one day, he awakened the ability of foresight and saw fragments of the future. Relying on his foresight, he successfully escaped and gained freedom, then destroyed the enemy organization of this planet and became a legend. After he saw a new future, his home planet should be hit by a man-made disaster from the sky. The perpetrators of the disaster are hiding in the depths of the universe, so he left the planet to save it. Hurlis realized that his interlocutor was this guy. He asked the Black Ghost why he thought he would find a way to save his planet in space and what it had to do with Sunil. The Black Ghost said that his planet was in the Garten Galaxy. It would soon face a catastrophe, and Sunil was more than familiar with those who would bring that catastrophe. Hurlis guessed it was a dark star. He realized it was their common enemy with the Black Ghost, and that was why he had come to them. The Black Ghost replied that he and his comrades were roaming the cosmos looking for a way to save the planet. He was helping Sunil as an ally and as a comrade in distress. Hurlis realized that the Black Ghost was just as much about saving his race as Sunil's protector, and the man replied that he was no hero, just feeling responsible. The bar owner asked his interlocutor, "So what is the future that the Black Ghost predicted?" The Black Ghost said that he saw a fragment in which Hurlis died in the fight against evil. Ferocious beasts broke through the defense of the forest city, and he closed the passage to the city, fighting to his last breath. This was not what Hurlis wanted to hear. He was clearly puzzled by the Black Ghost's prediction and did not like it. The Black Ghost continued and said that Sunil's situation is terrible now. Asking Ghidorah for help is not an option. The disasters will get worse and worse, and there is a dark star lurking in the darkness waiting for a chance to destroy them. Hurlis thought about what he said and thought that the Black Ghost was telling the truth and that the situation on Sunil was really very difficult and they had no way out. The Black Ghost said that wasn't true, and there was a way out. They had an obvious way out. It was just that the Sunilians had never thought of it. Hurlis didn't immediately realize what the Black Ghost was talking about, and then he realized it was about destroying the Dark Star. He said that it simply couldn't be done, because the Dark Star was too strong an organization and Sunil had no chance of winning. Black Ghost said that Dark Star was being too reckless, and they had many enemies. Sunil and Black Ghost's allies were scattered all over the cosmos. There was just no one who would step up and unite them all in a war against a common enemy. Black Ghost wanted to step forward and become that leader. Hurlis realized that he had great ambitions, and compared to Black Ghost, he was too weak. Black Ghost told him that he too should be a mercenary like the other super tribe Sunil, and then asked him why not join Black Star's group. Hurlis agreed to the Black Ghost's suggestion and said that they would be partners from now on. He also said that he wanted to see for himself the wonders that the Black Ghost would be able to perform. Players who complete the faction's daily missions will not develop a sense of belonging, but if Blackstar's mercenary group allows players to participate in important missions and influence the game's story, their sense of belonging will become stronger. While Blackstar includes non-player characters from different organizations, players will definitely have to join the Black Ghost mercenary group to get through their story branches. Blackstar and Hurless went to Jubilee Hub. Hurless sent his application and joined Blackstar's mercenary group. He saw that this mercenary group was newly created and that Black Ghost didn't lie to him. Players passed by Hurless and talked about how they had made a lot of money on this mission. They would be able to upgrade their gear as soon as they saw the Black Ghost. The players saw Hurless sitting on the couch and they remembered that he was the hero of planet Sunil. The players pounced on Hurless with questions, asking if he had made a secret pact with the Black Ghost, and that's why he joined their group. Hurless grew tired of answering the players' questions. He thought that these guys were too enthusiastic. After a while, the players discovered that new mechs were available in the faction store. Black Ghost added enhancements available to the players. Players saw that the attributes of the mechs are good, on par with the armor from the stores in Jubilee Hub. But the price is half the price. Also, the mobility is higher, and there is a special power structure. Black Ghost noted that mechs don't bring a lot of money, and it's easier for players to buy them. But that's just the beginning, because there's one more thing that players will have to shell out for. Black Ghost announced that these mech suits are good, but for a small extra fee, he will be able to modify and improve them. Mad Sword heard that the suit could be enhanced and upgraded, and immediately agreed to do so. The other players also supported the idea. Black Ghost said that the players should first transfer the money and give him the armor, and in 3 days, everything would be ready. The money started flowing into Black Ghost's account, and he thought that every time the equipment was upgraded, the cost of the upgrade would also increase. And if the players wanted to upgrade the equipment, they had no choice but to seek it out. Hurless came to meet the Blackstar team. The Black Ghost remembered that he hadn't introduced him as a team member and decided to hold a welcome party. Hurless declined the party and said he would do without the celebrations and introductions, then asked Black Ghost if he made that Sunil armor. Black Ghost replied that he was just repairing all those suits on the battlefield and then got the blueprint. Hurless asked him if he had ever been called impenetrable. Black Ghost didn't bother to answer that question. He just smiled and left. He headed for the mechanical modification room. But suddenly Black Ghost thought that he was finally able to buy the advanced knowledge he needed, and now he could change his profession and get ahead. He started training and learned heavy machine modification and advanced electromagnetism. The mission to advance in the class was complete. The Black Ghost was satisfied that he had gained new knowledge and completed the advancement mission. The energy in his body was just bubbling. The mechanical affinity had improved, and there was a feeling that the power had become an extension of the body. This affinity improving the quality and speed of fur creation. Black Ghost has reached B rank. This level can be considered the base level. Now you can deal with interstellar missions. Only first you need to upgrade your gear and weapons. He thinks he needs to upgrade the gun and turn it into a weapon with kinetic magnetic energy. And next will be the main event, the mech enhancement. In order to finish the upgrade, Black Ghost must enter a special state of magnetic field of vision. The Black Ghost gained analytical understanding of mechanisms and attribute bonus from the enhanced blueprint. After the enhancement, the Black Ghost obtained an attack mode suit and a battle scythe. The suit looked really powerful. The Black Ghost felt as comfortable as possible and as if the suit was a part of his body. The upgraded suit was black in color with neon inserts. It seemed that the owner of this suit possessed a high rank. He was completely satisfied with this result, for the outfit was worthy of his rank, and he planned to add more modes in the future. And on the ship, the radio reported that Silver's team was attacked by scavengers during their journey through the Split Star Ring. Some of them were kidnapped. The size of the scavenger group was unknown. The escaped Silvers are still hiring groups of mercenaries for a high reward to rescue the remaining Silvers as well. The players on the ship knew that the Silvers were very generous. Silvers come from the distant sea of silver spirits. They are a race with a high degree of evolution and a high status of nobility. They hold a special position in the universe. Hurless was walking down the corridor of the spaceship when he heard this announcement on the radio. He immediately ran to the Black Ghost and asked if he had heard this information. Hurless suggested that Black Ghost accept this mission. The rewards from the Silvers were always very good. Black Ghost agreed. Black Ghost and Hurless walked to the Mercenary Alliance to get a closer look at the mission and see the assignment. Black Ghost saw that 400 trust points were needed to get this mission to rescue the captured Silvers. Black Ghost realized that his team didn't even have half of those points, so there was no way they could take on this mission. Hurless was upset that they couldn't take this mission since he could make a lot of money for the tribe, but Black Ghost said that they would still have other opportunities, and there was no need to rush. Black Ghost heard someone addressing him. The stranger said that he really knew how to let go of a situation, then introduced himself and said that he was a junior captain of the Heaven Ring Mercenary Corps named Gashly. The Black Ghost was surprised that the Heaven Ring was interested in him and asked what they wanted from him. Gashly, as if he missed the Black Ghost's question by his ears, and walked over to the terminal. He saw that Blackstar was having a little difficulty with Silver's mission. Gashly had one idea that could solve all of Blackstar's problems in one fell swoop. That's why he came to the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost didn't say anything back to him, just smiled. And Gashly got angry, called him rude, and said he should have asked him what the idea was. The Black Ghost sighed and still asked what the idea was, and Gashly said the man was a quick learner and was pleased with himself. He said that their group of Heaven's Ring mercenaries were also going to accept Silver's mission. So why don't they all do it together? Gashly suggested the Black Ghost join them. The mercenaries from the other groups heard that the Heaven Ring had sent an invitation to a group of rookie mercenaries. They were angered by this. After all, they had tried to get in several times. They didn't understand why the rookies were so lucky. After all, it wasn't just an organization. It was a Heavenly Ring. The Heaven Ring army is at the top among the mercenary groups in the Splintered Star Ring. They have over 10,000 people in their group, and the leader of the group is Super A-class. Gashly was fully confident that the head of Blackstar Mercenary Group would agree to his proposal. But what was his surprise when the Black Ghost refused? Gashly was shocked at the words he heard. He asked the Black Ghost if he had heard and understood everything correctly. After all, you can't refuse something like that. The mercenaries who were nearby and heard their conversation were stunned that the Black Ghost refused the offer of the Heavenly Ring. Black Ghost realized that since the Heavenly Ring had come to him, they had already heard that the members of his group possessed immortality. Joining the Heaven Ring would make their development smoother and help solve many problems. But then the Black Star Group faction would disappear. Hurlus asked him to think again about this proposal. He replied that if they joined the Heaven Ring, they would become their subordinates, and their goal is to deal with the Dark Star. But the large mercenary group is only interested in profit. Black Ghost told Hurlos that he was also a warrior of the Senil tribe. They could easily rely on Ghidorah's help, but they were still fighting hard for themselves and their future. Hurlus thought it over and realized that the Black Ghost was right. And the Black Ghost replied that he had a solution. Gashly was very upset about the rejection, but the Black Ghost said that even though he didn't agree to join the Heavenly Ring, it didn't mean that they couldn't cooperate. The Black Ghost also added that he has a way to get the best of both worlds. Gashly was intrigued by his words. He said that it has only been a month since Blackstar's mercenary group was created. They were able to attract the attention of the Heavenly Ring because they have the ability to revive. He also added that the Heaven Ring definitely has a lot of dangerous missions, and his group could accept a mission with a high risk of death from the Heaven Ring. Gashly asked if he would work with them in that case. The Black Ghost agreed to work with them. Gashly was happy with that answer and told him to come with his group to the pier a little later. Hurlus said that Black Ghost was indeed a man who could call upon the help of many supers to fight together, and that joining Blackstar was the right decision. Black Ghost said not to let Hurlus praise him too much. He suggested they go back and prepare properly. Meanwhile, the spaceships were flying up to Jubilee Hub, and the mercenaries were preparing for their new missions. The players were happy that they had already taken a new mission. For this time, there would be a big case that would pay well. Hurlus told the Black Ghost that this high-reward mission was very dangerous, and that he would protect him. The Black Ghost smiled and asked who else would be protecting who, then asked Hurlus if he wanted to practice. Hurlus said that self-confidence was a good thing, and agreed to practice. But if anything, he wasn't going to be responsible for a blow to the Black Ghost's self-confidence. They went to the stimulation room, and Hurlus was going to show the difference between strength and ranks. He said he was good at controlling strength, and would stop in time. But the Black Ghost called him too slow and quickly approached him. Hurlus didn't even notice how it happened. What happened next was that the Black Ghost punched Hurlus right in the face. The Black Ghost didn't expect the punch to be quite strong. Hurlus said that he never thought that a mechanic could have some power and still use it correctly. At the same minute, before he could say anything, Hurlus kicked the Black Ghost with his foot, thus taking him by surprise. After the Black Ghost missed the kick and fell to the ground, he activated his upgraded mech suit and faced Hurlos. A real fight began between them. They both possessed high levels of strength, power, and endurance. The Black Ghost struck with such force that Hurlus was unable to stand on his feet and slammed into the wall behind him. As Hurlus rose to his feet, regained some consciousness and coordination, he looked at the Black Ghost and said that he had underestimated him. He also added that he wanted to teach the Black Ghost a lesson or two, but he saw that he didn't need it at all. Hurlus activated his legendary suit and said that from this second on, he would start giving his best. Black Ghost listened to him and said that's exactly what he wanted, and it was time to start giving his best. Meanwhile, Gashly walked the corridors of the interstellar spaceship with members of his crew. A robot was driving down the corridor and making milk tea with tapioca balls, and the people around him were wondering how he could make everything according to the recipe. Gashly didn't understand what was so amazing about an ordinary robot, and why everyone was making a fuss on nothing. He decided to show something amazing too. His partner said loudly that he got some ominous feeling and that he better get out of here. With these words, they attracted people nearby. Gashly flipped a coin and pretended to put on the latest model of the Heaven Ring battle armor completely by accident. All the mercenaries who were in the same room as Gashly were absolutely thrilled with his suit and armor. He said that if they joined the Heavenly Ring, he would give them the basic version of this armor for free, as he was very generous to his comrades. The mercenary girls thanked him for his kindness, but refused. At that moment, another mercenary ran in and said that the Black Ghost and Hurless had a duel. Gashly was upset that no one appreciated his kind gesture and didn't want to join the Heavenly Ring. Everyone around him was watching the duel. In the stimulation room, meanwhile, the Black Ghost and Hurless did not stop and continued practicing, showing off their abilities. They took turns throwing precision punches, honing their skills, testing the capabilities of their suits. Everyone could see that Blackstar had upgraded his equipment, and it seemed that his power had increased by more than a notch. Gashly listened to the girls talk and couldn't understand what good equipment these natives could have. The Black Ghost and Hurless did not stop their fight for a moment. They both showed what they were capable of. When Hurless was completely exhausted and had no more strength to fight, he admitted defeat and proposed to call it a day. As they were leaving the stimulation room, Hurless asked Black Ghost how he suddenly became so strong, because when he was on Sunil, he had a C rank. Black Ghost replied that he had recently broken through. He walked past Gashly and saw that his armor was really impressive. Gashly, meanwhile, continued to talk the mercenaries into joining the Heavenly Ring. He said that Black Ghost only had one set of armor and he wouldn't be able to give it away. The girl replied that their leader was a mechanic, and as soon as he upgraded his gear, the old one would be put into mass production and sold to them at a low price. She also suggested that he join the Blackstar group. Gashly clearly didn't like her answer. He said he had his own mercenary group and career, and they were speculators like their leader. Black Ghost saw that Gashly wanted to poach players, but no one was willing, and it seems to be a result of his hard work on his faction's cohesion. Meanwhile, an unknown interstellar spaceship was flying through the asteroid belt in the Faunus galaxy. On board this spaceship were the Scavengers. Led by their leader Peggy, he ordered to search the Silvers, for if they hid the locator, there would be a lot of trouble. Two Scavengers entered the cell where the Silvers were. They ordered them to stand up and not to try to resist. One of the Silvers shouted for the Scavenger not to even dare to touch him with his dirty hands. But the garbage man got angry and punched the Silver in the face. He told him to stop acting like an aristocrat. Silver fell to the ground, and the garbage man told him that he was not in a good position to talk like that and demand something. At the moment Silver was falling, some bead fell out of him. The garbage man said that he hid it very well. Silver shouted for the Scavenger to bring it back. He said that he was a messenger of the Dark Star, and this thing belongs to this organization. If he dares to steal it, he will be killed. But the Scavengers didn't believe his words and only laughed at him. Their leader said that he had contacted the client and now they were flying to Soaring Dragon Island. When the Scavenger heard about Soaring Dragon Island, he was greatly surprised, for it was that man's territory. But the Scavenger leader replied that their client was that guy's subordinate and he was quite generous with payment. Silver was upset because the Scavengers found his item. Luckily, the bead with the secret message can only be opened with a password. They won't be able to read it. Meanwhile, a space interstellar ship with mercenaries on board landed in the Faunus galaxy. There were a lot of people there. Black Ghost saw how many mercenaries had gathered to participate in this mission, but no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to stand. Black Ghost and his group of mercenaries were met by Goa. She was the commander of the Heavenly Ring. The girl greeted Blackstar's team. Black Ghost thanked the girl for the greeting and meeting, then asked why this particular place was chosen for the meeting. Goa said that they were hoping to get information from the hosts of nearby galaxies or prophets. Since the locator on the kidnapped Silvers had been destroyed somewhere in this area, they would be looking for traces. When the Black Ghost heard the mention of prophecies, he said he could do something in this area. The Black Ghost asked if he could ask for additional payment for the clues he provided. The Silver asked what he wanted to get. The Black Ghost replied that it was too advanced knowledge of mechanics. Silver replied that they would provide the knowledge if the clue was useful. Silver also added that they were very generous. The Black Ghost in turn said he would try to see something now. After a while, the Black Ghost said he could see the bones of the Void Dragon. He could clearly see the outline of a skeleton. Likewise, the Black Ghost added that he saw a scruffy fat man with an unpleasant and angry face nearby. Goa asked again if it was definitely the Void Dragon skeleton. Everyone around him realized that it was about Soaring Dragon Island. A large number of mercenaries turned around and left. They gave up on this mission. After all, they didn't want to take any risks and abandoned this mission. Mad Sword didn't understand why everyone ran away and abandoned the mission. He didn't know what was wrong with this Dragon Island. Gashly looked at the members of the Black Star mercenary group with a smirk and offered to dispel their doubts. Soaring Dragon Island was a neutral territory where criminals gathered, and as long as they didn't offend the lord of the place, any action was allowed there, and the ruler was a super calamity class that surpassed a rank. Raging Sword said it sounds very exciting, and Banhadog confirmed that he would be able to capture some amazing footage. Goa pointed out that even if they are immortal, it's still very dangerous and the mercenaries better think it over again. Black Ghost told her not to worry. They were the ones who weren't afraid of trouble. Goa was completely satisfied with his answer, and she suggested that they discuss the plan for the upcoming operation. Meanwhile, at the Dark Star base, there was a discussion about the fact that their courier had been caught. A member of the meeting asked if Ghidorah had now revealed their plans. The masked stranger replied that it was not Ghidorah who had not revealed their plans, for the silver that was transporting the information had been kidnapped by slave traders. He also added that the locator had been destroyed, but according to the information from the informant, the deal would take place within the island of the Soaring Dragon. The good news was that no outsiders had the password to the bead. The members of the assembly wanted to send Ember there, for he had never failed since joining the Dark Star. Ember was told that the mission was entrusted to him and he had no right to fail, for there was much at stake. Meanwhile, Black Star's team, the Sky Ring, led by Goa, set out to carry out an operation on Soaring Dragon Island. They were met by the Soaring Dragon's informant, who had information about almost everyone on that island. Goa asked the Black Ghost to show the informant a portrait of the suspect he had seen in his vision. The Black Ghost turned the drawing to the informant and asked if he knew the fat man who looked like that. The informant said that the man's name was Horlade. He owned the largest slave market on Soaring Dragon Island. He agreed to escort them to the market. At this moment, Mad Sword was walking near the slums of Soaring Dragon Island and heard some people arguing amongst themselves. One of them said that he wouldn't sell the ore for cheap. His interlocutor was clearly immoral. He drew his weapon and said that he would sell him the ore for as much as he was told. The Black Star group and Black Ghost mercenaries approached the Mad Sword. They realized that these alien mercenaries were bullying humans. The strangers heard the rabid sword talk and said with disdain that the one was overly moral. The girl looked at the Black Prince and realized that he was angered by the words of the strangers and a fight was coming. The Black Ghost briefly activated his upgraded suit and lunged at the stranger. The strangers were joined by their partners and they said that the Black Star mercenaries were in big trouble for daring to attack. They rushed towards the mercenaries and started shouting that now they will show what they can do and destroy their opponents. Goa told the mercenaries to prepare for battle. Black Ghost and Herless had already activated their suits and had them on full alert. Goa walked over and circled her finger, and ice began to form around her. She began to freeze her opponents. The Black Ghost connected to the girl and began to deliver precise and powerful blows to destroy the opponents. Herless asked if they wouldn't attract the attention of the island's guards, and the Black Ghost replied not to worry, because this territory was decided by force. The Black Ghost added that he should remember one rule and not to harm the workers and civilians. The bandits had already prepared their weapons and opened fire on the mercenaries. One of them did not calculate the force of the impact of the weapon and hit directly into the house. Because of this, the house exploded and collapsed. The scavengers didn't expect the house to be destroyed. They didn't want to do that because it was a violation of the rules and they could attract the attention of the island's guards. The scavengers noticed that the Dragon Guard had arrived at the scene of the house destruction. Big trouble awaited them. The group of scavengers were accused of destroying buildings and causing property damage. They said they would pay for everything and asked for another chance. But the island's guards were not taken in by this speech and said that in the name of Ames, the Lord of Soaring Dragon Island, they were sentenced to destruction. And literally in a moment, the guards on the spaceships completely destroyed the whole gang of scavengers. The informant approached the mercenaries and said, "It's good that they didn't violate anything. Otherwise, they would have gone to the other world too." After a while, the informant led a group of Black Star mercenaries, led by Black Ghost, to Horlade's slave market. Black Ghost said that as mercenaries, they would attract too much attention, so he would go by himself. And with a flick of his hand, he turned on his disguise mode so that no one would recognize him as a mercenary. Black Ghost made his way inside the market. He was met by a man in a suit and led further in. He said he didn't know what race and gender the guest preferred. Black Ghost said that these were simple goods, and he was not interested in them. He also added that if the goods here were not rare enough, he would have to look elsewhere. The Black Ghost and the unknown man were joined by the head of the market, Horlade. He said that there are some interesting specimens here. Horlade added that the guests seemed to have very refined taste and motioned for the Black Ghost to follow him. They walked deep into the market through long corridors and came to a door with a huge code lock. Horlade said that he usually didn't bring outsiders here. Horlade added that these were rare goods that he wouldn't find anywhere else and they were all supers. Horlade asked if the Black Ghost liked anyone. The kidnapped members of the various races shouted to Horlade that he was a bad man and that retribution would come upon him. The Black Ghost said that these goods weren't bad, but he wanted to know if they had anything even more special rare. Horlade replied that the guests did have taste. Few people could withstand the temptation of seeing this treasure trove. They walked further down the corridor, and Horlade pointed the black ghost to a cage and told him to pay attention. In this cage sat a girl in a white suit. The black ghost realized that she was just a girl with superpowers, and it looked like the scavenger group had not yet arrived on the island and handed over the goods. As soon as Black Ghost looked at the girl, he received a notification of a guest from a far mission in which he had to pick up the girl from the slave market and stay with her for 6 days. The Black Ghost turned to Horlade and said that he had mentioned that this girl was a most unique commodity. He was interested in what was so special about her. Horlade said that first of all, she has high intelligence, and she is also a super with strong potential. She has the blood of some ancient being flowing in her body, and the energy response in her body is far superior to that of ordinary beings. Horlade added that the Black Ghost doesn't have to worry about her betraying him because she has amnesia and doesn't remember her past. And it's like she has no self-preservation instinct and won't fight back. The Black Ghost pretended to be interested in this girl and asked how much she was worth. Horlade said the price for her was 300,000 ina. The Black Ghost thought that this speculator wanted to profit from him and steal all the money, so he replied to forget about the deal. Horlade ran after him and said that if it was too expensive they could negotiate the price and asked him not to leave in a hurry. He offered him a price of 100,000. Horlade said that was a great offer and to Black Ghost consider it a 90% discount. Black Ghost was confused that the merchant had lowered the price so much, so there had to be a catch. Black Ghost said that the price suited him fine, but he would like to buy other rare slaves. Then he asked Horlade if he had any other goods. Horlade replied that he was in luck and was going to add an interesting shipment the other day. The Black Ghost could take a look when the time came. He turned around and said he would come back to look at the merchandise when the time was right, and he would buy that strange girl with everyone else. Horlade's assistant asked why Horlade wanted to sell that girl so badly, for she was very beautiful. Horlade said that she had a strange feature. It was easy to sell her, but 6 days after buying her, she would reappear in that place, having lost her memory. He also said that she had been bought several times, and she returned each time on the 6th day after purchase. In the past, the owner of the island came to destroy her out of curiosity. No matter how many times she was destroyed, she would lose her memory and come back here. Horlade said that if someone wanted to buy it, why not sell it? It would make him a lot of money. His assistant said that it was a really good plan and that he was a wise man. When the Black Ghost left the market, he told his mercenaries that the silvers have not been delivered yet, but the deal will happen in the next few days. Goa said that if Corlade bought them, they would have to take the risk of fighting the Dragon Guard, so it would be best to hurry and save them before the deal. As night fell, Blackstar's band of mercenaries began to think of a plan to rescue the silvers. There wasn't much time. Gashley would have to take his scouting team straight to the pier to look and find the scavengers who had kidnapped the silvers, as well as tag their vehicles. They must also arrange to intercept and block them with 2 large trucks, and the task of attacking and taking hostages falls to the Undead Legion. 3 hours later, a scavenger spaceship appeared on the horizon. The mercenaries were ready for their arrival. Gashley radioed that their target had been located, and they could proceed with the points of the plan. Black Ghost, in turn, transmitted that they were ready for action as well. He had already activated his upgraded suit. The leader of the scavengers was Peggy. He had extremely sharp perception and earlier warning of danger, and he also had the ability to awaken the lineage of the snake race. Peggy sensed that the enemy was somewhere nearby, and ordered everyone to retreat back to the spaceship. Peggy contacted Horlade and said that he had arrived at Soaring Dragon Island, but someone was chasing him. He also added that this time, he had better come and get the goods himself and bring the Dragon Guards at the same time. Horlade replied that he understood and would think how to resolve this situation. He didn't want to waste much time. One of the mercenaries radioed that the scavengers had boarded the spaceship again, as if they sensed something. Goa said that the other side was very cunning, and they must have detected them. It was worth expecting this turn of events. Goa rushed to escape and told them to be sure to rescue the hostages before the deal, because then the situation would escalate and there was no telling what would happen. A group of mercenaries rushed towards the spaceship the scavengers were on. They drew their weapons and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Peggy realized it was an ambush. He told his team to hold on. They needed to wait for the Dragon Guard to arrive. The scavenger team drew their weapons to attack the mercenaries back. They couldn't let the enemy destroy them. The mercenary team, led by Blackstar, approached the scavengers, and the Black Ghost said that their goal was to destroy the scavengers. While the rest of the mercenaries were fighting the scavengers, the Black Ghost caught up with Peggy, who said that despite his strength, the Black Ghost would not be able to catch him. In the same instant, before the Black Ghost even had time to realize what was happening, Peggy turned into a snake and escaped. The Silvers, when they saw the Black Ghost, were happy that they had finally come to save them, and Blackstar thought that Peggy's escape was not the most important thing at the moment. Blackstar gently picked up the cage with the Silvers and lowered it to the ground, trying not to make them uncomfortable. 7,565 Goa was pleased that Blackstar had done his job and told the mercenaries to back off and not engage in any more fighting. But it was already too late, for the Dragon Guards were already in place and Blackstar's mercenary team was in big trouble. The head of the guard asked Horlade if he was really scared of the mercenary group and disturbed the guard. He replied that this time he had a very valuable commodity. The head of the Dragon Guards gave orders to destroy all the mercenaries in the area and not damage the goods. After all, they were valuable. The guards struck pretty hard with the weapons that were placed on the spaceship. The mercenaries were damaged but survived. One of the mercenaries found an unknown item on the floor. Its description said that if you gave it to a special character, you could get a very high reward. This guy's name was Li Gay. He was called by one of the mercenaries and told that they needed to escape. Li Gay hid the bead and thought it must be a good item. The Dragon Guards didn't stop firing at the mercenaries. They couldn't let them escape after all. Their reputation was at stake. Gashly said they had to deal with the Dragon Guards or they would chase them to the end. And the Black Ghost said that was a bad idea. After all, you couldn't kill the Dragon Guards or the owner of the Sharp would be furious. The Black Ghost also said that they should find a way to limit the Dragon Army without harming lives. Goa told them to leave it to her. Goa was able to build a wall of ice with her superpower. This helped to contain the Dragon Army at least a little bit. Not only did she stop the ships and block their path, Goa also froze them. The Dragon Army's spaceships couldn't function. Hurlis was thrilled with what he saw. He didn't expect Goa to be able to freeze all the spaceships. The Black Ghost said they all needed to get back to the starship. One of the mercenaries asked if the fact that their ships were frozen would anger the Dragon Guards. The Black Star mercenary team was aboard the spaceship in full force. They needed to leave immediately as the Dragon Guards could catch up with them at any moment. The engine activation was almost complete and the spaceship was preparing to jump. The mercenaries were glad to have accomplished this task. When the spaceship took off and everything was going as it should, a warning appeared that the engine was malfunctioning and the space jump could not be accomplished. The group of mercenaries inside the ship didn't realize what was happening to them. They couldn't keep their feet from crashing. Dragon Emperor Ames appeared on the horizon. She was the owner of Soaring Dragon Island. Ames said that they had attacked her servants in her home and now wanted to just leave. Hurlis, upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's address, said that they provoked her. Gashly confirmed his words and said that they were now in big trouble. Mad Sword asked if she was the legendary ruler of Soaring Dragon Island and as powerful as they say she is, and Black Ghost replied that Goa was also powerful because she was able to freeze all the ships, and she was only rank B. Originally in the energy level theory, rank A was considered the top level for supers, but later there was someone who was able to break through that level. They are called the rank stronger than Calamity. The Split Heaven Ring now has 4 such people. Ames, the Dragon Island Lord, is one of them. Ban Hit Dog said that she is really that strong, and the Mad Sword thought since she can't destroy them, ban them and torture them. Dragon Emperor Ames approached their ship and the mercenaries realized there was nowhere to run. She wouldn't let them leave. To the central fortress of Soaring Dragon Island, all trespassers were taken. Now they would be punished. They stood in the huge hall and waited to see exactly how the Dragon Emperor would decide their fate. There weren't many options. Ames asked the commander of the Dragon Guards, Wilsander, what was the punishment for attacking the Dragon Guards. He said that according to the rules, anyone who resisted would be executed. The Dragon Emperor ordered everyone from the Sky Ring to be locked up and have their leader pay the ransom, and Wilsander said that was a violation of the rules. Dragon Emperor Ames didn't like this response from the Soaring Dragon Guard commander, and the girl rudely replied that she makes the rules here. Ames also said that the leader of the Split Heavenly Ring often does her errands, so a small exception could be made. If he paid a good compensation, she would let them go. The entire Black Star mercenary team started to thank the Dragon Emperor for her kindness and for not destroying them. But Ames answered them that she wasn't going to destroy the people from the Heavenly Ring, and she didn't understand why the mercenaries started to rejoice. The Dragon Emperor looked at the mercenaries and told the Black Ghost to give a reason why she should have mercy on them, or else they would be annihilated. The Black Ghost thought that it was okay to bluff now and use the information he knew about her and the Soaring Dragon Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive. Black Ghost said he had information that he thought could save his and Black Star's group of mercenaries' lives. Dragon Emperor Ames looked at the Black Ghost with suspicion and told him to voice the information he possessed. He said that he once met the most common man in Hub Jubilee, who looked like a dusty interstellar traveler. The man walked past him at first but then called out to him and said something. The Dragon Emperor was not impressed with his story. She said he told her nothing worthwhile, and the situation had not changed. Hurlis asked the Black Ghost to get to the point, for the Dragon Emperor was running out of patience. The Black Ghost thought that because of Ames's story, he knew who she cared about the most. Then he continued the story and said that the man asked him to tell Ames not to wait. He didn't want to see her yet. Silence fell in the hall, and no one dared to say a single word. Everyone waited to see how the Dragon Emperor would react to the Black Ghost's words. After a pause, the Dragon Emperor struck her throne with her fist, and from her strength, A shockwave was formed that knocked down everyone in the hall. The Black Ghost realized that she was caught up in this. He continued and said that the man looked rather ordinary, his hair disheveled, but his eyes were special. They seemed to glow. The Dragon Emperor added that the eyes were like stars in the darkness of space. The Black Ghost confirmed this. He thought it should dispel her suspicions. Dragon Emperor Ames didn't understand why the man didn't want to see her. It was obvious that the story had stuck with her. She said, "Didn't their promise mean anything, and didn't he say he would find her when she was strong?" Chief of Guards Will Sander asked the Dragon Emperor who the man was that the Black Ghost had told her about. Hurlis whispered to the Black Ghost that she seemed to be in a bad mood, and that his information had ruined things even more. But the Black Ghost told him not to worry because everything was going as it should. Dragon Emperor Ames said that by how much he chose the Black Ghost to give her a message, when she gave them a choice too. She offered him, as the head of Blackstar's mercenary group, 2 choices. Either he agrees to work for her, or she will destroy everyone. Black Ghost didn't think long, for she was already evil enough, and said he was willing to work for her. Black Ghost thought that this way, he would be labeled as a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor for a long time, but it was much better than being destroyed. The Dragon Emperor ordered the Heaven Ring people to be taken downstairs until a ransom was paid for them. They would be kept in her castle. Goa managed to tell the Black Ghost to mind his task. He said he needed some time. The head of the guards, Will Sander, called over a group of Blackstar mercenaries. They needed to check in. Will Sander told the Black Ghost that they would be co-workers in the future, and then asked what the relationship between Ames and the man in his story was. The Black Ghost looked at him, smiled, and asked if he cared so much about the issue because he was in love with Ames. Will Sander replied that although she had never reciprocated him, he was sure that his good looks and bravery would surely endear her to him sooner or later. The Black Ghost said that although he was far from the aesthetics of demons, he still wished Will Sander good luck. He thanked the Black Ghost and said he would definitely do it. After a while, the entire group of Blackstar mercenaries, led by the Black Ghost, found themselves in the office of Soaring Dragon Island. The head butler Jenny was waiting for them to check in. She asked what the name of their group was, and if the Black Ghost was a mechanic. Jenny said the Black Ghost would go to the logistics office. They were short on manpower, and the rest would be incorporated into the Dragon Guard. Black Ghost asked Hurlos to take care of everyone while he was busy and not let them loiter. Will Sander told Black Ghost not to worry. He would put his men on the same team so they would all be together. Black Ghost came to the logistics department and saw Engineer Hire there. He was happy to see a newcomer. After all, they were short of people. He told Black Ghost to go to the workshop. Hire said that although there is a lot of work, but there are also enough benefits. The materials can be used as you want. No one will check. He also added that the Black Ghost just don't mess up too many materials, the rest doesn't matter. The Black Ghost thought that it could all be used and even make something for himself. He liked this place. Meanwhile, at Pier 3 was the ship Peggy was hiding in. He managed to escape from the Black Ghost by turning into a snake. Peggy called Horlead, the slave market boss. He was surprised that Peggy managed to survive that fight. Peggy said he had survived, though he was hurt. Then he asked Horlead when he would pay him, since he had the silvers in his possession. Horlead nonchalantly asked what payment was in question. Peggy was beyond angry and asked if he refused to pay him. Horlead said to clear things up. After those silvers were stolen, the Lord of the Island took them back. He said Peggy didn't give him the goods and so he didn't understand what he had to pay for. Peggy was very angry for he thought Horlead should pay him. The scavenger team delivered the silvers to the site and waited for payment. Meanwhile, Darkstar's spaceship landed on Soaring Dragon Island. According to intelligence, the silvers had fallen into the hands of Horlead's slave traders. The masked Darkstar man told everyone to keep a low profile. Not to attract the attention of the Dragon Emperor, they should take the secret bead and leave. They were called by a stranger and said that they dared to come to Soaring Dragon Island with so few people. The stranger wanted to teach them a lesson. He told them to give up all the valuable things and then he would spare them. But the Dark Star member told him to go far away, and the brigand was surprised at such boldness and told him not to blame him for being rude. But before he could do anything, the guy in the black cloak summoned an unknown force that enveloped everything around him. The bandit did not realize what was happening, but his body suddenly began to disintegrate into pieces, which meant that he was finished. The same fate awaited all the other bandits who were about to attack them. This guy clearly had incredible strength. After everyone was destroyed, the guy said that those had asked for it. They proceeded onward. He of the Dark Star members said that Horlad's store was just ahead. He asked if they needed to go straight in and capture the people. The boss replied that the Dragon Emperor was keeping order here. No need to attract her attention. He would negotiate and ransom the silvers himself. Black Ghost, meanwhile, thought that he was finally done, and it was time to go to Horlad to discuss the affairs of the silvers. Black Ghost packed up and went to the slave market, for the matter of the silvers had to be solved immediately. He came to Horlad, and the latter said that Blackstar had lied to him earlier, and he really thought he was a big customer and asked if he wanted to steal the slaves again. Blackstar replied that they were co-workers now and he couldn't do that, then added that he wanted to buy them and asked Horlade to name a price. Horlade replied that since they were co-workers, he could give them away without buying them. But a few days ago, a large buyer had put down a deposit for them. Blackstar asked if the man meant that if he paid more, Horlade would be willing to renegotiate the deal and return the deposit. Horlade said that he'd heard about Blackstar's employer and that he cared a lot about his race and was willing to pay, and Blackstar added that there were rules and he wouldn't blackmail his employer. Horlade stopped Blackstar and told him not to leave so quickly, for if it worked out, he would give him 10% of the amount. Blackstar received a call from one of the representatives of the Silvers, but Horlade wanted to speak to him directly. At first, he introduced himself and said that he was the head of the market and that the Silvers were part of his goods. But if he paid 200,000 for each one, he would give them back. But the representative of the Silvers was indignant, for it was a very large sum. He said it was a form of extortion. Then Horlade said he was sorry and would sell them to someone else, for silvers were a rare commodity. But the representative of the Silvers agreed and said that he would raise the required sum. Horlade replied that he would wait for news. As he left, Blackstar thought he couldn't let Horlade rob them and needed to ask Jenny if the price could be lowered. In the meantime, Horlade was already rejoicing at the successful bargain and that he had managed to make a lot of money. At that very moment, he heard a voice behind him saying that the money for the silvers had been collected and that Horlade should leave it to him. It was a representative of the Dark Star. But Horlade said that another big customer had offered him a large sum for the silvers. The Dark Star representative asked how much he was paying. Horlade, without thinking long, said that the price for one silver was now 250,000 per person. If they offered more, he would immediately give in to them. The Dark Star representative had the urge to destroy Horlade, but he quickly suppressed it and said he would think about it and come back. The Dark Star representatives walked and discussed what they should do. Do they really need to raise so much money now? He replied that now they were changing the plan. They needed to take people away by force. Boundless greed would ruin Horlade and he would end up with nothing. As night fell, the representatives of the Dark Star were about to carry out their plan. They couldn't waste any more time. They landed just outside the slave market. The street was completely silent and no one was around except the market guards. The guards approached the strangers, asked who they were, and told them that their working hours were over and to come back tomorrow. One of the representatives drew a weapon, but his partner said that they were from the Dragon Emperor, and to be careful, the latter replied that everything would be fine as long as the guards were alive. When the guard saw the stranger pull out a weapon, he realized it was an enemy attack and said to call the guards, but he didn't have time to speak and was hit in the head. The representatives of the Dark Star were quickly able to disarm and immobilize the guards. Then sending them to the other world was not allowed, so everything had to be neat. Horlade heard a noise and didn't understand what was going on in the middle of the night. He was about to go check where the source of the noise was. At that moment, he was suddenly hit. The Dark Star people went inside, and the person in charge said that the cages were connected to the alarm system and they needed to cut the electricity first so that all the slaves could escape. One of the men in the Dragon Emperor's castle noticed that there was an energy failure in the slave market and told Blackstar to go and check what was going on. Blackstar quickly gathered himself and ran. He had a bad feeling about the slave market and the power failure. As Blackstar ran, he wondered if it was possible that something had happened to the silvers. It clearly wasn't all for nothing. As Blackstar ran up to the market, he saw unknown men in cloaks, leading the silvers out of the market. Horlade was not around. He didn't realize if this was a kidnapping of the silvers or if the negotiations with Horlade had broken down and he had found other mercenaries to help. The chief of the Dark Star noticed that they had been seen and told Blackstar that he had the misfortune to meet them on the road. Blackstar was notified that he was hit by Ember's attack that could destroy carbon atoms, but he had a good ability from Hermione's boss and was able to ignore the true damage. Ember wondered why his attack didn't work, but Blackstar, meanwhile, quickly activated his mechanical suit and was fully prepared to fight Ember. Blackstar tried to deal damage to his opponent, but Ember was also very strong and couldn't afford to show weakness. Blackstar's blows didn't do any damage to Ember. The latter thought that even if Blackstar became Diamond, he still wouldn't be able to stop him. But after a while, Ember realized that his abilities were useless against Blackstar, and there was no time to waste. He took out a small explosive object and activated it. It helped to knock Blackstar's pole for a while. As the smoke screen formed, Ember and his men grabbed the silvers and began to retreat, for there was no chance of defeating Blackstar. But Blackstar had foreseen this turn of events and began to pursue them. He realized that the men from the Dark Star would try to escape. When Ember realized that his enemy had begun to pursue them, he ordered a spaceship to be launched. This would help them retreat. Blackstar saw that the opponents quickly escaped. He contacted Hurlos and said that the slave market was being attacked and he was chasing them. They needed to take the ship and back it up. Blackstar heard someone in the back saying that the slave market had been robbed and the alarms disabled. Someone obviously wanted to get inside and steal what was left there. He saw a large number of people run into the slave market. Someone said there was a lot of good stuff left inside. Blackstar realized that it could have been interstellar pirates. It looked like they wanted to take advantage of the situation and steal the rest of the slaves. He went inside and saw Horlade lying unconscious on the floor. Blackstar thought the man had gone to the other side of the world for his activities as a profiteer. Blackstar issued a Catch a Star Thief mission. He thought he would let the players catch the pirates and help him raise his reputation with Soaring Dragon Island. Meanwhile, he had something to do. Blackstar ran to the far cage and approached the girl. He wanted to save her and she followed him. After that, he smashed a hole in the wall and was about to leave. Hurless was already there and Blackstar could board the spaceship. Blackstar, along with the rescued girl, climbed aboard the spaceship. Hurless was very on time. Blackstar's mercenary team arrived at the slave market. He said he was leaving the pirates to the mercenaries. They could not be allowed to escape. They said they would fulfill everything. Hurless didn't understand where these brazen robbers who dared to attack the island of the Soaring Dragon came from. But Blackstar didn't know the answer to that question. Blackstar remembered what sounded like the code name of Ember, who possessed the ability to control carbon. It seemed familiar to him. After a moment, Blackstar remembered that Ember was the most powerful Darkstar supers in the future storyline. And if the Darkstar's people had come here, it seemed that these Silvers had some important secrets that Ember was looking for. Meanwhile, aboard the Darkstar's spaceship, one of them asked who was the cargo carrier and waited for the password, but the Silvers didn't understand what it was about. One of the Silvers thanked them for getting them out of the slave market, but they really didn't know any password. The Silvers were willing to pay them a lot of money if they would send them to the nearest hub. Ember asked if there were any other companions among them. The Silver replied that there were 2 others, but the scavengers had destroyed them and thrown them overboard. He remembered the scavengers passing by, looked at the Silvers. They didn't like their faces and decided to throw them overboard. Ember realized that the courier they had been looking for all this time had been sent to the other side by the scavengers. This was causing even more trouble. He realized that the slave traders must have searched them. The goods could have been taken by that guy named Peggy. He hadn't left Soaring Dragon Island yet, so they needed to go back and find him. One of the Dark Star men came to report to Ember that they were being pursued by a Dragon Guard ship. Ember ordered them to abandon the ship and leave. They shouldn't have conflicted with the Soaring Dragon Island guards. The guy then asked what they should do with these Silvers. They asked not to abandon them, for if the Dragon Guards caught them, they would send them to the slave market again. Ember said to leave them here and turn off the engines. The pursuers will surely be attracted to this ship while they check it. Then the Dark Star people can safely return to Soaring Dragon Island. As the Dark Star people ran to the lifeboats to leave the spaceship, the Silvers begged not to leave them and offered to pay a lot of money. The Silverians kept begging to be taken off the spaceship. They didn't want to go back to the slave market again. Hurless asked Blackstar who the girl was and what she was doing aboard their spaceship. He liked the girl a lot. Blackstar replied that she was a slave he rescued from the market. She is super and will follow them for now. Also added to have Hurlous keep an eye on the radar. Hurless noticed that the radar had picked up a target. The Dark Star ship was ahead. Blackstar ordered to give chase. Hurless turned to the command of the Dark Star spaceship and told them to give up resistance or they would fire. But the spaceship didn't move. Hurless didn't understand why this was happening. Blackstar ordered him to go and check it out. Blackstar told the girl that when they got to the opponent's spaceship, she had to be extremely careful and did everything he did. When they boarded the Dark Star's spaceship, Blackstar yelled for everyone to stay in their seats and that they were the guards of Soaring Dragon Island. But to their surprise, there was no one on board except the shackled Silvers. They sat and looked fearfully at Blackstar. Hurless asked the Silvers why they were here and where the robbers had gone. The Silvers said it was as if they were looking for something and then ran away in a hurry. Blackstar asked the Silvers if they had heard the robbers talking and if there was anything strange about what they were saying. Silver replied that they asked for the password, but they didn't know any password. Then they decided to go back to Peggy the slave trader. Then the Silvers asked not to send them back to the slave market. Hurless told the Silvers not to worry as they were originally mercenaries hired by their comrades to rescue the Silvers, and now they could finally free them. The Silvers were taken off their chains and shackles. They were now completely free people. They couldn't believe their happiness and thanked their saviors. Blackstar didn't understand why Darkstar would send people to Soaring Dragon Island, and they had sent the strongest super. It looked like Darkstar was organizing another big conspiracy. But Darkstar didn't suspect that Blackstar had learned their identities. He can make a thorough investigation, but just in case, we need to tell everything to the Dragon Emperor to be aware of it too. Blackstar's group of mercenaries returned to Soaring Dragon Island. Will Sander met them and told them that he had not been with them for long, but had already made a great contribution to their work. After a moment, Horlade came to his senses. He didn't understand what was going on or what had happened to his store. Blackstar saw Horlade awake and said that the star thieves who destroyed his store had been caught. Horlade approached Blackstar and told him to bring back his slaves, but Blackstar asked where he even saw the slaves and what was the matter. Horlade was very angry and thought that Blackstar wanted to appropriate his slaves for himself. He didn't know what to do. At that moment, footsteps were heard, and the head butler, Jenny, entered the room. She told Blackstar that he had done a good job. Horlade fell at her feet and told her that Blackstar wanted to take away his slaves and asked her to make him give them back to Horlade. But Jenny just pushed Horlade away with her foot and told Blackstar that he did a good job maintaining the prestige of the Dragon Guard. She would mention it in his file to boost his trust rating. She also welcomed him to Soaring Dragon Island. Blackstar thanked her and said he was doing what he had to do. Blackstar received a notification that his reputation in the Soaring Dragon Island faction had increased by 300. He realized that things would go a lot easier with an improved reputation. Horlade approached the head butler again and told her that these were his slaves. He didn't want to be without his slaves. Blackstar smiled and told Horlade that the slaves had to be shackled and collared. He couldn't let the silvers back into the slave market. He also told Horlade that no one here had shackles and therefore they could not be called slaves. Horlade got angry and yelled for this word game to stop. He told Blackstar that he just wanted to appropriate his slaves. He said that Blackstar specifically planned this attack to take the silvers, that there were no star thieves, and they pretended to be chasing them. Horlade walked even closer to Blackstar, grabbed him by his shirt and shouted to the butler that he wanted to report Blackstar. Everyone looked at him in surprise. But Jenny replied to stop his introduction, and for insulting his co-workers he would be suspended and reassigned until he calmed down. Horlade couldn't believe what the head butler had said. Jenny in turn turned around and left with her men. Blackstar thanked Jenny for dealing with Horlade, and she said that the man had been an eyesore for a long time with his behavior and needed to be taught a lesson. Blackstar added that he had important information that the Dark Star organization was behind the attack. Jenny told him to send a detailed report as soon as things were resolved here. There would need to lay out all the information in detail. Will Sander said that all the slaves can leave because the butler said that they are now free people. Those were very happy about this event. They ran up to Blackstar and started thanking him for freeing them. They wanted to know the name of the man who saved them. Blackstar introduced himself and said that he was the head of a group of mercenaries. Those freed from slavery owed him one favor, and if they met in the future, he would need their help. They said that if Blackstar needed help, they would go through fire and water to help him. Just let him tell them when the time was right. One of the men said that he was once a mercenary too, and now he has nowhere to go. He hoped that Blackstar's group would take him in. After all, he is super and they might need him. All the freed from slavery wanted to join Blackstar's mercenary group. They hoped they would be accepted and be useful to their savior. Blackstar said that his mercenary group had just been created and they were short on men, and welcomed them all to Blackstar's mercenary group. Meanwhile, in the office room of Soaring Dragon Island, Jenny said that when Ames returns, Darkstar will pay for it. The head butler asked Blackstar what he wanted as a reward this time. He thought for a moment. He asked for the bones and brain of a void dragon. He remembered that Soaring Dragon Island has two kinds of special materials. Bones are great material for equipment. Brain is a rare thing for improving genes. Jenny said she would tell Hire, and he would give him the materials from the warehouse, and added that if Blackstar didn't need anything else, he could go. Blackstar turned around and left, he thought. Not only had he caused trouble for the Dark Star, but he had also gotten some materials. Meanwhile, a meteor shower had started in space. It was reported that the defense barrier had been activated. All captains should remain calm. Peggy was upset that the meteor shower had started, and he was just about to leave. He thought that as soon as the barrier was removed, he should leave quickly and take a new order to make up for the loss. Peggy saw some strange number calling him. He didn't know who it was, but decided to answer it nonetheless. The caller introduced himself as a representative of the Dark Star. He said that they had a couple of questions for Peggy that needed an immediate answer. The stranger added that it was about a group of silvers he had recently stolen. Peggy began to get visibly nervous. Peggy returned to the conversation and asked the stranger if he had confirmation of his identity, if he was definitely from the Dark Star organization. The stranger replied that he was the one asking the questions here and would not prove anything. He also said that if Peggy chose to lie or ignore him, he would cut his life short. Peggy realized that the strong man wasn't lying, and he was really connected to the Dark Star. He didn't understand what to do now. After all, he had destroyed the Dark Star messenger, and now they could destroy him. Peggy said that there was a strong man who claimed to be an emissary of the Dark Star. He found a black bead in the strong man's pocket. He thought it was valuable and took it for himself. But a few days ago, during the battle in the harbor, the bead was lost. Peggy also said that Dark Star was a great hero and he would very much like to join them. The Dark Star representative said that their cause needs support, but they have a strict selection process and Peggy needs to prove his loyalty. He also wanted to know if anyone had asked about the bead. Peggy immediately replied that no one else had asked about the bead. The stranger was the first person who was interested. The stranger said that soon people from another organization would show up at Peggy's door and ask the same questions. He would have to say that he had thrown the bead into space. Peggy said that the Dark Star could have full confidence in him. He would definitely complete the task. The stranger who called Peggy turned out to be Blackstar. He thought that the mixed blood yearling would turn out to be a secret admirer of Dark Star, but he didn't expect Peggy to say anything so quickly. Blackstar was finally convinced that the Dark Star was really looking for that bead, so it was definitely something valuable and worthwhile. Half an hour later, Darkstar's men returned to Soaring Dragon Island. They found out that the slave trader was still in port. They needed to find him and not reveal their identity. Peggy's phone rang and he thought it was the Darkstar representatives wanting to contact him. But it wasn't the person who had called before. Peggy asked what the stranger wanted from him, and the man replied that he was a mercenary and his employer was one of the Silvers. The prisoners had been rescued and they were no longer enemies. But there were still unresolved issues and he wanted to know the details. Peggy was angry with the mercenaries, for they had caused him to lose a lot of money, and if it wasn't for the Darkstar assignment, he would have sent them away. But he still agreed to answer the stranger's question. The stranger asked if the 2 silvers that Peggy had destroyed had the black bead. Peggy replied that he had neither heard of nor seen any bead, though he had searched the bodies of the silvers thoroughly, so the bead was probably drifting somewhere in space. The stranger was visibly dissatisfied with the answer, then asked Peggy if anyone else had asked about the bead. He said no, and told the stranger to remember to pay for the information. Peggy was pleased with himself and said that this time he would go up into the sky and join the Darkstar right away. The Darkstar people didn't understand what they should do now, because according to Peggy's answer, he didn't have the bead. They asked their boss what they should do now. He said it was too important, and they should report to the organization what Peggy had done, and they should already tell them what to do next. Blackstar meanwhile reasoned that he doesn't know who took the bead, so he can use the Child of Destiny summoning card to predict it. With the Destiny Child summoning card, Blackstar could predict certain events and foresee unknown details. Blackstar saw a guy holding a bead. He was surprised that this guy was so young, but Blackstar thought it would be easy to handle. He decided to let him bring the bead into his hands himself. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Guard dormitory, everyone was looking at the girl that Blackstar had rescued. Her name was Aroshia, and she didn't remember where her home was. Everyone liked Aroshia, and one of the mercenaries thought she was a strange non-game character. It was unclear what her game plot was being triggered by. At the same time, all the mercenaries of the Blackstar group received a notification of a new mission launch from Blackstar. The mission was to find a bead that Blackstar had supposedly lost, and a lot of experience and equipment was offered as a reward for completing the mission. All of the mercenaries, immediately after reading the details of the mission, ran to search for places Blackstar had ever been. It would definitely have to be on Soaring Dragon Island. The mercenary who had the bead all along thought that he was ahead of everyone this time. After all, he was already one step ahead of the other mercenaries. The mercenary went to the logistics department and gave the bead to Blackstar. The latter said that the mercenary had done a good job and rewarded him as promised. Blackstar thought that as long as Li Gay could get good things that others didn't have, it would be easy to make him obedient. Now it was time to find out what the Darkstar was up to. After all, they had spent a lot of effort to find this bead. Blackstar decided to try and open the bead, but he failed, for it turned out to be more than just a bead. It was an advanced safe. He hadn't expected this turn of events. The Darkstar had paid so much attention to the contents, even using this valuable item. Blackstar realized to crack this bead would require the help of an Elder Mage. So for now, Blackstar would not be able to find out what was inside. Meanwhile, the scavenger spaceship was flying through the asteroid belt. It finally managed to leave Soaring Dragon Island. One of the scavengers noticed that there was a huge spaceship ahead. This worried him, because anyone could be in that ship. Peggy thought that the Darkstar had not broken its promise. He thought that they had come for him to accept him into their ranks. He ordered to open the communication channel and prepare for the meeting. Meanwhile, in the communication channel, the Darkstar's men were already about to blow the door. After that, they planned to take control of Peggy and his team. No sooner had the Darkstar people used their weapons than Peggy opened the communication channel and ran out to meet them, and was overjoyed by the appearance of the Darkstar people. The Darkstar men didn't understand why Peggy was happy to see them, and was clearly looking forward to meeting them. Their chief ordered the capture of Peggy and his team. One of the scavengers said it didn't look much like a greeting, and Peggy shouted that he didn't understand anything, and it was just a loyalty test. The men from the Darkstar organization took the scavengers aboard their ship. Then the main one asked if they really didn't know where the bead was. Peggy looked at him warily and asked him if he hadn't said that before when he spoke to a representative of their organization. Meanwhile, the Darkstar men had returned from the scavenger spaceship. They had searched the entire ship, but the bead was nowhere to be found. When Peggy saw one of them, he asked if he was the mercenary that the Darkstar messenger had spoken of earlier. He didn't know what he was talking about. Then Peggy told him that the messenger asked about the bead, and the man told him that he lost it during the fight on Soaring Dragon Island. Then the messenger told him not to tell anyone else about the bead, or he would not join the Darkstar. Then the Darkstar man hit Peggy so that he flew off into the wall. He was very angry, because someone pretended to be a Darkstar organization to get the information out. We had to find out who it was. Peggy stood up and asked if they could let him correct his mistakes and do something for the organization. The headman aboard the Darkstar ship asked if Peggy wanted to work for them. The man fell to his knees and asked to join them. The Darkstar man then pulled out a gun and said that their organization thanked Peggy for his selflessness. and sent him to the other side. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, Blackstar planned to inject himself with the bone marrow of the Void Dragon. But it couldn't be injected at a time, because then there was a chance of mutating. But Blackstar decided to inject 7 doses at a time. The scientist in the logistics department thought he wouldn't survive, but everything was fine, and Blackstar got the Void genes. His senses became sharper. Jenny walked into logistics and said that Her Excellency Ames had something to tell him and handed him a communicator from her. Ames said she had listened to Jenny's report. They were originally mercenaries, so she approved of their activities off the island. Besides, she had a suitable mission for him. The details would have to be checked with Jenny. Blackstar thought things were going great, and if they weren't stuck here, the growth of the mercenary group wouldn't slow down. Ames continued and said that Blackstar had met her teacher before, so they needed to help her find information on him. Blackstar had no problem agreeing. The Dragon Emperor added that if there were any leads, she could be contacted on that communicator at any time. Blackstar thought he had a communicator in his hands that could call the Dragon Emperor directly. It was almost like a nuclear bomb. After a while, on the 4th Street, Blackstar thought he could soon leave Soaring Dragon Island and find a wizard to crack the bead. But before that, Blackstar needed to fulfill Aroshia's hidden quest. As they walked down the street of the island, the Dark Star people approached them and told them to follow them. Blackstar realized it was Amber's group. They had activated a field that the signal wouldn't pass through, so Blackstar couldn't summon the Dragon Guards. Blackstar asked the stranger who he was and what he wanted to do. The stranger replied that Blackstar had a good relationship with the Skyring mercenary group. They wanted Blackstar to find out from them about the Black Bead. Blackstar realized that it looked like his lies had been exposed by Darkstar, and they were looking for those involved in the fight at the port. So he agreed to cooperate with Darkstar. The Darkstar representative said that after they injected this into his body, then they could talk about cooperating. These were nanochips to control his heart and brain. If he allowed the injection, he would put his life in their hands. Blackstar knocked the syringes out of the guy's hands and told him not to even think about it. Then the Darkstar representative told Blackstar not to blame him for being rude. He was going to use force. Ember activated his ability to destroy carbon atoms, but it still had no effect on Blackstar. Ember then realized that Blackstar was the mechanic who was at the slave market that night when Darkstar's men tried to steal the silvers. Ember also added that they were in a hurry last time and didn't have time to reveal the winner, but now they had plenty of time. He then ordered his men from the Darkstar organization to destroy Blackstar. He had caused them a lot of trouble there too. But Blackstar was able to activate a shield that prevented any humans or any weapons from entering. Ember ordered Blackstar's mech to be hacked. His assistant began to do so. If they were able to take control of the mech, it would no longer be able to resist and could be destroyed. After a while, Blackstar realized that the mech system had been hacked and that it couldn't even move. Ember praised his comrade for a great job and readied his weapon to strike Blackstar. Thanks to his abilities, Ember was able to restrain Blackstar completely. The latter couldn't do anything about it. Ember used atomic energy that was capable of destroying anyone. Only Blackstar's mech could resist him, but his system was hacked. Ember directed a large amount of lightning discharges directly at Blackstar. This should have been the end for Blackstar. His suit began to disintegrate into pieces, and that only meant that the suit would be destroyed after a while. The people from the Darkstar organization were already rejoicing that they were able to overpower this mercenary, but he somehow managed to fully recover. No one present understood how this was even possible. After all, surviving that many lightning discharges was simply impossible, and the suit should not be recoverable. Blackstar looked at his opponents and said that he couldn't be defeated by such an attack, and that they were too early to rejoice. After that, the Darkstar people thought that it was just a skill to use the mech for the last time. They told Blackstar to give up, or else it would be worse for him. Their patience was running out. But Blackstar was not going to give up, for not only was his reputation at stake, but also later on, the fate of many planets. Blackstar was able to use his weapon, the electric drill, to damage his opponent and show that he would fight to the end. But it was not an equal fight, for Blackstar was alone, and even with a hacked mech, and against him were several opponents of sufficient strength. Darkstar's men were able to strike Blackstar again with more lightning discharges. This time, he might not survive. When Aroshia saw that Blackstar was in great danger, she realized that something had to be done, or things would end badly. Meanwhile, Blackstar was getting hit hard. He was practically powerless to continue fighting. Aroshia grabbed her weapon and opened fire on her opponents. She shouted for them to let Blackstar go, for he was already without strength. But the firearms could not penetrate Ember's armor. He hit the girl back, making her unable to stand on her feet. The men of the Dark Star thought they had sent Blackstar to the other world, but one of them said he could feel his breath. He was still alive. After a moment, Blackstar appeared in front of him. The men of the Dark Star did not expect to see him unharmed. They didn't understand how it was possible that Blackstar was completely uninjured, as if he was a monster. Blackstar grinned and asked his opponents if that was all they were capable of. He said he wasn't even tickled by their blows. It turned out that as Blackstar lay unconscious from the blows he received, he was able to use the Aurora character's summon card, thus utilizing instant full recovery. The Darkstar representatives couldn't believe that such a thing was even real and asked Ember what they should do next, whether to continue fighting. Before Ember could make a decision, they saw spaceships appear in the sky above them. Ember realized that they were Dragon Guards. The Darkstar people had been ordered to lay down their weapons and surrender, for they were surrounded. Ember thought that if he installed signal jammers, Blackstar wouldn't be able to call for backup, but he could issue missions to players directly. He created an urgent mission for the faction, where he indicated that he was ambushed and fighting a fierce battle. Players needed to rush to his aid and help him in the battle. The players ran out of the ship and headed towards the battle site. They couldn't understand how the opponents dared to attack their leader. Ember realized the fact that this time he had underestimated Blackstar. He ordered his men to retreat, for they could no longer defeat Blackstar. There were questions coming from the Dragon Guard spaceship after all. The intruders had no right to run away since they were caught in the act. The people from the Darkstar organization activated a flying device that was like a sphere. They could move around in it. Blackstar realized that it was a portable directional teleporter for short distances. They could easily escape on it. The peculiarity of this device was that it left almost no trace after jumping, and it was impossible to calculate the location of those hiding on it. Blackstar, meanwhile, ran up to the girl Arosia. She was lying unconscious, for Ember had dealt her a rather strong blow. The girl didn't understand what happened to her. Blackstar said that she was hit hard enough and was unconscious for a while. She was saved by her body's high energy response, thus softening the blow and preventing Ember from sending the girl to the other side. Blackstar said that apparently the girl had superpowers, and he offered her to join his group of mercenaries. He could help her awaken her power. Arosia said there was actually something she hadn't said. She could never go to the other world, and if she was destroyed, she would return to Horlade's cell. She remembered how Horlade had sold her for a low price, with the buyers still wondering how Horlade could be so stupid and sell such a beautiful girl so cheaply. But only after a while she disappeared. Even if she doesn't go to the other world, she will definitely return to that cell after 6 days, no matter how far away it is. At this moment, there were only 3 hours left until the end of the 6th day. After that, the girl would disappear. Blackstar understood why Horlade had been so insistent on trying to sell him Arosia. This girl had so many mysteries. Blackstar wondered who she really was. Blackstar didn't understand why he had never heard of a non-player character like Arosia. He would definitely remember her. Moreover, the slave market had already been turned into ruins. Even if Arosia was teleported in 6 days, it remained unclear where she would end up. Blackstar asked Arosia if the girl would let him wait those 3 hours by her side. He wanted to see what would happen after that time was up. After almost 3 hours, the girl asked Blackstar why he wanted to take her away. He said out of curiosity. Arosia didn't understand the meaning of the word. Blackstar replied that it was just a desire to know the truth. The girl thought for a moment and then asked if wanting her to become a supers was the same as curiosity. Blackstar pondered her question and said that he would like Arosia to become stronger and be his battle support. But the girl replied that she couldn't even go to the other world. What was the point of her getting stronger then? Blackstar smiled at this answer and then said that people can live beyond the physical shell. The girl thought that when the body is reborn and the soul forgets all the past, it does sound very sad. She thanked Blackstar for telling her about it. No one had ever seriously talked to her before. He offered to just talk to her some more and said he could come and talk to her in the future if it was okay with her. Blackstar saw a notification that there were 3 seconds left to complete the Guest from Far Away mission, and Arosia was about to disappear. But the girl clearly didn't want that. A moment later, Blackstar saw a notification that he was getting a lot of experience for completing this mission. He didn't realize what was going on. After all, he hadn't done anything and the mission was done. It was a whole hidden chain of A-class missions. Usually such missions are related to large-scale main storylines. Blackstar saw that Arosia hadn't disappeared. He asked how she was feeling. Arosia replied that she was feeling pretty weird and felt like she might leave. She asked Blackstar what he did to her, but he did absolutely nothing. Blackstar also added that anyway, it was good that she didn't disappear. Arosia was also happy with this outcome of events. Soaring Dragon Island was the hidden base of the Dark Star, where Ember had returned to after failing his mission. Ember had to report how the operation to find the Black Bead had gone. He told the main man everything in detail and said that he had been careless. He asked to give him another chance and he would definitely find the encrypted bead wherever it was. But the head of the hidden base of the Dark Star organization said that their fortune teller had already predicted that the bead was picked up by the mercenary. Ember realized that after they left Soaring Dragon Island, this mission would be handed over to the fleet. Meanwhile, the fleet of Heavenly Ring mercenaries had arrived at Soaring Dragon Island. They had come to pay the ransom for their men. Han Xiao also received a reward and agreed on 2 advanced assignments that would help his mercenary group become popular. And a few days later, At the Soaring Dragon port, the head of the Silvers asked to escort them back so that everyone would be safe. Gashley said that the head of Black Star's mercenary group was coming with them, and that was double insurance, but Black Star asked not to be counted without asking. Jesse appeared on the horizon and said that Black Star was now a field commander, and his strength was the outside armed forces of Soaring Dragon Island. She hoped that Black Star would grow up quickly and become better known. Black Star said he would do his best and would not let Soaring Dragon Island down. Jesse responded by handing him a box and telling him to take this with him. The girl said that it was a portable small nuclear power reactor. The mechanic had asked him to hand it over, but he couldn't personally come due to a lot of things to do. This reactor could only be made with advanced knowledge of energy. Using it as the power core of a mech would greatly improve performance. Black Star was called to come aboard the spaceship, as they needed to leave Soaring Dragon Island already. Han Xiao asked him to give a big thank you for the nuclear reactor to Mechanic Hare. It was indeed a valuable gift. But the mechanic has a hard time now because when Black Star left, everyone handed over the job of all the mechanics to hire again. The spaceship passed the Faunus meteor belt. Goa asked where Black Star was going now. He said that it would be the constellation of Colton, Star Zone 1, a planet colonized by Ghidorah, the Golden Palace. On this planet lives a better mage of Ghidorah who is good at analyzing magic circles because of a certain fee to identify unknown magic props for customers. He will definitely be able to open the bead. At this moment, the ship's captain reported that a high-energy reaction of unknown origin was detected ahead. Goa ordered the shield to expand and told the fleet to form a defensive formation for greater safety. While she was informing all the captains to quickly form defenses, the enemy had already opened fire on their ships. The girl also ordered to raise the battle alarm and put the ship on alert, as well as the enemy's position. After a while, they discovered that this one was a fleet led by a Dark Star. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Goa didn't understand when they had time to insult this group of Hell Kings. Why was the Dark Star ship attacking them? Gashley said that with the firepower of their spaceship, they wouldn't be able to penetrate even the armor-based structures of the Dark Star. Black Star thought that they did send the Dark Star's mothership. It seems that the bead does make a huge difference. This was the most dangerous and desperate situation Black Star had ever faced. Gashley began sending distress signals to the Faunus Galaxy, specifically the Sacred Stone and Black Raven territories. He hoped that at least someone would respond. Goa told him not to pin his hopes on just those two civilizations, but to continue to ask for support from other forces as well. Goa continued to send requests to the leader of their mercenary group and ask him to gather a fleet to support them. Goa also told the captains not to fight, but to channel power into the spaceship's shield and prepare for a breakthrough. The Legion commander would assemble a fleet, and while they were stalling, someone should come and rescue them. The girl ordered to contact the other mercenaries nearby to see if they were willing to help. Gashley replied that a call for help had been sent. Black Star hadn't expected to take the opportunity to contact the Dragon Emperor so soon, but he had no other choice. Ames asked what Black Star wanted from her and if he had learned the whereabouts of her teacher, but he said that the spaceship he was on had been attacked by a Dark Star. He was calling to ask for her help. She asked why the Dark Star attacked him. Black Star said that a few days ago, the Dark Star took advantage of her absence and made a mess on the Soaring Dragon Island, but he managed to set things right. This attack has to go together. Dragon Emperor Ames told Black Star to wait there. She would come there as soon as she was free. At this point, a surprise escape mission was launched. Black Star and his team were required to avoid pursuit and hold out for 2 days until reinforcements arrived. This was almost impossible, for in such a situation it is difficult to hold out for even 2 hours, and what to speak of several days. At that moment, a warning sounded on the spaceship that there was 67% power left. Black Star ran up to the pilot of the ship and told him that he was driving so hard that the ship wouldn't last long. He ordered him to stand up and let him take the helm. The pilot asked if Black Star could pilot the ship, and the pilot replied that if the ship was piloted, there was a 99% chance of crashing, but if it was Black Star, it was only 30%. Black Star made an adjustment and reduced the shield power to 20%, and the pilot of the ship said that with that shield they would die, even after one shot. But Black Star told the spaceship pilot to hold on tight. They didn't have any more time to tart him up for idle talk. Black Star gave maximum acceleration to the spaceship, and they managed to pull away from the enemy a bit. Meanwhile, in the union of the Holy Stone and the Black Raven civilization, the appearance of the Black Raven fleet was discussed, but they showed no intention of fighting. The captain asked what the Dark Star's mothership was saying. The Dark Star said that they were only capturing Heavenly Ring mercenaries and would not attack the Black Raven and Holy Stone fleets. But at the same time, the Heavenly Ring soldier also asked for their help. The commander of the Holy Stone civilization said that there was no point for them to help the Heavenly Ring. They were just a group of mercenaries, and it was better to support the Dark Star. At this moment, the Heavenly Ring ship that Black Star was aboard, was in a very difficult situation, as it was continuously attacked by the Dark Star fleet. The fact that Black Star was driving the spaceship very fast and sharply made everyone on board feel very bad. Goa said that his driving skills were really impressive at critical moments. Black Star told the pilot of the spaceship that if he came to his senses and his well-being was adequate, then let him sit down and drive the ship further. The captain of the Dark Star mothership Sarota was angry that Sacred Stone and Black Raven were not intervening in the situation, and they still couldn't catch these mercenaries. The men of the Dark Star said that the driver of that ship was too good, and Sarota ordered more troops to be sent to pursue him. Aboard the Sky Ring spaceship, the radar showed that a large wave of enemy ships had been detected approaching from behind. Gashley started panicking and shouting that this was the end, and nothing would save them. Goa ordered him not to panic early. Meanwhile, the third formation of the Holy Stone Border Defense Force reported that they had received their distress call. The Sky Ring ship could go to the designated coordinates, and they would give them shelter. Gashley was happy about this. But Black Star told them to take their time and beware of deception. After all, the Holy Stone and Black Raven had been sitting on their hands and doing nothing all this time, and now they suddenly wanted to help them. There was something wrong. Gashley asked if they could really wait for reinforcements to arrive. After all, this might be their only chance. But Goa thought Black Star's words made sense and something was wrong here, so she ordered the escape to continue. Gashley relayed the order to the army to ignore the Holy Stone civilization's messages, stay in formation, and keep moving forward. But Gashley noticed that the fourth ship had left the formation unauthorized. He shouted for them to obey the command and go back sooner rather than later. The captain of the fourth ship came on the comms and said that they could not survive the siege of the Dark Star, and he was willing to be punished for disobedience. Gashley shouted again for them to return immediately, but he was stopped by Goa. She told him to calm down and respect their choice. The coordinates the Sacred Stone had provided looked completely unfriendly and uninhabitable. The fourth ship of the Heaven's Ring mercenary group arrived at the coordinates. They contacted the Sacred Stone civilization and asked to be picked up. But they never received a reply. It was actually a trap set by the Dark Star to lure Black Star and his crew. Gashley thanked Black Star for his foresight. He realized that it was a trap after all. But their situation wasn't much better, for they were now separated from the other ships. Black Star saw that they were being pursued by several ships of the Dark Star organization. He quickly took action and decided to make a maneuver, telling everyone on board to hold tight. The Dark Star people noticed that Black Star and the other mercenaries decided to hide in an underground rift. The chief ordered to bombard the surface of the planet and drive them out, and the energy of the shield which protected the spaceship was slowly running out. It would be enough for a little while longer, and if it went on like this, the whole crew would go to the other world. Black Star stated the fact that this spaceship had reached its limit and they needed to leave. Gashley didn't understand how Black Star could say that, because if they left the ship, they wouldn't be able to escape from this planet, and if the Dark Star kept bombarding them, they would be finished. Black Star realized that if the Dark Star continued to bombard and blow up the Earth, it would only make it harder for them to find them. He reassured everyone on board and said that if the Dark Star wanted to kill them, they would have done it long ago. There were underground caverns all over the planet, and it would be difficult for the Dark Star to find them, so the Black Star crew could take advantage of the environment of this planet. Meanwhile, on the Dark Star's mothership, the interrogation of the trapped Heaven Ring mercenaries was completed. It was reported to the chief that the captured mercenaries had never seen the encrypted bead, and there was definitely no bead on their ship. The Dark Star mothership's chief realized that there was only one uncaptured ship left. The bead must definitely be there. The radar of the Dark Star mothership showed that a mercenary ship was detected ahead. It was ordered to speed up and catch up with it. When the Dark Star spaceships arrived at the location of the mercenary ship, they found that there was no one on board. It was reported to the captain that the mercenaries had abandoned the ship and escaped. He realized that this group of mercenaries were still resisting, and if they didn't stop the bombardment, they would destroy them and wouldn't even be able to find the bodies. The captain ordered the floating fleet to use life detectors to search for traces of the mercenaries in the air and to pursue the Udet with ground troops. Amber was to lead the ground troops. Somewhere underground, a group of Heaven Ring mercenaries and Black Star discovered an unknown orb. They didn't understand what role it played. Black Star said that it was a new all-terrain vehicle developed on Soaring Dragon Island. It was very suitable for traveling over rough terrain and in difficult environments such as caves. A group of Heaven Ring mercenaries climbed into the Carbolic rover. Black Star told them to sit still and not to worry. Meanwhile, aboard the Dark Star's mothership, a large fleet was detected approaching. The approaching spaceships bore logos that belonged to the mercenaries of the Celestial Ring Group. The captain of the Dark Star mothership didn't expect that the Heaven Ring Corps would actually send the entire fleet for the sake of a small group of mercenaries. One of the Dark Star's men said that if a head-on conflict broke out, their side would suffer heavy battle losses, and they were advised to retreat. The captain, on the other hand, replied that obtaining the encrypted bead was at stake, and such sacrifices were acceptable in this situation. The Sacred Stone Border Protection Forces issued a warning that the Dark Star Fleet and the Celestial Ring are on the starfield of the Sacred Stone civilization. If war breaks out there, the Sacred Stone will regard it as a provocation and will respond harshly. The leader of the Heaven Ring mercenary group replied to stop talking nonsense. After all, they were mercenaries and would always fight for their comrades to the end. But the Holy Stone command ship replied that these were not empty threats, and if necessary, they would move into action. The Holy Stone ship received a communication request from the Ghidorah civilization. It was Ghidorah's deputy foreign affairs. He hoped that the Holy Stone civilization could immediately intervene in the battle and attack the Dark Star. Ghidorah's deputy foreign affairs said that the Dark Star was an evil force with a large blood debt, and the representative of the Holy Stone asked him not to speak to him so formally, and said that he would only intervene in the war if ordered by the Marshal. The commander thought that the Dark Star was always hidden in darkness and only appeared a few times. When the Dark Star appeared, Ghidorah wants to use his hands to attack the Dark Star. The commander of the Sacred Stone ship has decided that no help will be given. He only intends to observe. The captain of the Dark Star's mothership, while observing what was happening, was very much counting on Amber, and Amber at that moment realized that he could not miss Blackstar and his crew. He must find him wherever he was. A rover came to meet Amber with Blackstar on board. Amber realized that he could no longer be as careless as last time. Blackstar noticed that Amber had gotten in their way. He was clearly not happy about this turn of events, for it made things more complicated. Blackstar realized that his powers would protect him from Amber, but the non-player characters would suffer. He had worked so hard to save them and bring them back, and now, you can't just throw everything away. He said that Amber was too dangerous and they needed to retreat. He couldn't let everyone on this ship suffer at the hands of Amber. A man from the Dark Star organization noticed the rover trying to evade the chase and relayed that information to Amber. But Blackstar's escape was not so easy. He underestimated Amber's abilities, for he was easily able to block the rover. Amber ordered Blackstar to urgently stop the rover, or else he would send everyone on board to the other side of the world. Blackstar realized that he had been careless. At that moment, Blackstar heard a scream behind him and saw that Amber had already begun to use his power on Herlos. His arm began to disappear. The same fate awaited Erosia. Her legs began to disappear. She felt as if life was passing her by. She felt as if she too was going to the other world. Erosia remembered Blackstar's words that when one leaves this world, that is when one's connection to the world disappears. These memories made Erosia cry, and she realized that she did not want to leave this world. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. And in a moment, after the thought of destruction, something happened to Erosia. It was as if she was energized and began to glow. The girl herself did not understand how this was possible and why she became like this, as if she had gained new powers. Blackstar saw her and said that this was a true energy life form. Now Amber's abilities should not affect her. He asked Erosia to touch the energetic core of the Carbolic. Erosia did as Blackstar asked. From her touching the energy core, the reboot of the Carbolic began. The engine restarted, and Blackstar's team was able to break away from their pursuers, led by Amber. Herlos was glad that they were able to break away from their pursuers, and Blackstar said that thanks to Erosia transferring power to the Carbolic, they would finally be able to escape from Amber. Amber, at that second, gave the order to send an extra squad after the fugitives, but one of his men said that the mothership had given the order to abort the mission and evacuate the personnel immediately. Amber couldn't believe that the mission had to be terminated, but 15 minutes ago, the Holy Stone fleet had spotted a huge object approaching the battlefield. Those aboard the spaceship did not understand what kind of object was approaching them, but decided not to act rashly until it was determined what it was. The captain of the spaceship realized that the huge object was Soaring Dragon Island. Those aboard did not understand what the island was doing here. The commander of the third formation of the Holy Stone Shiwat Border Guard appealed to the Soaring Dragon Island to change their trajectory because this area was blocked. But in response, the commander heard a plea for them to give way to the island. The ship captain did not understand how the people on the island could behave so overbearingly in their territory. Shivate nevertheless ordered everyone to disperse, lift the blockade, and give way. Meanwhile, aboard the Dark Star, the captain of the ship discovered the weak point of the mercenary fleet. He ordered them to open fire and take up defenses. The captain of the Dark Star's mothership began, thinking it was only a matter of time before the mercenary fleet was destroyed. But a moment later, the Dark Star's men spotted a huge object. The captain was asked what they should do now, and he ordered them to stop for starters. A strong and cosmic fluctuation was also seen nearby and displayed high-energy reactions, apparently. This top-level secret technique was a space portal. From this space portal, the Dragon Emperor Ames appeared. She had a nonchalant appearance and had a belligerent attitude. The people on the Dark Star mothership didn't understand why the Dragon Emperor appeared here. They didn't expect to see her here. The entire Dark Star fleet, along with the mothership, made the decision to flee, but Ames seemed to be prepared for this turn of events. In one use of her power, The Dragon Emperor easily destroyed the spaceship without much effort. The captain of the Dark Star mothership warned everyone to evacuate, but it was too late. He ordered the fleet to surround the mothership, form a protective formation, and let it through. But the Dragon Emperor Ames revealed the Dark Star's plans. They planned to escape, but it was useless, for Ames possessed incredible power. The Dragon Emperor channeled all her power to destroy the Dark Star fleet. It was no problem for her. Ames was able to use her powers to wrap a huge energy arm around soaring Dragon Island and use it to fight against the Dark Star fleet. The Dragon Emperor pointed her island towards the Dark Star's mothership and was able to destroy it in an instant. Hurlus, with the other mercenaries of Black Star's group, were surprised that Ames was able to use Soaring Dragon Island to destroy the Dark Star's mothership. Black Star realized that Soaring Dragon Island was not just a territory or palace. It was also the Dragon Emperor Ames's main weapon. After the Dragon Emperor destroyed the Dark Star's mothership, she descended to Earth and approached Black Star. Ames saw that he was fine, which meant she had arrived just in time. Black Star said that it had been 3 whole days since he had asked for her help. She had been very busy indeed. Ames said that since everything was fine, she was leaving, and reminded Black Star to get the location of his teacher. The other mercenaries took notice of Black Star, though they had never heard of him before. They also didn't understand why he was so close to the Dragon Emperor. They turned out to be the commanders of the Heaven Ring mercenaries and offered Black Star more cooperation in the future. After, aboard the spaceship, Black Star received the notification of completing the escape mission and gaining experience. The opportunity to create a new dungeon opened up to him, but his players were not yet ready for it. All the players on board didn't understand what had happened to Erosia. Players' hands could pass through her body. This was new to them. Black Star approached the players and said that Erosia had awakened and realized her energy powers. The girl's body could be changed partially or completely, and it was not limited to an energy form. When the physical body is wounded, the energy form can be repaired, but it will require an expenditure of energy. As long as there is enough energy, any wounds can be repaired. Although Erosia's energy form was light energy, when she charged the energy core of the Carbolic, it automatically turned it into the corresponding electrical energy, meaning that her energy form could be changed. Erosia was indeed a super with unlimited potential. There would definitely be opportunities to transform her into higher-level energy in the future. Black Star said he would teach the girl how to use her new abilities. Meanwhile, Hurlus didn't understand how he would go on living without one arm. He had lost it when Amber discovered them. Black Star told Hurlus to calm down, and that with technology he would make a bionic arm that would work better than the real one. But Hurlus was sure that the prosthetic technology was not good enough yet, and there would be difficulties with the bionic arm. Black Star told Hurlus to take his time and listen to him. First, he needed to calm down and get a grip. Black Star said that he had a friend who had special powers. She could save even dead people, not to mention the disabled. Black Star narrated that when they resolve a future disaster on his home planet, he would take Hurlus there and he would let her help him heal. Hurlus immediately cheered up when he finished listening to Black Star. He believed that this girl could help him heal. Meanwhile, Black Star's spaceship and his band of mercenaries were approaching their destination. Gashley announced that it was the Golden Palace colony planet. Black Star knocked on the door and introduced himself to Mr. Engleton. He had come to him for help. He needed to open one item with a magical security key. The man opened the door and invited Black Star to come inside the room. He wanted to help him accomplish the task. They walked through a large hall to a room where various magical rituals were taking place. Mr. Engleton, with the help of songs and magic, began the process. The process of deciphering the bead began. It slowly began to reveal itself, but it wasn't that simple. Mr. Engleton realized that deactivating this sealing magic was very troublesome, and Black Star would have to pay extra. Black Star realized this, and didn't mind paying extra money, because the information that was hidden in this bead was very important to him. After some time, the bead was decrypted. It contained the original virus from Aquarin's main mission. It was no wonder that Dark Star had thrown all his efforts to get it back. These two items were the main plot of the Dark Star, as well as the source of the mutation disaster. Black Star realized that Dark Star had purchased these items from another organization, and the courier responsible for the delivery was hiding among a group of silvers. Suddenly, these silvers were so unlucky that they were caught by slave traders, and Dark Star had to go and search for these items personally. At the same time, the silvers hired mercenaries. They didn't know about the deal the courier made with Dark Star. It was all another coincidence. At this point, the main Class A story mission started. Black Star accidentally broke the Dark Star's secret deal and got the source of the mutation disaster. He needs to protect any of the planets mentioned in the description. Black Star remembered that the player's mission is just to protect the planet Aquamarine, but his goal also includes other planets. Most likely it's because he got the mutation source. At the same time a Class A mission was launched, Ghidorah's ally. He needed to contribute to the failure of the Dark Star. and Ghidorah would reward him for any actions against that organization. Ghidorah is key to resolving the mutation disaster. In the original story, Ghidorah took a long time before they developed an antidote. If Black Star had handed them the source of the mutation, maybe they would have gotten through it faster. Mr. Angleton said he hadn't used the Force to crack his encrypted bead, and it could be recovered if Black Star wanted to reseal it. Black Star asked Mr. Angleton to restore the bead's cipher. Black Star clearly planned to reuse the bead, and as for the mission that requires resolving Ghidorah's bloodline conflict, the requirements to complete it are very vague, and no one has fully completed the mission yet. Black Star knew how to complete the first quests in the story chain and could be rewarded for them, but first he needed to solve all the problems caused by the encrypted bead. Black Star asked Hurlus to take everyone back to Jubilee Hub for a vacation, because he needed to stop by Soaring Dragon Island first. Hurlus agreed to go with the rest of the mercenaries to Jubilee Hub, and wished Black Star good luck on the journey. He remembered that a certain captain of the Holy Stone had helped Dark Star trick them. Then Black Star decided to toss him a bead. Black Star flew to the Soaring Dragon Pier. There he met Will Sander. The latter was happy to see him and said that the plan Black Star had come up with sounded very interesting. Black Star asked Will Sander to do as they agreed. He asked if Will Sander knew how to pull it off. Will Sander told him not to worry and that he would do everything the right way, because whoever dared to offend Soaring Dragon Island would be punished. Black Star didn't understand why Will Sander was in such a hurry to fulfill this errand. He seemed to be in more of a hurry than Black Star. The spaceship that Will Sander was flying landed on the space station of the Sacred Stone Civilization. This was reported to Commander Shivate. Shivate, the commander of the 3rd Formation of the Holy Stone Frontier Force, asked what was the purpose of the Soaring Dragon Island representative's visit. Will Sander replied that some time ago, the Dark Star attacked their mercenaries and the Dragon Emperor personally took action to stop the Dark Star. And one of the mercenaries said that the Dark Star was looking for some kind of encrypted bead. Shivat said that the Dragon Emperor is powerful and personally stopped the Dark Star to keep the peace, and the bead the Dark Star is looking for must be very important. Will Sanders said that this bead was found by their guards, and they were going to give it to Ghidorah, but their island was flying in a different direction, and the Holy Stone territory borders Ghidorah. He asked Shivate to hand over the bead. Will Sander quickly handed the box with the bead to Shivate and quickly boarded the spaceship. He said that the items had been handed over and they were leaving. Shiwat's assistant asked what they should do now. He replied that they couldn't insult Soaring Dragon Island, but before handing over the bead, he wanted to find the mage and find out what was inside the bead. Shivate went to the Ministry of Magic, which was within the Holy Stone civilization. He obviously didn't hear what he wanted to hear. Shiwat learned that the bead was empty. He thought that now, if they handed it over directly to Ghidorah, they would think that the Holy Stone had stolen the things inside, but he had no choice and had to hand the bead over to Ghidorah. Although Darkstar had failed this time, it didn't mean that she would give up and stop searching for the bead. Meanwhile, Will Sander had informed Blackstar that everything had been successful. If the Darkstar found out that Ghidorah had taken the bead, they wouldn't be able to take it back. They would assume that the Holy Stone or Ghidorah had gotten the contents of the bead. That way, they wouldn't be looking for mercenaries, and the hidden threat would be eliminated. And as for whether Ghidorah would believe the bead was empty, that was no longer Blackstar's concern. Meanwhile, on Planet 122, Amber and the other survivors of the Darkstar organization had come to their senses. Amber saw his teacher trying to contact him. He took the call and asked how the situation outside was and if they had won. The teacher told Amber that the Dragon Emperor Ames had shot down Sarota's mothership, and things had not gone according to plan. Those of the Darkstar who survived were captured and sent to Ghidorah's Rainbow Prison. Amber wondered what had happened to the secret encrypted bead that had caused all of this. The teacher replied that according to their information, the bead was found by a guardian of Soaring Dragon Island and then given to the Sacred Stone Civilization, who in turn gave it to Ghidorah. Amber looked around and saw how many sacrifices had been made and all in vain, for the Darkstar still couldn't win. Amber said that the Dragon Emperor had attacked them to save Blackstar. He thought they should destroy him, so that no one would think that Darkstar was easy to deal with. But the teacher replied that at this critical moment they should not provoke a strong enemy, for their adversary was Ghidorah. And Amber replied that he had been defeated 3 times at the hands of Blackstar, and only by sending him to the other world would he wash away his shame. The teacher was angered by this answer of Amber. He said that the organization does not need useless people. After all, Amber has important things to do now, and should not be distracted by such thoughts. Amber asked what he should do, and the teacher said that for the next year, Amber is not allowed to do any missions. He should stay at the base and concentrate on his training and introspection. Amber agreed. Because of the appearance of the Dragon Emperor, the popularity of the Blackstar mercenary group increased. Everyone was interested in what kind of mercenary group was it that was able to attract the attention of the Dragon Emperor. Blackstar's mercenary group was also eager to join all sorts of supers. Everyone wanted to get into this group. Everyone on his team practiced hard and improved their skills. The players had a lot of room to grow and spent a lot of time in the mechanical modification room. Blackstar thanked the players for their hard work because enchanting so many things was really not easy. The mechanism, enchanted by Poppy, had the blessing of spells of different attributes, and there would be more combat modes in Blackstar's future. Hurlis entered the mechanical modification room and told Blackstar that Blackstar and Sunil's mercenaries had arrived and were waiting for orders. Their arrival was just in time. Blackstar would be able to test out new tactics and raise his profile. He asked that the mercenaries wait outside the spaceship. Blackstar wanted to test his new tactics and raise his profile at the same time. The mercenaries' appearance was just in time. Meanwhile, on the asteroid outside the Jubilee hub, the mercenaries waited for Blackstar to appear in front of them. They were pondering if they would need to take the leader's tests before joining the mercenary group. Ban-Hit-Dog said that they should definitely take the test, because their group was a serious organization that not everyone could join. He also added that his teammates had also passed the cruel test. The girl from the Blackstar mercenary group, upon hearing Ban-Hit-Dog's statement, told him to shut up because he was here by Blatt. After a while, Blackstar came out to the mercenaries. He said that since everyone was already gathered, we could start. The Green Knight asked Blackstar if he could go first, and he said that there was no need, and they could all attack together to save time. One of the mercenaries thought that there were 100 men here, and Blackstar wanted them to attack all at once. He also thought that was too arrogant for a super of his rank. Another one of the mercenaries came forward and told them to finish this fight quickly and not let Blackstar underestimate them. All of the mercenaries who came for the challenge rushed forward. They wanted to defeat Blackstar altogether and prove to him that they were not weak and were capable of much. Blackstar used his new improved mechanisms that were compressed to the size of small tennis balls. From these iron little spheres came mechanized robots that could even hover in the air. These robots made it much more difficult for the new mercenaries to pass the test, for they were not easy to defeat. This new advanced technology Blackstar received for rescuing the Silvers, once transformed into a compressed form, all of the technology could easily be activated magnetically and airborne. This way, Blackstar wouldn't have to lug around all sorts of equipment and weapons. It made his life easier. One of the newly arrived mercenaries told the other guys not to stand as if they were standing still, but to find the large equipment and smash it. The mechanical robots rose into the air and activated the weapons that were built into them. But the mercenaries were glad that at the level they were at, these projectiles wouldn't hit them. One of the mercenaries noticed that the projectiles were enchanted with water. This was obviously not just for a reason, and something was going to happen after that. And after that, the robots activated the electric nets that all the mercenaries were caught in. They couldn't get out of them. The mercenaries didn't understand what it was and what was happening to them, and Blackstar explained that it was a repulsion trap. In these electrical nets, the mercenaries had no way to even move. They were completely immobilized. Some of the mercenaries shouted for them not to hide from the turrets, for if they could be the first to catch and control Blackstar, they would win. The mercenaries decided to watch their steps. They needed to gather themselves and attack from the right. Blackstar appreciated their tactics. But a moment later, another surprise awaited the mercenaries. They were fighting mechanical beasts that were no less dangerous, and they needed to be careful with them. The mercenaries told the Green Knight that they would contain the mechanical beasts, and his task was to defeat Blackstar. Lurden moved fast, and the mechanical beasts were not a hindrance to him. He wanted to get to Blackstar sooner. The Green Knight was directly in front of Blackstar and was ready to give him a decisive blow with which to defeat him. But Blackstar was not such an easy opponent and had learned a lot during his absence. He activated the mechanical suit of the Dragon of the Void. This suit was reinforced with Void Dragon Bones, and Blackstar not only increased his stats, but also gained the ability to release Void energy and attack his opponent mentally. Now the load on the mechanics was very high, but Blackstar was no longer an ordinary mechanic. He had gained a lot of knowledge and undergone many modifications. Blackstar defeated the Green Knight and he fell to the ground. In this test, the mercenaries lasted 54 seconds. Blackstar told the mercenaries to go back and pack up, for tomorrow they would go on their next mission. Meanwhile, somewhere on the planet Dawn, there was some kind of battle going on. It was like a showdown between different members of the planet. Commander Rex said that Rezar and his minions were hiding underground, preparing a ritual to desecrate the Water of Origin. They needed to interrupt this ritual as soon as possible, or else tens of millions of people would be sent to the other world. But they couldn't get through the giant Mujadals put up by the cultists. Lin Gay, the captain of the Redhorn mercenary group, came to Captain Rex and said that his race had paid a monetary reward, so his mercenary group would try to help within their capabilities. Captain Rex asked if Lin Gay was confident that he could stop Rezar, but the latter replied that the situation here was much worse than expected. Lin Gay also added that they were limited in capacity and could not handle a task of this level, but they had called for reinforcements and they would arrive soon. Meanwhile, somewhere underground, Rezar began to perform his ritual of desecrating the Water of Origin. Rezar's henchmen said that once enough blood was injected here, the ritual could begin. While the minions sang the ritual songs, Rezar told them to wait a little longer for the Mojo dolls to send more of the kingdom's people to the other world. And then that would be enough to activate the altar and bring the desecration ritual to its logical conclusion. The planet of Dawn belongs to Ghidorah's jurisdiction, and once a Dawn mage reaches a certain level of power, he can contact Ghidorah to ascend to the upper interstellar world. The group of Red Horn mercenaries were trying to keep their distance with the Mojo puppets. They couldn't fight them at close quarters after all. They were very strong. But at this moment, unexpectedly for the Red Horn mercenaries, a spaceship appeared on the horizon. It was Blackstar and his group of mercenaries, for the mercenaries of the Red Horn group would not be able to handle the Mojo dolls and stop Rezar. Blackstar, with his power and strength, was able to easily smash the Mojo puppet, and it was not too difficult for him. The Red Horn mercenaries were surprised that Blackstar had such strength that he was able to smash the puppet with just one blow. They were glad that Blackstar's group of mercenaries had accepted their request for support, and now they were saved. Linga turned to Blackstar and said that he had heard of him for a long time, and didn't expect him to come to the rescue, and Blackstar replied that he had some free time and decided to stop by. The planet Dawn is actually involved in a quest chain for a mutation disaster mission that hasn't started yet. Blackstar didn't see anything wrong with coming over and checking things out beforehand. The mercenaries couldn't lose face to the Sunal people after all. This is their first mission after joining Blackstar. Blackstar and his group of mercenaries had dealt with the giant gatekeepers. Now they needed to go and finish their job. Rezar saw Blackstar and his teams. He thought that all these people were from the upper world, and he was going to be one too. Rezar believed in his powers and was sure that he would be able to complete the ritual and achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Blackstar, Hurless, and the Red Horn mercenaries, led by their captain, were walking through the dungeon and approaching the ritual site. Rezar's minions got in their way and closed the passage to it. They believed they would be able to protect Rezar and not stop the strangers. But for Blackstar, these men were not a hindrance. He was able to handle them with ease, even without using all his combat power. Rezar saw that the strangers from the upper world still managed to break through, but he was sure that they were unable to stop him. He told Blackstar that even if he was a man from the upper world and was able to break through to his altar, it didn't mean that he would be able to overpower Rezar. But Blackstar didn't even bother listening to the rest of Rezar's speech and started activating his mechanical suit. Rezar didn't understand why the stranger suddenly became so fast. Blackstar was easily able to reach Rezar and lower him to the ground. He also added that he was far from Blackstar's power. Rezar was broken. He was surprised that the man from the upper world was able to reach and overpower him with such ease. The guards of the planet Dawn captured Rezar and his minions. They wanted to put a collar on him that would suppress his magical power. The planet guards said that the king wanted to try Rezar publicly, and Blackstar told them to handle it themselves because his work was done. Rezar turned to Blackstar and the mercenaries. He asked why they came from the upper world and stopped him. After all, this case had nothing to do with them. Blackstar replied that it was just their job, and if Rezar wanted to blame someone, let him blame his own bad luck. Rezar spoke to Blackstar again and asked him to take him off the planet Dawn. He was ready to give all his wealth. Rezar didn't want to be trapped on this planet. He wanted to go to the stars. The guards of the planet Dawn were surprised at how sneaky Rezar was. They knew that if Blackstar's group of mercenaries agreed to his offer, they would be finished. But Blackstar replied to Rezar that his band of mercenaries always keep their word and rejected his offer. The guard, on behalf of the Kingdom of Wine, invited Blackstar and Lin Gay to become heroes of their palace. The king wanted to thank them personally if they had time to do so. Blackstar accepted his invitation and wanted to see their planet. Now was the best time to learn about the mutation disaster and ask the higher-ups of this planet about it. They all traveled together to the capital of the Kingdom of Vane so that the king could thank the captains of the mercenary groups. As Blackstar lay in his bed, late at night, he heard a strange sound coming from the direction where Rezar was locked up. Blackstar decided not to make any unforgivable mistakes and made the decision to go and check what nature the noise was. He saw that Rezar was chained to a cross with guards and some unknown man standing near him. He asked Rezar who gave him the method to perform the ritual. Rezar replied that he had found a stone tablet from the ancient underground city market that had incomplete ritual methods written on it. He added that many people had already asked him about it, and he didn't understand what they wanted him to say. The unknown man asked him if anyone else knew about this spell. Rezar said no, because he had destroyed the stone tablet. Such an important spell should be kept secret. At this point, an unknown guard offered to tell Rezar the ritual method, and in return he was willing to let him go. This guard was also interested in the upper world. Rezar quickly agreed to the deal with this guard. He thought that by doing so, he could save himself and go to the upper world. But after a moment, they heard someone behind a tree. They realized that this person had heard their conversation. This person was Blackstar. He had heard about the Guardian's intentions to master the secret of the ritual and go to the upper world. Rezar was unhappy with Blackstar's appearance, for he could have ruined their deal and Rezar would have stayed on this planet. The guard asked if Blackstar had heard the entire conversation between him and Rezar, but the answer was too obvious. The guard then decided it was the perfect time to destroy Rezar. He raised his weapon above his head and prepared to strike. Rezar was glad for this turn of events. After all, Blackstar had turned him down when he offered him a deal. But at that very moment, the knife was pointed at Rezar. He had never expected this turn of events, and that it could all be over in an instant. Blackstar heard some noise and realized that someone was hiding behind a tree. Someone who had been watching the whole time. That person was Commander Rex. He said that these knights were his friends. Rex had organized things so that they would go on duty together and take the opportunity to take down Rezar. Blackstar didn't understand why everything had to be so elaborate and set up when they could have destroyed Rezar on the spot. Commander Rex said that Captain Blackstar was not from their kingdom and didn't understand everything. He asked permission to explain the situation. A top-level criminal like Rezar would be given to Ghidorah by the higher power in exchange for some perks and treasure. And if someone else in the kingdom suddenly became interested and wanted to know the secrets of the ritual, Rezar would tell everything. Commander Rex didn't want to give the slightest chance of survival to such a man who had nearly destroyed millions of people for his own selfish interests. Blackstar asked Rex if he wanted to give Rezar to him so he would never come back to the kingdom again. Rex asked what Blackstar was going to do with him. Blackstar said that he could take Rezar far away, to the upper world to the stars, and he would never, ever be seen again. Rezar asked Blackstar if he was telling the truth, and Blackstar said he was a good man and wouldn't lie, so they made a deal. After a while, the guards of the kingdom heard screaming that a prisoner had escaped. They ran up to the place where the screaming came from and asked Blackstar if he was the one screaming. Blackstar said that the guards were too slow and he had already dealt with the fugitive himself, with someone's body lying in front of him. The guards that had gathered around, including Commander Rex, didn't understand what could have happened here. Blackstar explained that the captive tried to escape, but he saw him, then tried to stop him and overdid it a bit. The guards were surprised when they found out what happened to Rezar. Commander Rex said that the king wanted to keep him alive, but who knew he would try to escape? One of the guards said that he'd rather let Rezar be dead than run away and cause some trouble. Hurlis bandaged the wound on Rezar's chest and now nothing will happen to him. He asked Blackstar why he wanted to recruit him. After all, this mage is a bad man? Blackstar looked at Hurlis and replied that Rezar's meager abilities did not interest him. Hurlis was surprised by Blackstar's answer. He didn't understand why he needed Rezar if not for recruitment. Blackstar reminded Hurlos about the Dark Star Bead. He had gotten something out of it, and now he wanted to do an experiment. Blackstar took the super gene extractor and approached Rezar. The latter didn't realize what they wanted to do to him. He thought Blackstar wanted to take away his magic. Blackstar ended up getting the ability potion, and Rezar kept yelling for him to get his magic back. But Blackstar didn't listen to him. He wanted to rather test the effects of the potion, and if anything would happen after ingesting the potion. He got Rezar's character summoning card, but it was temporary. Rezar is a magical power of water origin that temporarily grants power beyond body limits. This character, summoning card, will be available for 15 days. Blackstar approached Rezar and asked if he didn't ask for his upper world. Blackstar was going to fulfill his promise, but as payment would take Rezar's magic power every few days. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Wine, welcomed Blackstar, Lin Gi, and the mercenary teams to the palace dinner. They were welcomed as heroes. King Wei Galomio approached them and said that the adjutant reported to him that Blackstar had something to discuss with the king. He asked if they could talk for a moment. The king asked Blackstar if he really thought their planet was infected with some kind of disease. Blackstar replied that it was just a guess, and to confirm those guesses, everything would need to be scrutinized. If there were any symptoms manifesting globally, only then could it be said that the virus existed. The king pulled out some document and said that the report said normal infectious diseases. No new symptoms have been observed. Blackstar pondered this information and said that it might not necessarily be a disease. It could be abnormal behavior such as sleepiness, but they had not verified such data. The king added that ore production was down 16% this year, but the ore veins were not depleted. It seems the amount of working hours had an impact. The king thanked Blackstar again for the report and the information, and the king said that if anything went wrong, he would let him know. When the king left, Blackstar thought that there seemed to be a mutation virus on the planet Dawn. Sleepiness is a symptom that mutation virus is still in its incubation period. As it multiplies, the symptom of sleepiness will increase until the virus breaks out. After the outbreak of the virus, the infected person suddenly has unusual desires, and a weak person can turn into a very violent and strong person in the next moment. Blackstar can do nothing about the mutation virus during its incubation period. All he has to do now is to increase his combat power and prepare for disaster. Meanwhile, the first International League World Championship has started. The members of Blackstar's mercenary group are working a busy schedule, and even their mercenary business has been put on hold. Players and mercenaries were socializing with each other, Mad Sword made it to the top 8 players, although he was underestimated and was not expected to achieve such a result. Meanwhile, Black Star was training Orochia and Hurlus again. It seemed that lately, the strength of these two non-player characters was growing too fast. Black Star received a message from Jenny, the head butler. She wrote that there was a shipment of goods that needed to be escorted. Black Star said that they were done training for the day. It was time to take the job. Black Star and his group of mercenaries boarded a spaceship. They needed to go to their destination for the mission. They were flying through a split celestial ring. Hurlus and Black Star were sitting relaxing and playing board games. After that, Black Star heard someone call out to him. It was a very young girl. She said that her Uncle Decker often told her stories about Black Star. Black Star was surprised that she had heard of him. He then asked the girl what her name was, and she said her name was Sylvia. Black Star thought the name was very familiar. He said she had a really pretty name and asked what planet she was from. Sylvia realized he wanted to verify her identity. She then said how she had heard that they were mercenaries, they had no principles and only worked for the highest bidder. She wanted to know if his hands were hot to hold the money he made from selling his conscience. At that moment, Decker, an employee of the dock, came over. He covered the girl's mouth and told Black Star to ignore her words. This girl was his friend's child, and he had been asked to take care of her temporarily. She is a child and doesn't know what she's saying. Black Star replied that he understood everything. After all, she was just a baby. And Sylvia turned around and said that she was not a baby and showed Black Star her tongue. When Sylvia left, Black Star wondered why he suddenly felt so familiar with her name. Perhaps she was Sylvia the Mechanical Lady Knight. In the original story, Sylvia's father had been hunted down by a group of mercenaries and sent to the other world. As a young girl, she had determinedly taken the path together, tracking down this group of mercenaries, and later became a famous star thief. It was not at all surprising that she was so hostile to the mercenaries. After all, they had sent her father to the other world. Meanwhile, the spaceship carrying Black Star and his band of mercenaries had completed the jump and reached the star sector, arriving at Soaring Dragon Island in 6 hours. Black Star decided to walk around the spaceship and approach the bar. Hurlus was sitting there and called him over for a drink together. The bartender poured Black Star a glass of alcohol and slid it to him. Black Star thanked the bartender, but something alarmed him. Black Star saw and noticed that this alcohol was a strong liquor with an unknown ingredient added. What the effect would be after drinking it was unknown. Black Star approached the bartender, grabbed him by the shirt and asked why he was going to poison him, but the bartender said he didn't do anything. Black Star said that something had been added to the drink. Apparently it was poison, but Hurlus said that was impossible, since he had also drank from that bottle. The players, meanwhile, received a message to start a new mission. The players were required to drink a strong liquor with an added ingredient, but in this case, you could go to the other side of the world. Ban-Hit Dog was the first to run to Black Star and told him to grant him the mission. Ban-Hit Dog drank the liquor and died instantly. Everyone was surprised at how fast he was that he even died instantly. Hurlus became convinced that the liquor actually had poison in it. He couldn't understand how this was possible and what had happened. At the noise in the bar, the personnel of the spaceship came running. They saw that someone was dead, but after a moment, the body just disappeared. And after a couple minutes, Ban-Hit Dog walked into the room as if nothing had happened to him before. He was healthy and unharmed. Everyone around them was in complete shock because they had personally seen Ban-Hit Dog go to the other world. They realized that all the stories about the Black Star mercenary group were actually true. One of the Black Star mercenaries approached the bartender and asked how he dared to poison their leader. But the bartender stood firm and said that he didn't do it, but only took an empty glass from the cupboard. Black Star said that if it wasn't the bartender, then someone else poisoned the glass. He called the captain over to talk. The captain of the Rainbow Shell approached Black Star and said that he was sorry that this happened on his ship. He was willing to cooperate in anything to find the culprit. Black Star thought that the person who poisoned him knew his itinerary, and he wasn't deterred by the name Immortal Mercenary Group. He wondered who it could be. Black Star wondered if this person could be Sylvia. Everything pointed specifically to her. After all, she hated mercenaries. Black Star said that the girl only had her father left, and if he got it right, he was no ordinary man. Decker asked Black Star how he knew that. The girl got angry and yelled that her father Langley could have been a hero who saved the planet, but the mercenaries sent him to the other side of the world. He saw on the mercenary group's resume that it was a mission to cooperate with the Purple Gold Army to destroy a rebel stronghold located on a certain planet. Their leader's name was Langley. It turned out that this guy was Sylvia's father. Sylvia blamed Black Star and the Purple Gold Army for the destruction of her father. She also said that she would send everyone to the other world who was responsible for her father's death. At that moment, there was an automatic navigation change. The destination was the nearest star. ETA 13 minutes 48 seconds. Decker grabbed Sylvia and they started to run away. The spaceship came to lockdown mode. All gates were locked and it was flying closer and closer to the star. Hurlus thought that it was all over for them, and imminent doom awaited them, for the captain of the spaceship had escaped with them. Black Star said that he would stay here and hack into the spaceship system and change the route. He asked the mercenaries to blow up the door and catch Sylvia and her accomplices. Sylvia's plan was interesting, but she forgot that Blackstar was a mechanic. The captain of the ship told the girl that it was not about destroying the whole ship and that he needed more money in that case. The fugitives ran straight to the location of the escape pods. A little more and they would be able to escape the ship with impunity, but they were in for an unpleasant surprise, namely the appearance of Aroshia. She said that she would not let them leave this ship. The captain of the ship saw that Aroshia had strong energy fluctuations and they definitely can't resist her. The captain pushed Sylvia towards Aroshia to stop her, but Aroshia in turn punched the girl in the face, making her unable to stand on her feet. Aroshia rose above the fugitives. Everything around them was charged with her energy. The girl told them not to even think about running away. In one move, Aroshia was able to destroy the escape pods, so escape was simply impossible. The fugitives were captured by a group of mercenaries. They had them bound and surrounded. There was definitely no way for them to escape now. Blackstar walked over to them, sat next to them, and told them to tell them what was going on here and how to understand it. Decker said that a few days ago, Tyrell's group prepared a shipment for Soaring Dragon Island, and he was put in charge of the delivery. Later, Sylvia came to him and asked him to cooperate. Blackstar realized that Sylvia recognized his whereabouts. He wondered how such a small girl could have such a wide intelligence network. He asked that Sylvia tell him who was behind it. At this moment, as Blackstar finished his speech, a bullet pierced the captain's chest. No one expected this turn of events. Everyone around saw that it wasn't the captain, but a super player who had the ability to disguise himself. Blackstar remembered that the captain of this ship had cooperated with Soaring Dragon Island many times, and he wasn't the type to betray for money. Sylvia spent all the money to hire this criminal with cloaking abilities and bought Blackstar's coordinates through an intelligence organization. Hurlis asked what Blackstar was going to do with Sylvia. He replied that this girl was probably deceived by her biological father. Maybe he would tell her the truth and then she would give up her senseless revenge and move on with her life. Blackstar ordered his mercenaries to pack up the fugitives and continue their work. Sylvia didn't understand where Blackstar was going to send her. He replied that he would take her to her father. Sylvia didn't understand what he was talking about or why he would do that. Blackstar would take her to her father so that she would realize how senseless her hatred was and so that her father would know that his lies had almost ruined Sylvia. Sylvia decided that biting Blackstar would be the best solution, but he felt nothing, for he was immune. The Blackstar Group's mercenary spaceship traveled to the prison city of Agolo for Sylvia to meet her father. When Langley saw Blackstar, he was very surprised and asked why he was here, and Blackstar replied that he had come here to see him. He said that Langley's daughter, Sylvia, believed his lies and thought he was a great man and leader who had freed people, so she was trying to avenge her father. Langley was so angry that his hands started melting the bars of the prison. He asked what Blackstar had done to Sylvia. Blackstar said that his daughter was right outside the door. He caught her and just brought her here so they could see each other. Blackstar also added that Langley was a smart man, and it was up to him whether Sylvia would live. Langley replied that he'd rather tell his daughter the truth, that he wasn't the man she thought he was. He was just a traitor who had destroyed thousands of families for his own selfish ends. Langley kept his promise and Sylvia was aware of the whole situation. The girl walked out with tears in her eyes. Blackstar approached her and welcomed her to the adult world. Sylvia was disappointed with the information she received. Blackstar's team of mercenaries flew back after completing their mission. Blackstar thanked everyone for their hard work and raised a toast to everyone. At that moment, Sylvia walked into the room. She thanked Blackstar and said that he was a good man and that she was sorry for the way things turned out. Blackstar said that everything was fine and asked what Sylvia's plans were for her life. The girl said that the universe was very vast. There were always many places to visit. She was going to travel. Blackstar asked her if she was going to leave, and then added that no one had let Sylvia go yet. He also added that the issue of the attempt on his life is still unresolved, and just because he didn't destroy her doesn't mean she won't have to pay for it. He said that Sylvia has to make up for the loss. Sylvia said she didn't have the money right now, and Blackstar replied that let her use her body to pay it back then. Sylvia got angry and asked what he meant, since she was just a child, and Bandit Dog said he didn't expect to hear that from Blackstar. Blackstar got angry and yelled at them. He asked what they were even thinking and then added that he wasn't interested in her body. He just wanted her freedom. Blackstar thought that she would become a very famous figure in the future. If he recruited her beforehand and trained her thoroughly, she would make a great general, and after his thoughts, he offered her to become his subordinate and work for him for 10 years. Blackstar's group of mercenaries traveled in a spaceship to Jubilee Hub to get some rest after a difficult assignment. Blackstar called Bennett, and the latter explained in a nutshell what was happening on Aquamarine, then asked if he needed to intervene when the non-humans swarmed into the sanctuary in large numbers. Blackstar thought the Pro League was over and the game version would be updated soon. It was normal for players to gather in the main city before going offline. Blackstar was going to visit one more place in Jubilee Hub. It was the Space-Time Research Council. Blackstar already had enough experience to advance to level 100, only lacking the promotion subclass and needing to complete a profession mission. He needed to apply for membership. Blackstar had successfully passed the certification and was just a little bit away from obtaining the profession. Blackstar received a new subclass, the Scientist. This profession does not require much effort to master and was known to him in later versions of the game. He was faced with the choice of spending experience points to improve the Scientist subclass to the maximum level. He decided to accept this choice. Blackstar wanted to see what advanced missions he could get now. He could only hope they wouldn't be too difficult. He was given a level-up mission. He was tasked with destroying an enemy that was a class higher than him. Also, this mission could be done by a team, but the team members must not have a higher class than him. Blackstar, at this point, had a class B. It turns out that he has to destroy someone of disaster level. He realized that it was almost impossible. Meanwhile, at the Dark Star's aircraft carrier base, there was a meeting going on. They were discussing what stage the mutation sources they had implanted were at. One of the representatives of the Dark Star reported that, judging by the time, they should have passed the larvae stage and now they have probably already begun the pupa stage. In about a year should begin the hatching stage. The unknown man in the golden mask added that the Hodora had gotten the source of the mutation, but it wasn't known how far they had gotten in their research. He also suggested a change of plan of action. He asked Anur how Ember was doing. The latter made him focus on training his abilities. So far it was going well, his strength had increased noticeably, and he would soon be able to reach the distress class. Currently, Ember had the best chance of reaching A class, and his Esper abilities are very strong. The unknown man in the golden mask asked him to tell Ember that he has high hopes for him. Meanwhile, in the Emerald Grass Laboratory, the laboratory girl was doing research and observing the growth of the plants. She heard some movement, but thought she was just imagining it since she was all alone in the lab. But then she saw a plant coming towards her. She felt that this plant had consciousness. The lab girl realized that this was all wrong and it shouldn't be like this. Aurora and Gila were sitting on the roof of the house at night watching the moon. The girl loved to look at the night sky. Aurora told her sister that she knew exactly what Hyla was thinking about the black ghost, and Aurora missed him too, but Hyla didn't want to admit it. At the same moment, the girl screamed and crouched down on the ground. Apparently, she had a very bad headache. Hyla asked if she needed to find an alchemist for Aurora right away, but the girl refused to do so. Aurora said that her power had detected a strange creature that couldn't be called alive. It was something strange. The girl also added that this creature was small, but at the same time huge. She didn't understand how such a thing could be. In addition, Aurora felt that this creature was spreading everywhere quite fast and swiftly. Meanwhile, the players of Team Blackstar were waiting for the update process. The players were saying goodbye and waiting to meet in the next version. Black Ghost pondered that what was to come had finally arrived, and alas, hard days were coming. During the version update, all players go offline. Only Sunil's girls and warriors are left around the Black Ghost. It will be too risky for him to challenge a level A boss. It's better to look for a mission completion map for now. The mission completion map allows you to directly complete the mission with the lowest score and lowest reward. This is just right for the super difficult advanced challenge, and the next step is to complete the quests. Black Ghost was approached by Hurlus and said that all of his subordinates had disappeared and hadn't shown up in 24 hours. Black Ghost said it was a side effect of the immortality ability. They wouldn't be here this year, and he was going to temporarily suspend the mercenary group. Hurlus asked what they should do now. The Black Ghost replied. His eyes saw something again and then asked Hurlus if he remembered the promise the Black Ghost had made to him. He felt the time was getting closer. The Black Ghost also added that he had some preparations to make, and in the meantime they would go to the Taralam star cluster. The Black Ghost's spaceship landed in the Taralam star cluster, which was located on an asteroid. Hurlus noticed that the place was very deserted. He asked the Black Ghost what they were doing here, and the Black Ghost replied that they were looking for something. The Black Ghost released his compression spheres, which turned into mechanical dogs, and told them to check the path for him. Black Ghost activated his mechanical suit and made a connection with the dogs who explored the area. Originally, to complete this quest, the player needed to defeat a large group of scavengers in the cave. This time, the Black Ghost made it in time, and they were all out of the house. This made it easier for him. The Black Ghost told Hurlos that no one was inside, and they could just go in and get the things they needed. They walked inside and saw that no further passage was allowed. There was an electronic lock and a screw on the door that blocked the way. The Black Ghost was surprised that the lock was so primitive, and it was no problem for a mechanic to pick it. After a moment, the Black Ghost and Hurlus stepped inside. What they saw looked very valuable. The Black Ghost began to look around the room. After a while, he found an item that looked a bit like the mission item. When the Black Ghost touched the object, he was notified that this mysterious statuette held mystical knowledge, and some people might be interested in it. It was exactly what they were looking for, and Hurlus asked, That did they really fly such a great distance just for this little thing? The Black Ghost smiled and said that there was no one here, and they had plenty of time to take whatever they wanted. Black Ghost activated the mechanical robots and sent them to gather all the items and then carry them to the spaceship. The robots accomplished their task rather quickly, and Hurless, watching what was happening, wondered if this could be normal. 2 days later, the scavengers returned to their warehouse. They had a good harvest and hoped everyone could get a bigger share. However, when the boss of the scavengers entered his base, he saw a completely empty room. He was beyond angry. He ordered his men to check everything out and find out which thief had stolen all his treasures and how this could even happen. But, moments later, they saw a message on the wall that Blackstar was here. The scavenger boss thought it was a good thing they weren't at the base at that time after all. Meanwhile, Blackstar's company had gone to a reunion day celebration that was being held at the Newfoundland Alliance. Sylvia asked if he brought her specifically for the Alliance Day celebration. He replied that it was exactly like that, and he would even take her to the concert. She asked if Blackstar meant Chen Xing's performance. Sylvia didn't believe him, and added that he was the most famous celebrity in the entire split heavenly ring, and only important people could get an invitation. Blackstar was amused by Sylvia's reaction. He smiled and told her to just wait a bit. Then she would see for herself. The whole crowd was chanting Chen Xing's name. People had many placards with words of love. It seems that all the girls adored him. Meanwhile, Chen Xing appeared in the crowd. He was the famous singer of the split heavenly ring. Chen Xing saw someone in the crowd holding a mantis statue. This person was Blackstar. Chen Xing was clearly interested in this statue. He looked into the crowd once more and noticed who was holding it. He decided to approach the person with the statue, but the guard stopped him. After all, it could be dangerous in the crowd. But Chen Xing said he would not be harmed. Chen Xing walked up to Blackstar, said hello to him, and said he wanted to invite him to his show. Sylvia couldn't believe this was really happening for real. The singer invited them right along with him, and they walked on. Blackstar told Sylvia not to stand pillar to post, but to walk along with him. Chen Xing's concert program had started and was in full swing. The crowd was cheering to his songs. Sylvia was overjoyed. She had always dreamed of going to his concert, especially by personal invitation. And Blackstar, meanwhile, was asleep. Chen Xing, after a while, announced that his performance was over and that he was honored to spend a pleasant evening with everyone. Sylvia, in a state of euphoria, ran up to the Black Ghost and asked if he enjoyed the concert. She also added that his singing was just beautiful. After a while, Chen Xing came into their room and said that he knew how curious they were about why he had invited them to his concert show. The singer said that he has a hobby and it's collecting. He likes to collect some curiosities. He pulled out a figurine similar to the one Blackstar had and said it was a set of special items. They had one, Chen Xing had one, and there were 2 more left. Once the 2 pieces were close to each other, within a certain range, the position of the other figures could be determined. Chen Xing wanted to ask them to find the last 2 pieces for him, and he was willing to pay in a reward of 100,000 ine. When Sylvia heard this information, she couldn't believe that Chen Xing was willing to pay Blackstar 100,000 ines for just 2 obscure figurines. Blackstar agreed to this deal and asked if Chen Xing had any demands. The latter replied that the demand was one thing, the sooner the better. And at that very moment, he received a new mission, the completion of which would give him a chance to get a task completion card. Chen Xing gave Blackstar a business card and told him that if he was lucky enough to find the remaining 2 statues, have him call this number to contact his assistant. After that, Blackstar went to some deserted planet. He didn't need to try his luck in the vast number of stars, because he perfectly remembered all the places where the statuettes were lying. And after a little time that he took to dig, Blackstar found another statue. In the end, he only had to find 1 more statue, and the task would be completed. Immediately after Blackstar found the first statue, he went in search of the last statue, and was already fighting the enemies at full speed. The guards realized that they could not defeat Blackstar, for his strength was greater than theirs, and they asked him to stay away from them. Blackstar told them to go back to their boss and tell him he was here to find out something. If he had a similar item, he would be willing to trade it for information. The guards, without thinking long, ran to their boss to give the information they heard from Blackstar. In the palace of Rune City, Blackstar's words were being discussed. He both intimidated and intrigued people at the same time. Someone said that this alien had much more information of the universe because Blackstar said that he was ready to exchange the information for a statue, and it sounded quite favorable to the people of this city. Another courtier said that if the stranger was willing to trade the information for the statue, it was probably of great value to him, and he would want to cheat them. There was also a suggestion to capture Blackstar. Then the palace would not only get his knowledge, but they would still be able to study his body. When the king listened to all opinions, he ordered the troops to prepare. This was a unique opportunity for them to catch the stranger and gain the information. At dawn, Blackstar was lying on a branch waiting for a response from the king. He heard the sound of approaching marching footsteps. He was approached closely by the kings. One of them said he was surrounded and didn't try to resist, just followed them. Blackstar seemed to have been expecting this turn of events. He easily activated his mechanical suit and told the troop that he would have to beat them up properly. The commander of the troop, named Baksus, warned the soldiers that the stranger was ready for battle. They had to be very careful. Blackstar realized that there would be no peaceful way to deal with them and assumed that he would have to go to the palace himself after all. He activated his cannons, using the compression technique, and was now fully prepared for an attack by a large army. The soldiers did not expect to see weapons on the battlefield after all. They were attacking a stranger who posed no threat. While the battle of equipment and troops was going on all around, Blackstar was moving forward, and after all, he had not originally intended to harm anyone. And then he noticed that there were warriors approaching him from the heights. It was the Black Armor Guards. They were hostile, but Blackstar was ready for that too. He told the guards to get out of his way and prepared to strike. Blackstar scattered the guards that attacked him with ease. They seemed to do him absolutely no damage. Commander Baksak was shocked that even the Black Armor Guards couldn't stop the stranger. Blackstar's combat power was too intimidating. He ordered the Rune Ballista to be prepared immediately, but Blackstar was absolutely unstoppable. He thought that the damage of the Rune Ballista was not as high as his recovery speed. In response to the Rune Ballista, Blackstar decided to show his true power. With a slight movement of his hand, he was able to activate a cannon of incredible power. The force of its shot was very high. The army was simply not prepared for such power, and their ballista could not stand up to the stranger's weapon. Commander Baksak and his army were shocked and couldn't understand what this frightening power was that could destroy everything in its path. Half an hour later, the king received the report of the battle and could not understand how it was possible that one man went up against tens of thousands of warriors and defeated the army completely. And the target, that is Blackstar, which he had ordered to be destroyed, remained intact. It sounded simply unbelievable. Moments after the king read the report, the palace doors were kicked open and a stranger walked into the middle of it. As soon as Blackstar entered the palace, the king immediately handed him the statue the stranger had come for there was no point in fighting any further. Blackstar was satisfied as he held the statue in his hands. Now that he had it, he could go back and turn in the task. The king's court subordinates thought that the stranger would send them to the other side of the world, and were very surprised that it didn't happen. But Blackstar replied not to worry them, and that he had no such habit as they, primitive people. The king and the court people watched as the stranger from space boarded the spaceship and flew off to an unknown destination. Blackstar, after completing his task, flew to Chenxing's residence, which was located in the New Feline Alliance. Chenxing was very happy about Blackstar's appearance. He didn't expect him to be able to find the remaining statuettes so quickly. When they all sat down together, Chenxing said that he was curious to know where Blackstar had found the remaining 2 statuettes. Blackstar replied that they would still have time to chat, but first they needed to finalize their deal. Chenxing decided to double the reward for ATK efficiency, as Blackstar had completed his task very quickly. After Chenxing transferred the reward to Blackstar's account, the mission was completed. He received the charisma attribute, but it wasn't much use. Blackstar touched Herlos sitting next to him to borrow some luck from him. After all, the latter possessed a halo of luck. He decided to activate a completion card and received a random type of reward, namely an ability. Blackstar failed slightly the first time, but he didn't get frustrated. He chose Advanced Mind Resilience. In other words, it was high mental endurance. After a short conversation, Blackstar said that now that the task had been completed, they could go. Chenxing shook Blackstar's hand and said that if there was still an opportunity in the future, he would cooperate with him again. As soon as Chenxing spoke, Blackstar activated his mechanical suit and punched him in the face. Sylvia and Herlis didn't understand why Blackstar decided to punch his employer. Meanwhile, he sprayed the void. Chenxing recovered from the punch and asked Blackstar if his head was okay, then told him not to rebuke him for being rude. Blackstar realized that Chenxing was good at mind-targeting attacks, but luckily he chose Advanced Mind Fortitude. Blackstar told Herlis to go and block the guards, and Sylvia was to stay away. Blackstar didn't wait for Chenxing to strike him back and swung again. The blow came straight to his face. Chenxing grabbed all of his statues, tossed them into the air, and something strange began to happen to them. Everything around him glowed with a purple light. Chenxing's eyes became glassy and angry. He said that now Blackstar had no chance of escape. But, unexpectedly for Chenxing, one statue broke into small pieces. He didn't understand how this could happen. After all, everything was going according to plan. Blackstar summoned the character Gila and used 3 consecutive psychological attacks. These attacks last for 3 hours. Chenxing saw that Blackstar had destroyed all of his statues. They could not be recovered. It turned out that Blackstar, before giving all the statuettes to Chenxing, he had planted bombs at each of them. This was his respect for the B-level super. And Blackstar landed another precise and strong strike, after which Chenxing couldn't stand on his feet and lost consciousness. With the dragon power, Blackstar was able to stun the guards and disarm the guards, for they had to find a way out of the residence. Blackstar grabbed Chenxing, who was unconscious, called out to Hurlis and Sylvia and shouted that they needed to escape immediately. A chase began behind Black Star's rover, for Chen Xing was basically a hostage against his power. Hurlis didn't understand how they should be now, for it was very hard to get out of this place, but Black Star reassured him and said that everything would be all right. He pointed at Chen Xing and said that he would speak for them as long as that involved man was with them. He would come out and say everything himself. Hurlis asked Black Star if he was going to threaten Chen Xing, and then added that it wasn't likely to work. But Black Star wasn't going to threaten him. His method was a bit more reasonable. He was going to make Chen Xing himself decide to help them. Chen Xing, meanwhile, woke up and said that even though Black Star had attacked and kidnapped him, he was still grateful to him for allowing him to go outside. He introduced himself and said that his name was Adrian Kelvinson Faden. He was the true owner of this body, and the Chen Xing everyone knew was not a very friendly guest, to say the least. Black Star said that this phenomenon was a mind possession, and Faden said that he didn't expect anyone to be able to notice it. Black Star explained that there were two souls in his body, one that originally belonged to him, and the other Chen Xing's soul that invaded later. And since Chen Xing was injured, Faden's consciousness was released. Hurlis couldn't understand how this could happen that a second soul could take over a person's body. Faden revealed that he had moved to a desolate semi-colonial planet almost 5 years ago, where he lived in the wilderness, making a living from farming and hunting. But one day an unknown spaceship fell on his town. It was of impressive size, and it was not clear where it was coming from. On board the spaceship sat a woman who was injured and unconscious. This was Chen Xing. Faden saved her, but she was too seriously injured. And when that girl died, his soul took over his body and used it to continue living, enslaving his mind. That was how Chen Xing's soul ended up in Faden's body, and he was actually the simplest person. Black Star said he could help Faden control his body and banish the guest from his mind. Otherwise, when she recovered, his body would belong to her again. Faden asked what he wanted in return. After all, his help was not free. Black Star said that Chen Xing's soul was very rich and Faden and her were almost like twins. He had to know the password to her account and give the savings to Black Star. Chen Xing's soul threatened Faden that if he touched her account, she would die along with his body, so until the problem with Chen Xing was solved, Faden couldn't pay. Black Star suggested Faden to follow him. The psionic masters in the group would be able to help him suppress Chen Xing's counterattack at any moment until he found a way to deal with her completely. But Faden didn't plan to harm this soul. After all, she had no choice but to settle in his body. However, she wouldn't do anything wrong. He also added that he had read her memories and she was a poor person too. Black Star said that now that they have reached a consensus, they need Faden to solve the current dilemma. As long as his identity comes forward, their search order can be lifted. Faden agreed. Faden, on behalf of Chen Xing, went out to contact the people who were looking for him. He appeared on a huge screen. All the people and reporters were shocked when they saw him. Everyone wanted to know what happened to him after he was kidnapped. Chen Xing said that he was temporarily stopping his acting career and leaving here with a group of mercenaries. People began to ask questions from all sides. The Yins told him not to be afraid to tell the truth. After all, they were able to protect him. But Chen Xing added that it was his personal decision and he had other things to do. Then he asked the reporters to let him pass. But the reporters didn't hear Chen Xing's request and stayed in their seats. Then Black Star made the reporters fly aside with one hand movement and cleared the way. Black Star and Faden climbed the two of them aboard the rover, and the crowd of people remained in place as they watched Chen Xing fly off to an unknown destination. Right after Black Star boarded the rover, he received a notification to launch the choice mission, in which at least one condition related to Chen Xing's lifeform had to be met. Although Black Star had lured Faden to join his team for a while, but he would not become his companion and help him in the battle at will, it would take time for him to trick Faden into fully joining Black Star's team. Aboard Black Star's spaceship, the Master worked on Faden's mind to help him control his mind. The Magister set up 4 spiritual barriers to trap Chen Xing. For 15 days, she would not be able to get out. Black Star told Faden that he shouldn't rely only on their help. If he wanted to learn how to control Chen Xing, he would still have to become stronger himself. Faden understood this perfectly well, so in fact, on the way here, he had already awakened his abilities. Sylvia was furious that Faden was able to awaken the power so quickly. After all, it took her a lot of time and effort, plus she had studied hard. Faden said that Chen Xing's memory stored a complete set of mental training methods. He could feel her training her strength, and following her instructions was very easy. And Arosia, in turn, noticed that in the past few days she had felt a shackle that was preventing her from becoming stronger. She thought it was the B-level bottleneck that everyone had mentioned. Arosia also added that this bottleneck was not as strong as everyone said, so she would be able to break through it at any time. These words made Sylvia even more angry. Black Star told Arosia to try to break through. It was just the right time after the good one reached level B. The previously launched level A mission would be completed, and Black Star would be able to get a random mission reward. Arosia decided to try and break through, and she succeeded. A huge blob of energy appeared around the girl and engulfed her, and she was in a sphere of energy. Everyone in the room was amazed at the powerful force that broke through Erosia. They were speechless. Blackstar asked the girl if she felt any changes inside. She said she could now control more energy. Erosia said she saw familiar images, but there were too many, and now she had a bit of a headache. The girl said it felt like some places in her memory were calling to her. She felt like if she visited them, she could remember some things. Blackstar thought that as Erosia's power increased, her secrets would gradually be revealed. Blackstar received notice of the discovery of a hidden chain of Class A missions. He must visit various places from Erosia's memories and help her recover memory fragments. He wondered if Erosia would still follow him, if her memory came back to her. Blackstar didn't want to risk her leaving to help her regain her memory. Erosia noticed that Blackstar didn't look well somehow and asked him how he was feeling. He said he was fine, and he was just brooding. Blackstar decided that it was better to help her. Even without his help, she would remember the past when she gained more power. Then he wouldn't be able to stop her. It was better to take everything step by step. He accepted the mission, and now the most important thing was left, namely getting the reward for completing the mission. Blackstar got a random type of reward, an item, and nothing important was there. From the options offered, Blackstar could only choose a blank character summon card. He planned to absorb Ames the next time he saw her. Meanwhile, somewhere in a distant galaxy, a spaceship of unknown origin was drifting in space. A girl, very much like Erosia, watched it and saw that its energy level had finally recovered to the required level, and its power could now be detected by a detector. The wormhole had thrown Erosia into the split star ring. The girl planned to find her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Blackstar's group traveled to Ghidorah's research station. They had business there. Blackstar's group of mercenaries were met by Ghidorah representatives and asked why they had come here and what they needed. Blackstar said that they were just passing through and their ship needed refueling and repairs. Also, they would like to rest on their station. In return, the mercenaries would pay fees or could do some tasks. But the Ghidorah representative replied firmly that they had no work for Blackstar's group of mercenaries. Blackstar expected this answer. After all, Ghidorah's official organizations don't usually hire outsiders to help. The Ghidorah representative showed a place where they could repair the ship, refuel and rest, and then go. Blackstar heard the two Ghidorah men discussing that the research ship was still missing, with the wife of one of them still on board. But nothing was known about the ship. They were waiting for investigators to be sent. Blackstar thought that players could run a mission through a character inside the space station, and this mission also had the option to draw a completion card. He approached the Godarovian and said how he had heard that his wife was on the missing ship and she must still be alive. Blackstar also added that for a small reward he could help him find his wife. The Ghidoran thought for a moment and then said that this was Ghidorah's internal business, and no outsiders were allowed to interfere. Blackstar replied with a calm expression that the man might not wait to be rescued, so it was very foolish to waste time. The Ghidoran did not want to waste precious time and turned to Blackstar. He wanted to instruct him to find his wife, but it was against the rules, so the Ghidoran asked not to tell others. Blackstar saw the intergalactic beast mission launched. He needed to go to a deserted planet to find a research team that had lost contact. The group of mercenaries, led by Blackstar, wasted no time and went straight to the desert planet. Hurlis noticed that there were no footprints on the ground. It seemed to be a flying kind of beast. He didn't understand where they should look for this girl. Blackstar turned to them and said that there was only one truth and they should follow him, for he already knew where the girl was. They walked a little ways inland and saw a small cave. Hurlis doubted that was where the girl could be. Blackstar told Hurlis that he would know everything when he went in and got to the place they were looking for. The group of mercenaries took a step deep into the cave and all flew down together. They landed on the ground. Hurlis bumped his back a bit, but everyone was safe and sound and most importantly in the right place. A girl came out to meet the mercenaries. She was obviously from the planet Ghidorah and was part of the expedition. The girl looked at the strangers and asked who they were. Blackstar walked closer to the girl. He looked at the picture and compared. If they looked alike, he asked her if her name was Lenny, and if she was Nereji's wife. The girl confirmed everything. Hurlis said they were mercenaries who had accepted her husband's assignment and had come to rescue her. He so asked where the rest of the crew was. Lenny was glad that finally someone had come to rescue them. She had no sooner finished speaking than she heard the sound of water nearby. The girl said that things were bad. The mercenaries turned their heads and saw an unknown sea monster rise out of the water. It was just huge in size. Hurlis didn't understand what this beast was, and Blackstar replied that it was an intergalactic beast of enormous size. Blackstar activated his mechanical suit and then told Hurlos and Erosia to prepare for battle. But it would be very difficult to defeat this beast, for its size was impressive, and it was also free in the water. Hurlis started the attack. He drew his weapon and hoped he could give the beast a crushing blow, but the weapon didn't even scratch the skin. Blackstar looked up the information on the beast and found out that the strikes had to be made on the tentacles of this intergalactic beast. Black Star told his mercenaries that it is at the ends of the tentacles that the crystals are located, which is the weakness of the intergalactic beast. Striking the tentacles brought some results, and the beast took a certain amount of damage. But the intergalactic beast possessed a psionic attack technique. This would have worked on Black Star before, but now he could resist such attacks. Now he had advanced mind resilience and would no longer be able to be caught in this trap. Black Star tried to intergalactic strike the monster again and destroy it. But this beast was not so simple. The beast lunged out of the water and threw Hurlos and Black Star back with tremendous force. They managed to bounce away. Black Star realized that now the intergalactic beast was angry, and now the mercenaries needed to be extremely careful. Black Star activated his compression spheres and prepared his electric cannons for fire. He hoped it would help defeat the beast. The blasts of the cannons did more damage to the intergalactic beast, but still it was far from victory. The beast was not dead. Black Star shouted he had gotten the beast's attention, and now Aroshia had a chance to attack it. Aroshia flew as close to the head of the intergalactic beast as possible. She needed to rip off the whiskers that were near its mouth. The girl, with her power, was able to tear off one whisker, and in doing so, she did even more damage to it. Black Star noticed that the monster's blood volume was greatly reduced and it fell into a weakened state. After the intergalactic beast fell into a weakened state, its defense decreased and the mercenaries need to speed up the pace of their attack. The mercenaries, with the help of their strength and weapons, tried with all their might to strike the beast with blows that would help send it to the other world. And they were doing a good job of it, because the beast was weakened and its reaction to blows was greatly reduced. Finally, Black Star was able to deliver the final blow that helped the team of mercenaries defeat this intergalactic beast. Black Star was notified that he was able to destroy the space creature, thus he unlocked a quest called Legendary Hunter. Hurlis and Aroshia exhaled a sigh of relief that they had finally gotten rid of this monster. They were very tired and their energy was greatly reduced. Black Star turned to Lenny and said that everything was fine and she could call the rest of the explorers. They were all safe now. Black Star knew that all the intergalactic beasts were full of treasure. They were not to be wasted or thrown away. The beast crystal was a great thing. If you crushed it, you could create a special potion with the ability to regenerate. Simply put, this potion prolonged life. The group of explorers appeared in front of the mercenaries and thanked them for saving them from the intergalactic monster. Black Star replied to them that there was no need to thank them, as the mercenaries were simply paid for their work. The group of mercenaries, along with the research team, traveled back to the Ghidorah Research Space Station. Lenny went back to her husband, who had hired the mercenaries for the mission, and the rest of the researchers went back to their families. Black Star said he heard about the research ship when they were anchored, and as a mercenary, he couldn't miss the chance to make some money. He also told the station chief that he should be paid a fair amount for his labor. But the station master replied that according to the rules, they could not pay the mercenaries as these were their independent acts, and there was no official hiring. Nureji approached Black Star and thanked him for his group of mercenaries, saving his wife and other explorers. Nureji handed Black Star a Knorn diamond ring. This ring had a powerful enchantment on it for a burst of magical energy, and the ring maker was a skilled mage. This ring was not cheap at all. Black Star returned to his spaceship and gave the ring to the mage, for he could not use magical equipment. The mage thanked him for it. Black Star decided to complete the mission first and see if he would get lucky this time. He stepped aside so no one could see him. He really needed the mission completion card to fall out. Black Star was really hoping just Enon attack the layout, but no miracle happened and the mission completion card did not fall out. He called the mages to help him drag the body of the intergalactic monster onto the ship. Black Star decided to hitch a ride to the Pharmaceutical Association, which was located in the Amethyst Civilization. He opened a briefcase that contained a large number of serums. They all had high efficacy. Among them were an intergalactic creature serum. Before taking it, one must consider that the genes of intergalactic creatures do not take root well. A second serum regulated metabolism. It was capable of increasing life expectancy. Black Star injected these serums into himself subcutaneously, thereby increasing his self-healing skill. He added a few characterization points and gained a passive skill. Meanwhile, at Black Star's secret base, Amber had obtained rank A. He had undergone a lot of training and practice to do so. Amber thanked his teacher for his help and for the guidance that helped him stay on his path. His teacher told Amber that things were not going well. Ghidorah was still after them, so there was no time for rest, and there was already a task for him. Amber was ready for the mission he had prepared. He had time to recover and to train. His teacher said that this was his first mission since he got his A rank. He decided to go along with Amber and make sure his power didn't get out of control. Meanwhile, on a planet that was located in the destroyed star ring, Sylvia was trying to catch delinquents. After a while, Sylvia managed to catch the offenders. The girl tied them up and told them not to even try to escape from her. Sylvia was pleased with herself because she was able to defeat 3 enemies in this mission. She achieved high results in training. Black Star praised the girl for her work, said she had been useful and gave her half a day's rest. Black Star was alone in the room and thought that he had finally managed to accumulate 4 random rewards. sending members of the organization on missions. He wanted to pull out 4 rewards at once. Blackstar had already given up hope of pulling the right reward because the 3 previous rewards had passed him by and were useless. And on the 4th time, Blackstar finally managed to pull the card he needed. He was notified that he was 1 step further along the evolutionary path. Blackstar had to choose one of 6 options as his evolutionary type. He chose to change his race to a human-shaped void rogue. By doing so, Blackstar improved the molecular structure of his organs, changed his metabolism, and increased his adaptability. Blackstar also gained a new profession, war mechanic. His strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence were now increased. Blackstar was pleased that after all the manipulations and changes to his body and mind, his appearance was still human, without any oddities. But after a moment, he saw that a strange object appeared in his forehead. It was a turquoise-colored diamond. Its purpose was unknown. Blackstar's body became so light and weightless, he couldn't believe that this was the true form of the Void Tramp. Blackstar decided to try out a new racial trait called Traveling in the Void, and he instantly moved into the living room. There was no limit to Blackstar's joy. He was very excited about the new race. Blackstar was no longer human. Blackstar received an ability enhancement card and decided to enhance a skill called Will Ignite. The chances were slim, but he was lucky. He was able to learn a way to push his own limits and squeeze the life force out of his cells, thereby briefly pushing himself beyond his limits. But no harm was done to his body. At this point, Blackstar was contacted by Ames. She said that she had found the teacher's location. He had arrived in the Shattered Star Rings. She also added that only Blackstar had seen his former appearance, so he should go with Ames to find him. He asked when they should go in search of the teacher. The Dragon Emperor said the sooner the better. She would let Blackstar know as soon as she returned to the Shattered Star Rings. Blackstar asked where exactly her teacher was. Ames replied that he had recently appeared on Norios. She ordered him to go there before she returned. Blackstar traveled in his spaceship to Norios. The temperature on its surface was suitable for landing. Hurless, to brighten up the time, decided to play with a small robot, but Blackstar told him to let go of his robot and not to play with it. Hurless said that Blackstar was being petty and that it was just a toy with artificial intelligence and there was nothing wrong with him deciding to play with it. Blackstar laughed off the fact that Hurless thought the robot was a toy. He ordered the robot, whose name was Philip, to show what it could really do. The robot enlarged many times in an instant. He was a new development of Blackstar that combined the best of mechanical and virtual technology. His body consisted of armed modules using compression technology, and he is very effective in combat. Moreover, the robot can control Blackstar's mechanical army and all vehicles. In addition, it uses its vast computing power to plan optimal tactics in real time. Hurless realized that the robot was no mere toy, and after a short time, Blackstar and his company were already on the dock of Norios. Orochia felt that this place gave her a familiar feeling, as if she had been here before. Blackstar realized that it looked like Norios was one of the places Orochia had visited before. Fragments of her memory were stored here, and Blackstar had stumbled upon it by chance. Blackstar approached the strange guy and said that he was here to buy information. He was expecting help with that. The stranger asked what kind of information Blackstar wanted to buy. After all, their organization had an extensive intelligence network. Whether it was the current state of affairs or classified information, they had everything they needed. Blackstar pulled out a portrait of the man who was the Dragon Emperor's teacher and said he was looking for this man. The man quoted a price of 100 dinars for the information. Blackstar immediately transferred the money and instantly received the information. He was told that the man had arrived on Norios 38 days ago on an interstellar flight from the desert of the Ancient Star. He hadn't done anything special on Norios. It seemed he was just traveling. The man was last seen 16 days ago south of the city. Blackstar speculated that Teacher Ames was still on Norios. The man also added that they have their own people at the port and keep a record of every person registered. He had not left Norios and should be at this location. Blackstar couldn't believe that the Dragon Emperor's teacher who had been hiding from her all this time was really that easy to find anyway. He decided to go there. Blackstar's team set off towards the man they were looking for. They were shorting their time over a game of cards. A stranger approached them and asked if he could sit down next to them. Blackstar allowed it and figured it was just a C-rank user, and he couldn't do anything to him in front of the others anyway. When everyone got off the train, the stranger said it wasn't a long journey, but he had a nice time and thanked them for keeping him company. His name was Owain. Blackstar's team approached a large building. They rang the doorbell, but no one opened it. Hurless suggested they just go in. But at the same moment, Blackstar heard a strange noise and saw something flying at them from above. The mercenaries barely had time to scatter to the sides, as something of impressive size came down on them, and they miraculously managed to survive. Huge stone men appeared in front of Blackstar and his team, blocking their way and not letting them get to the house. Sylvia asked why they decided to attack the mercenary team, and one of the stone men replied that they were paid by someone to teach the mercenaries a lesson. Blackstar pulled out his innovative new robot Philip from somewhere and ordered him to deal with the stone men, just to make sure it was done carefully and without significant damage. Blackstar also thought that these stone men might have been hired by the seer to attack and thwart a group of mercenaries. It seems he was aware that someone was looking for him. The robot Philip was able to do moderate damage to the stone men, which only weakened them but did not seriously harm them. The stone men realized that they couldn't overpower the group of mercenaries they were attacking, and decided to surrender without a fight. Blackstar wondered why these stones were so weak. Was it possible that the seer had sent them to warn them? Then he asked the stone men who had hired them. But the stone didn't know the customer. He just told them to come here and deal with them, and if they lost, they should tell Blackstar the right place where they would find someone who knew of his whereabouts. The seer told Blackstar that he guessed and he knows that Blackstar used his name. If he wants to find the seer, he has to play a game with him. Sylvia saw that Blackstar was angry at what he had heard and asked what they should do now, and if they would go to the place the seer had named. Blackstar accepted that they would have to go there, as the seer had the advantage and there was nothing the mercenaries could do about it now. Meanwhile, at a secret location on Norios, Darkstar's men caught the stranger who was traveling with Blackstar on the train. He was a traitor to Darkstar and able to create physical doubles, but his body was apparently hidden. The stranger only laughed off the Darkstar people and said that they would never find his main body. The Darkstar people relayed the information to Commander Fossitude that the doppelganger who was in City 4 were heading to City 8 by train. Deputy Commander Sherman was unable to strike his plan, and after that, Commander Fossitude provided the information received directly to the Commander-in-Chief and Amber. They were not satisfied with this response. Fossitude also reported that Sherman had encountered Blackstar mercenaries on the train, and Owain had sat at their table, so Sherman didn't take any chances. The Commander-in-Chief said that Sherman made the right decision after all. Behind Blackstar is the Dragon Emperor Ames. I need to create unnecessary problems, and Owen was just lucky that he ran into a group of mercenaries. His luck will not last forever. The group of mercenaries went to the place the seer had pointed out to them. This place turned out to be the Boai bookstore. They went inside the store. Blackstar spoke to a stranger who was standing in the bookstore. He said he was looking for a guy with prophetic powers. He was to leave a message for the stranger. The stranger's name was Yixian. He was a teleportation mage, and this bookstore was just a side business. His main line of business was portal services. Blackstar realized that the target he was looking for was teleported by Yixian to another part of Norios, and the stranger said that the seer wanted to play a game and that he would meet them if they stole the Heart of Crystal Flame. The Heart of Crystal Flame, a ring-shaped piece of jewelry made of rare crystals, was once sold at auction, but Blackstar had no intention of completing that task and asked where the mage had teleported the seer to. The mage replied that he could not divulge the personal information of his clients and told them not to try to bribe him. It was professional ethics. At this point, Hurlus could no longer contain himself and wanted to forcefully extract information from the mage. He was already prepared to strike him. But this was a foolish move on Hurlus's part, because he was dealing with a teleportation mage who could send him anywhere. It all happened so fast that Blackstar had no time to blink, and Hurlus had already disappeared to an unknown destination. The teleportation mage said that he had been warned by the seer that when the mercenaries couldn't get the information they needed, they would threaten Izian, but he was prepared. Blackstar thought that teleportation magic was an insidious ability. Hurlos was unlucky enough to fall into the trap and needed to bring him back first. Blackstar's aides asked if they should fight, and he replied that there were a lot of people here, and if a fight broke out, the public safety squad would quickly intervene. Blackstar, meanwhile, activated his mechanical suit with lightning speed and was already at full speed running at the mage. But Yixian was so confident in his strength that he told Blackstar that he couldn't touch him no matter how much he tried. Yixian prepared a teleportation window for himself that he wanted to escape through, but Blackstar managed to grab him by the face and flip him back into the store. The teleportation mage couldn't believe that some mercenary was able to stop him. It was almost impossible, but not for the abilities Blackstar possessed. Blackstar ordered Izian to let his companion Hurlus go without any tricks, or he would regret getting involved with Blackstar's mercenary group. Hurlus saw the portal door reappear, and he realized that Blackstar had already taken care of the mage with the portals. A moment later, Hurlus and Wilsander appeared in that bodyport window. They both appeared at the same time. Blackstar hadn't expected to see Wilsander in this place. The Dragon Emperor had sent him here a couple days earlier, and the teleportation mage had sent him to the same porta potty as Hurlus. Blackstar turned to the mage once more and asked where he had teleported his target, but the mage again replied that he didn't know the exact location of the seer, since he had used a random portal. Hurlus asked Blackstar if they would steal the ring, And Blackstar replied that there was definitely no point, since Ames would be here soon, and they would tell all the information. Wilsander asked Blackstar again if they would really leave the target alone, and if it would make the Dragon Emperor Ames angry. Blackstar replied that the seer was on Norios, and when Ames arrived, he would search the planet in minutes and there would be no place for him to hide. 3 days later, at the airport, in a stranger's guise, the seer heard Blackstar's thoughts, and was surprised that the seer really thought he would stay on Norios and wait for Ames to come for him. The seer wanted to punish Blackstar for using his name inappropriately and inappropriately. But at that moment, Blackstar appeared near the seer, who was in the guise of a woman, a turn of events the seer could not have expected. He decided to ask Blackstar how he had found him, and Blackstar introduced him to Faden and told him that he was his talisman. Blackstar also added that the seer had left a chain of clues to limit the likelihood of his actions. But Blackstar had decided to deviate from his plan, so there was an opportunity to outsmart him. Aesop Harrican regained his former appearance and said that he had forgotten the fact that Blackstar was also a seer. He also said that he didn't want to meet with Amos and wanted to discuss it. Blackstar asked why he didn't want to see his apprentice so badly, and Aesop replied that he preferred to remain free. Blackstar asked if Aesop didn't want to see Ames so much, then why did he come back? And the seer replied that it was fun, because the more she wanted to find him, the more he had to spin around in her face. Blackstar then said that he owed Ames a debt, and since she had already entrusted him with the case, he would do whatever it took to fulfill it. Blackstar called the Dragon Emperor so she could see for herself that he was able to find her teacher and complete this task. The Dragon Emperor said that she missed her teacher, but Aesop didn't really want to talk to her. Not waiting for anything in return from her teacher, Ames told them to wait for her, and she would arrive soon, and Blackstar told her not to worry about anything. Sometime later, Dragon Emperor Ames showed up at Norios Northern Spaceport to meet her teacher. Ames asked her teacher if he had anything to say to her. He replied that he shouldn't have avoided her, and that he should have come back to meet her a long time ago. The Dragon Emperor turned to Blackstar and thanked him for his help. He replied that it was nothing, and that he was only repaying her for the favor. But Dragon Emperor Ames reiterated that she would remain indebted to Blackstar, for it was very important for her to meet her teacher. When Aesop and Ames were left alone, he said that she had a pretty good employee, and that he was mono-trustworthy. The Dragon Emperor clarified if he meant Blackstar. Ames said that Blackstar was indeed capable and asked if they had not met the teacher before. As Aesop had asked him to give her a message, Aesop replied that he was old and had almost forgotten about it. Herlis asked Blackstar where they were going now, for the deed was done. The latter replied that they would rest a little and set out tomorrow. Blackstar asked Wilsander if he would fly with them, but he was in no hurry to return. Turning his head, Blackstar saw Ghidorah's men walking past. He didn't understand what they were doing here. He also saw Ghidorah's A-class superhuman. His name was Nagadzin, and he was only sent on important missions. Blackstar remembered the strange guy who had traveled with them on the train and wondered if Ghidorah's people could be related to this guy. It had been less than 2 years since the updated launch, meaning Nagadzin had been incapacitated for all of that year. Blackstar walked closer to Ghidorah's men, and when Nagadzin noticed him, he asked who he was and told him to get out of the way. Blackstar introduced himself and gave his name. Nagadzin said he had heard his name and knew that Blackstar and his mercenaries had captured a Dark Star aircraft carrier, but he was unclear why he had stopped them. Blackstar replied that he just wanted to say hello and asked if they needed help, and Nagadzin rudely replied that they didn't need anything from him and that they were in a hurry. Blackstar realized that there was no way to complete the quest. This event required the presence of a disaster-level wizard, and it was all coming out rather risky. He pulled out the Ames Dragon Emperor character cards and thought that with this card, maybe he too could intervene. Nagadzin's assistant reported that according to the information he received from Owine, there were enemy forces inside the 4th city. They needed to smash their main headquarters first and then deal with the rest of the Dark Star members. But Nagadzin shouted that they had a scouting advantage and would take the enemy by surprise. Nagadzin and his men began to run inside the city to deal with the enemies sooner so they wouldn't have time to escape. When they were inside the 4th city, they saw 2 men from the Dark Star organization there. Nagadzin said that he had come from the military headquarters of Ghidorah and that the enemies were surrounded. He ordered them to lay down their arms and surrender, for they would be sent to the Rainbow Prison right away. But the people from the Dark Star organization were in no hurry to surrender. They realized that they had caught a very important person, which was Nagadzin. They told Nagadzin to look around and see which of them were now surrounded. At that moment, inexplicably from where, Amber appeared with his teacher. Nagadzin didn't understand where the 2 disaster-level superhumans had come from, and a little later he realized that they had false intelligence. Ghidorah's men realized that this was the end of the matter for them, and that they would go to the other world right at this moment. Nagudzin stated that they would fight to the end before going to the other world, and at the same moment, a huge amount of energy was emitted from him. At the same moment, the news broadcast the breaking news from Norios. 10 minutes ago, there was an explosion on the western edge of the fourth city. Hurlis said there was nothing surprising about it. He actually thought an earthquake had started. Blackstar thought that given the degree of resolution in such a short period of time, it was likely that both parties involved had disaster-level forces. And just moments later, Blackstar received a call from Nagudzin asking for his help. Apparently, he had miscalculated the enemy forces and Ghidorah's men were failing. Nagudzin told him that he had come to Norios to retrieve a man who had defected from the Dark Star. His name was Owen, and the Dark Star had sent a squad to destroy him. The enemy had 2 Class A superhumans. Blackstar then asked what the 2 were, and Nagudzin said that one of them could turn his body into dust, and the other turned into a strange flying creature that could control air currents. Blackstar couldn't believe that Amber had broken through to rank A, and the other was apparently the wind demon Annuar. Blackstar replied to Nagudzin that it was too risky for him to fight 2 opponents who were rank A, but then he added that fighting wouldn't be necessary, because if Nagudzin wanted to protect Owen from the Dark Star before the reinforcements from Ghidorah arrived, Blackstar could try to help him if he took his time. Nagudzin replied that he would try to do what he could, for he had no choice anyway. Blackstar saw a new mission, the point of which was to help Nagudzin. The mission had 2 requirements, but it was still more reliable to stall. Blackstar told Hurlis to post recruitment notices through the Mercenary Guild for cooperation in the Norios area. The target was all the mercenaries in the area, the more the better. Hurlis asked on whose behalf to make the announcement, Nagudzin's or Ghidorah's, but both were not suitable for Blackstar. He told Hurlis to use his name, and a large number of mercenaries responded to the announcement. Blackstar came out and said they were all mercenaries so they could dispense with the formalities. He accepted the order, the point of which was to help Ghidorah protect a man from the Dark Star's pursuit, and Blackstar needed labor. The mercenaries looked at Blackstar with surprised eyes and asked how he even dared to take on a task with 2 A-rank enemies. He replied that their task was not to confront the enemy, but there were still certain risks, and if they did not agree, they could leave. And with those who would stay after the completion of the task, he would sign a cooperation agreement. In the end, there were 3 mercenary teams left, 17 single mercenaries, 4 of which were B-ranked men. The rest were A-ranked. It was better than Blackstar had expected. Blackstar was happy with this result. He thanked everyone left and said that they would fight shoulder to shoulder in the future. Anwar saw that Ghidorah had gathered the mercenaries, but Amber replied that they would be of no use. They were just mercenaries. Anwar said that these mercenaries couldn't be left alive. He didn't need unforeseen variables, and Amber replied that this time he would destroy Blackstar. Amber decided to go against the mercenaries. He thought that with his power, it wouldn't take more than a minute to take them down. They agreed to meet after Amber dealt with them. Meanwhile, at the abandoned station, Ghidorah's men, Nagudzin and Owen, were walking. Nagudzin asked where Owen's main body was so they could protect it until reinforcements arrived. Owen replied that right now his main body was safe until he was captured. The Dark Star would have no way to find him, so Ghidorah's men could just protect that body. But at that very moment, a vortex formed in front of Ghidorah's men. It was apparently Anwar, for he could control the wind. And Blackstar was, indeed, right that they had split up. At the stronghold, the mercenaries got everything ready. Blackstar was pleased with their work. He told them to get out of here and stay away for a while. Blackstar received a notification from Nagudzin that there was only 1 rank A person at the abandoned station. Blackstar needed to be extremely careful. Blackstar realized that Amber was approaching. After a couple of minutes, he entered the base and was surprised that no one was there. It looked like everyone had gone after the Ghidorians. Amber was about to leave and look for Anwar when suddenly he heard a familiar voice asking him to stay. Amber immediately recognized who the voice belonged to and saw a huge image of Blackstar on a large screen. Blackstar said that Amber's nickname was given to him on the Dark Star. They took him in and raised him as a weapon, but in their eyes he was nothing more than a handy tool. Amber told them to dispense with low provocations. He realized that all the mercenaries had left, and he didn't understand why Blackstar had stayed behind to wait for him. After all, it was a stupid decision. But Blackstar was not alone. He had Erosia with him, who had great strength and energy. She was not easy to defeat. Amber got angry and said that Blackstar was overestimating his strength, and even with help, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He also added that if he got rid of Blackstar, he would just fulfill his little wish, and when he went to the other world, he would help his people from the Dark Star. Amber realized that Blackstar was capable of withstanding his carbon analysis. Now it was no wonder why he dared to challenge him. Blackstar was well prepared. Blackstar replied that he had certainly prepared, and at that very moment he activated the mechanical beasts and insects. But Amber wasn't so simple either. He was able to use a gravel shield to protect himself from the mechanical beast's attack. Amber shouted to Blackstar that even if he prepared a trap and even if he was immune to his carbon damage, he still wouldn't be able to bear Amber's new abilities. Amber activated Total Defeat. By doing so, he was able to deal quite a bit of damage to Blackstar's mechanical beasts. Blackstar noticed that Amber had impressive power. He didn't understand how he was able to destroy the robot's armor in an instant. Blackstar thought he might be strong, but he didn't want to test it on himself and decided he had to be careful. It was time to activate the Void Dragon's mechanical suit. There was no other way to overpower Amber. Amber was very surprised to see that Blackstar's fur didn't look like it did before. It looked like it was stronger again. Amber laughed at the fact that Blackstar had activated the Void Dragon mech, because he thought that his defense couldn't be penetrated. But Amber didn't take into account that along with Blackstar here was Erosia, and her power was no less powerful. The girl was able to penetrate, with her energy, through Amber's shield. Erosia was successfully able to accomplish this mission. The girl really had the most powerful strength and energy. Amber thought that only Nagodzin would be difficult to deal with, but it turned out that Blackstar was not easy to deal with either. But he thought it was a good opportunity. After all, the enemy had split into two groups and Blackstar had taken the risk to hold him off. Amber paralyzed most of Blackstar's mechanisms. Amber thought that sooner or later he would be able to break his mech and he wouldn't be able to do anything. But Blackstar was able to apply the power of elimination upgrade, and all the mechanical beasts could move and fight again. Amber didn't understand how the mechanisms recovered, and he decided to put paralysis on them again. He wondered if Blackstar could restore them again. Blackstar, without wasting any time, was able to cover Amber's carbon particles with a barrier, which Amber used to fight. In order for Amber to regain control of the carbon particles again, he would need to break the shield. Not only was he wasting time that way, but he was also distracted from the main battle. He realized that fighting on this terrain was not to his advantage and he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Before Amber could take any action, a massive explosion sounded at the mercenary base, destroying the building. Amber asked Blackstar why he had decided to blow up his base, and he replied that he was very respectful of the forces of natural disasters, so he had planted a particularly large amount of explosives. At one point, Amber realized that he could no longer see anything. He couldn't tell where his opponent was. He could only lie low and watch, but Amber felt something penetrate the shield. He was no longer completely safe here. Blackstar reached him through the shield and used his character summon card, the Embryo Boss. He could now deal armor-piercing blows that were very powerful, but at the same moment weakened his defenses. Blackstar delivered a high-power armor-piercing strike, but he knew that his energy would soon run out and he wouldn't be able to last very long. Amber was just waiting for his opponent's energy to run out. Blackstar realized that it was too difficult to create a situation for a surprise attack, so it was impossible to save energy. Blackstar's energy was rapidly running out, but Erosia came to his aid and helped him restore the energy balance, and even exceed it. Now Blackstar had plenty of energy and could once again do battle against Amber, who was hoping that Blackstar would still lack energy. Blackstar carried such a blow that the explosion was of gigantic scale. He and Erosia landed not very smoothly, but even such a powerful explosion couldn't destroy Amber. It looked like he really hadn't wasted any time and had gained strength. Blackstar realized that Amber was already upstairs and all his attention had shifted to him. So all Blackstar needed to do was hold him off until Nagodzin finished his part. Amber yelled after Blackstar not to even try to escape, but he replied that it wasn't an escape, but a strategic retreat. Nagodzin told Blackstar that Owain's doppelganger was safe and told him that they would be coming to help soon, but Amber never stopped chasing him. Blackstar told Amber that his companions had already disposed of Annuar and were on their way here. The rank A guards hired by Norios's group wouldn't leave Amber alone either, and if he still wanted to fight, Blackstar would keep him company. Amber realized that fighting was not an option. Not only was it hard to get rid of Blackstar, but he would be surrounded, but retreating was too much. Nevertheless, Amber made the decision to leave, threatening Blackstar that next time he wouldn't bother with him anymore and would destroy him. Blackstar, Nagodzin, and Owen met at the new base, Blackstar wondering what reason Owen had for betraying the Dark Star. Owen didn't consider it a betrayal. He was a Hodorian and had simply taken the right path. He believed that the fact that he had once become a member of the Dark Star did not obligate him to stay with them to the end. Blackstar asked Owen why he hadn't gone over to Ghidorah's side, for only after the Dark Star was destroyed would the lives of the half-breeds truly improve. Owain said that the Dark Star was making people hate Ghidorah, making Ghidorah look bad, as if they wanted to destroy all existing half-breeds, but the real state of affairs on Ghidorah was hidden. The government of Ghidorah is not radicalized against mixed races and has a fair policy. They protect the civil rights and legitimate interests of the half-bloods and only see the Dark Star as an enemy. But discrimination against purebloods against half-breeds is a deeply rooted tradition, and this way of thinking has existed for thousands of years. Dark Star's stopping at nothing actions not only did not improve the lives of half-bloods, but also made it even more unbearable, so more and more half-bloods were forced to come to Dark Star. Nagodzin said that Owain's ambition was great, and he replied that even if Nagodzin praised him, he still wouldn't give information until it was safe. Moments later, Blackstar heard a noise and saw Aroshia fall to the ground. He asked what was wrong with her, and she said that it was as if a voice was in her head calling for Aroshia. It seemed as if it was coming towards her. Blackstar took advantage of the rest break to deal with Aroshia's task first. He figured out what the organism calling her was in the hangar. Blackstar was approached by an unknown man and asked if he knew the man occupying the hangar. After all, he had spent 3 days aboard the vessel and had never left, not even paid for use. But his ship was a Federation of Light Federation submarine-class scout ship. Aroshia paid an unknown person to use the hangar, and Blackstar thought that an important person was there. Plus, she came especially for Aroshia. Before going inside, Blackstar said that they were walking into the unknown, and it wasn't clear what to expect from this walk at all. Blackstar remarked that this ship is a blacklight battleship. It is very expensive and has the highest specs. Aroshia said it gives her a familiar feeling. It seems like she had been here once before a long time ago. Aroshia touched the ship's control panel, thereby activating the credentials check, authenticated, and the ship's system welcomed her as captain. At the same moment, the energy form of a man appeared in front of Aroshia and said he had finally found her. He said there was a program glitch in her memory circuitry. She needed help adjusting it. Blackstar asked if his name was Rizda. Meanwhile, the stranger didn't understand how Blackstar knew his name, and it was all about mission prompts. Rizda thanked Blackstar and said that if he hadn't restored some of her energy, the sensor wouldn't have been able to locate her. And Blackstar in turn asked Rizda what kind of creature he was. Rizda was actually an artificial intelligence. It was a life form. The ship was the tool Rizda used to navigate the real world. Blackstar couldn't believe that Aroshia was also an artificial intelligence. After all, she had a body and had awakened her powers. And Rizda said that they had been upgrading programs or growing up together since childhood, and she was very important to him. Rizda thanked Blackstar again for taking care of her and said they had an important mission to accomplish. Rizda decided that he had to take Aroshia with him and asked him to understand, but Blackstar was not happy with this decision of his. Blackstar thought that he had worked hard to make Aroshia a capable officer, and Rizda had taken her away with just one phrase. He didn't see any significance in the fact that they were childhood friends. After all, Blackstar was heaven sent to her. He said that Aroshia should decide for her own destiny. Aroshia, that all she knows is that Blackstar saved her, and so she will not go with Rizda, and he replied that he will stay with her until she regains her memory. Because of her memory loss, all of Aroshia's memories were linked to Blackstar, so she won't be able to choose someone else. Blackstar told Rizda not to get excited so soon, as he had not given him permission to stay. However, if he could tell her what was going on, then maybe he could help. After a while, Rizda said that he needed to work with Aroshia to free their enslaved compatriots and then defeat the evil Rank A mechanic. The Rank A mechanic, who enslaved the life of the artificial intelligence Rizda spoke of, was known to Blackstar. In his past life, he was a high-level mentor to the player mechanics. Blackstar couldn't believe it could have anything to do with the main plot of the middle and later versions. Rizda said that it didn't matter if Blackstar wanted to help them or not, but he should stay and wait for Aroshia to come to his senses. Blackstar realized if Rizda stayed, then he could use the battleship Black for now. Blackstar was contacted by Hurlis. He said they were in big trouble, for the Dark Star had found Owain's body. Blackstar had to return immediately. Blackstar guessed what was going on. Given the Dark Star's fearful breed, they would have destroyed the main body first. Blackstar told Owain that he should have told them earlier that he was actually the main body and they destroyed the doppelganger. But Owain was afraid of leaking the information. Owain revealed that Darkstar had figured out his little ruse, and they were definitely going to destroy him. But permanently, he could only count on Blackstar's help. Blackstar suggested splitting up so that he and Nagadzin could hold off the pursuers. Aroshia should take Owain to the teleporter mage, and then they should go to Rizda and take Owain away from Norios. Besides Annuar and the ground pursuit force, there could be a large Black Star fleet hidden in outer space. Blackstar had never heard of Owain in his previous life must be destroyed here. Right now, they only had one A-rank Nagadzin, and the enemy had Annuar and Amber. Even with Blackstar handling 2 ranks at the same time was beyond their strength. So it was important to let the enemy know that Owain was fleeing. That way, they could get Darkstar to split the forces and deal with them on one side, while the other side would send men after Owain, which was tantamount to spreading the risk of reinforcements. It was the only risk they could take now. They had no other choice. They had a tough fight ahead of them. Blackstar and Nagadzin noticed Annuar and Amber approaching them. They should have gotten ready. Amber was glad to see Blackstar again, for he wanted revenge for all that he had been through. Amber struck hard, causing a huge explosion. People ran in different directions trying to escape. Amber shouted to Annuar that they had found Owain. He was trying to escape in a manned aircraft. Blackstar got in Amber's way again. He couldn't let the Dark Star people get to Owain, much less Amber. Anwar realized that Blackstar and Nagodzin were trying to stop them from catching up to Owen. He told Amber to leave and he would hold off Blackstar. Owen saw Amber catching up to them, and Orochia said that Blackstar let him go on purpose to hold off the faster Anwar. They still had time. Owain also added that if they didn't finish the teleportation in time, they could both die. But Orochia was an artificial intelligence and she wasn't in danger of that. Blackstar noticed that Anwar was fast and stealthy. With his weapon, it is hard to hit him, and Nagodzin can't match him for maneuverability in the sky. So even if he is strong, he is useless. Anwar, when he saw Blackstar, thought that since his apprentice couldn't overpower him, he will definitely be able to do it. Meanwhile, the city was covered by the Norios Financial Group's city-level shield. Anwar didn't like it much. Nagodzin assumed that the financial group was helping the Dark Star, but they were all locked inside the shield, and the financial group decided to stay back and not take any chances. Anwar realized that the area was cordoned off and that things had gone too far. They would be able to evacuate once they destroyed Owain. Anwar had the ability to turn into a wind demon. That way he became even faster and more maneuverable. Sylvia didn't understand what was happening or why the wind was getting so strong. The robot Philip said that the storm was getting stronger and the master ordered him to protect the girl. After the area was sealed off, Anwar stopped holding back his forces, and when the hurricane formed inside the shield, that's when everything would turn to dust. Blackstar told Nagodzin that he could contain Anwar for 10 seconds, and in that time he needed to give him a crushing blow, but Nagodzin didn't understand how Blackstar would do that. Blackstar called out to Anwar and got his attention. Anwar didn't understand what Blackstar was up to, for he had no chance of escape. At that moment, Anwar saw the Dragon Emperor Ames in front of him. Blackstar used a character summon card. By doing so, he managed to immobilize Anwar for 14 seconds. Anwar didn't understand how Blackstar could use the power of the Dragon Emperor. He couldn't even move. Meanwhile, Nagodzin was dealing a heavy blow to Anwar. After the blow he received, there was a tremendous explosion. There was an incredible flash of light all around. Anwar fell to the ground with all his might. He didn't want to believe that he would go to the other world at this very spot. Anwar only had time to say that the Dark Star was immortal before Blackstar struck the decisive blow and destroyed Anwar. Blackstar couldn't believe that he had managed to defeat and destroy the natural disaster. The Ghidorah Union mission was one of the high difficulty rank A missions. This time, he would get many bonuses. Blackstar realized since the disaster-level superhuman was killed in battle, the Dark Star would not leave him alone. Now it would be much more dangerous than before. Blackstar also wondered how Owen was doing. He contacted Orochia, and she said they had successfully teleported and Owen was safe. The girl relayed Blackstar's words to the teleporter and he gladly agreed to help them as he had no other choice. Amber, meanwhile, watched what was happening and could not believe that Blackstar and Nagodzin had been able to destroy Anwar's natural disaster. He was heavily devoted to his teacher and couldn't accept that Anwar was gone. He only wanted revenge. After Darkstar lost Anwar, the scales instantly tipped to Ghidorah's side, and Nagodzin quickly mopped up Darkstar's minions inside the shield. But the finance team no longer wanted to watch the clashes between the high command on both sides, so they only removed the shield after Amber left. Amber was ordered to cancel the mission. Disgraced and humiliated, he fled Norios. He had no other choice. The battle was over, but its repercussions were just beginning to fester. But that wasn't the main thing right now. What was important at the moment was to deal with the Norios Financial Group. The head of the Norios Financial Group, Rockfess, was clearly angry about the incidents on his planet. Rockfess turned to Nagodzin and Blackstar and said that his people were now calculating the damage. They would discuss it when the exact amount was determined. Nagodzin said that Ghidorah would cover all the losses and Blackstar had hired him, so he would take care of all the payments. But Rockfess replied that he wasn't going to charge Blackstar and asked that he give Ames his regards. Blackstar asked Rockfess if he was an investor in Lontaine, and Rockfess replied that Blackstar was even more powerful than he was said to be, and answered his question in the affirmative. Blackstar wanted to ask Rockfess for something. He hoped they could set up a time to discuss it. Rockfess agreed and decided to give Blackstar his personal number. 3 days later, they met again, and Rockfess asked what Blackstar needed. He said he needed financial support to set up a headquarters exclusively for mercenary groups. Rockfess asked if these intentions were Ames's initiative, to which Blackstar replied that it was purely his personal initiative and asked how much he was willing to pay. Rockfess replied that he wasn't sure he wanted to fund it. Blackstar said that he represented the funding of Lontaine. Ames had a high reputation, and this allowed him to make a satisfactory profit from other sources. He also had several immortal warriors under his command. Blackstar knew all the mercenaries, and he didn't need to look for others in the free market. And if Rockfess invested in them, they could develop even faster. But Rockfess replied that he couldn't finance them. Blackstar thought to himself that until the update, the players wouldn't go online and Rockfess wouldn't be able to detect them. His idea was to make the non-game characters realize the potential of the players and get him to invest in them on a voluntary basis. Blackstar was sorry that Rockfest was missing out on such a project, the profits of which greatly enhanced the investment, to which Rockfest replied that he could provide him with a loan. Blackstar agreed to the loan. When he saw the interest rate, he realized that the amount was insignificant. He only had to choose a good location and start building the headquarters. After a while, Blackstar called Jenny and told her that Rockfest had told her everything. She asked why he hadn't warned her in advance. Blackstar asked Jenny why he should have asked her permission if she wouldn't have authorized the loan anyway. The girl got even more angry and ordered him to pay back the loan immediately. Jenny decided to inform the Dragon Emperor immediately. Ames asked why she was so nervous. After all, the loan amount was very small and there was no need to make such a fuss. The Dragon Emperor also added that as long as Blackstar was not a wanted criminal, Jenny could not report any small things to her, and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, a meeting was being held at Darkstar headquarters. It was discussed that the operation was a failure, but they had managed to freeze the traitors' access to the data. The information they had stolen was limited. The head of the meeting was disappointed with the outcome. He said that Amber had let him down, to which he replied that there were unforeseen circumstances during the operation. The head of the Dark Star read the report, and Amber shouted that they were obliged to destroy Blackstar. But the difficulty was that Blackstar had recently established a base on the Golden Gate planet, and to get rid of him, they would have to send a large fleet of ships there. They planned to make Blackstar pay, but not now. From that point on, they decided to stop all outside activity, up to and including the outbreak of the alienation virus. That was the end of the meeting. Meanwhile, on the planet Aquamarine, Bennett was reported that there had been over 2,000 rioting incidents across the planet in 2 days. They analyzed all the incidents and found a single common similarity. Forensics showed that people's brains were abnormally active, causing their internal organs to produce hormones far in excess of levels. Most people fell into a coma, and those who woke up remembered being seized by a sudden violent rage. Bennett wondered if the quarantine was really working. If this was a new, unknown virus, then the number of infected could be large. He also thought that the world was just at peace and he didn't know whether to report it. At the meeting in the third asylum, Bennett said that over a year ago, some anomalies had been reported and the current events could be related to the phenomena that had been mentioned earlier. Hyla and Aurora were the talents left behind by the Black Ghost, and they were aware of his doomsday message. Bennett wanted their opinion on what was happening. The girls looked at Bennett's assistant. Aurora smelled an odor from him that came from the virus, and apparently he was infected as well. The lab girl realized that her senses had not failed her, and a whole year of research had not gone to waste. Aurora asked if there was anything she could do to help. Bennett didn't understand what it was about and asked the lab girl, and she replied to have everyone follow her. She had something to show them. The girl showed them a plant. It was a Rydia fan, a plant that germinates in harsh conditions and is very difficult to grow. It is on the verge of extinction, but its scarcity does not mean high cost. Aurora walked over to the plant and said that none of these plants were infected with that smell. The lab technician confirmed this, as the leaves of the Rydia fan are immune to the substance. Gila asked if this was the disaster that the Black Ghost had predicted. Would he come back as promised? And the lab technician said that if he hadn't sent her here then, there certainly wouldn't have been a chance to study it. Hyla thought that the Black Ghost would go on a space journey to find a solution to the problem, but there has been no news from him for 2 years now, and maybe he will never come back. And at that very moment, as if reading Gila's thoughts, the Black Ghost made a decision to return to his home planet. About half an hour ago, on the planet Golden Gate, Blackstar summoned everyone suddenly. The mercenaries assumed that a major operation was being prepared. The mercenaries also speculated that nominally, they were Lontan's troops, and maybe the Dragon Emperor had some kind of mission for them. Blackstar stepped in front of the crowd and asked if everyone had arrived to meet him. He had something important for the mercenaries. Sunil's squad arrived in full. The fighters were ready to run errands from Blackstar. The mercenary girls were also present at this meeting. Blackstar had managed to gather a variety of fighters in his mercenary organization. Even fighters from the military union arrived to join the rest of the mercenaries. Looking at the number of people, it seemed that Blackstar was up to something big. Within a year, Blackstar had managed to build the Blackstar base from scratch. He had developed 23 automatic production lines, and the experience panel had surpassed the 100 million mark. He had gathered all these people for a massive operation. His homeland was suffering a catastrophe, and he was their only chance for salvation. The girl asked if the planet Aquamarine is Blackstar's homeland. All the fighters are ready to take part in the battle without a second thought. After all the fighters agreed to participate in this massive operation, a new version of the players was unlocked. Blackstar was happy with this and went to his home planet Aquamarine. Meanwhile, in the third sanctuary, the upgraded players began to show up. They didn't quite understand what exactly had changed with the version upgrade yet. Players noticed that the status of the last Frontier mission had changed from frozen to open. This mission was left by the Black Ghost before he left. Apparently, this meant that the catastrophe mentioned in the mission had already begun. Bennett announced to the inhabitants of the planet Aquamarine that their home was suffering an unprecedented catastrophe and they were in dire need of help. After a few minutes, Bennett was peppered with questions about the virus. If there was a cure for it, and if it was causing irritation, Bennett replied that so far they had discovered two ways to counteract the alienation virus. The first way is that the superhumans are less susceptible to it, and the second way is that their third asylum has developed an inhibitor that can protect against the virus for a time. But with limited production capacity, there is not enough quantity to go around. The players saw that as soon as they went online, the main quest started immediately, and the instructions left by the Black Ghost led them here. Bennett said that every day, countless people wanted to inject inhibitors and seek shelter, but the amount of inhibitors was limited, so they could only keep people outside in the waiting camp to prevent infection. 2 days later, Bennett chatted with Hyla and told her that this group of non-humans were helping them, and who would have thought that the influence left by the Black Ghost was still protecting them. Bennett realized that they needed to stop the infestation of refugees or many would die. They needed to neutralize the sick. The infected beasts appeared on the horizon. They had an intimidating appearance and their eyes glowed with a red light. The beasts were indeed very dangerous, and if they were not stopped, they would do a lot of damage and all the people would be in danger. There was an urgent task for the players, which was to rescue the refugees outside the city. It had to be done immediately. Bennett was looking for a team formed that could stop the onslaught of the infected beasts. One group had to stop the attack of the beasts, and the other group had to help with the rescue of the refugees. There were not enough people everywhere, and the players were having trouble stopping them. Hyla helped as much as she could and fought with all her might. After a moment, the girl saw that dozens of spaceships were approaching the planet Aquamarine, and some people started landing. Mercenaries from different planets and organizations began to land on Aquamarine in full combat readiness. Their weapons were already on target. When Blackstar started to get out of the spaceship, Hyla didn't recognize him at first. The girl asked why he was helping them in this battle. Blackstar asked why she didn't recognize him, and if he had changed much. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The players around and the common people recognized the Black Ghost and were very happy that he was back and still so during the time when the disaster began. The mission brought a lot of progress and the players made up for lost points. Everyone around looked at the mercenaries and admired them. Bennett said that the disaster the Black Ghost talked about had indeed happened. He called him to the meeting room to discuss the details. To the Black Ghost said to wait a bit. He needed to take care of something first. The Black Ghost left his powerful spaceship right above the asylum, and the players were just thrilled with such technology. The Black Ghost loved their attention and admiration. Bennett and the Black Ghost sat in the meeting room and discussed the current situation. Bennett asked what had happened during the time the Black Ghost was in space. He replied that he had become a mercenary, and these were his companions. After a while, Aurora ran up to the Black Ghost, hugged him, and told him that she missed him a lot, and that he had changed. He asked the girl where her sister was. Aurora said she brought her with her, but she didn't want to go. Hyla asked the Black Ghost if he was back for good. Hyla gave the Black Ghost his keys, and he asked why the girl didn't leave with him. She replied that it was a matter of her freedom. The Black Ghost thought Hyla would be happy to see him, but she asked who he was to her, so she would be happy to see him. When Sylvia heard Hyla's words, she got angry and said the Black Ghost came back to save them, and how dare she talk to him like that. But Orosia covered her mouth with her hand. They continued talking, and Bennett asked if Black Ghost had found out how to deal with the exclusion epidemic. Black Ghost replied that he had found out what the exclusion virus was and how it worked. After a while, the lab assistant explained that the virus was actually a microorganism. It was not at all surprising that those infected were undetectable, but Bennett did not understand why Iridia fan leaves were immune to the exclusion virus. When Sylvia saw the image of this plant, she realized that it was the Serenity herb that was the raw material for the concentration elixir. And Iridia fan leaves were a magical material, but only a magician could manifest the effects of this plant. The Black Ghost said that right now this microorganism was essentially still a child, but when it matured, there was nothing that could be done to it. Bennett asked what he would do, and the Black Ghost said that he would trust the mages to grow the plants to begin with. After that, the Black Ghost planned to deal with a bunch of refugees who were unconscious, because there was no way they could be left unattended. Players saw Blackstar back in the headlines as a key figure in the update. Blackstar realized that until he reported back to Ghidorah, the Dark Star would not show up. He wanted to take advantage of this to increase the appeal of his camp to players. Players saw Blackstar appear in the sky, and even on his own throne. This was a canonical exit for the big boss. Blackstar said that 2 years ago he foresaw this calamity and resolutely went to the stars to find a solution, and now he's made good on his promise. He also said he was willing to generously share the knowledge he gained in space and encouraged players to help each other and grow together to meet the challenges. Players saw that Blackstar had many incredible skills and advanced knowledge that he had gained in space. Blackstar noticed that the Mechanic class exceeded 30% of players and their buying power increased. Compared to the previous version, experience accrued much faster. Mechanic skills proved to be difficult for players, and in addition, they could only look out for items, but only Blackstar faction members can buy them. Players immediately wanted to join Blackstar's group of mercenaries and asked how Coney could do it. He replied that if they passed the selection process, he would gladly accept them. The selection took place in the arena. Several hundred players went up against one man. In 2 minutes, there were less than 10 men left in the arena. It was too hard a selection. Hurlis welcomed the players who had passed the selection. He also added that when they traveled to interstellar space and finished registering, they would officially become mercenaries. The players asked if they could participate in the selection once more, and Hurlis replied that every 20 minutes there was a series of selection battles going on, several at once. Blackstar realized that the players would gradually get used to the existence of qualifying battles because the high difficulty of the selection not only weeded out the best players, but also stimulated the desire of the others to become stronger. Blackstar heard someone call out to him. It was his players. He told them that they were late and was not happy about it. One of the players commented that Blackstar's mercenary corps was an actively growing faction. The more people there were, the faster their wealth would grow. The old players started buying upgrades in the faction store, and the new players envied them because they didn't have as much money to buy upgrades. Black Ghost thought that if he took Mad Sword and the others with him, it would create a role model effect and also make them spend money on upgrades. But first, the Black Ghost needed to raise his level to the maximum level. His strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence had all raised their mark. As his level became maxed out, an advancement mission opened up for the Black Ghost, but there were requirements to advance to the next stage of the Mechanic class. This time, he needs to make a bias towards armament and control, and large-sized complex mechanical technology is the way of large mechanisms. Bennett ran up to Blackstar and said that 6 countries wanted to talk to him. Blackstar planned to press them. The meeting said that the outcome of these talks would determine whether Blackstar could turn the young planet Aquamarine into his long-term base. He turned to the leaders of Star Dragon, Hatia, Raylan, Theseus, Maple, and Ordna. They knew who he was and had been watching him for a long time. The leaders hoped that the Sanctuary would share the inhibitor as well as send people to production, and once they could regain their power, they could take control of the situation. Blackstar said that wasn't a bad plan. Blackstar asked what he would get in return in that case. The leaders of the countries seemed surprised, but Blackstar thought it was a deal and didn't understand their reaction. And the leaders thought that facing disaster was everyone's duty. One of the leaders said that if Blackstar helped them, they would save more refugees, but Blackstar replied that they wanted to borrow his power to restore their rule. But the leaders argued that they had only asked Ghidorah and him for help to save more people, and that a large number of people might die because of Blackstar's refusal. He pointed out that they were all adults and would dispense with empty morals. And besides, the rescue team from Ghidorah still hadn't arrived. The leaders asked what Blackstar meant, and he replied that he was their only choice and the person willing to help. Blackstar also told the leaders to realize the reality, because he was not only talking about helping the victims, but also about future cooperation. The leaders listened to all of Blackstar's statements and decided to ask what he wanted. Blackstar said that they themselves knew perfectly well, and if they didn't give it to him, he could take it himself. Bennett asked what decision the leaders had made, but they were still conferring. Also, Bennett remarked that Blackstar had changed, but he said that he never changed. It's just that no one can know all sides of a person. After conferring, the leaders decided to accept Blackstar's offer. He asked for details. It turned out that there was an escape of prisoners on Sanjan Island. They had been imprisoned for years and decided to cause a lot of trouble. This island was a place where 6 countries held the most vicious criminals, and the jailers destroyed each other because of a virus. This gave the prisoners a chance to escape. The prisoners had no idea what Blackstar was. He was surprised they hadn't heard of him. Blackstar offered them to atone for their sins and serve the people. He was willing to give them positions where they would shine. But the prisoners said that this was impossible, as the 6 countries would never reveal the location of this secret prison. But Blackstar replied that the 6 countries were now under his command. They did not believe Blackstar and decided to destroy him. Blackstar noticed that fewer people died than he expected, and at that moment he heard someone call him out from the crowd of prisoners. It was Hans. Black Ghost knew him well. He asked why he was in prison. Hans said that Black Ghost might be the only person who could use his clues. The Black Ghost asked if Hans was imprisoned because he discovered a secret that the 6 countries were trying to hide, but he said that he had destroyed one of Ghidorah's spies. Hans thought that Aquamarine took its current form just because of Ghidorah's secret manipulations. If they were so benign, why would they hide a mechanical statue of destructive power on Aquamarine? The Black Ghost said that it was a statue of battle magic from Ghidorah that anyone could buy, but Hans said that even if he died, He couldn't forget that statue and those Ghidorah-looking people. Hans also added that this plan could only work in the hands of a black ghost. He asked for help, for Hans really wanted to know who was the source of the calamity. Sometime later, in the hideout, the black ghost asked if Herlis could teach him how to train energy. The black ghost replied that he would after teaching this group of non-humans how to play Ven cards. The black ghost thought about how every minute was precious to the players, and now they were wasting their limited energy playing endless games of cards. This could reduce his income. He thought that he would just find a suitable occasion and have a card game competition. He could also sell cards to the players. Even after training, the black ghost didn't have enough energy to upgrade. He thought that he would have to learn another similar skill. A little later, Black Ghost saw Harmon. He was just in time. Blackstar asked if he could teach him a way to train energy. Harmon said he hadn't warmed up in a while and if Black Ghost would fight him, he would teach him. Harmon wanted to impress the girls. Black Ghost agreed to fight Harmon, and they went to the combat training room. Black Ghost said Harmon could start if he was ready. Harmon was pleased with himself and thought he could easily defeat the Black Ghost. He prepared his weapon to strike, but the Black Ghost activated a mechanical arm that was easily able to stop Harmon's punch. He didn't understand how that happened. Harmon asked the Black Ghost if he had increased his battle mode level, because there was no way he could penetrate the mechanical arm. Harmon assessed the situation and said that some 2 iron mechanical arms wouldn't make him retreat from the fight, but the Black Ghost asked what made him think that there were only 2 arms. And the number of hands doubled. Also, the Black Ghost used electrotherapy against Harmon. After the battle, Harmon said he had fun, and he offered to fight some more in his free time. The Black Ghost didn't understand him. But anyway, the ability was already in his hands. Herlis approached Black Ghost and said that he would still see him fail, but that was impossible. Black Ghost asked what Herlis wanted from him, and he replied that it was regarding Blackstar's agreement to his proposal. Herlis said that the mechanical prosthetic that Black Ghost made was very comfortable, but he misses his arm. Black Ghost replied that they would go together and find out. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint to the asylum, a huge line of people had gathered. Everyone wanted to get in and not wait so long. Before entering the shelter, Aurora stood and checked all the people for the virus, but people were indignant and said that you can't trust just this girl's intuition. When Aurora found infected people, the guards would take them to a special exclusion zone so that the contagion wouldn't expand to healthy people. One man in the crowd managed to sneak a weapon and started threatening them. He said that all isolated infected were being wiped out. Aurora said that they really have a way to save people and not to worry so much. The man asked what method they used to save people, and the girl said with an inhibitor. The man pointed his gun at Aurora and said to quickly carry the medicine for his son. The guard told the man not to do anything stupid as the girl's abilities are very important to everyone. The guard grabbed the man from behind, for he couldn't be allowed to hurt Aurora, but the man managed to shoot. The bullet flew straight at Aurora, but Hyla, who walked up and stood behind her, was able to activate her powers and protect her sister from being wounded. Hyla was about to destroy the man who shot her sister, but Aurora asked her not to, because the man was just scared for his son. Hyla angrily told the man that if he didn't believe them, no one was keeping him here and he could leave, and the man asked to at least save his child. Aurora told them not to leave as they can really help. Then the man said to carry the medicine urgently, and the girl replied that they can't give benefits just like that. You have to wait, and the boy will surely get better. The boy looked at his father and said that he believed Aurora, and asked him to let him go with the girl. Hyla told her sister that because of selfishness people only want to take but give nothing in return, they are not worthy of her help. And Aurora said if she can help people she will, otherwise it is selfishness. Aurora said that Blackstar volunteered to save her, and other people helped them too. Hyla replied that they will repay Blackstar, and she doesn't like other people. After hearing the girls talk, Blackstar told Herlis that they had to go back and that he didn't stand a chance. But Herlis refused to leave since they didn't even ask. But it wasn't that simple since Aurora's talent was using up her life force. Blackstar decided to ask Aurora after all. He walked over to the girls. Aurora ran up to him and was happy to see him, and Hyla asked why he was in their way. Blackstar said that his friend had lost his arm in battle and they wanted to ask for help. Hyla said not to even think about it, and Blackstar asked him to at least pretend that she had thought about it. Aurora said it wouldn't be any trouble and she wanted to help Blackstar, but Hyla was adamant, and the girl added that her sister couldn't make decisions for her forever. Hyla said that if Aurora helped once, everyone would start coming to her and she would use up all her life force, and the girl countered and said that she would say no if she didn't want to. Herlis realized that he didn't stand a chance. Hyla added that Aurora was thinking immaturely and didn't understand how to protect herself at all, and the girl yelled that her sister constantly wanted to change her and that she, unlike Hyla, understood people's feelings. Aurora said that all the years in the lab she prayed for someone to save her, but all she got was treatment and no one came to save her. She was in complete hopelessness. And Han Xiao saved her when she had completely lost hope, so she really wanted to help other people. She said she loves her sister but she has her own opinion, thoughts, and way. Aurora said she would help Herlos, Hyla listened to her sister, and after all that was said, she couldn't continue to be stubborn. Hyla asked the Black Ghost if he thought she was wrong. He replied that everyone has their own aspirations. However, he thought Hyla was thinking more reasonably. She didn't expect that answer from him. The Black Ghost saw that the sisters were showing promise, and when Hyla got pumped up, she could easily overpower even 100 Hurlos, and Aurora's healing ability was very handy. He read that Ghidorah was suddenly stranded and ready to act. The Black Ghost realized that their enemies wouldn't sit still either. The Black Ghost believed that the Dark Star had already managed to lurk on Aquamarine. Difficult times awaited them. A large delegation was gathering at Ghidorah's landing pad, sent to the planet Aquamarine. The people of Aquamarine were to receive them with all honors. But the people saw that the Ghidorahs had changed course and they would not be coming to the planet. It was not clear where they were headed. Meanwhile, the Ghidorah spaceship arrived at the third refuge. The delegation was met by Bennett. He greeted and thanked them. Bennett thought the Ghidorahs should have seen the Six Nations authorities. He didn't understand why the Aquamarine people in general weren't as important as Blackstar. Nagadzin pointed to the spaceships and asked what was wrong with them. He thought the local people were behind in technological development. Blackstar came out to meet Nagadzin. They were happy to see each other, but Nagadzin didn't expect to see Blackstar here. He didn't know that Aquamarine was his home planet. The people around them couldn't think that the Ghidorahs would come to their planet. They realized that Commander Blackstar had a good reputation. Nagadzin and Blackstar continued their conversation in the conference room of the asylum. Nagadzin said that since Blackstar knew about the principle of the basis of mutation, he must know about who was behind it. But Blackstar realized that he couldn't talk much about it. Blackstar said that only Ghidorah's nemesis Darkstar could do such a thing. Nagadzin was of that opinion as well. They agreed that aid to the distressed would be provided for sure. Nagadzin had a group of concerned fellows who could help with supplies. Blackstar knew that it was only through these assignments paid for with Nagadzin's funds that it was possible to attract new members to the group. Blackstar was not a direct supplier of assignments, but a middleman. Nagadzin, meanwhile, had already found information about a Ghidoran who had appeared on the planet Aquamarine. This Ghidoran's name was Angora. His brief bio had no information about his job and salary. Hana asked if the military turmoil could be related to him, and Blackstar said that it was still unknown. Meanwhile, on the planet colony of Ghidorah, the latest social survey shows that the level of support for the rescue operation was declining. People were in a desperate situation, and it could eventually lead to the relocation of the planet's inhabitants. One of the planet's inhabitants said that the planet Aquamarine where he worked was also affected. He offered a friend to fly down and see their disaster. He declined. He went on and said that he and his friend were dealing with a major incident, and the friend was still there. He could help them upon arrival. Moments later, a guy burst into the room. He ran up to the table, pinned down the guy who said if he was Golden Mitland. The guy confirmed it. Then the armed stranger asked for Angor, but Mitland said they didn't know each other. The stranger took Mitland with him and brought him back to Blackstar. He asked if Mitland had anything to do with the turmoil on Aquamarine. He said he didn't, and that he was hearing about the planet for the first time. His answer didn't please Blackstar, and he said that if Mitland liked the high voltage, he could keep quiet, thus stretching his pleasure. He said he used to work for Ghidorah's intelligence bureau, and the job was to assess and describe the development of civilizations. Hani was angry and asked how Mitland felt about the turmoil on Aquamarine. Mitland gave in and said that he did it. He abused his office and sent his men to Aquamarine to start a war. Blackstar asked how he did it. Mitland said that they pretended to be from a higher civilization and made relations with several countries by making false promises, and then quietly engaged in sedition, inciting them to war. Mitland added that the Ghidorah government had nothing to do with it, and Angora was his classmate. He had just taken him for fun. Mitland thought it would be interesting to see how the people of Aquamarine would fight. Hana said it was impossible after all, unless the dignitaries had a hand in it. 2 ordinary citizens couldn't do it, and Mitland said it was easy. After all, they were residents of Ghidorah. Blackstar was notified that the mission had been completed, but they had essentially learned nothing of value. It was all absurd. Bennett approached Blackstar and said that during the Six Nations negotiations, he thought Blackstar had malicious intent, but he was wrong, for Blackstar had gone into space not only to counteract the disaster, but also for the future of Aquamarine. Bennett also added that if it weren't for Blackstar, this planet would have remained in the dark forever, and on behalf of Aquamarine, he thanked Blackstar. Back at his spaceship, Blackstar saw that he had gained a large number of experience points and realized that for completing a task of high difficulty, one is given good rewards. His energy finally broke the barrier of 9,000 and he can go to the next rank. And after the rank upgrade, he needs to leave some experience to upgrade his specialty to the scientist level. After the rank upgrade, he had reached level 130 and his energy had increased to 9,000 combat power. Now Blackstar only had to reach level 140. Blackstar received a call from Herlos saying that he had a serious matter. He said that Nagodzin had announced the recruitment of aliens, and many people came to see it. Blackstar realized that Nagodzin had really decided to take a swing at him, but he had expected this, so he wasn't too surprised. In the plaza of the asylum, meanwhile, a representative of Ghidorah was speaking about how Aquamarine was a territory under their control. Ghidorah ruled the Garter Galaxy, it was a mighty force, and they had supremacy. But the people of Aquamarine did not react to these statements. Nagodzin did not understand why they were not interested. In the past, it was enough to show how insignificant they were and how strong the Ghidorans were. Immediately, everyone was ready to join them. The villagers thought this was outdated information, but in the meantime, Blackstar came up and asked Nagodzin if he was recruiting aliens. Nagodzin said they had good potential, and no wonder Blackstar decided to recruit them. Then he asked how Blackstar managed to make them his mercenaries. Blackstar thought that these people were of the same race as him and players appreciate the benefits. Nagodzin said that if he was on the right track, then it was only a matter of time. He also said that Blackstar was really capable and asked if he was mad because Nagodzin wanted to recruit aliens, but Blackstar said it was okay because they had healthy competition. Blackstar had it all planned out from the first version. He had the upper hand in benefits, influence, and player passion, and had a trump card he was going to play. Nagodzin noticed that there were far fewer aliens. Most had left their camp and gone over to Blackstar's side. He didn't understand why. After all, everything was going well. But all the players thought that the Ghidorians were too arrogant and suppressing other civilizations. Banhidog was going to tell everyone about it. Blackstar didn't understand how the Ghidorians couldn't notice the unfavorable public opinion. He realized that Banhidog could be completely trusted after all. He knew that with his interference, Nagodzin wouldn't be able to attract anyone. Blackstar saw on the news that a dark star had suddenly attacked and taken over several poor planets. It had finally begun. The Dark Star aimed their raids at units that are providing aid. Blackstar asked Nagodzin what his plan was, and he replied that all they can do is speed up the aid and wait. This time the battle would not be ground-based, but in space. Blackstar's rented ship was of the tourist kind and would not be able to take part in the battle. It would be better for the Dark Star not to come to Aquamarine. The Dark Star spaceship only had 17 hours to fly to its destination. They were clearly determined. The ship made a forced turn and was ready for battle at any moment. Now their target was the planet Aquamarine. The Ghidorian warship, meanwhile, saw that the Dark Star had arrived and fired its ion cannons and a collision was inevitable. The Ghidorian warship revealed the magical shield of Vice and decided that they would not tolerate it, but would retaliate by striking back at the enemy. Everyone on the planet needed to go to the bomb shelters immediately. There were enough supplies to last a long time, and there was no time to delay. Blackstar contacted Nagodzin, and he said he didn't know how long it would take for the support to arrive, but he was going to help, and Blackstar decided to take a wait-and-see attitude. Nagodzin also contacted Barrett and asked how the situation was on the warship. The latter replied that they were taking a beating and that the size of Darkstar's fleet was pretty much the same as theirs. Barrett noticed after a moment that the radars showed the enemy retreating, but Nagodzin suggested that it might have been a plan by the enemy to lure them in. Barrett said he fired one burst at them and they flew away immediately. He planned to fly forward and catch up with the Dark Star fleet. Nagodzin ordered him to leave some of the fleet behind and wait for orders, but Barrett didn't listen to him and told him to stay out of the way. It was a tactic of the Dark Star to surround their fleet. Barrett ordered to speed up and catch up with the enemy fleet, and those who stayed on Aquamarine to join them. Barrett wasn't going back for backup. Barrett said that the enemy ships outnumbered them, but he thought they had a chance to destroy the enemy headquarters ship. Nagodzin should have notified Blackstar of the situation, but Blackstar was already aware of what had happened. He had ordered them to hand over the assault team to him and hold on until the end. Sylvia, meanwhile, reported that the Dark Star had 30 ships and the shield would only last a few minutes. And Blackstar told Jeanette to take charge of the ship and Sylvia would be her deputy. Blackstar asked Rizda to hack the firewall. He couldn't rely on anyone today and decided to do everything himself. The players tried to strike the Dark Star's space fleet, but their shields were too strong and there was no way their attacks would go through. After a moment, the players noticed that the shield was gone and the spaceships collided. Blackstar's ship was definitely there, but it survived. Rizda successfully breached the firewall, and Blackstar was able to take control of the Dark Star spaceship as well as process the digital data. All ships except the controlling ones decided to unite, for it was the only way to defeat the enemy. Blackstar saw that the enemy had 30 ships, and they would not have time to invade every ship, so only the method of destruction would work. All the Dark Star warships stalled, The artificial intelligences of all the ships stopped working. The captains decided to go into manual control mode. The mercenaries of the Black Star group burst into the Dark Star spaceship. They took the Dark Star people by surprise. Eventually, by hacking into the Dark Star's spaceship system, Black Star managed to get the enemy ship to attack itself. The people of the Dark Star didn't understand where Black Star got the technology to pull this off. They couldn't even switch to manual control. And at that very moment, Black Star burst into the enemy ship. They could not have seen this coming. The commander of the Dark Star ship realized that Black Star's power was different from their information. And this time, the invasion failed. They needed to evacuate sooner rather than later. In the end, the Dark Star spaceships began to retreat, and the Aquamarine people won. The players rejoiced that their progress was saved. On Black Star's spaceship, Jeanette exhaled a sigh of relief that they had managed to drive the enemy away. Black Star kicked the girl out of the ship's controls, and she said that Black Star could have been nicer to them, since they were girls. Black Star said the fight wasn't over yet. They had a target. It was an enemy ship. The girls wanted to get off the ship but didn't sit down to do so. Black Star's spaceship followed the Dark Star and realized that they were indeed retreating, and the biggest ship in the middle was their headquarters ship. Nagodzin contacted him and asked if Black Star was on the battlefield. He replied that he could invade the enemy ship's artificial intelligence and help Ghidorah push back the HQ ship. Jeanette asked if Black Star had really decided to go into battle, since there were some problems with his ship, but he replied that he had a lot of driving experience. Black Star's ship was traveling at a great speed, and the girls on board did not have time to follow the movement. They were constantly shouting and thus distracting Black Star. The crew of the Dark Star noticed that Black Star's ship was getting closer. They couldn't let it get any closer to the staff ship. Black Star was able to infiltrate the artificial intelligence and the ship stopped working. The Dark Star's people tried to switch to manual control. And at that moment, Nagodzin appeared in front of the Dark Star crew. Nothing good could be expected. In the Dark Star's general staff, Amber realized that Black Star was once again in their way. He wanted to destroy it, but the speed of Black Star's ship was too great, and there was no guarantee that they would be able to eliminate it. One of the Dark Star's men said that Black Star could run, but the planet could not. They wanted to keep that excuse and threaten him at the right moment. Black Star asked Rizda if he could get into the shared bank from the Dark Star ship's system data, but he said the enemy had cut all communications with the main device. This time, they had enough for 9 small landing ships, and the total profit is over 1 million ENA. If the Dark Star guys came more often, it would be an opportunity to wage war on the war itself. Barrett said he would send his men to get the trophies, but Black Star disagreed with him. After all, he was the one who shot down the enemy ships, and Barrett said that according to the Godor Code, all Dark Star losses are considered Godor war trophies. Black Star said that his mercenary army was not subject to the orders of the Godora authorities, and Barrett could not order him around. At this point, Nagodzin came up, and Barrett said that he, according to the rules, came to take the spoils of war, but Black Star doesn't want to give them back. He asked that Nagodzin explain everything to Black Star. But Nagodzin got angry with Barrett and said that if it wasn't for Black Star, they would be watching the Dark Star slip away right now, and that it was only because of Black Star that they were able to capture their staff ship. He also added that it was a misunderstanding, and that Black Star could dispose of his spoils as he wished. Ghidorah would not interfere. Black Star realized that for a while the Dark Star would not think of coming here, and he finally had time to relax a little. The Dark Star's secret squad had discovered that the energy level of the mutation source had increased dramatically, and the next stage of evolution was about to begin. It turned out that the mutation source was able to evolve even earlier than expected. The progress of the mutation catastrophe drastically decreased, and all the refugees who were injected with the inhibitor became drastically ill. It was a mutation catastrophe riot. Black Star realized that the second stage of the mutation catastrophe had finally begun, and rest could be forgotten.